Chapter 201. Quick, cut the bark on the surface and make a few cuts on the trunk. Chinny used a knife to remove the other barks, and then said to Alay, "In about half an hour, we can collect a lot of pine oil. Be careful of the zombies in the snow, and don't get ambushed." Alay nodded, walked over to pick up the knife, and broke the squirrel's neck and stuffed it into his pocket. After more than 10 minutes, the two of them had collected more than 20 pine trees. There was no container to catch the oil, so they just waited for it to fall to the ground. Soon Chinny picked up the things on the ground in order. After about half an hour, he collected about 2 pounds of stuff. Chinny picked up a piece of light yellow, half-solidified rosin and smelled it. He turned to Alay and said, "Let's get some zombie clothes to put these in. Then put some dry wood in it. After it's lit, it will be a big fireball. It will burn wherever it is thrown." "Okay." Alay hummed and continued to walk into the woods, where there were several zombies circling in place. It's strange to say, after entering winter, the zombies are like stupid. Unless you make a particularly loud noise, they can hardly hear. The two talked in the snow for most of the day, and few zombies noticed the situation here. If it was changed to other seasons, they would have surrounded them in an instant. After Rei killed 2 zombies with a knife, he found that it was not very convenient, so he broke off a small tree with a thumb thickness from the side, sharpened it with a dagger, and used it instead of a knife. With a wooden stick, he can directly stab the zombie's chin, clean and neat. The bodies of the zombies in front of him had lost a lot of water, and were covered with ice chips. The limbs would break if they were touched lightly. Soon, more than 10 zombies piled up in front of Alay. All their clothes were cut off by him, and even their limbs were stepped on and broken. A few minutes later, the two of them returned to the oil dump with a pile of things. Like Alay, Chinyu also got some zombie hands and feet. "Okay, this should be enough." Chinyu looked at the materials piled up half a person high in front of him, nodded and said, "We will act as soon as it gets dark. Now wrap these things with clothes. You come to this side, and I will go to collect dry firewood." After saying that, Chinyu turned around and wanted to leave, but Alay called him, "Be careful." Chinyu turned his back to him and waved his hand. "Don't worry, it's just a few zombies, no problem. I can always run away if I can't beat them." As the two people outside were busy, something went wrong in the cave. In a depression in the cave, about a few meters wide, several naked men were squatting there. Their faces were sweating with pain. The monkey-faced man had already defecated here twice. He looked at the chef and said weakly, "Brother, did you not wash the pot again?" The chef's face was flushed at this moment, and he was holding a few pieces of wood in his hands. Hearing this, he turned his head and shouted, "Why wash? There is no need to waste so much water. Besides, before, he didn't wash and only defecated once at most. It's not like this time." Poof! Before he finished speaking, he began to have diarrhea again. He grabbed the stones on the ground with both hands, and tried not to fall down. Suddenly, a roar came from a distance. "Get out of my way!" Huyi held up his pants with both hands and rushed towards this side desperately. The monkey-faced man was exhausted from defecating. He just wiped his butt with wood chips and stood up. Suddenly, he was hit by something and flew into the pit. Mr. Hu squatted in the position that was finally vacated. After more than 10 seconds, he asked the person next to him with a relieved face, "Hey, wasn't the monkey here just now? How come he disappeared in the blink of an eye?" The chef turned his head and looked at Mr. Hu, and then looked at the pit. At this time, the monkey was lying in the filth with a big letter shape with a dull face. There. The chef didn't even bother to wipe his buttocks. He pointed him in a direction and left there in a flash. A thin man scraped his buttocks painfully. There was no paper. This thing was like a knife. He threw it back casually, and just as he was about to leave, he heard a furious voice from behind. "Who the hell threw it? I kill you!" The thin man looked back and saw that the piece of wood he used to scrape his butt just now had just fallen into the monkey's mouth, and the dirty side was inside. Seeing this, he greased his feet and quickly disappeared from the surroundings. Others used a long piece of wood to pull the monkey up, and then he desperately shouted at the people around him. Who is it?" But because of the bad smell on his body, no one dared to approach him, and they all stayed away. Just as the monkey was stamping his feet and biting people everywhere, Master, who was squatting in his previous squatting position, staring at him with a sullen face. At this time, the monkey's expression was like he had eaten a few maggots raw, and he was swollen like an eggplant. "Why don't you just clean it up? What's the point of yelling over here?" Master Hu yelled at him. The monkey clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and looked at him, then walked towards the place where the snow blocks were piled. A woman on the road came up with a tattered towel. Wipe it. The monkey stopped when he heard this, turned his head and looked at her and asked coldly, "Do you think I'm dirty too?" When the woman heard this, her outstretched hand trembled unconsciously, and she whispered, "No. I just saw you dropping it while walking. It was all over the cave." After she finished speaking, before she could react, the monkey grabbed her collar with one hand, then directly ripped the woman's clothes off, stuck to her, and then left without looking back. The woman looked at the filth on her chest, screamed, and ran over as well. At this time, Wang Yu sat in a corner, hugging her knees with both hands. She had used the rags on the ground to cover the human flesh. She watched the person in front of her start to have diarrhea, and finally a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. At this time, the short-haired girl sat next to her, also looking at the others, without saying a word. Just now, after she came here to help Wang Yu sit down, she was ready to scoop water to drink. But for some reason, Wang Yu kept holding her hand, saying that she was very cold, and asked if she could hug her and not leave. The short-haired girl was a little confused, but after looking at the thin clothes on Wang Yu, she sat down again, took off her coat with only one sleeve left, and covered her with it. Soon the cave became chaotic, with many people groaning due to fever, and many people jumping up and down. The more she watched, the funnier she found it. After the monkey gave the woman his feces, Wang Yu whispered, "Why did you eat that meat?" Chapter 202. The short-haired girl looked at the embarrassment of those people, and laughed unconsciously. Sure enough, people's happiness is often built on the pain of others. She was stunned when she heard the person next to her speak, and didn't hear clearly. What? Wang Yu's eyes were calm, watching the people in the distance fighting for a squatting position. She asked again, "Why do you want to eat that meat? I believe you also know that those are cut from people, just like us, living people." After hearing these words, the short-haired girl lowered her head and pondered. She was very conflicted. After a moment, she replied, "If I don't eat, I will starve to death. If I eat, my conscience will be condemned, I will feel uneasy, and I will gradually become numb, but I will not die." Then she turned her head and stared at Wang Yu and said word by word, "I am too afraid of being hungry. Nothing is more difficult than hunger." While listening, Wang Yu picked up a piece of meat on the ground. It was half a finger, which seemed to be a ring finger, and there was a wedding ring on it. After thinking for a while, she spoke, "We can survive by eating insects, digging wild vegetables, and even drinking rainwater. We don't need to eat their meat. If we eat our own kind, how can we be called human beings?" The short-haired girl looked at her skinny body from hunger and whispered, "But now is the end of the world, we are human beings, we have to eat to survive. No matter what we eat, I am very afraid of mollusks, especially earthworms, so I admire you for being able to eat them raw." Then she said again, "I can't tell which are wild vegetables, and which are weeds, I dare not eat them randomly." Wang Yu threw the finger down, took off the ring on it, wiped it on himself, and then put it on the girl's hand. "You shouldn't eat much, right?" She gently stroked the ring on her hand and murmured, "I ate it 3 times in total, and I ate very little each time. I would only take a little when I was too hungry." Wang Yu looked at the short-haired girl next to him. She was probably only in her teens, and should not be an adult. If it weren't for the end of the world, she should be a high school student now. Then Wang Yu lifted the girl's hair behind her ears, and said softly, "When spring comes, I will take you to find food. You are afraid of soft insects, so I will find you grasshoppers to roast. You don't know what wild vegetables are, so I will teach you to distinguish them myself. You don't know how to filter rainwater, but I can teach you. We don't need to rely on these men to survive." Hearing these words, the short-haired girl raised her head and said excitedly, "Really, sister, if so, I swear I will never touch human flesh again in my life." After saying that, she thought of something, and held a woman who was much older than her with both hands and said, "Sister, my name is Xiaowei, you can call me that in the future." Wang Yu nodded, "Well, you can call me Sister Wang." As the two women reached a consensus, the scene in the cave became more chaotic, and more people began to feel uncomfortable in their stomachs. About an hour later, most people in the cave were lying on the ground, their faces pale, and sweating. Those who were lucky enough not to drink water or eat food were now holding bowls of water, and feeding them one by one. Seeing this, Xiaowei stood up and prepared to walk towards the water source. Wang Yu didn't say anything, but still reached out and held her. Xiaowei looked back in confusion. "What's wrong, Sister Wang? I want to drink some water. I'm a little thirsty. Do you want to drink some? I'd bring you some." Wang Yu looked up and looked at her seriously. "Do you believe me?" Hearing this, Xiaowei was confused. "What does my drinking water have to do with whether I believe you or not?" "Stop it, sister, I'm really a little thirsty." Wang Yu didn't say anything else, and pulled her back to sit down. If you believe me, then stay here. After tonight, you will be my real sister from now on. Okay then. I bear with it for a while. Xiao Hui had no choice but to swallow her saliva and sit back down. A few minutes later, Zhao, who was not seriously ill because he was strong and ate less this time. Instead, his son wolfed down several pieces. Now his lips were pale, and his body was red and swollen. He was so anxious that he was about to smoke. Suddenly he turned his head, and saw Wang Yu sitting in the corner. He walked over and shouted, "Why don't you come and take care of your son? Standing there like a fucking piece of wood. Why do you want to meditate?" Wang Yu looked up, glanced at him lightly, and said coldly, "My son died a long time ago." When Zhao Hu heard this, he walked over with a sullen face, picked up Wang Yu's arm, and led her to Luoluo, ignoring her resistance. Xiao Hui saw Sister Wang being forcibly taken away, rushed up to rescue her, and blocked her with both hands horizontally. She said her son was dead. Why did you pull her over? Xiao Hui was forced to join not long ago. She didn't know what the people in front of her were like. She just thought they were the same as the others in the cave, a couple who reunited later. Zhao Hu got angry when he saw the girl who appeared out of nowhere. He grabbed her hair and threw her to the ground. "How can you, a yellow-haired girl, take care of my housework? If you are lonely, I will serve you at night. Now get out of the way. My son's life is the most important." After shouting, he lifted Wang Yu's hand and continued to walk over there. Seeing this, Wang Yu signaled to Xiao Hui with her eyes, then waved her hand, telling her to leave and not to worry about herself. At present, the two men outside have not given the signal to attack, so Wang Yu dare not act rashly at this moment. But Xiao Hui didn't understand what Wang Jie meant. She just felt that her sister, whom she had just met, was bullied. It had nothing to do with her before, and she didn't dare to intervene, but it was different now. Xiao Hui quickly got up from the ground and rushed over, grabbing Zhao Hu's arm and biting it hard. "Ah!" Zhao Hu didn't pay attention for a moment, and his arm was bitten. He let go of Wang Yu, and with his other hand, he grabbed the girl's hair and pulled it hard to one side, but it didn't work at all. She was still bitten to death. Then Zhao Hu got angry, and picked up a fist-sized stone on the ground, and smashed it hard on the back of her head. "No!" Wang Yu fell to the ground. As soon as he reacted, he saw Zhao Hu hitting Xiao Hui's head with a stone. He shouted anxiously. Bang, bang, a few muffled groans sounded. Xiao Hui's back of the head collapsed. Blood flowed down her hair. Her eyes widened. She no longer held Zhao Hu's arm with both hands and fell straight down. Wang Yu shouted like crazy, then pulled out the homemade dagger from his chest, stepped forward quickly, and subconsciously stabbed it into Zhao Hu's throat. Zhao Hu was in disbelief, holding the knife on his throat tightly with both hands. Then he looked at the blood on his hands, and the next second he collapsed to the ground, feeling his body functions disappearing rapidly. He couldn't believe that his wife, who used to let him beat and scold her, dared to kill him. As Zhao Hu fell, Wang Yu quickly helped Xiao Hui up. At this time, she was panting heavily, her chest was heaving, and blood was pouring out of the corners of her mouth. Wang Yu cried and tried to cover the wound on her head, but there was no way, and the blood soon covered the nearby ground. Xiao Hui's eyes were blurry. She tried her best to see the sister she just recognized. She touched her cheek with her left hand and said weakly, "I don't regret it. Even if it happens again, I will still rush up to save you." After saying that, Xiao Hui suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, staining Wang Yu's body red. She reached out to wipe it clean, but couldn't. She could only whisper, "I'm sorry I stained you. You have to insist on living and show me the world after the snow disappears." After saying the last word, Xiao Hui smiled, then dropped her left hand, and fell into Wang Yu's arms, losing her breath. Because of her kindness, she didn't eat the food contaminated by zombies, because Wang Yu went to wash clothes for others. Because of a little kindness, she chose to take care of people first, and didn't drink the water source affected by zombies. These two actions led to her survival. But later she was accepted by Wang Yu, and in order to save her sister who she had just met for a few minutes, she chose to desperately go up and lend a hand. In the end, she was killed by the bad guys because of her kindness, but Xiao Hui never regretted it until the moment of death. She also hated herself for eating her own kind, but maybe it was a relief to be like this now. Qin Yu lay on the cave, watching this scene, punched the ground next to him, and then shouted, "Action! Why wait until dark?" Alei had been waiting for a long time, and when he got the order, he immediately slid down the snow, quickly kicked the cave entrance open, killed the two people at the cave entrance cleanly, and rushed inside with a dozen resin balls. Chapter 203. After entering the cave, the field of vision became visibly darker. Ari closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and then opened them again. His eyes had adapted to the darkness in the cave, and he quickly ran inside. At present, the people in the cave were almost exhausted, and a few of them had a high fever. They didn't notice that outsiders had come in. The two of them acted separately. They had discussed it. Ari rushed in from the front entrance, and then threw burning resin fireballs at the group of people, forcing them to leave through the secret passage. As for Chinyu, he was guarding the exit of the secret passage. There were a lot of zombies' hands and feet piled up nearby. He had opened the exit completely, and was waiting for those people to come out. Once footsteps were heard, Chinyu would immediately ignite the pile of zombies. After burning, a lot of toxic odors would be produced. Although it was not fatal to people, it would make their heads feel dizzy. A few minutes later, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard near the exit of the secret passage. Chinyu immediately used a lighter to ignite it. He tried several times but failed. After a closer look, he found that there was not much gas left. He quickly turned it upside down to make some of it flow backwards, and then Chinyu pressed it again, and finally flames came out. After a few seconds, the people inside were almost driven out. Chinyu had no choice but to take out his pistol and fire 2 shots inside. 2 bangs sounded, and the people inside were frightened. The monkey running in front turned back and shouted, "Quick, back, there is an ambush here." The bullets hit the stone wall and flew around. A stray bullet hit a man's calf. He screamed and fell to the ground, begging the people around him to help him. The monkey just glanced at him and ran away without looking back. While running, he also grabbed other people around him and tried to use them to block bullets. Chinyu was standing at the entrance of the secret passage and happened to see the scene. He sneered and shouted, "See how fast you run." After saying that, he picked up a large fan made of branches next to him, stepped back a few steps, and waved it vigorously inside. As the black smoke drifted in, the people inside began to cough violently, waving their hands desperately in front of their chests. Ali had already started a fight with the enemy, and the people inside were guarding the position where the weapons were placed. As soon as the fire started, the group of people started to fight back. Because they were still feeling sick and their physical strength was weak, they fought fiercely but didn't hit the person hiding in the corner. Instead, 2 of their own people died inexplicably because of stray bullets. Huyi was shaking and weak, and he couldn't hold the gun steadily. He fired a shot at the person in the dark and turned back to shout, "Don't fucking shoot, you kill me soon. Hurry up." Those who were not sick, suppressed them with machine guns, and the others retreated to the secret passage. As soon as he finished speaking, Huyi's stomach suddenly growled, and his face changed drastically. No way, it's starting again now. He turned his head, and saw that the road leading to the manure pit was at the intersection of firepower. If he rushed out at this time, he would definitely be shot to pieces. He gritted his teeth and directly defecated in his pants. The other men smelled a foul odor, and then saw the yellow liquid left on their boss's ankles. They couldn't help but blush and dared not laugh at all. Some even pinched their arms red with their hands to force themselves to hold back. Ar continued to light the last ball of rosin, desperately throwing it in front of the group of people, and then waited in place, shooting one by one. There were not many bullets left. Ar looked and saw that there were still 6 bullets left. At this time, there were about 30 people in the cave. The number difference was too large. Since they were in a lower position, even if there were only 2 people, they were shot and fled everywhere. "Stop, stop!" Huyi hadn't heard the gunfire from the opposite side for a while. He thought of something, turned his head and shouted, "The people outside should not have many weapons. They want to suffocate us with smoke. Damn it!" Huyi was so anxious that he turned around in circles. He raised his head and shouted, "What about the secret passage? How is it over there?" A woman with a wounded arm, holding a dagger in her hand, answered with a hint of tears in her voice, "The monkeys have also been driven back. We are blocked. We are dead." Bang! The gun went off, and the woman widened her eyes, looking at Huyi's cold eyes, and the muzzle of the gun pointing at her, and fell straight down. Huyi's face was ashen, and he shouted, "Whoever dares to talk nonsense again, I will send you away now." Then he glanced at the people around him and continued to shout, "Where is the old cat? Where the hell did the old cat go?" A man whispered back, "The old cat is out looking for survivors. You said you needed to get more food to survive the winter." Who thought for a moment, then continued to fire a shot in the direction of Alay. "Everyone, now shoot and turn every few seconds to help cover the old cat. He should be back soon. When he comes back, we will be saved." The old cat that who mentioned was the 2-meter tall and nearly 200-pound sturdy man a few days ago. Unlike ordinary people, this man is not only strong, but also more cautious. Although Chinyu and Alay were guarding the entrance of the cave and even went to eat separately, the old cat left directly through the secret passage. At that time, they had not caught Wang Yu yet and had no idea that someone had left the cave. When Wang Yu asked for information later, he only mentioned that there was a man who was very strong and very powerful, but he didn't know where he went. But at that time, they subconsciously thought that the weather was so cold and the group of people inside had captured many survivors, so there should be no one outside. REI was hiding in the corner of the cave entrance at the moment, fighting with those people, and didn't notice that a man appeared a few meters behind him. The old cat was carrying a man's body on his shoulder, with a wooden stick stuck in his temple. He had been dead for a long time. He gently put the body down and slowly touched his waist, then he remembered that the shotgun was left in the cave. At present, he only had an arm-length dagger on him. Gently pulling out the knife and holding it in his hand, the old cat bent over, holding the body in his left hand to block in front of him, and walked forward carefully. Suddenly, there was a strange noise under his feet, like a stick being stepped on and broken. Fortunately, due to his professional sensitivity, Alay often scattered sticks around when performing tasks, for the purpose of warning. If it was daytime, he would also throw a layer of leaves on it. When Alay heard the noise, he quickly pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet hit the chest of the corpse. The next second, Lao Mao shouted and threw the man's body over. Chapter 204. Alai put his hands across his chest and was knocked back. He almost stepped on the edge and fell into the cave. The fire in the cave was causing more and more smoke. Fortunately, Alai was wearing a mask, so the impact was not great. He twisted his shoulders slightly and glanced at the pistol that fell on the ground. The distance was only about 2 meters, but he was closer to the other party. The old cat narrowed his eyes and stared at him, whispering, "You are not ordinary, your aura is very extraordinary." Alai twisted his neck and stretched out his hand to hook his finger at him. The old cat was furious, took a step forward, and rushed over quickly. Although he looked fat, he burst out with an extremely rare speed. He came to REI in an instant, and then he bent down and prepared to pick up the pistol. REI's eyes condensed, and the dagger flew out of his hand, aiming at the position of the pistol. As long as he picked up the gun, he would be stabbed, and the knife would kill zombies, and as long as it cut, it would be infected. The old cat did not dare to be careless. Although he got the gun first, it was equivalent to having confidence, but it was dark here, and he was not sure that he could hit the opponent's vital point directly. If the blade had a virus, then he had to cut his hand off immediately. After just a moment of thinking, the old cat rolled to the side and fell beside the pistol. With his other hand, he picked up a stone and threw it at REI. Just when REI threw away the knife, he rushed over at such a fast speed that even before the others in the cave could see clearly, he had already rushed in front of the old cat and raised his knee to knock it on the face. A man picked up an old-fashioned hunting rifle, loaded it with bullets, and prepared to shoot. Fortunately, Mr. Hu saw this scene and turned around and slapped him in the face. "Did you eat meat and make your brain stupid? The bullets in your gun are scattered. If you shoot, won't Lao Mao be killed by you? Get out of the way, you bastard." After shouting, Hu took out his pistol, held it with both hands, and tried to aim, but at present, the two of them were fighting together, and he was not sure that he could hit the other one. If Lao Mao was injured, then the group of devils under his command would be out of control and might turn against him directly. For this group of people, Lao Mao was the most ruthless one. They even witnessed it with their own eyes. A man was skinned alive because he offended Lao Mao for trivial matters, but he didn't die. Lao Mao chopped off his legs, bandaged the wound, and then roasted the meat and fed it to the man. In the end, the man couldn't stand the pain of being skinned and eating his own flesh, so he bit his wrist blood vessels in the middle of the night and bled to death. At this time, Alay had fought with Lao Mao for no less than 10 rounds. Both of them held daggers in their hands, and cracks appeared near the blades. This was because their strength was simply terrifying. One person attacked, the other blocked, and it actually hurt the blade. Lao Mao just gritted his teeth and punched the man opposite, and was shocked. The man opposite had his face covered, but his eyes, like an eagle, stared at all his movements, and every attack was resolved by the other. Even his strength was comparable to his. You know, Lao Mao was much taller than the man opposite, and his weight was different. But the power of the punch was the same, which was enough to show that the man opposite was definitely not an ordinary person. The old cat moved his knuckles slightly. He still felt numb from the punch he had just thrown, but the man was fine. "Come again!" the old cat shouted, tensed his muscles, and rushed out with both legs. Alay raised his mouth slightly, and threw the knife out again. The next second, he disappeared instantly, and his speed was almost as fast as the knife in the air. He kicked the ground, then stepped on the stone next to him with his left foot, and his body flew into the air, flipped his upper body downward, and smashed his right foot straight at the old cat. Seeing the flying knife thrown by the opponent, the old cat had no choice but to throw out his dagger to knock the opponent's knife away. Then he felt the wind coming from his head, and his face became completely serious. He shouted loudly, crossed his hands to block above, and planned to take the opportunity to grab the legs of the man opposite and push him down the cave. Unfortunately, the phenomenon is beautiful, but the reality is very cruel. The moment he touched the opponent's leg bone, the old cat's face changed drastically, and veins on his forehead bulged. Ali's full-strength attack knocked the old cat to his knees, and even the opponent's arm was visibly bleeding. Although this move has a terrifying attack power, at the same time, the person is full of flaws when he lands, and is very easy to be attacked by surprise. Lao Mao endured the pain and hugged the man opposite him, and the two began to roll into the cave. There were gravels all along the road, and the two were injured to varying degrees. This section of the road was a slope, and it was not easy to fall down. Hui watched the two people separate and shouted quickly, "Quick, shoot that man." Just as he raised the pistol, a fist-sized stone hit the side and hit the gun body. Although he pulled the trigger, the bullet was off target. Then Alay quickly climbed up and hid behind other rocks in the cave. Hui was furious and turned his head to look at the woman next to him, who weighed only about 60 kilograms, who was looking at him with a determined face. Hui shouted angrily, "Fuck, you traitor, hold her down." Seeing this, Wang Yu ran away and began to circle around the cave with these people. Fortunately, Qin Yu covered the opening above the cave before taking action, so that the view in the cave became darker. After several attempts, 5 or 6 men could not catch Wang Yu. At this time, the smoke in the cave was getting more and more, and as the fire grew, the air inside became less and less. Hui looked at his pile of meat being burned into charcoal, and he almost couldn't breathe. He turned his head and yelled, "Where is the machine gunner? Shoot quickly." The man holding the machine gun was hesitant at this moment. "Our people are also chasing that woman, and shooting will cause accidental injuries." Before he finished speaking, Hui rushed in front of him and kicked him, snatching the machine gun away. "A few trash are worthy of being my people." After pulling the trigger, the machine gun fired a line of fire and swept into the cave. The 3 men were unable to dodge, and were directly cut into pieces by the machine gun. Wang Yu rolled and crawled on the ground, and the bullets were flying at high speed behind her. It seemed that they were about to catch up with her. Suddenly Xiao Hui, who had turned into a zombie, came over. Its eyes were cloudy, and its 2 hands desperately reached forward, but due to the angle, it just blocked between Hui and Wang Yu. It seemed that there was something pulling it in the dark. After Xiao Hui became a zombie, she also used her body to block the dozen bullets. Chapter 205. Wang Yu looked at the familiar zombie in front of her. Even though only the upper half of the body was left, it was still lying on the ground with its hands stretched forward. She hid behind a rock, gritted her teeth, and did not choose to kill it, but ran away directly. She wanted to take advantage of the fact that the group of people did not communicate in time, and quickly go to the secret passage. Of the 2 groups, only a few people from Hui knew that she had betrayed them. At that time, they were also trying to save that man, and were almost ambushed. Due to the death of Xiao Hu and Xiao Hui, and the fact that several people in the cave became corpses due to stray bullets, they soon began to turn into zombies. They began to attack those who were sick and inconvenient to move. At this time, Luo woke up. He struggled to prop up his body, and sat on the ground. His head was very dizzy, the back of his head was very painful, and his eyes were not very clear. Xiao Hu limped and dragged his body, slowly walking towards him. Luo was stunned for a moment and said, "Dad, why are you walking like this?" Wang Yu was almost hiding in the secret passage. She heard the voice, and turned back to see Xiao Hu, who had transformed into a corpse, walking towards Luo. Looking at the familiar yet very unfamiliar child, and then at the zombie Xiao Hui, who was still not completely dead on the ground, Wang Yu suddenly slapped herself, and then left the cave directly. Just after taking a few steps, she heard screams from behind. Her heart trembled suddenly, and she shed the last few tears, and continued to walk towards the secret passage. As he walked, Wang Yu said to himself, "That's not my child." After the zombies appeared, my child was gone. Gone. When they came to the secret passage, it was only about 1 person tall, and at most 3 people could walk side by side at the same time. At this time, the dozen people all stood against the wall, and did not dare to move forward. Wang Yu walked over with his head down, not noticing the person in front of him, and bumped into him directly. The woman who was bumped turned around and pushed her to the ground, shouting with a dark face, "Are you blind? How dare you hit me?" After saying that, she wanted to go up and kick her a few times, but Wang Yu suddenly woke up, grabbed the woman's feet in front of her and pulled them down, then pressed her to the ground with his body, and dug his thumb into her eyes. "Ah!" The woman screamed in pain, and everyone else in the dark passage was stunned. If they remembered correctly, the woman in front of them, who was obviously powerless, had an extremely fierce expression on her face. Unfortunately, Wang Yu herself was weak and light, and she was kicked away by the woman on the ground after just one encounter. If she had more strength, she could have dug out the other person's eyeball on the spot, but unfortunately, with her strength, she only made the other person's eyeball red and swollen. A group of people were about to go up and beat Wang Yu, and Monkey quickly yelled, "Push her over, damn it! Let her go to the front and take the lead." As several fists fell, Wang Yu had scars of varying degrees on her body, and was pushed towards the exit of the secret passage. When passing Monkey, she turned her head and smiled unconsciously. Then she faced the cave entrance and stepped out. Monkey looked uneasy. "Fuck, how can this woman still laugh? There are guns outside." More than a minute later, there was still no movement at the entrance of the secret passage, except for the smoke that kept floating in, but there was no gunfire. Then several people came running over, the ones who followed Master Hu. One of them ran over and shouted anxiously, "Where is that woman just now? She is a traitor, in cahoots with the people outside." "Ah?" Everyone in the secret passage was stunned, and a long-haired woman said weakly, "They just pushed her out of the secret passage." Outside the secret passage, when Qin Yu saw Wang Yu appear with her head down, he stopped fanning her, waited for her to approach, and quickly pulled her out. Wang Yu coughed violently several times, and her head began to feel dizzy, and her eyes were a little unclear. She covered her mouth and asked, "What is this?" Qin Yu took out some water, laid her on the ground, facing up, and then poured some water into her nose and mouth. Cough, cough. Wang Yu coughed violently, and then became a little more sober. Qin Yu explained seriously, "This is the smoke from burning zombie limbs. It should be very harmful to people. It may be solved by washing with water, but I can't say for sure. You'd better be mentally prepared." Wang Yu looked up and whispered, "It's okay, I don't blame you. Even if I die, I am satisfied with so many people taking my place." Suddenly, Qin Yu heard footsteps behind him again. He pulled out his pistol and continued to fire into the cave, scaring those people away. Then he hurriedly asked, "Do you want to wait for your child to come out? I want to lure the zombies here now." Hearing this, Wang Yu's eyes trembled, and then murmured, "My child died a long time ago." After getting the answer, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and handed her the pistol, and then quickly said, "You stay here, shoot inside when you hear footsteps, and try your best to fan the smoke inside, otherwise it will float out and everyone will be left here. I will go to lure the zombies." Wang Yu grabbed Qin Yu, who was about to leave. I don't know how to use a gun. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run, right?" Qin Yu turned around and whispered, "Point the muzzle inward, hold it with both hands, and pull the trigger. It's that simple. It's best if you can hit someone, but it doesn't matter if you can't." Qin Yu finished speaking quickly, and without caring whether she understood or not, he hurriedly ran into the depths of the forest, where there were more than a dozen zombies trapped by wood. In front, Qin Yu saw Wang Yu draw a knife and kill her ex-husband who abused her. In addition, the gunshots had already started, and it would be more convenient to have more people, so he left the pistol to this woman. But there was another reason. He noticed that there were no calluses on Wang Yu's palms. She probably had never used a gun. Even if she pointed a gun at him, Qin Yu was confident that he could dodge it. After running for more than 100 meters, Qin Yu came to a fenced area. 3 pieces of wood were tied horizontally to a tree to form a triangle. Above a corner, a long-dead squirrel was hanging. A bunch of zombies below raised their hands and tried to grab it. Qin Yu hugged the tree trunk with both hands, kicked it with his feet, climbed the mountain quickly to take down the squirrel, and then cut the rope that tied the wood with a knife. The zombies immediately walked out slowly. Qin Yu slowly led them to the entrance of the secret passage, keeping the distance at about 3 meters. When he returned to the previous position, Wang Yu didn't bother to fan the smoke, holding the gun with both hands, staring at the inside with a serious face. Thick black smoke began to float out around, and Qin Yu pinched his nose with one hand, walked over quickly and growled, "Let's go, let's retreat quickly." Chapter 206. One hand dragged Wang Yu up, then pushed her to the side. Then Qin Yu knelt on one knee, took out a dagger and quickly cut the squirrel in half, then ran to the entrance of the secret passage. The thick smoke at this time made it unable to open its eyes, but the zombies were not affected and walked straight towards Qin Yu. They seemed to be extremely sensitive to the smell of blood, but could not sense other smells. Qin Yu threw half of the squirrel at the entrance of the cave, and then threw the other half into the cave, and then ran to the side. Fortunately, the attention of these zombies was attracted by the piece of meat. Only 2 zombies turned their heads to look at Qin Yu. Just when they wanted to chase him, they were pushed forward by the zombies behind them. Soon, more than a dozen zombies lay at the entrance of the cave, swarmed over and grabbed the half of the meat in their hands. In a few seconds, it was torn apart. Then another zombie twisted his neck and walked straight inside. Inside the secret passage, Monkey became more and more anxious. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on any longer. His physical discomfort became more and more serious. All the medicines they had seized recently were stored outside, because the cave was humid and smelled a lot, which was not suitable for storing medicines. Instead, he dug a big hole outside, put waterproof plastic sheet inside, and buried the medicine. Just as he was anxiously thinking of a solution, he suddenly saw an object flying in. He looked carefully, and it looked like an animal corpse. The monkey walked up to pick it up and smelled it. Suddenly he thought of something, his face changed slightly, and he shouted, "Oh no, it's a zombie!" After saying that, he picked up the half of the meat and threw it towards the exit, and it happened to hit a zombie on the head. The zombie walking in front reached out and took a bite of the squirrel meat, then put it in his mouth and took a bite, then looked at the dozen living people in the cave and actually began to roar. The next second, the zombies ignored the meat on the ground and walked directly into the cave. Soon, the people inside were scared and ran around. People were eaten everywhere, even the survivors were no exception. Their hands and feet were tied, and they were surrounded by zombies alive. Qin Yu took Wang Yu to hide in a haystack outside the cave, watching the endless stream of zombies entering and waiting patiently. Wang Yu had spent a lot of energy today, and the whole person was a little exhausted. She couldn't speak. She leaned against the snow pile, and the body heat melted the snow, and then stuck to her back, and soon she began to shiver. Qin Yu looked back at him, frowned and said, "Your blood sugar is too low. I don't have any sweets or anything like that. We still have to clean up the mess next. Can you hold it in?" Wang Yu's lips were already bloodless. She smiled weakly. "I can still hold on, but I'm curious. The zombies have entered. What mess do you still have to clean up?" Qin Yu touched her forehead with the back of his hand. His expression became solemn. "You're starting to have a fever. Now it's different from before. A small cold can kill you. So, I make you a fire first. Remember, don't walk around." Then Qin Yu used a knife to cut open his down jacket and took out some cotton. The clothes were extremely dirty at the moment, so there was no way to wash them, so he didn't feel bad about it. All the rosin balls were used up, and there was nothing left on his body. With the cotton, the fire quickly started. Qin Yu moved a few dead zombies and placed them around, using the smell to drive away other zombies. Fortunately, it was winter, and their bodies were frozen and hard, making them easy to drag. If it was summer, they would be full of maggots when they were dragged. It took only 2 minutes to finish all this. Qin Yu looked at her and said quickly, "Your group of people are trapped now, so you have to strike while the iron is hot and eliminate them. Block them all inside, otherwise, by the time they react, I don't know how many people will die." Wang Yu bent his body slightly, roasted the fire in front of him and said, "I am not one of them." Qin Yu waved his hand casually. "Of course, from now on, I am not." Wang Yu hummed and returned the pistol to him. Qin Yu pulled out the magazine and took a look. There were no bullets left. He put it back into his waist and started running towards the secret passage. There were about dozens of zombies entering. He didn't count them, but it should be enough. He quickly kicked the last one into the hole. Qin Yu took the pile of leaves and threw them in. The fire was out. At this time, the surroundings were in a mess. The leaves were not enough. Qin Yu picked up large and small stones on the ground and threw them in. He rolled some snow on the ground with his hands. After a while, he blocked the hole. The purpose is not to prevent those people from rushing out. This pile of things can only defend against zombies. For living people, they can be torn apart in a few strokes. Then Qin Yu quickly ran to the entrance and joined a lay. As the zombies entered, the ending inside the cave was completely rewritten. Although this group of people have survived in the wild for a long time, they are also very troubled by this kind of beast, especially since it is very dark inside, and it is difficult to hit the zombie's head with one shot. At this time, Alay was hiding in the middle of a pile of corpses, surrounded by several people he had killed, 2 of which had their heads damaged and were placed 1 meter away from him. There was a corpse in front of Arai, which he had left behind on purpose, and it had just begun to mutate. Until it completely became a zombie, Arai smashed its face to pieces, and both of its hands were broken by him. Arai grabbed the collar of the zombie from behind, making it face forward, and then hid there motionless. The old cat was surrounded by more than a dozen zombies at this moment. He held stones in each hand, and named the zombies in front of him one by one. Although he could not see clearly, he killed several of them from top to bottom. But there were more and more zombies, and soon the old cat was forced into a corner with nowhere to retreat. Alai took the opportunity to pull out the pistol on his body. At this time, there was only 1 round left, but it was enough. Holding his breath, he aimed at the head of the man who had just fought with him for a long time, and was about to shoot, when suddenly Alai thought of a better way. The muzzle of the gun was pointed down, directly at the knee, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The old cat screamed in pain, covered his right leg, and fell to the ground. The next second, a zombie pounced on him from the left and bit his arm fiercely. The moment the gunshot sounded, all the zombies around noticed it, and walked straight towards this side. Alai put the gun in his pocket, continued to support the zombie, and ran quickly to the cave entrance. The old cat knocked the zombie on the left to death, then carried its corpse, and rushed out of the crowd, climbing up the slope. Looking at the wound on his hand, the old cat gritted his teeth, placed his hand horizontally between 2 stones, and then picked up another one from the ground and smashed it down on his elbow. The severe pain almost made him faint. Chapter 207. The old cat leaned against the stone wall, his head full of sweat, which flowed from his forehead into his eyes. He felt a little bit unable to open his eyes. But the roar of the zombies under his feet, and the severe pain in his elbows still kept him awake. Suddenly, a strange man's voice came to his ears. "TSK, so much blood, let me bandage it for you." The man smiled, put his hand on his shoulder, held a dagger in his hand, and gently stabbed it into his neck, directly piercing his throat. The old cat fell down, and fell into the zombies below. In a few seconds, it was torn into pieces. Chinyu stood above, looking at the dying old cat with an indifferent expression, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. If the cave was not dark, and the zombies poured in, if they really had to fight outside, Chinyu and Alay would never have killed the old cat so easily. Alay and the old cat had fought in the cave for most of the day, but he was only injured. To deal with such a large person, even Alay would take some time to kill him when he was close. In the past, when carrying out various assassination missions, R was best at creating accidents, using guns and explosives to complete them. Bringing in zombies was the last method used by the two. Although these things would attack everyone, they also had the advantage that they could not tell who was an enemy or a friend. They were all food anyway. As the old cat fell, Chinyu and R left the cave, and they used the old method again to seal the cave entrance. They waited for the zombies inside to carry out the final siege, and a few hours later, they sneaked in to search for weapons. A few dozen meters outside the cave, a shed has been built around the fire, with branches piled on 3 sides and a roof on top to block the snow. At this time, the sky has become much darker. There are several zombies near the camp with their chests pierced and stuck in the snow to prevent other zombies from approaching. Chinyu sat by the fire, warming himself and breathing heavily, saying, "It should be almost time. Most of the people inside will be bitten to death by the zombies. Let's go in and kill them all to avoid letting some people survive. After all, they have eaten human flesh, so if they kill their companions and survive on their flesh, there is a chance that they will survive. We have to go and get some help." Alai nodded, indicating that he was ready. Before leaving, Chinyu took a look at the wounds on Wang Yu's hands. It was too shocking. All the nails fell off, and coupled with the influence of the surrounding environment, the wounds were exposed like this, which might cause infection. "I will bandage you with cotton. Try not to move your hands again. Can you do it?" Chinyu frowned at her and said softly. Wang Yu had already developed a high fever and could not speak, so he could only nod his head gently. Seeing this, Chinyu turned his head and said to Alay, "Let's try to finish this matter before 12 o'clock in the evening, take our medicine and weapons and retreat." Alay nodded, took a knife, and went outside to get the zombies' internal organs. A few minutes later, the two were covered with zombie meat, and their faces were smeared with mud. If you don't look closely, you can't tell that they are alive. Continue to sneak into the cave. As soon as he entered, Chinyu felt that it became very quiet, and suddenly became more cautious. If the zombies did not move, it would mean 2 things. First, there were no living people inside, and the zombies had no target and started to wander around. Second, and that was the point that Xinyu was unwilling to face, the people inside also smeared zombie meat on their bodies and mixed in with the zombies. When he was about to slide down the pile of corpses, Xinyu leaned close to Lei's ear and said in a low voice, "Pay attention to some people's eyes." Then the two of them joined the pile of corpses from different positions and followed the zombies, slowly moving behind the door curtains. When he came to a door curtain on the left, Xinyu suddenly smelled a very strong smell of blood on the ground, so he stopped going up and moved around. Behind the door curtain, a woman holding an iron fork and with several zombie corpses piled in front of her breathed a sigh of relief. She heard the zombies outside leave. More than a minute later, the door curtain was suddenly pushed open, and a zombie walked in while twisting its head backwards, as if blaming the people behind it for pushing it. The next second, an iron fork pierced the zombie's eyeball, killing it on the spot. Just as the woman breathed a sigh of relief and took a bite of the clean human meat beside her, the man inside suddenly pointed behind her in panic. It moved. The woman heard the voice and just turned around. Her mouth was suddenly covered. A man with fierce eyes pushed her back a few steps. Just a glance, the dagger cut through her trachea, and she just heard the sound of air being released from her throat. Then Xinyu swung the knife and stabbed it into the woman's temple, and rushed in again. More than half a minute later, Xinyu came out covered in blood, with some zombie viscera on his body. The people inside were not killed directly, but he cut their tendons and left them there to die. At that moment, he wanted to kill them directly, but an oil lamp was lit inside, which happened to allow him to see a piece of meat clearly. There was a rose tattoo on it. If Xinyu remembered correctly, this person was also a woman in the community, about 30 years old. She lived next door to Xinyu's house. When he stayed overnight on the first night, the neighbors came to his house and gave him a few candles so that he could see at night. The tattoo was just below her neck, very obvious. At that time, Xinyu was just very grateful to the neighbor and didn't pay much attention to it. He only remembered that she liked to cover her mouth and laugh, and she also joked whether Li Yao was his girlfriend. Xinyu stood quietly in front of the piece of meat, feeling very uncomfortable. This damn end of the world, zombies eat people, and living people eat people. Then Xinyu changed his mind. He wanted these people to watch themselves being eaten by zombies. He cut down the curtain, and the zombie corpses piled at the door were moved away. With the screams of several people inside, more zombies walked in. Soon, the screams resounded throughout the cave. It took Xinyu and Lei about an hour to check the living people in the cave. Mr. who had been eaten by zombies long ago. There was a pistol on the ground in the blood. Xinyu picked it up and took a look. Although it was messed up by the blood, he could feel its extraordinary power just by holding it in his hand. It was the Desert Eagle. Even Xinyu, who was very unfamiliar with firearms, could recognize this famous pistol directly. It was very powerful, but at the same time, the recoil was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Chapter 208. With Xinyu's physical fitness, at least he can use both hands to suppress the recoil of this gun, which is not very suitable for him. However, Xinyu thought of a person who should be very suitable. He smiled lightly, squatted down and cut the zombie's clothes from the ground to wrap the pistol, intending to take it back and clean it well. Soon Lei came over, holding a large machine gun in his hand and a shotgun under his armpit. The same thing is that neither of them found any medicine. According to Xinyu's understanding, Chinese medicine in the end times is often equal to guns, and both are very important. In the next few minutes, Xinyu killed a man who was mixed in with the zombies. Like them, he also smeared the internal organs on his body. But as the bloody smell in the cave became more and more, the zombies began to become active. Xinyu and Lei had no choice but to withdraw from the cave first, and could not search any further. The two walked towards the temporary camp with serious faces. Along the way, Xinyu whispered, "It's unlikely that there is no medicine at all. One thing I'm curious about is, where did Xiaowan and his group go? It's impossible to hide outside with the medicine, right?" Soon the two returned to the fire. Xinyu scraped the zombie meat off his body with a piece of wood, then sat down and asked, "Did you not bring the medicine back to the cave?" Wang Yu answered in a low voice, "I don't know, but it seems that there is a place 1 kilometer away from here that is their temporary resting place." Xinyu got the answer, verified what he thought in his heart, and said, "Where is it?" Wang Yu raised his hand weakly and pointed in a direction. Xinyu frowned slightly. "It's the same direction as our route back, so we can just stop by and take a look, rest for half an hour, and then move together." After saying that, he looked at Wang Yu and said quickly, "For the next section of the road, don't pursue speed, just walk back. You can only hold on. If you can make it, you can live, otherwise you can only die on the road. If we find those things, we have to move medicine and prevent zombie attacks, so we won't have much attention to you. Wang Yu nodded and said, I understand, you can do whatever you want. If I can't make it, it means that this is my fate. Qin Yu hummed and looked back at Lei, who was carefully checking the machine gun with the firelight. Seeing this, Qin Yu chuckled and asked, Do you know this gun? To be honest, I think it looks pretty cool. Lei was playing with the big guy in his hand, and he was a little excited. He said again, This gun is a Nejaf light machine gun. I really don't know how they got it. Qin Yu took it and looked at it for a few times, and said, Maybe it's because the order collapsed, and many things were brought in with the zombies. Maybe some people collect them. There are always some people who have too much money, and have nowhere to spend it. R continued, This gun can hold 150 rounds, and can fire 650 rounds per minute. Another advantage is that it can also be used with rifle bullets. 5.56 will do. Hearing this, Qin Yu touched the gun and said with regret, It's a pity that there are not many rifle bullets left. No problem. R whispered, Sometimes this kind of weapon does not have to be fired. Putting it in front of others is enough to scare them away from acting rashly. Qin Yu chuckled and handed him the gun. As for the shotgun next to him, the bullets were also used up, and it was not easy to find, but it was also a good idea to keep it in case of emergency. What if it was found in the future? Soon, everyone took a short break and started to move at night. They did not dare to walk in the woods, and moved along the road. Fortunately, the moon was almost the same as the light now, and if you look carefully, you can see it roughly without falling. The three of them walked very slowly due to the interference of snow. Qin Yu cut a wooden stick for Wang Yu to lean on to make it easier. 10 minutes later, Wang Yu led them to a small house in the woods. As soon as he approached, Qin Yu smelled a different smell, and he immediately said, Be careful, there's a smell of gunpowder here, there must have been a gunfight. As he approached, the bodies of 4 men appeared in front of him. Just seeing this scene, Qin Yu felt a little horrified. Because their death was very strange, the body on the far left had 2 fingers inserted in the eyeball. A closer look revealed that the body was missing 2 fingers on its left hand. The remaining few bodies had some missing limbs, but the same thing was that they were all stuck in their stomachs. Having been dead for a long time, these people were now in the state of zombies, with a rope tied to the tree around their necks, unable to move too far, and could only circle around. Suddenly, Wang Yu next to him whispered, Look, is that medicine over there? Lei walked over, picked up a box scattered on the ground, looked at it carefully, turned around and nodded. Then Qin Yu walked over and pulled the snow apart, revealing 3 large backpacks. Seeing this, his expression became even more solemn, and he lowered his head in thought without saying anything. Lei saw this and said, What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Qin Yu pointed to the ground and then to the corpses, frowning and saying, There are still gunpowder residues here, which is enough to show that a battle took place. The strange thing is that these people have been dead for a long time, and even Xiao Wan was shot several times and died. Then what? Maybe it's just their enemy, just seeking revenge. Wang Yu asked doubtfully, leaning on the stick. Qin Yu shook his head. If it was revenge, they would never die so easily, and the food on them is still there. Look, there are biscuits that were trampled on the ground. If it's not an enemy, then it must be a person. But if it was a person who attacked them, how could they not understand the importance of medicine? This box of medicine fell on the ground outside, and there were footprints on it, which is enough to show that it was stepped on by someone at the time, but for some reason, it did not attract the attention of those people. Qin Yu analyzed again. Lei walked around a few times, then picked up a few pistols and walked back, saying solemnly, Although these guns were left in place, the bullets were taken away, even the ones in the chambers were gone. Qin Yu glanced around and added, Not only that, all the shells on the ground are gone, could it be? Qin Yu suddenly turned his head to look at Lei, and said in shock, Those people can also make bullets? Lei also looked serious and solemn. Next, Qin Yu quickly made a plan with the 2 of them. They must not return to the community normally now, so as not to be followed. He found a box of cold medicine in his bag, and fed some to Wang Yu. Then, in order to be safer, the 3 of them began to make a big circle to rush to the community. Lei followed behind, and used the snow next to him to cover his footprints to cover his tracks. Chapter 209. Late at night, the cold wind around was mixed with fine snow, ruthlessly washing everyone's skin, trying to devour them. Qin Yu slung his backpack diagonally over his body, and crossed 2 bags of medicine. With every step, the snow would submerge halfway up his calf. He lowered his head, and slowly led the way. As for Alay, he held the machine gun, with a backpack firmly hanging on his arm, and was responsible for covering the footprints behind him as he walked. Compared to the people in front, who used branches to sweep, Alay's method was more professional. How long have we been walking? Chinyu walked to a raised rock, put his backpack on it, and asked Alay. I didn't see any movement along the way. Am I overthinking? Alay seemed not to feel tired. He held the machine gun carefully in his arms without bumping it. He glanced at the zombies in the forest and replied, It's good to be cautious. Now I don't know if they have found us. Chinyu nodded while listening, and suddenly asked in surprise, It seems that you don't cough in your throat when you talk for a long time recently? Alay touched his Adam's apple. Except that my voice cannot be restored to what it was before, it shouldn't be a problem to say a few simple words. Now his voice is still a little thick and hoarse. Although it is not easy to hear it at first, you can hear it clearly after getting used to it. However, Alay usually doesn't speak in front of outsiders. Chinyu smiled and said, Talk more, fight poison with poison, maybe you will get better. Go back and ask the doctor to give you some food that is good for your throat, and try not to cough again in the future. After saying that, Chinyu jumped off the rock and said again, Let's go, we have almost finished the detour, let's follow this route to see if we can get back. Alay held his arm. Wait a minute, I checked the location, you guys wait for me. Then Alay took off his things, chose a taller tree, and climbed up swiftly. He stood on the top of the tree, looked at the stars in the sky, and then looked at the surrounding mountains. Unfortunately, it was not yet bright, so he could only get a rough idea. After Ari slid down, Chinyu asked, How is it? Did you find it? Ari replied in a low voice, According to the Big Dipper positioning method, we are in the northeast of the community, and we just need to go southwest. After saying that, Ari stood still, turned his body slightly, and pointed his finger. After Chinyu understood, he scratched his head. This method was often taught by teachers when I was in school, but later on, there were maps everywhere, and there were also compasses in mobile phones, so I forgot this method. Wang Yu, who used to be a primary school teacher, has gotten much better after taking the medicine. She held the stick with both hands and said, Many people are like this. After leaving school, they return the knowledge to the teacher. In this situation, knowledge is even more precious. Chinyu looked at her and said with a smile, You are right. If it weren't for the fact that you are also a teacher, to be honest, even if you have never eaten people, we would not take you away. After all, more people means more chopsticks. Food is not in short supply now. Wang Yu lowered her head and whispered, I understand. I will use what I have learned over the years to help you. Chinyu is a little disapproving. Hey, you are a primary school Chinese teacher. You only need to teach the children in the community. We don't need it. Anyway, I don't know how many people died this time. Wang Yu listened to these words and stopped talking. She regretted telling her the address of the community at that time. After all, the man gave her half a bottle of water and wanted to win her over, but he turned around and sold her out. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little bad, Alay changed the topic and continued. In some remote places, there is often no signal, and electronic equipment is not very useful, so the only chance to ensure that you can survive is all engraved here. After saying that, R pointed at his head. Chinyu nodded. Teach me more when you have time. I always feel that this doomsday will not get better. It is likely to continue like this. R hummed and continued. There are many other ways, such as sun positioning, wooden stick shadow method, and positioning with a watch, etc. Wang Yu also added, There is another way. Put a piece of paper with the direction written on it in the water, then rub the magnet with an embroidery needle, and put it on the paper. It can also point out the direction. Chinyu listened carefully. Okay, I take note. The three of them took a short break, and continued on their way according to the direction found by Alay. After half a day, near noon, they finally saw the wall of the community, but strangely, they hardly saw the zombies inside. It's just that a lot of the walls collapsed, and they collapsed everywhere. A few meters away from the wall, someone blocked it with wire to prevent the zombies from entering. Alay led them around and finally crawled in from the secret passage. Although there were not many zombies in other directions, there were still some gathered at the door. Entering the community and standing under the wall, Chinyu looked at the blood and meat everywhere under his feet and felt extremely depressed. Such a good place was polluted like this. He pondered for a while, looked back at Wang Yu and said, As for your identity, it's best to hide it. Just say that you were just captured by that group of people, and we saved you by chance. Wang Yu hesitated for a moment. Why? I have never been here, no one should know me, and I have never attacked anyone. Chinyu patiently explained, Although you have never been here, don't you know what hatred means to overwhelm your reason? Sometimes following the wrong person will lead to different outcomes. To avoid unnecessary trouble, don't mention that again in the future. Wang Yu nodded and agreed. The three of them came to the backyard of a house, opened the door and walked in. It was very messy inside, with traces of zombies everywhere. Qin Yu found a relatively clean piece of cloth and threw it on the sofa. You two can rest here. I go see how the doctor is doing. After saying that, Qin Yu turned around and wanted to leave. Alei put down his gun and said, I go with you. You're tired after walking all night. If you encounter zombies, I have someone to take care of you. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. It's not a big problem. A few zombies can't threaten me. Then he continued to leave from the back door and walked towards the infirmary. A few minutes later, Qin Yu stood at the door of the infirmary, looking at the ground full of glass fragments and the messy room. His face became solemn. Chapter 210. Who are you looking for? A timid voice sounded behind Qin Yu. Hearing the other people talking, Qin Yu turned around and found that it was a child in the community. He had seen this group of children playing there before, and had a little impression of them. Where did the people here go? Are you talking about the doctor? Qin Yu hummed. The little girl looked at the man in front of her carefully, confirmed that she had seen him before, and then said, Follow me. After saying that, the girl entered the messy infirmary, mopped up a few sheets on the floor, held them in her arms, and then walked in one direction. They came to a house that was obviously much larger, and the two walked up the stairs. There were many zombie corpses in the corridor, and several men with white bandages on their hands were dragging them, trying to move them outside. There were also several women holding mops, cleaning the marks on the floor. After climbing to the third floor, the girl opened the door and walked in with Qin Yu. Doctor Sister, someone is looking for you. The girl shouted, then walked towards a place where a pot was set up while holding the bed sheet. Qin Yu stood at the door and looked at the scene here. There was a big pot set up under a tripod in the corner of the rooftop, which was about several dozen square meters in size. The two sides of the pot were hung with iron wires. Feng Yi held a piece of paper in her hand and squatted in front of the fire, fanning it vigorously. When the girl's voice sounded, almost everyone on the rooftop turned their heads to take a look, but most of them didn't recognize her, and only a few showed excited expressions. Feng Yi dropped the cardboard in her hand and walked over quickly. How is it? Is Alei okay? I heard from De Zhuang that he met you, and then you two went after the group of people again. Feng Yi threw several questions in a row, making Qin Yu a little unsure of which one to answer first. At this time, Lin Yi also came over, wiped the sweat on her head with the back of her hand, and said softly, Sister Feng, let him rest. Look at how haggard he is. Feng Yi suddenly realized and immediately said, Oh yes, I go downstairs to get some snow and boil water for you and Alei to wash. After saying that, Feng Yi quickly left the rooftop. Qin Yu continued to look at the girl in front of him, and said with a smile, You must be very hard-working. You are the only doctor in this community. Looking at your dark circles, I'm afraid you haven't rested for a long time. Then Qin Yu took another look at Lin Yi's clothes on her chest. The buttons on it were broken and pinned together, and even the sleeves were a little rotten. Looking at this, maybe she had encountered something. Thinking of this, Qin Yu stepped forward, touched her wet hair by her ear with his hand, and whispered, Sorry, I was delayed outside and couldn't get back in time. I heard from Alei that those people left, so I chased them. Lin Yi thought of what happened that day again, her eyes slightly reddened, and she looked at him and said, Sometimes I would rather be a man, so that at least I won't be targeted in the end of the world. Qin Yu wiped the sweat from her head and chuckled and said, It's not your fault, it's those beasts, who are wrong, but don't worry, they are all dead. Really? Although Lin Yi was very tired, she narrowed her eyes slightly, smiled slightly, and stared at him and asked. Of course, the dead can't die anymore. Qin Yu answered affirmatively. Lin Yi smiled and poked his forehead with her finger. I believe you, but you are too dirty, so I won't hug you for now. Ugh, you stink. Lin Yi pretended to be disgusted and fanned her nose with her hand. Then hug me later? Qin Yu joked. Lin Yi rolled her eyes at him and said nothing. Then Qin Yu laughed and opened his hands, which scared Lin Yi and made him step back a few steps. Stop it, I still have to bandage and change the dressing for some people, and I don't have time to wash my dirty body now. Lin Yi glared at him with a slightly red face, then walked towards the other direction of the roof. Qin Yu followed and asked in a low voice, How long have you not slept? 1 day and 1 night, 2 nights to be exact. The first night was full of zombies screaming downstairs, and I couldn't sleep at all. Lin Yi answered casually, then walked to a man with a bandage on his head and began to change his dressing. Chen Yu leaned close to her ear and was about to speak, but saw the man in front of him frowning and pinching his nose with his hand. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had no reaction at all. She didn't mind the stench of Chen Yu at all. Seeing the man's appearance, she said with a displeased face, "Let go of my hands. What are you doing like this? If you continue like this, change the medicine yourself." After saying that, she turned around and wanted to leave. Lin Yi knew that Chen Yu went out to find medicine. Although it was mainly for Xiaoning, most of it would end up being used by people in the community. She would never tolerate people inside disliking Chen Yu's stench, even if it was really stinky. The man quickly apologized, "Sorry, I'm not used to it. I've been traumatized by zombies lately." Chen Yu looked at him and smiled. "It's okay, I've already smeared some zombie meat on my body. It's normal for you to dislike it." Then Chen Yu took Lin Yi's hand and walked to the side, whispering in her ear, "We found 3 big bags of medicine. You go and sort them out and see which ones are useful, and give Xiaoning one first." Lin Yi hummed and agreed. Then Chen Yu looked at himself and said with a smile, "Okay, I should go clean up. My whole body is like stinky tofu." Seeing this, Lin Yi asked in a low voice, "You are not shocked, right? How about I hug you?" After saying that, she took 2 steps forward without hesitation. Instead, Chen Yu jumped back and waved his hand. "I am a big man. How can I be so fragile? Don't get zombie meat on you." After saying this, Chen Yu ran away. Lin Yi chuckled, "It sounds like that," and then later, she shook her head gently and continued to look at the wounded. Most of the people here were accidentally fell or hurt when they fled in panic some time ago. A few people were cut by the group of people with knives, and then their hands were chopped off in time. One died of pain, and the rest were very weak. At present, everyone in the community is busy cleaning, and even Feng Yi, the boss, has been busy all night. Following the stairs down, Chen Yu saw a shed where Feng Yi was boiling water. Chen Yu walked up and asked, "Isn't there a pot on the roof? Why do you need another one down there?" Feng Yi turned around and explained, "The water up there is used to disinfect the sheets and bandage wounds. It's clean water. The snow down there is enough for bathing after boiling." Chapter 211. Chen Yu said "Oh," and walked over to stand beside him. "What are you doing here?" Feng Yi looked back and was startled, urging him to leave quickly. "Go to the house on the left first. I call you when the water is ready." Chen Yu pondered for a while, and still chose to ask, "Why do you seem like a different person?" Feng Yi was squatting in front of the fire, and her hand holding the wood stopped, and then threw it in directly. She whispered, "You can do your part for the dead people in the community and avenge them. I am very grateful to you." Chen Yu glanced at her back. She was wearing a dirty white down jacket, and her hair was covered with ice. Although she was a community leader, she was now working hard for reconstruction like everyone else. Chen Yu stood there and thought for a while, then whispered, "What's the point of civilization without people? I am a human being, and I will not tolerate others eating people." After saying that, Chen Yu turned and left. Feng Yi squatted there, the heat from the flames reflected on her face, and the water droplets on her hair slowly began to fall down. Her heart was deeply touched, and she remembered those children who smiled and greeted her a few days ago, but now their bodies and heads were separated. After wiping her wet eyes with the back of her hand, Feng Yi continued to blow on the fire a few times to make the water burn faster. A few minutes later, Chen Yu and Alei took a shower in a temporary shed outside. A board was placed between them, and on top was a large bucket, with 2 arm-thick pipes connected to each. One end of the pipe was wrapped with a plastic bottle. There were 2 bottle caps in each bathroom. One was pierced with fine holes and replaced when flushing, and the other was intact and used to block the water. Since the water pressure was not high, this set of facilities was very convenient to use. The only disadvantage was that before taking a shower, you had to go to the second floor of the house next door and fill a bucket of water first. At this time, Feng Yi was sitting by the window, holding a ladle in her hand, adding hot water and cold water, serving them tirelessly. This was because they deserved it after avenging the deaths in the community. Soon Chen Yu finished washing, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and knee-length shorts, and walked to the next room. There was little shower gel, so he used a piece of soap of an unknown brand, but he didn't get any bubbles after rubbing for a long time. "Come over here and dry it. You can't use a hair dryer. Don't catch a cold." Feng Yi opened the window in the house, put an iron bucket on the ground, and started a fire inside. Chen Yu and Alei sat on the stool, put their hair close to the fire, and scratched it with their hands. Suddenly thinking of something, Chen Yu said to Feng Yi, who was about to leave, "If I can get a generator, can you make it work to the maximum effect?" Feng Yi was slightly startled and sat back. "Is it true? Are you kidding me?" Chinyu put his hair behind his back with his hand and said with a smile, "Of course it's true. You must not have seen all of our boxes." As he spoke, Chinyu picked up a pair of scissors and started cutting the hair at the back of his head. Lenny just walked in. She stood at the door and shouted to the inside, "Wait, I help you cut it." Then she went to the first floor to change clothes, walked behind Chinyu and took the scissors. Chinyu did not refuse, turned his head and looked at her and smiled. "Thank you." Fengyi curled her lips and said, "You have 2 boxes with grenades written inside, and they are nailed tightly with wooden boards. How can I read it?" Chinyu looked into her eyes and smiled. "Isn't it just for safety reasons?" "Is there really a grenade inside?" Fengyi asked. Before he could answer, Alei said, "No, I looked carefully. Although I don't know what's inside, the grenade won't get stuck in it with that kind of nailing." Fengyi was slightly surprised to hear Alei's long speech. "Is your throat okay?" Alei pinched his Adam's apple and said, "It's better than before. It hurts a little after talking for a long time, but I don't cough anymore." "Haha, this is good. I try to get better soon." Fengyi put her hand on his shoulder and patted him. Chinyu threw the cut hair directly into the fire and burned it, then said, "It's just for insurance. Maybe it can also serve as a deterrent, but bromine is not needed now. You go open it, find someone to move the 2 out, and think of a way to make a basement, so that the noise will be much smaller." Fengyi nodded excitedly. "Okay, I go now." After saying that, she stood up and prepared to leave. Lenny looked at her and said quickly, "Take a rest, Sister Feng. You haven't slept all night, and your resistance is low now. Don't fall ill again." Fengyi stood by the sofa, waved her hand, and said disapprovingly, "Don't worry, I know what's going on." Lenny didn't agree, but walked over and took her hand and said quickly, "This is not a trivial matter. You obviously look very haggard, you still need to rest." Chinyu also spoke up. "Just listen to Yi. She is a doctor. She is a professional after all. Professional things should be done by professionals." Alei didn't say anything, but looked up at her. Fengyi couldn't stand the look of everyone, raised her hands and said, Okay, I surrender. Then I will sleep for 5 hours. Wake me up later." "At least 7 hours," Lenny said immediately, and then pushed her to the bedroom on the first floor. More than a minute later, Lenny came back again. Chinyu asked with a little confusion, "Why do I see that everyone is not resting in the previous room now? What's going on?" Lenny stood behind him, holding his hair with one hand and trimming it carefully with scissors with the other hand, and then replied, "Those zombies rushed into many of our houses. They were very dirty, and the house was messy. Later, in order to clean them up, the zombies' blood was sprayed all over the floor." Chinyu said, "How did you lead the zombies away? Tell me in detail." Lenny cut the last strand of hair behind Chinyu's ear, then walked to the front, sat on the sofa next to him and said, "Originally, we couldn't lead them out, even if Dazhuang and his friends came back, but that morning, a loudspeaker suddenly sounded around the community, and the zombies outside began to slowly leave. Then Dazhuang and his friends, with a few people, holding sticks, daggers and the like, began to slowly clean up the zombies that were not led away in the community." Chinyu thought for a moment, then said, "Are they our people?" Lenny smiled. "Yes, Zhang Yin and Yang Zi are back. Xiaoxi also asked about you, and said she missed you very much. I told her that you will be back soon." Chapter 212. "Haha, come to think of it, it's been a while since we last met." Chinyu laughed. "Yes, children change every day. She has grown a lot taller now, and can kill zombies. Her father Zhang Yin even made a slingshot for her to use for self-defense." Lenny also said with a smile, "But where did all those zombies go? There shouldn't be any place around to lock them up, right?" Chinyu got down to business. "We didn't see any fire around when we came back." Hearing this question, Lenny looked around, then picked up the scissors and put them on the table and said, "The location of the scissors is our community." Then she picked up a pen and put it on the upper right, and continued, "The location of the pen is a low basin, a little far from here. Because of the sound system, there are a lot of dry grass and dead trees in it. Dazhuang and them will go there to light the fire, and then slowly push the zombies down, but there are too many of them, so they need to change places frequently." Chinyu nodded as he listened. "It's like a large crematorium, right? Specialized for dealing with zombies." Lin Yi hummed, "Burning zombies below, rolling snow blocks into balls, and pushing them down, using water to neutralize the smoke produced by the burning zombies as much as possible, but the fire cannot be extinguished, so the process is slow." Then she looked up at the ceiling and estimated the time, probably tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Chinyu stood up and said, Then I will go and help them and get everyone home as soon as possible. No. Lenny walked in front of him and put her hands on his shoulders, pushing Chinyu back to sit. Why do you like to think of yourself as Superman? They have a lot of people over there, enough, you should rest first. Chinyu couldn't persuade her, so he had to give up. Lenny walked to the side to get some water to drink, then turned around and said, you two should go to sleep. After saying that, Lenny walked out of the house. Chinyu whispered, where are you going? Give Xiaoning the right medicine. While the medicine is complete, try to make her better tomorrow. Chinyu took a few steps forward. I go with you and see her by the way. Lenny turned around and looked at him, nodded. Okay, let's go, find some clothes and pants to put on, it's very cold outside. Chinyu scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, I seem to have no clothes. I was wearing my last coat just now. It was too dirty, so I burned it. Hearing this, Lenny walked back and circled around him, looking at him and touching her chin. Fortunately, you are not very fat. You should be able to wear it. What? Lenny did not answer him, but went straight to the bedroom on the first floor, carefully opened the closet, for fear of waking Feng Yi. A few seconds later, Lenny came out with a red coat and black trousers in her hand, and threw them to Chinyu. After taking the clothes, a fresh orange fragrance came, and Chinyu blushed. Are you giving me your own clothes? It's not good, right? Lenny walked over and slapped him on the shoulder. What are you talking about? You still dislike my clothes after all this? Just wear them. Where can I find detergent for you now? Chinyu pretended to be in pain, covered his shoulder and screamed, then sat down on the sofa. Lenny was startled and asked quickly, are you okay? I see that you have become stronger recently, and it seems that you didn't pay attention to the strength when you hit me. Chinyu pretended to be in pain. I was hit by a stick a few days ago, and I can't use my strength. When Lenny heard this, she went up to him and tried to pull his collar. Let me see, don't let it cause a root of disease. Seeing that he was about to be exposed, Chinyu quickly put on his coat and shook his head. It's okay, Alei has checked it for me, it's a small problem. Let's go see Xiaoning. After saying that, he pushed her and prepared to leave directly. Lenny turned around and rolled his eyes at him. No trousers. You want style instead of temperature, right? Chinyu chuckled, quickly put on his pants, and followed her away. In this situation, not only is there less food, but there are also fewer clothes to wear. You can't just apply zombie meat casually. At least you have to put on a bed sheet. Chinyu walked while thinking with his head down. A few minutes later, Lenny took a black plastic bag and took Chinyu to a less polluted house. Pushing open the door, a smell of disinfectant instantly hit Chinyu's face. He was a little uncomfortable, and put his fingers under his nose to block it. Seeing this, Lenny walked to a cabinet next to him, took out a set of disposable syringes, and said casually, some time ago, some wounded were rescued here. There was no way to use a lot of disinfectant, otherwise they would be infected and necrotic. Chinyu whispered, I see there are also injured people on the roof over there. Why are they being treated here? Lenny quickly put on her white coat, hat and shoe covers, handed one to Chinyu, and then walked into a room inside, answering his question. Some people are seriously injured, and we don't have a stretcher. Wouldn't it make the injuries worse if they are carried? So we cleaned up 2 places, and those who are seriously injured should be moved here as much as possible. Put on your shoes, and come in with me. After speaking, Lenny stopped his hand on the door handle, and looked back at Chinyu. The situation inside is a bit serious. You better be mentally prepared. Put on your shoe covers. Then she pushed open the door and walked in. Chinyu followed closely behind. As soon as he entered, he saw the furnishings in the room clearly. The room was not big. There were 8 beds inside. On each bed, there was a wounded person, each one more miserable than the other. Some had their left hands chopped off and their ears cut off. There was also a man who had been amputated below the knee, staring at the roof with lifeless eyes. It was very silent inside. No one spoke, and even the breathing was very light. Xiaoning was able to walk on the ground. She was changing clothes for several wounded people. When she turned around and saw the 2 people coming in, she smiled and greeted them. Brother Chen, you are back. Chinyu hummed, walked to her side, and looked at the woman on the bed with bandages on her eyes. She was even covered with cloth and bleeding. Then he walked to Lin Yi and asked softly, what's the situation with the one next to Xiaoning? Why is there blood in so many places on her body? Lin Yi turned her head and looked at her. She was silent for a while, then pulled Chinyu to the window for a few steps, made sure she couldn't hear and whispered. Last time the community was attacked, she happened to meet a group of bad guys. It was very chaotic inside at the time, and we couldn't find everyone. It wasn't until later the group of people escaped that we found her in the basement when we were cleaning the community. Her eyes were poked out, her tongue was cut off, and her lower body. Lin Yi was reluctant to continue, but took a deep breath and continued. Her lower body was stabbed with a stick. With her tenacious vitality, she did not die immediately. I treated most of her wounds as much as I could, but I was powerless to do anything about the rest. Lin Yi's voice had a hint of tears. Even before the end of the world, it would be difficult for me to save patients with such injuries, let alone now. After saying that, Xiao Ning in the distance raised her head, looked at the two people here, and whispered, "Sister Lin, she is gone." Lin Yi turned her head to look out the window, tears completely bursting out of her eyes. Qin Yu clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and then whispered, "What I can guarantee is that those who enter the community and hurt everyone are all dead. What I regret now is that I let those animals die too easily." Chapter 213. When a doctor watches his patients die, we are the most helpless and the most painful. Lin Yi looked at the reflection on the window, reflecting the shadow of the person who just died, and said softly. Qin Yu stood quietly beside her, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to start. "Forget it. Don't think about these things. I still have to save more people." Lin Yi turned around, clenched his right hand to cheer himself up, and then walked towards other patients. "Come here, help me." Suddenly thinking of something, Lin Yi waved to Qin Yu, and when he came closer, she whispered, "You should move the woman who just died out first, and put her at the door. Ask Sister Feng how to arrange it later. After all, this is her community." Qin Yu nodded, walked over to Xiao Ning, wrapped the body with a bed sheet, and then picked it up and walked to the door. For the next half an hour or so, Qin Yu followed Lin Yi all the time. As he untied the bandages and looked at the rotten wound, his hands began to tremble. A middle-aged man with only one hand and one leg left, biting a towel tightly in his mouth, his whole face flushed, waiting for the doctor to treat his wound. Qin Yu untied the bandage on the man's leg, looking at the leg that was about 1 centimeter long and full of glass shards. His scalp felt numb, and his hand holding the tweezers was a little unstable. Lin Yi turned her head to look at him, and then concentrated on treating the wound in front of her. She said in a deep voice, "Don't shake your hands. Learn more about these wound treatment knowledge now. It can save your life in the future." Qin Yu took a deep breath, stared intently, picked up the fragments with tweezers, and slowly pulled them out. Because there was no anesthetic, the man on the bed was in so much pain that he almost fainted and began to struggle uncontrollably. Fortunately, Lin Yi had finished her work, and she ran over quickly and called out to Xiao Ning, and the two of them pressed the man down on the bed. Lin Yi's face changed slightly, and she shouted, "Don't struggle, hold on. If these slag can't be taken out, your last leg will also have to be amputated." When the man heard that his last leg might not be saved, he bit the cloth in his mouth tightly and stretched his body straight. But ordinary people can't bear it after all. As Qin Yu took out the fragments on the surface of the leg, the man fainted. The temperature in the room was very low, but Qin Yu was sweating profusely at this moment. This was his real treatment of external injuries for others. He didn't dare to do it at first, but after Lin Yi checked the wound, he insisted on letting him try it once. Fortunately, it was successfully cleaned up in the end. Qin Yu put down the tweezers and shouted to Lin Yi, "You come next, I may not be able to do it." Lin Yi stepped forward and looked at him, then shook her head and said, "No, you have to do the next step." Qin Yu shook his head and refused, saying, "I can only hold weapons with my own hands. It's really difficult for me to save people. What if something happens?" However, Lin Yi looked serious and pretended to be angry and said, "You said before that you wanted me to teach you some medical knowledge, but you can't just learn to recognize medicine without learning to perform surgery, right? What if we get lost again one day and you get fatally injured?" As she spoke, Lin Yi pouted her lips slightly, and she looked like she was about to cry. This time she was really upset. The last time Qin Yu fell into the river, he injured his calf. Fortunately, it was his leg that was injured, so it was not very troublesome to deal with. But what if it was his neck? Or if he injured his artery? At that time, he was really racing against time with the god of death. In order to make Qin Yu feel more at ease, Lin Yi said again, "I'd be watching you, don't worry. If it really comes to the point where you can't handle it, I take over." At this time, the man on the bed also woke up. He took the towel from his mouth. Even though he was very weak, he whispered, "Little brother, since the doctor insists on you coming, don't refuse. Just do it. Even if the final result is not satisfactory, at least I have tried my best. I don't blame you." Qin Yu put on his gloves again when he heard what the two said, but he picked up another scalpel in his hand and looked at the man and said, "It may hurt more next time. Can you bear it?" The man shook his head. I can't help it, but there's nothing I can do. I can't hold on any longer at this point. Lenny said quickly, then walked outside, and soon came back with a small bottle in her hand, the last bit of anesthetic. Even if I'm the one doing the surgery, I have to give you an injection, otherwise the slightest shake will damage the blood vessels. As he injected anesthetic into the man's leg, Chinyu also began to cut the wound with a knife and remove the glass shards hidden inside. Lenny stood beside him, watching and whispering, as long as there is no heavy bleeding involved in removing foreign bodies, you can also do it, but if the patient is bleeding heavily and needs to use a blood transfusion tube to transport blood, the blood type must be the same. Chinyu listened carefully, staring at the tweezers in his hand with full concentration, gently touching the blood vessel, and slowly taking out a rice-sized fragment. Then Lenny said again, there are no tools here at the moment. I will explain to you how to make temporary blood transfusion tools later. Chinyu did not say anything, listening carefully to every word Lenny said. Use the other tweezers to press the blood vessel below. Be careful not to touch it, the glass fragments are very sharp. If the wound surface is small, and it is difficult to take out, use a knife to cut it a little. Xiaoning, bring the hemostatic gauze. After more than 10 minutes, Chinyu took out the last piece of slag with his hands. The moment his hands left the man's legs, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and slumped in the chair behind him. You see, it's not that difficult. Lenny took the tool from his hand, stood beside him and said with a smile, if this was the previous environment, I would definitely not ask you to learn this. After all, it's a daydream to want to operate a knife without studying medicine for more than 10 years. After Lenny finished speaking, he smiled again and said, but now the time is different. It's okay for you to learn something to save your life. Chinyu lowered his head, wiped the sweat off his shoulders with the clothes on his shoulders, and answered, comparatively, I would rather kill 300 zombies. Lenny chuckled, then took out a set of needles and thread. It's time to sew the wound, you should do it. You have seen me treat Jiangyin before, so I don't need to say more now, right? I suggest you say it again, I almost forgot it. Chinyu stood up and took the tools in her hand, and looked at it in his hand. Can this kind of needle only be used to sew external injuries? It seems to be bent. Chapter 214. Under normal circumstances, you are not qualified to do it directly. Remember, you can only do it yourself when it is a life or death situation, otherwise it is likely to aggravate the injury. Lenny stared at his hand movements and still spoke. Are you afraid that I will show off my ability, and not tell you? Chinyu has seen others sew wounds, so he can also talk while doing it. Don't worry, I still care about my life. If I can ask a doctor to do it, I will never do it myself. Well, it's best if you can think like this. I teach you these just to save your life. To put it bluntly, compared to losing your hands and feet, I hope you can save your life. Lenny said softly. After more than a minute, Chinyu sewed up several large wounds on the man's legs. Although the lines looked crooked, it was successful. After staying for a while, Chinyu left and went back to the room to sleep. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chinyu finally woke up and walked to the living room yawning. Just saw Feng sitting there thinking about something. What's wrong? You look so sad. Chinyu walked over to get a glass of water, then looked at her and asked. The bodies of those who died in the community are all piled up on the grass outside. Although it is winter, and they are not easy to rot, it is not appropriate to leave them there for a long time. Feng frowned and said. Besides, the group of people who went out have not returned yet, and there are not enough people in the community. It will be troublesome to move them outside. Chinyu listened to the general situation and said casually, why do we have to move them out? There is land here. Can't we just dig a few pits and bury them there? Some people don't accept the dead being buried behind their homes. They think it is unlucky. Feng said dejectedly, although I told them several times that they are all our friends, they will not harm us even if they die, not to mention that in this end times, there are dead people everywhere. Chinyu smacked his lips and continued, some of them are too old, and they can't understand what I said. Feng took a sip of water and continued to cross his legs. That's why I'm annoyed. How many people are left in the community now? Chinyu suddenly asked. Including those who are seriously injured, there are more than 10 in total. Feng didn't understand why he suddenly asked these questions, but still said truthfully, if you include Dazhuang and Jiangyin, there are only about 30 people at most. You know, although there were few people in the community before, there were also few people who could go out to search for supplies. Seeing this, Chinyu simply laid his cards on the table and said, in this case, some people inside can't go out to search for things, so why keep them for nothing? Although they can't go out, they are more or less useful. For example, some people can grow vegetables, loosen the soil, etc. Feng Yi said slowly, some people will build houses, etc. Chen Yu pondered for a while, and said seriously, but in the current environment, these are not necessarily necessary for survival. In other words, it is better to have them, but it does not affect survival if you don't have them. You go and gather those people who hold opposing opinions together, and we will go over and take a look. Feng Yi stood up, straightened his clothes, and then nodded to the side. I asked Lei to call them over. They are all in the next room. Let's go! As soon as the two of them were about to go to the next door, Chen Yu's stomach growled a few times before they even left the house. Feng Yi smiled slightly, took out a small tomato from her pocket, and handed it to him. Would you like to eat this? I grew it myself. Chen Yu took it in surprise, looked at it, and asked curiously, how did you grow this tomato that is almost the size of a fist? Do you still remember the truck that I helped Dazhuang and Yangzi save? Chen Yu nodded. There are tomato seeds and watermelon seeds in it, but it's a pity that it's not suitable for planting at the moment. I try to plant it next spring to see if I can eat fresh big watermelons. Feng Yi said with a smile. Then she pulled Chen Yu, who wanted to go out. Let's eat here, so as not to let too many people see us. So far, only you and Shaolin have tasted it. Chen Yu wiped it with his hand and took a bite. The sour and sweet taste immediately made him feel better. He held the other half and rushed to Feng Yi. Do you want some? Feng Yi curled her lips. I have eaten it a long time ago. I grew this thing. I must try it first, when it bears fruit for the first time. After eating quickly, Chen Yu wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said, let's go and take a look. Feng Yi glanced at him and whispered, these are Xiaolin's clothes. Pay attention to hygiene, and don't use them to wipe your mouth. Then he walked to the next door. Chen Yu scratched his head embarrassedly, wiped his sleeve with his hand, and followed. As soon as he opened the door and walked in, Chen Yu heard a harsh voice. Brother Lei, you are not saying anything, standing there like a door god, and not letting us go. What are you doing? Yes, I still have to dig the soil, and Xiao Feng still has to plant vegetables. Hearing this, Chen Yu whispered to the people next to him. They still call you Xiao Feng? Those who don't know would think they are your elders. Feng Yi was also helpless. She spread her hands. This group of people are twice as old as me, and they usually think they are old and take advantage of their age. I can't say some harsh words. Haha, you are a woman, and a Lei doesn't like to talk, so they bully you. Watch me next, you just wait to play the good cop. Then Chen Yu stepped inside with a serious expression, and said in a cold voice, I asked you to come here to discuss something. This is not a vegetable market. What are you doing? Who are you? Is it your turn to speak? A woman in her 50s yelled at him. Chen Yu turned his head, and saw the woman who was talking to him. She had high cheekbones and small, slightly sunken eyes. She looked like a sarcastic person. This kind of person likes to create chaos in the world, and is very selfish. Chen Yu smiled at her, but her face looked uncomfortable. The woman was a little lacking in confidence. What's up? You still want to beat me up? I tell you, you are not even as old as my ex-son. Try to touch me. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Stop it, Sister One. Feng Yi shouted beside her. Chen Yu pulled out a dagger, walked to the woman, pointed the knife downward, and stabbed it hard. It pierced through the tabletop, and everyone else stood up in fear. The woman stared at the knife with a pale face. Then Chen Yu spoke with a grim face. It's the end of the world now, and you are still pretending to be elders? Besides, Feng Yi is not familiar with you at all. It's good enough to have a place to shelter you from the wind and rain. You call him Xiao Feng every day. You can loosen the soil, right? I didn't find a hoe for you, and there is no wall to protect you inside. Can you dig one for me? You can repair the house, but if the people outside didn't risk their lives to bring the wood in, and if they didn't search for nails, where would you nail them? To put it bluntly, without the help of others, your skills are useless. If I really leave you in the wild, it will be difficult to make a fire. Chen Yu said several sentences in a row, and his eyes swept across the people present. Chapter 215. The room was completely silent, and everyone looked at each other. You looked at me, I looked at you. Who are you? We haven't seen you. How can you say these things, unless Xiao Feng says it himself? Until this point, some people were still holding on, thinking that Feng Yi would not say it openly. But they really thought too much this time. Feng Yi stepped forward from behind him, frowned and said, I hope everyone can look at this end of the world normally in the future. The environment now is not like the previous community. Usually you like to preach to young people, and like to stand on the moral high ground. I don't care much about these, but it's really different now. Chen Yu listened to Feng Yi's slightly euphemistic words, raised his hand, and patted her left shoulder, then pulled out the dagger on the table, and said in a deep voice, "Let me translate it for her. It means that it is the end of the world now. The community has become very dangerous. People outside are still trying to clean up the zombies, and those bodies inside need to be buried. We don't have time to deal with you now." Hearing these words, an old man in his 60s stood a few meters away from Chinyu. His face was uncertain, and he said, "Some of the doors of the house you live in were made by me. Now you want to get rid of me, right?" Chinyu laughed when he heard it, walked over and stood in front of him, put his head close to him, and said word by word, "You are getting dumber the older you are, right? Do you eat food that falls from the sky? Do you drink water directly without filtering it? You?" The old man was scolded by Chinyu, and he immediately covered his heart, sat back on the chair, and looked at him speechless. "People respect me, I respect people. If it was before the end of the world, because of a little moral concept, I would be careful not to bump into you old men and women on the road, for fear of being blackmailed, but now what am I afraid of? If the money is thrown in front of you, can you spend it?" Chinyu climbed onto the table and stood on it, looking at the people in the room, and yelled, "What I hate most is you guys, who don't feel pain unless the knife is stabbed in your body. What do you think those corpses on the ground outside are? If they hadn't resisted the bad guys first, you guys could have survived, right? When you see the bad guys, you hide and dare not say a word. You are scared when others chop people in front of you, but you keep picking on your own people. Now where should you bury those corpses if not in the backyard? Are you the ones who are going to move out? You think you are an elephant just by sticking a piece of garlic. If you say another word, I will throw my body under your bed." After he finished shouting, the others were stunned. This was because Chinyu was a stranger who had just entered the community, and was not familiar with this group of people. In addition, a few days ago, Chinyu subdued Wang Tianhai in the community, and even wanted to kill him without hesitation, which still left a psychological shadow on many people. If a girl who has lived with you for a few months suddenly says to everyone that she will stab you with a knife if you don't listen to her, some people present will not believe it, and even accuse her of being disrespectful. But if a stranger appears, or even a man who is extremely decisive, then people have to think carefully, what if he really uses a knife? At present, Chinyu has played such a deterrent role. Others dare not say a word of objection, and quickly said that Xiao Feng can do whatever he wants, and he has no objection to burying it in the front yard. After all, as that madman said, it is the end of the world now. Even if these people die, no one will care. Even their bodies may be eaten by zombies. Feng Yi turned to look at Chinyu, with gratitude in her eyes. It's not that she has no way to deal with this group of people, but they are all elderly people. If they are not careful, they will get hurt. If it were some young people in their 20s or 30s who dared to come out and teach her how to do things, they would have been driven out of the community long ago and died as soon as possible. Then Chinyu spoke again. "There is another point. If you are younger than you can call me Xiao Feng, but I hope you know that you should not take yourself seriously and preach to others. If you take care of yourself, you can live a few more days. What's more, Feng Yi is the leader of this community, and there is no one else. If you keep calling her Xiao Feng, how can others manage others?" She asked for your opinions, but it was respect, not adoption. After saying that, Chinyu turned around and left the room. He was too lazy to stay any longer. A dozen seconds later, the woman in front, who was frightened by Chinyu's knife, walked over and held Feng Yi's hand. "Well, Feng. Miss Feng." Feng Yi shook her head slightly and said, "As for the address, everyone can continue to call me as before, but I hope you don't always interfere with the development of the community. After all, it's really difficult now." Sister Wang waved her hands in a panic and said, "Don't worry. I will do things in a down-to-earth manner from now on and never say a word. Tell that young man not to throw the body under my bed. I'm really scared." Feng Yi smiled slightly. "Okay, I tell him." After the people in the room made their clear statements, they gradually left, but all left through the back door. The man's words also woke up these old men and women. It was the end of the world. It would be useless to kill them all, not to mention beating them up if they didn't like them. Soon, Lei and Feng Yi came out. As the matter was resolved, the latter's face finally became less irritable. "How is it? Is the matter solved?" Chinyu stood in front of the grass, with his hand squirting with a snow slag on it. After hearing the sound of the door opening, he turned to her and asked, "Yes, it's solved." Feng Yi smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. They just thought that they could grow some vegetables in their backyard for easy eating, so they didn't let us bury the body. But there were only a few places where the soil behind the house was looser and suitable for burying, otherwise I wouldn't be too lazy to communicate with them." Chinyu nodded at her and said softly, You can't do this, you have to say anything, otherwise you will think you're easy to bully, not to mention, you have a powerful thug, at worst, you can let Ali take action, beat them hard, and then let Yi cure it. Puff. Feng laughed a few times when she heard what he said, and said with her hands covering her mouth, I let Ali hurt them, and then let Shaolin treat them. That's too bad. Qin Yu was a little disapproving. Just let Ali do it gently, it's best if it looks serious, but it's actually a minor injury. Ali stood next to Feng Yi and shook his head. I will only make them look serious, but it's actually more serious. Chapter 216. Come on, stop talking nonsense. They are not that bad. Feng Yi said aloud. Qin Yu nodded. I know. It is normal to be afraid of the dead. But the environment is different now. If you still have this problem, you have to change it. Let's go. While we have time, bury the bodies properly. Feng Yi hummed and walked over there. Soon, the three of them came to a grassy area where 7 bodies were covered with sheets, and 2 of them were much smaller. Feng Yi was slightly startled, took the shovel handed by Ali, and was about to go to the back of the house when the door of the house next to him opened and an old man walked out. I often dig soil. I have quite some experience. Let me help you. Thank you, Uncle Li. Feng Yi looked at him and nodded. After all, they had to dig several big pits, and the 3 of them would probably be busy for a long time. Then 3 more people came and followed Feng Yi to dig in the back. Qin Yu took a look and whispered, if they can listen to me, if I talk to them nicely, I'm too lazy to scare them. Okay, let's move the body. After saying that, Qin Yu walked to a corpse, grabbed the ankle and tried to drag it, but he stumbled and almost fell. Ali said beside him, some of these people died after their limbs were cut off. I pieced them together. When Qin Yu heard this, he felt a little heavy in his heart and paused. Okay, I got it. He continued to squat, spread the bed sheet flat on the ground, and then moved the broken limbs over. After about an afternoon of hard work, several people buried the bodies separately. According to Feng Yi's idea, these were all people who had once lived in the community. If they were thrown into the wild, they would only be eaten by zombies and animals, which was a bit inconsistent with the traditional concept of burying them in peace since ancient times. They won't crawl out in the middle of the night? Sister Wang asked weakly. Feng Yi shook her head slightly. The heads are all damaged, and some are smashed. They can't become zombies. Sister Wang took a look and left with the tools. After the work was done, it was almost dark. Qin Yu, Ali and Feng Yi were heading to the door, ready to check the wall carefully, when they suddenly heard the roar of a car. Qin Yu pulled out his knife and was about to touch over, but Feng Yi beside him pulled him back. This sound is very familiar. Li Yao and the others are back. Hearing this, Qin Yu put away his knife, walked over to open the door, and whispered, how can you tell by just listening to the sound? Feng Yi nodded. Of course, this is the car that Li Yao fixed in front of me. She is really good. She fixed the car's problem in just a few minutes. It has been parked for more than a month. As the door was opened, Qin Yu saw 3 cars parked outside. The one in front was a white SUV, which was an older model, and most of the paint on the body had fallen off, but the car could still start. Soon 3 cars drove in, and Li Yao got out of a white SUV and stood in front of Qin Yu with a haggard face. Are you okay? I heard that you were attacked. Qin Yu glanced at the girl in front of him. Her hair was tied up behind her head. Just looking at her appearance, she looked like a beautiful girl, but looking down, you can see that she was carrying a rifle on her back, and there were 2 daggers on her waist. Her body was covered with blood. Qin Yu raised his hand to pat the leaves on her body, and whispered, it's not a big problem. The problem has been solved. The next step should be the reconstruction of the community. Go and wash yourself. Let's go! Feng Yi stepped forward and took over Li Yao's weapon, making her feel more relaxed, and then said, there is still some water in the room over there, just heat it up and you can take a bath, take a good bath. Li Yao nodded tiredly, and followed her to leave. De Zhuang walked down from the co-pilot and said with a smile, Sister Feng, can you also boil some for me? I have almost 1 pound of blood clots on my body. Feng Yi turned around and smiled and shouted, everyone has a share, I go boil water first, and you can all take a bath later. Yang Zi also opened the car door from the back seat and walked out, standing there and saying hello. Hi Qin Yu, long time no see. Qin Yu turned around and waved his right hand at her. His expression was very gentle. He has always been grateful to the brother and sister who saved them at the construction site. Now seeing the familiar faces again, he was full of emotion. Long time no see. Everyone is safe, so good. Brother Qin Yu. A cheer rang out, and a little girl, who was almost 10 years old, ran over. Seeing this, Jinyu smiled and squatted down to hug the little girl. How is it? Have you listened to your father recently? Well, I see. It seems that you have grown a lot taller. Jinyu put his hands on Xiaoxi's shoulders, then stepped back half a meter and looked at her carefully. Not bad, not bad. Your hair has become much longer, your skin is healthier, and you have some small muscles. While talking, Jinyu pinched her arm and made a joke. Of course, I also killed zombies. Xiui said excitedly. Her face was full of joy. She even raised her hand. Brother Jinyu, let's compare. You see my muscles are also in shape. Jinyu laughed. If this continues, I will not be able to catch up with you. Just as the two were chatting happily, a man next to them also walked over with a smile. Hello brother Jinyu. It's great to see you again. When Jinyu heard this familiar voice, he quickly stood up and looked at him. I should say this to you again. Then the two looked at each other and smiled. Jinyu took a few steps forward and wanted to hug him directly. Zhang Yin waved his hand and took a step back. I am covered with zombie blood. It's not good to stain your clothes. Jinyu thought for a while, then took off his coat, put on the short-sleeved shirt inside and hugged Zhang Yin. Anyway, there are a lot of clothes inside. It doesn't matter if they get dirty. Don't worry, this hug must be arranged after not seeing each other for several months. Zhang Yin looked at the man who had saved himself and his daughter, and his eyes became moist unconsciously. Seeing this, Xiaoxi yelled, Huh? Why is Dad crying? Yangzi took her hand and walked inside. Okay, stop looking. They still have something to talk about. You have to do your homework. Hearing the word homework, Xiaoxi pouted and resisted. Can't I just not do it? Why do I have to go to class and do homework when the world is coming to an end? It's really painful. Yangzi touched her head and said with a smile, Knowledge is not learned for others. Nowadays, knowledge can save lives. Don't you envy Sister Lin Yi? People are beautiful and can save lives. How can you not study? Chapter 217. Although Xiaoxi was somewhat reluctant, he still followed and left, but he did not return to the previous house. Many houses in the community are very messy and cannot be lived in. At present, only the houses on the left-hand side are not very smelly. On average, 7 or 8 people live in one house. Fortunately, they are all acquaintances and are assigned together, so there will not be any problems. There are not so many people in the community now. Have you been okay these past few months outside? Zhang Yin put his hand on Chen Yu's shoulder, and the two walked side by side towards their residence. Chen Yu answered casually, I met some people, and my skills are better than before. Hee hee. Zhang Yin looked at him and nodded slightly. Your back is not as hunched as before, and you look more energetic. Chen Yu smiled. As expected of a former soldier, you can find these things quickly. I stood at attention every day a few days ago, and the effect is good. The two walked and chatted all the way. When they arrived at the door of the house, Zhang Yin looked at him and said, I'm going to change my clothes, you should also change. Chen Yu hummed and walked towards another building next to him. Now the houses in a row here are all next to each other. Some houses have many people living in them, while others have only 1 or 2 people. Back on the first floor, Chen Yu pushed open the bedroom assigned to him. There was a plastic bucket next to the end of the bed, which was full of short-sleeved clothes. There were a lot of these things, with simple styles, and they were easy to find outside. Chen Yu picked up a white t-shirt and put it on, then put on his coat, and walked to the next door again. When he left, he walked to the bedside table, picked up a wrapped object and put it in his arms. Pushing the door open, Xiaoxi was sitting by the window doing homework. There was an oil lamp on the table, and Yangzi was wiping the daggers next to him for easy storage. Where is your dad? Chen Yu asked at the door. Here, turn right on the second floor. Xiaoxi pointed upwards, with a pen in his hand. Chen Yu nodded and walked towards the stairs. Dong dong. Chen Yu knocked on the door twice, and waited patiently. I'm coming. Soon, Zhang Yin responded and opened the door a few seconds later. He said in a short-sleeved shirt, I'm just about to go out. I plan to go wash up first. Chen Yu walked in and looked around the room. Everything was neatly arranged, and even the bed was folded into tofu blocks, which looked perfect. It's the end of the world now. There's no need to fold this, right? Chen Yu looked at the bed and joked to Zhang Yin. I always feel a little uncomfortable if I don't fold it properly. I'm used to it. Zhang Yin explained. What are the plans next? Chen Yu asked while sitting on the bed. Let's go out for a shower. There seems to be a temporary shed outside. Do you know where it is? Chen Yu pointed behind him. It's a few dozen meters away. Zhang Yin nodded and turned to leave. Chen Yu called him. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Come here and show me your weapon, Chinyu whispered to him. Although Zhang Yin was a little confused, he still walked over and searched in the corner, picked up his dagger and walked back. It was about half the length of his arm, and the tip of the knife was broken. Chinyu took it and looked at it, then looked at him and asked, "Why don't you use a gun? There should be a lot of guns in the armory in this community, right? Although there are a lot of guns, they are only useful for killing living people. Killing zombies will easily attract more people. In addition, when going out to search for supplies, 3 people can carry 2 guns. Yangzi will have one, and I will give the other to Shi." Zhang Yin stood beside him and explained the reason. "Why give it to your daughter?" Chinyu was slightly puzzled. She is only about 10 years old and is not familiar with guns. What if she accidentally hurt someone? Zhang Yin scratched his head and explained, "I know this too, so I only put 1 bullet in her pistol to send a signal. When we go out to search for supplies, some places are too dark and there are many areas to search. Yangzi and I have to act separately. I will find a high point for Xiaoxi to stay there. If there are zombies coming from other directions, we can just take out the gun and shoot at the open space." Chinyu listened to his words and frowned and said, "Why don't you leave her in the community? At least the zombies can't get in." Zhang Yin heard this. His eyes were a little lost. He took out a pocket watch from his body, opened it, and stared at the photo of his deceased wife inside, and whispered, "My daughter is my only hope to live in this world. Under my nose, even if she is in danger, I will go first to prevent her from being in danger. But if I leave her in the community, I can't concentrate on working outside. After all, now is not like before. Many times, life and death are just a thought away. Sister Feng is usually busy, and it's not right to ask her to help watch, so I brought her out." After listening to this, Chinyu nodded. "Your concerns do make sense. It's better to be safe than sorry." Zhang Yin closed his pocket watch, continued to wear it, and said to him, "Yes, you said that the community was attacked recently. Let me tell you something unpleasant. If Shui was here, I would be tortured if I stayed outside for 1 more second. I would go crazy. Well, after all, children represent hope in the end times, not to mention that she is your..." Chenyu was halfway through his speech, a little unsure whether to continue. Zhang Yin walked over and sat next to him and asked, "Just finish it, why keep half?" Chinyu whispered, "Besides, she is your only relative. If you want to protect her better, you must have a more powerful weapon." "Well, you make sense. I will ask Sister Feng for another gun tomorrow. She should agree." Zhang Yin nodded. "No need." Chinyu looked at him and smiled and said, "Close your eyes." Zhang Yin was a little confused, but he did it anyway. Then Chinyu took out the package from his arms and handed it directly to him. "Hey, it's a bit heavy, it feels like a pile of iron." Zhang Yin closed his eyes and shook it a few times. Listening to the sound, he was a little confused. What is this, a pile of stones? Then he opened his eyes, opened the cloth and looked at the pile of parts in his hand. Zhang Yin was surprised. "A pistol? Hey, it seems that it is not an ordinary gun." Chinyu smiled and said, "You have also been a soldier, now I will test you. Assemble it yourself, otherwise I will give it to Hongwu." Zhang Yin was very excited. He squatted at the end of the bed, put the parts on the bed and said quickly, "It's a small problem. Let me get familiar with it first." Chinyu turned his head to look out the window and said softly, "Complete the assembly before dark. You have a few minutes in total. Hurry up." Zhang Yin quickly put the parts in order and thought carefully about the memories in his mind. Chapter 218. After carefully simulating the steps in his mind, Zhang Yin started to work directly. Looking at his skilled movements, Chinyu was slightly surprised. "So good, I thought you had almost forgotten it." Zhang Yin assembled it seriously without answering him. After about 30 seconds, the gun was assembled and neatly placed on the bed. He then smiled and said, "I used to practice it often in the army. During the competition, I could even assemble guns blindfolded. After all, many missions were carried out at night. If the gun was flooded, it had to be disassembled and maintained in time, otherwise it would jam, and in serious cases, it would explode directly, with serious consequences." Chinyu patted his arm and said, "Okay, go take a shower. I give you this gun. It's very powerful, and has a lot of recoil, but with your muscles, I believe it will be more effective." After saying that, Chinyu got up and left. Zhang Yin looked at the silver-white Desert Eagle in his hand, which was heavy in his hand, and his face was also filled with excitement. Then he carefully put it in the cabinet, and walked towards the bathroom. At about 8 o'clock in the evening, De Zhuang was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Lin Yi was reading some books about medicine next to him, and Feng Yi was sitting on the other side, lighting a candle, holding a pencil and drawing something on the paper. Dajwang glanced at the table and said, "Why are you still drawing this? Are you going to build a house again?" Feng Yi twisted his neck tiredly and shook his head, saying, "It's good enough to clean up the polluted things. How can I have the energy to continue building? I'm drawing the blueprints. The fence needs to be rebuilt. After all, those iron wires can't block it for too long." As he spoke, Feng Yi looked a little discouraged. There are a lot of holes in this fence. It needs too much wood. There are not enough people, so it's a bit difficult to fix it. Suddenly she glanced at the strange woman curled up in the corner, walked to Lin Yi, and sat down and whispered, "Who is that person? I've been busy today and haven't asked Qinyu and Alei yet." Lin Yi looked up, glanced at the direction Feng Yi pointed, and continued to look down at the book. Alei said, she was a survivor he met outside, very pitiful, and the child died, so he brought her back. Feng Yi said, "Oh," continued to look at her, and said again, "I think she seems to be shaking. Is there any infectious disease or something like that? I know it's not nice to ask this, but I have to be responsible for the people in the community." Lin Yi turned a page and answered softly, "No problem, I checked her out. It's caused by fever. I gave her medicine, but she didn't take it. Just hid there alone. Let's ask Qinyu what's going on later." Speaking of the devil will appear. Qinyu smiled and pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing familiar friends all chatting in the living room, he felt much better. Walking behind Lin Yi, Qinyu lowered his head and glanced at the title of the book, then read it out, "Doctor's Training." "You are already a doctor and still reading?" Lin Yi turned her head and looked at him and smiled. "Learning never ends. It's always good to read more books." "Great," Qinyu praised. "Although I don't understand it very well, I admire you very much." Suddenly he saw Lin Yi rubbing his neck, and stepped forward to help him. "You must be exhausted these days. There are too many injured people. Come and help you massage." Lin Yi also closed his eyes and leaned back, whispering, "I can't help being tired. If I don't do these, no one will do them." Feeling the strength coming from his shoulder, Lin Yi said casually, "I didn't expect that you can massage?" Qinyu rubbed her shoulder clockwise with his elbow, smiling and saying, "I saw it on TV before, just copying it." A few minutes later, Lin Yi felt a lot more relaxed, and suddenly she thought of something, stood up and said to Qinyu, "By the way, your friend seems to have some problems. She refused to take medicine when I fed her." "What?" Qinyu was slightly startled, a little bit unresponsive, then saw the direction of Lin Yi's finger, and then remembered that Wang Yu also came in with them. Then Qinyu nodded, "Okay, I go over and take a look." After saying that, he walked over. There was a glass of water on the ground, and a small piece of paper next to it with a few pills on it, untouched. At this time, Wang Yu's head was against the wall, her hands hugged her knees, her eyes were staring at the wall, and her body was shaking slightly. Qinyu squatted in front of her and whispered, "What's wrong with you?" But there was no response. Wang Yu was like crazy, completely different from yesterday. Then Qinyu turned around and nodded to the three people in the living room. Seeing this, Lin Yi whispered, let's go to the inner room to get busy." "Ah, where to?" De Shuang was looking down at a comic book, and was startled when he heard the voice. Then he saw Lin Yi and Feng Yi walking into the bedroom. Although he was very confused, he also left with the candle. At this time, there was only one lamp left in the living room, and the light in the room was very weak. Qinyu asked her again, "You will burn your brain like this?" Wang Yu slowly turned her head and looked in other directions, and found that those people had disappeared. Only the man in front of her was left. She squinted her eyes and looked at him, and found that he was very familiar. Then she rushed forward, grabbed Qinyu's arm with both hands, and said in panic, "Please send me away. This is hell. It's so scary. I want to leave." Qinyu turned his head and looked around, confirming that there was nothing abnormal. There was not even zombie blood in this room. He asked in confusion, "How can this be hell? Everything is so warm." Hearing the word warm, Wang Yu began to cover her head and scream uncontrollably. Her voice was extremely tragic. Alei came out from nowhere, and chopped her neck with his palm. Wang Yu fainted and collapsed on the ground. Others also came over, and De Zhuang said in horror, Can she see dirty things?" Feng Yi rolled her eyes at him and whispered, "You are a grown man, are you afraid of this?" De Zhuang hugged his shoulders with both hands and said unconsciously, "I always feel a little chilly. There's a hole in the back of your clothes, and it hasn't been sewn up yet." Lin Yi glanced at his back and said casually. Then she walked to Qinyu's side and whispered, "Her condition should be stress syndrome." Qinyu turned his head and looked at her. "What is that?" Lin Yi glanced at everyone, and everyone looked at her with confusion. waiting for an answer. Stress syndrome refers to an emotional state caused by unexpected changes in surrounding conditions and the environment. The patient will experience anxiety, fear, and uncontrolled reactions. I have only heard of it slightly before. This disease needs to prevent colds and pay more attention to rest. She is now running a fever, and it is inevitable that the condition will worsen. Lenny frowned and explained to everyone, then said again, "Feed her the medicine first, Sister Feng, and I will wipe her body with warm water, and then cover her eyes. Don't let her notice the surrounding environment. This person may have lived in some extreme environment in the wild for too long, and suddenly came to this community. She is not used to it." Chapter 219. Alei picked up Wang Yu and walked to the sofa to put him down, then walked to the backyard to boil some water. A few minutes later, Feng Yi also came over with 2 clean towels, and the other men all left the living room, and the 2 of them wiped Wang Yu. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Yu's dirty clothes had been cut off, and he changed into a clean long-sleeved shirt and trousers, but it was hard to find a coat. Qin walked over and asked, "Are there not many clothes in the community?" "To be precise, there are not many coats left." Feng Yi sat on the sofa, threw the wet towel back into the bucket, and continued, "It's not the coldest time yet. We have to think of a solution next. The fence must be repaired, otherwise the weather will be even colder, and no one will be able to go out to do manual labor. I'm really worried." Lenny began to pick up the dirty clothes and pants on the ground and prepared to burn them in the backyard. She smiled and said, "Eat your food one bite at a time and do things step by step. Don't be afraid, everyone will accompany you." Hearing this, Feng Yi turned her head and looked at her, whispering, "I don't know why you have such a good attitude. If I were a doctor, I would be speechless for days after seeing so many people die in front of me." Lenny put the pile of clothes on the ground, then walked over and sat next to Feng Yi, hugged her shoulders and said, "What else? I can't die myself after seeing too many lives and deaths. In this end times, life is very fragile, and living one more day is one more day." Feng Yi nodded. "You are young, and you know a lot of truths. I will go with you to burn the clothes." Suddenly she thought of something and turned to the other 2 and said, "By the way, Qin Yu, follow Alei and carry her to Zhang Yin's room next door. They have 2 empty rooms." "Okay." Chen Yu agreed. Then Lenny wanted to get up and leave, but soon said, "Wait, I find a blanket to cover her. It's so cold outside, don't make her condition worse. Be careful not to take off the towel on your face." More than half a minute later, Qin Yu and Alei lifted Wang Yu with a bed sheet and walked towards Zhang Yin. Lenny said that if one person carried her, she would be awakened after walking this distance. If 2 people used a bed sheet, their movements would be much lighter. They soon arrived at the door of Zhang Yin's house. De Zhuang walked up and knocked on the door a few times. After a few seconds, a response came from inside. "I'm coming." Then the door was opened, and Yang Zi was stunned. "Brother, what are you doing here at this time of night?" "I go back soon." She thought her brother was here to urge her to go home, and she was a little confused. De Zhuang blew a few breaths into his hands, rubbed his palms, and walked in. "We are not here, but there is no room for one person, so we put him here first." Then De Zhuang entered, revealing Qin Yu and Alei behind him. Qin Yu smiled at Yang Zi. "Please help us clean up a room. It is not convenient for us to carry her." Yang Zi was stunned for a moment, and quickly nodded and said, "Come in, I am cleaning the room." After entering the room and closing the door quickly, the temperature rose a lot. At this time, 2 candles were lit in this room, and 3 people were gathered in the living room to warm themselves by the fire. Qin Yu took a look and saw that they were all new faces, and were not very familiar, so he did not say hello and followed Yang Zi straight in. Soon they came to the innermost room on the left. Yang Zi held a candle in his hand, pushed open the door, and walked in. This used to be a utility room. It can be used as a place to live after cleaning it up. Qin Yu stood at the door and looked around. There was a wooden board in the corner of the small room of a few square meters, with some rotten cotton wool on it, and a folded bed sheet next to it. Yang Zi turned around and said, "Wait a minute, I make the bed sheet and come in." Qin Yu replied softly, "Please? It's a small problem, it's easy." After saying that, Yang Zi went in and continued to work. Then the 2 of them came in and gently put Wang Yu on the bed. They had already fed her medicine, but she was still sleeping. Lenny had just said that some ingredients in cold medicines would make people sleepy, and she was in a bad mood, so it would be best to let her sleep all the time. Yang Zi took a look at the person on the bed. He was very thin, his arms were as thin as a child's, his eyes were tied up with a towel, and he was motionless. Seeing this, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong with this person?" Yu directly covered her with a blanket, then turned around and whispered. She was a little stimulated. We knocked her out. Just don't take off the cloth on her eyes. Hearing this, Yangzi looked at her again. What if she wakes up and takes it off by herself? Will anything happen in the middle of the night? Hearing this, Yu also felt that there was a risk, and looked up at Alei. The two looked at each other, and then the latter took out a thin rope. There was no other way, so Yu and Alei tied her hands down, passed the rope through the bottom, and tied them together. Then the three of them closed the door and left. As soon as they returned to the living room, a middle-aged man in his 40s looked over here and suddenly said, Yangzi, have you cleaned up your room? I'm almost exhausted. Yangzi slapped his thigh and immediately replied, Hey, I forgot about this. Wait a minute, I go get another one right away. After saying that, Yangzi turned around and wanted to walk to other rooms, but the voice behind her made her steps slightly stagnate. You can't even be a good nanny, you're really useless. The middle-aged man turned his head and whispered to the person next to him, but he obviously underestimated the volume, and everyone present heard it. Yangzi frowned, then pretended not to hear it, and planned to leave directly. But Yu didn't intend to let him go. He grabbed Yangzi's arm and turned to look at the man. What did you just say? The middle-aged man directly denied. Did I just say something? No. You must have heard it wrong. But Dajwan walked straight towards him. I heard it too. You said she was a nanny. I'm curious, did you pay her salary or supplies? How dare you say that? But they obviously underestimated the middle-aged man's face. Anyway, he would never admit it. Seeing this, Yangzi said, It's okay, brother. Maybe we really heard it wrong. Let's go. But Yu pulled her again and shook his head at her, signaling her not to make a sound. Dajwan was a little impatient. He took a step forward, put one hand on the man's collar, pushed him against the sofa, and asked coldly, I ask you again, how dare you say that? The man was a little out of breath because of him. He wanted to force Dajwan's hand open, but was powerless. Chapter 220. At this time, another man who was a few years younger said, Be careful, we are all friends of Zhang Yin, he is injured. Hearing the name Zhang Yin, Dajwan's expression eased a little, and he let him go, and then said in a deep voice, You have to explain this matter well, otherwise it will not end. After the voice fell, Zhang Yin came in with his clothes on and a towel in his hand to wipe his hair. What's going on? I just heard what you were talking about outside. Yu leaned over and stood next to Yangzi. Stay here and don't move. Then he walked towards Zhang Yin, pointed his chin at the people on the sofa, and asked, The one over there said he is your friend, right? Although Zhang Yin was a little confused, he had lived for more than 30 years after all, and he still had some experience in dealing with people. He saw that the atmosphere in the room was not good, and the two groups seemed to have a dispute. He stood firm without thinking. We are not very familiar with each other. We just went out to search for supplies together a few times. Hearing Zhang Yin's words, Dajwan's face obviously became colder. At this time, someone on the sofa shouted, Hey Zhang Yin, you can't say that. After all, we saved you. Are you destroying the bridge after crossing the river? Zhang Yin curled his lips and put the towel on himself. Huang Lulin, don't rush to flatter me. You three just handed me a hammer when I blocked those zombies. When the zombies rushed into the store, you ran much faster than me. Huang Lulin blushed after being exposed, and then shouted again, But without us, you can't leave there, right? Zhang Yin said directly, You are talking as if you can get out without me. Okay, stop talking. The middle-aged man couldn't stand this atmosphere, and shouted loudly. Then he said unconvincedly, Zhang Yin, we are brothers who have been through hardships together. Isn't it a bit bad for you to do this? Not good? Zhang Yin was amused. He walked over and said, I reluctantly admit that you are friends, but if you are brothers, do you guys have the qualifications? If I didn't think that you would be useful in building the wall, I really wouldn't bother to care about you. Every time I see zombies coming, I want to run away. Is running useful? We are going out to search for supplies, not to let you survive in the wild, Ma Zhuang. You? The middle-aged man, whose name is Ma Zhuang, stood up directly from the sofa, but the pain in his thigh made him fall down again soon. He said coldly, Okay, you are turning your back on me, right? Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, Yangzi felt a little bit reluctant. In her opinion, these people on the sofa had gone out with Zhang Yin several times before, and it was rare that everyone could come back safely every time. She may not be able to follow Zhang Yin every time. She may go out with this group of people in the future. It would be a bit bad if things got out of hand. After all, Yangzi knew that she had no ability. It was already very good to find a job in the search team. In the future, she would have to rely on the protection of the cleanup team. Thinking of this, she said, everyone should say less. We have to work together in this doomsday. I will pretend that I didn't hear you. Go clean up the house by yourselves. No need. People with different ideals cannot work together. I once thought that our relationship would be at least much better. Ma Zhuang looked very dissatisfied. He turned around and growled at the person next to him. Let's go back to our house. Wang Lulin looked a little confused when he heard this. Brother Ma, our house has been contaminated by zombies. It stinks inside. Ma Zhuang stared at him. What's wrong with being dirty? When is the environment not dirty in the wild? Are you going to leave or not? Wang Lulin shrank his neck and whispered, Okay, let's go back. Then Ma Zhuang looked at another person. What about you? Should we go or stay? Finally, the man looked at De Zhuang and Zhang Yin, and regretted following Ma Zhuang and the others in the beginning, but there was no other way. If he changed sides at the last minute, it would be difficult to please both sides, so he had to nod his head. Then the two of them supported Ma Zhuang, and the three of them left Zhang Yin's room directly. So far, the farce has come to an end. De Zhuang's character would not care about these things before, but maybe because he has seen too many life and death separations, he doesn't want to continue like this. The four people sat back on the sofa. Yang Zi looked depressed and a little unhappy. Qin Yu asked softly, What's wrong with you? Yang Zi lowered his head and said, They are not wrong. I have always been doing odd jobs, and I am the one with the lowest sense of existence when I go out to search for supplies. If it weren't for my brother's identity, I would have been driven away long ago. No. De Zhuang walked to her and sat down, hugging his sister in his arms. Sister Feng is not that kind of person, and even if you don't know anything and wait for food in the community all day, I can still keep you fat and white. Yang Zi raised his head, his eyes a little wet. I want to learn how to use a gun again. This time, I will not give up even if I have to learn it dozens of times. De Zhuang nodded and said, Okay, if you want to learn, I will teach you. If you don't want to learn, I will protect you for life. Yang Zi threw himself into De Zhuang's arms and sobbed, Thank you, brother. Looking at the two siblings, Qin Yu was really envious. As an orphan, he was extremely eager for family affection. Then he whispered, Brother De Zhuang, I can only feel that your personality has become a little different. I don't know if it's my illusion. De Zhuang turned his head and looked at Qin Yu, answering softly, It's the end of the world anyway. How can you not live? Why do you have to be a good person? My sister is my only concern. You can say I can do it, but Yangzi can't. Then De Zhuang spoke again. Just as Xiao Jiao said to me privately a long time ago, when our two groups were about to separate, his words have always stayed in my mind. Xiao Jiao said at the time, Brother De Zhuang, your muscles are all trained in the gym. In front of ordinary people, they look very shocking, but in fact, if you encounter some vicious and evil people, your chances of winning will be low. So what I want to tell you is that in this doomsday, you have to be ruthless enough to stand firm, and you have to be ruthless when you get things done, so that others dare not mess with you, and dare not mess with the people around you. When killing zombies, you must be decisive, and try to kill them with one strike. The same applies to humans. Try to cripple your opponent as quickly as possible. Even if you can't fight, you must not be weak in your aura. Don't let those people look down on you. Xiaoyu has a strong aura. Unlike you, he is the kind of person who will not offend others unless they offend him. If someone offends him, he will dig up their ancestors' graves. Qin Yu heard this and his face was full of black lines. Is it true? Is he saying this about me? Chapter 221. De Zhuang smiled and replied, After spending so many days together, I think he is quite right. Qin Yu scratched his head and then continued, If you want to live longer, you have to be cautious everywhere. The others talked briefly again for a while, and then the three of them prepared to leave. Before leaving, Qin Yu told Zhang Yin, Don't worry about the woman on the first floor for now. If there is any movement in the middle of the night, just come and call us. Zhang Yin nodded. Okay, I got it. After the voice fell, the three of them opened the door and walked towards their own house. At night, Qin Yu put his hands behind his head and kept looking at the ceiling. In a trance, he seemed to hear the sound of zombies hitting the wall again. Nothing happened that night. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Qin Yu woke up on time, sat on the bed, twisted his neck and shoulders, then fell to the ground, put his feet on the bed, and started doing push-ups. After about 7 minutes, Qin Yu did 231 push-ups, and then started plank support. Every morning when he wakes up, as long as the environment allows, Qin Yu will exercise for half an hour. Although he doesn't eat much, it's okay. He has gradually adapted to this intensity. After a simple half-hour exercise, Chinyu was already sweating all over his head. He took his coat and wiped it a few times, then opened the door and walked out. The living room was empty. I don't know if everyone has not gotten up yet. The room seemed a bit deserted at this time. Chinyu walked to the kitchen, opened the cabinet, and looked at it. The food was very simple, basically biscuits, water, canned food, etc. Although there was some brown rice, as Feng Yi said, these were all for the wounded to eat, and everyone usually tacitly didn't touch them. After all, in this environment, no one can tell whether they will fall ill or not. After falling ill, it is usually best to eat liquid food. If you can't find flour, you can only cook porridge. If there is no rice, the body will not be able to keep up with the nutrition, and it will be more difficult to get better. Standing in front of the cabinet and looking around, Chinyu took out 2 boxes of canned food and 4 packs of biscuits, ready to make breakfast for everyone. In winter, the weather is getting colder and colder, and it is normal to stay in bed. What's more, there is no need to punch in at work now. If there is nothing planned that day, even Feng Yi will sleep until the morning before getting up. At this time, Feng Yi was lying on the bed, hugging Lin Yi from behind, and the two were still sleeping soundly. At present, the community houses are not enough, and they are as much as possible to share a room with 2 people. Those who are not familiar with each other usually sleep in separate beds, or on the floor. Those who are a little more familiar will sleep at the head of the bed, and the foot of the bed, such as Dazhuang and Alei. As for Chinyu, the bed in his room is too small, and there are a lot of sundries piled on the floor, so there is no room. Due to his previous work habits, Chinyu always gets up very early to deliver food, even in the end of the world. He always feels that his whole body hurts after sleeping for a long time. Looking at the pile of materials in front of him, Chinyu planned to make a soup with canned food. He did it right away, holding the can in his arms, and walked to the backyard. At present, they were burning firewood, and they couldn't burn it indoors. As soon as he opened the door and stood outside, Chinyu shivered unconsciously. He was so cold that he almost wanted to shrink back. But he gritted his teeth and walked out. However, as he walked, he was thinking about how to burn fire indoors. For example, build a stove, just like in that abandoned factory a long time ago. When he came to the stove outside, Chinyu quickly lit the fire, and first went to the side to scoop some snow, intending to boil some water. After returning to the kitchen and getting a bowl of water, Chinyu stood at the door with a toothbrush in hand and washed his teeth carefully. Although the food in the department store was contaminated, there was a lot of toothpaste. At that time, everyone unanimously decided that they could bring less clothes, but they must bring all the toothpaste. After all, it would be too uncomfortable not to brush your teeth for a long time. Chinyu still remembered the surprise when he first found the toothpaste. He wanted to brush for an hour before giving up. Chinyu and his friends did not put these things in the cargo compartment, but kept them with the bullets. There were about 30 boxes, so Feng Yi and the others did not know about it, but as they lived together, they gradually put them out. Huh? You still have toothpaste, and it's peach-flavored. Feng Yi had already gotten up. She was yawning and rummaging through the kitchen, and was surprised to see something falling at her feet. Li Yao, with panda eyes, squinted her eyes and walked slowly over, saying casually, "Yes, there are other flavors, cherry blossom flavor, orange flavor, lime flavor, etc. You didn't mention it, so we didn't take the initiative to ask. After all, it's not food." Hearing this, Feng Yi opened the toothpaste and smelled it, and said excitedly, "You don't know, this thing is scarce. We only brush our teeth once every 2 days on average, and even so, it was almost used up a few days ago. If I could find a toothpaste factory, I would definitely brush my teeth 3 times a day in the future." Chinyu came in with a bowl and said with a smile, "Although the current quantity is not enough for you, it is still okay to wash once a day. We all do this. You should also go wash up. The water is boiling." "Yeah, thank you," Feng Yi said to him, then squeezed out an amount about the size of a little fingernail, and walked excitedly to the backyard. "Good morning, why don't you sleep a little longer?" Chinyu put the bowl away, and said hello to Li Yao. The sister of the big brother last night seemed to be called Yangzi, right? Li Yao sat at the table, propping her chin with both hands, and said listlessly, "She was a little sad at night, hiding under the quilt and sobbing. I chatted with her for more than an hour, and I fell asleep in the early morning." "Haha, what did you talk about?" Chinyu walked over and asked curiously. "I won't tell you." Li Yao giggled, then went to find her toothbrush, and said as she looked, "Girls' private conversations, why are you, a big man, asking about them?" After failing to get the words out, Chinyu laughed loudly, took some drinking water in a large bowl, and went to the stove in the backyard to start making soup. About half an hour later, most people in the room got up. Only Lin was still sleeping, but everyone else tacitly didn't wake her up. After all, everyone saw how busy the doctor was these days. Everyone sat at the dining table. Although the food was only 3 biscuits and a small bowl of broth, everyone ate happily, chatted happily, and someone was amused from time to time. By the way, there's nothing to do recently. Alay, why did you get up so early? Chinyu swallowed the last half of the biscuit, then moved to the side a little, and asked the person next to him. Alay picked up the bowl and drank the soup slowly, and replied softly, "It's very busy today, but you are not busy." Chapter 222. What's the matter? Tell me. I'm just bored, Chinyu said with a smile. Hearing this, Feng Yi quickly finished her soup, took a piece of paper from the table, folded it in half, tore it open, and then tore off the other half to wipe her mouth, and quickly said, "We need a lot of wood to repair the wall. We have to start cutting trees today. How about you go too?" Chinyu looked at the tissue on the table, reached out, and took the remaining half in his hand, and was stunned. "You only use a quarter of the paper to wipe your mouth?" Feng Yi glared at him. "Let's talk business. What are you talking about?" Using the palm-sized paper to wipe his mouth, Chinyu nodded and said, "Of course, there are people in this community that I want to protect, and we must not let zombies in." Hearing this, Feng Yi's eyes lit up. "Who? Which one?" But Chinyu ignored her completely, packed up his dishes, and walked to the backyard. There was water boiling in the pot, so he threw it in and washed the dishes at the same time. Feng Yi was a little gossipy, so she approached Li Yao and whispered, "Hey Xiao Yao, do you know who it is?" "I know." "Who?" Feng Yi asked. Li Yao glanced at her, leaned over, and said in a low voice, "In the most important sense, we have to protect all of us. In the least, who is not here now?" Hearing this, Feng Yi turned her head and looked around, and found that there was indeed one person missing. After thinking for a while, she suddenly realized, "You mean Shaolin?" Li Yao nodded gently. Suddenly, Feng Yi thought of something, and she whispered, "Don't you 3 have any stories?" "No way," Li Yao said quickly. Chinyu had said it before. He didn't consider these things at all in the end times. "We are all his family." Feng Yi laughed softly when she heard it. "Sister, I'm an experienced person. In the past, the boys who chased me lined up and could circle the community several times. Unfortunately, I liked photography at that time and flew around the world." "What are you talking about?" Chinyu washed his dishes and walked in to see 2 girls whispering. Li Yao cleaned up the soup on the table and said, "I didn't say anything." But Feng Yi was different. She crossed her legs, turned a little to the side, showing her long white legs, and said with a smile, "I was saying bad things about you." Chinyu pouted, "You are not afraid of the cold in winter. Are you girls more resistant to cold?" "I've gotten used to it. In a few years, I guess I have to wear long pants every day." Feng Yi lifted her hair and continued. Chinyu looked at Li Yao, who was busy cleaning the table, and thought of something, and said again seriously, "Li Yao, because Lin Yi was the first person to save me, it can be said that if she hadn't helped me, I might have died twice, once in the villa area, and the other time when I fell into the river. I can't repay the life-saving grace, not to mention twice, and I don't have that kind of thought about anyone in this doomsday. For me, it's the end of the world. How can I still have the mood to talk about love?" Li Yao picked up the bowls and chopsticks of several people, turned around and smiled at him gently. "I know this principle, and I understand it all. I go wash the dishes first." After saying that, Li Yao walked straight to the backyard, and Yang Zi hurried forward to lend a hand. "Sister Xiao Yao, let me help you." Chinyu sat down irritably, rubbed his hair, lowered his head, and didn't know what to say. De Shuang sighed, "Alas." Then he stood up and walked towards the temporary infirmary, intending to go see Xiao Ning. "What the hell, why is he sighing?" Chinyu looked up and was stunned. Feng Yi hooked her finger at him, motioning him to come closer, and then said, "You don't like others at the end of the world, but it's normal for others to have a good impression of you. This is hard to avoid. For example, Li Yao has a good impression of you, but you have a good impression of Shaolin. As long as you don't expose it, it's normal." Chinyu was anxious. "When did I have a good impression of Yi? I just think she is a doctor and saved my life. In comparison, I hope she can live well." As luck would have it, Lenny came down with her hair disheveled and happened to hear this sentence. However, she reacted differently from others. She just smiled and walked over. "What the hell, I'm so beautiful, I have a good personality, strong ability, and a great figure. If you don't like me, you're not blessed enough." After saying that, she sat down and started to eat breakfast. Chinyu spread his hands when he heard it. Look, even if Yi knew that I didn't have that kind of feeling for her, she wouldn't react at all, and she ate happily. But Lin Yi's next words also choked him. But it's true that I have a crush on you. To put it bluntly, I like you very much. Chinyu was stunned, and didn't know what to say. But soon Lin Yi spoke again, but his voice was much louder. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I know what you think. Before the end of the world, you won't consider these things at all. I am the same. I believe that Li Yao thinks the same way. Don't you think so, Xiao Yao? Yeah. That's right. A voice came from the backyard. Then Lin Yi drank a mouthful of soup, moved a stool, and sat next to Chinyu, whispering, She is a student, not like us big sisters who have entered the society. What's more, I heard from Dazhuang that you saved Li Yao when she was about to be defiled by the bad guys. This has a completely different meaning. Feng Yi also leaned on the chair and said softly, At her age, to put it bluntly, she has only taken the college entrance examination for a few years. I guess she used to be a good girl who studied hard. Family factors will not let her fall in love early. Although you are not handsome, you are also a light in the darkness. Chinyu looked at her, a little shocked. Lin Yi yelled, Nonsense. Our Chinyu is still very handsome after dressing up. If you don't believe me, find a better set of casual clothes next time and take care of your hair. That will be pretty good, okay? Okay, you are right. Feng Yi smiled, stood up, and walked out of the house. Where are you going? Lin Yi looked at her and asked. Packaging the drawings and getting ready to start work. Chinyu whispered to Lin Yi and thanked him. Thank you for helping me clarify these misunderstandings today. To be honest, I don't have the energy to think about these things until the zombies die out. I told her once before, but it didn't seem to work. Turning his head to look at the backyard, Lin Yi replied softly, Men and women have different thoughts. To be honest, in the end of the world, most men hope to live longer, and some often don't care about the life and death of others. But you see, hasn't Dazhuang been running to the infirmary recently? If you ask me, other people's thoughts are different from yours. If you don't make some things clear, you will always be entangled. Chapter 223. Is that so? Chinyu nodded, not quite understanding. Lin Yi stretched out her index finger and poked his temple. Stupid, you do things in a set way, why don't you understand these aspects? Hearing this, Chinyu's face showed a trace of sadness. I didn't have any family and few friends before, because I had to work hard to support myself. Fortunately, compared with the orphan companions I knew before, I could at least live in a house. The consequence of this is that I don't know how to deal with these relationships. Lin Yi was a little stunned. For her, she had been like a flower in a greenhouse since she was a child. Although she couldn't find any family or friends at present, to be honest, she had prepared herself mentally. Having seen so many separations of life and death, in this end of the world where people eat each other, Lin Yi didn't think she would have the opportunity to reunite with her former family and friends. Instead of being deeply trapped in the memories, she should cherish the present. She paused, held Chenyu's hand with her left hand, and said seriously, From now on, we are your family, Dazhuang and Yangzi, Zhang Yin and Xioi, and Li Yao and Feng Jia, etc. Everyone is your brothers and sisters. We must work together to live longer in this end of the world. Hearing Lin Yi's gentle words, Chinyu raised his head, turned his body a little to face her, and rubbed her head with his left hand. I will try to become stronger and protect you and everyone else. Lin Yi smiled happily. Then I will wait for brother Chinyu to stand in front. I will just treat everyone's wounds in the back. Yes. Chinyu answered firmly. Hee, eat and drink enough. I go comb my hair. It's too messy. And yours? It looks like it was bitten by a dog, haha. After saying that, Lin Yi stood up and walked upstairs. Chinyu whispered, You are so shameless. Didn't you cut it for me? As soon as the voice fell, a woman appeared at the door. Hey Chinyu, how do you deal with your friend? Zhang Yin came and shouted that the man woke up and was struggling on the bed. Feng Yi stood at the door and shouted inside. Oh yes, I almost forgot about it. Chinyu slapped his thigh and quickly got up and walked out. In the next room, several people gathered in Wang Yu's room at this time, namely Zhang Yin, Lei, and Yang Zi. With the arrival of Chinyu and Feng Yi, the place suddenly became a bit crowded, but fortunately, everyone inside knew each other, so it wouldn't be uncomfortable for everyone to get close to each other. What's the situation? Chinyu walked over and frowned and asked. Yang Zi held a wet towel in his hand, squatted by the bed, and looked back and said, This sister seems to be unable to listen to what I say, and just keeps moving around. There's nothing we can do. Lei knocked her out again. Hearing that she fainted again, Chinyu always felt a little uneasy. Just when he was about to say something, fortunately Lenny also rushed over. After all, she was a friend of Chinyu and Lei. When she heard the noise upstairs, she followed with a comb in one hand and a rubber band in the other. With both hands busy behind her head, Lenny walked in and said, "We can't let her faint for too long. If it happens again, her spirit will be extremely stimulated. I'm afraid she won't wake up in this life. Hurry up and wake her up." Lei stepped forward quickly, put his right thumb on the middle part of Wang Yu's upper lip, that is, the philtrum, and pinched it hard. After a few seconds, Wang Yu moved slowly, and then made a few sounds uncontrollably because of the pain in her neck. "It hurts so much. My neck is going to break. Go get some snow," Lenny shouted at Chinyu. "I go." Zhang Yin, who was standing at the door, said first, and then ran outside. Seeing this, Lenny said to Chinyu again, "Go and calm her down, and let her accept it slowly." Hearing the order, Chinyu stepped forward and squatted, put his hand on her shoulder, and whispered, "It's me." Wang Yu struggled for a while, but her hands were tied, and she couldn't move. She murmured, "You are that person? Let me introduce myself. My name is Chinyu, Yu means island. Wang Yu, you should not have forgotten me, right? The other person is Lei." After thinking for a moment, Chinyu started from the beginning. "Lei? Is he here too?" Wang Yu asked in a low voice. "Yes." Lei's hoarse voice sounded. Wang Yu was silent for a long time, and she did not speak. She lay quietly on the bed without moving. After hesitating for a while, Chinyu still asked, "What's wrong with you? The community is so good, why are you like this?" Community. Community. Wang Yu muttered to herself, and then suddenly struggled again. Her hands were tied with ropes until they bled, but she couldn't stop. Everyone present was stunned, wondering how such a thin woman could have the strength to make such a big noise. Lenny quickly shouted, "Quick, cut the rope, or her hands will rot if she continues like this." Chinyu pulled out a knife and cut it directly, and Lei also cut it on the other side. Then Wang Yu quickly sat up and retreated to the wall, hugging her knees with both hands, lowering her head tightly and repeating something. It's so scary here." Taking the snow that Zhang Yin had found, which was already packed in a plastic bag, Lenny sat next to her, put the snow on her neck, and said gently, "Don't brainwash yourself. Slowly raise your head and look around. We are all living people, people with flesh and blood." Wang Yu slowly raised her head and said, "It's so dark. Why is the sun gone?" Hearing this, Lenny nodded to Chinyu. Chinyu stepped forward, took off the towel on her head, and revealed her face. Zhang Yin, who was standing at the door, was slightly startled and said directly, "Hey, I've seen her." Everyone in the room turned their heads to look at Zhang Yin, and Chinyu asked directly, "Is it true?" "She is." Chinyu was about to say that this person was one of the people who attacked the community last time. Although he did not launch an attack, he was also an accomplice. "How did you two know each other?" Wang Yu first covered his eyes with his hands, then slowly moved away. After seeing Zhang Yin's face, he actually faced him directly, knelt on the bed, and kept knocking his head. I'm sorry, I deserve to die, you kill me. Kill me." Seeing that she was getting excited again, Zhang Yin was also a little confused. Chinyu stood up and held her shoulders, and shook them vigorously a few times. "Are you hiding something from us? Is it?" Lei put his hand on Chinyu's shoulder, and shook his head gently, signaling him not to do this. Chapter 224. Wang Yu lowered her head, and couldn't help crying. Her fingernails had all fallen off, and she looked extremely pitiful. "You guys go out first, I talked to her for a while." Lenny thought for a while, and whispered to the people in the room. Seeing this, everyone else left here, and went to the living room outside. Chinyu looked at Zhang Yin with some confusion. "Tell me about your two things, what happened?" Zhang Yin looked back at the door that was about to close, then sat on the sofa with everyone and whispered, "In that case, I tell you all about it. It was more than a month ago, or how long ago, I can't remember clearly. Anyway, it was a while ago. I was searching for supplies outside and met a woman. Oh yes, the one in the room." Zhang Yin pointed at the house and continued, "She was surrounded by zombies at the time. In the middle of the night, I rescued her. Later she said she also had a son who was about the same age as my daughter. I was soft-hearted for a moment, so I gave her half a bottle of water, and even because of impulse, I wrote her the community address." "What the hell?" Feng Yi was a little emotional when she heard this. She stood up and shouted, "Aren't you putting us in danger? You are so ridiculous." Yang Zi reached out and pulled her. "Sister Feng, don't get excited. Zhang Yin probably didn't mean it. Hearing Feng Yi's accusation, Zhang Yin was a little ashamed. He whispered, I regret it too. I don't know why I got so excited at that time. I'm sorry. It can't be all your fault. Qin Yu lowered his head in thought, then he turned his head to look at Feng Yi, who was angry, and continued. Feng Yi, this matter can't be blamed entirely on him. You have to know that we are human beings. Zhang Yin is a father who is alone with his daughter. In this doomsday, he met another mother with a child. It is inevitable that he will empathize with her and make some actions. It's not surprising, but what you don't know is that the mother is even more miserable. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi also came out. She fell asleep. This time she should be better. She was too tired and fell asleep as soon as she relaxed. Let's get some hot water for her to soak. Then Lin Yi came over and sat down with him. Qin Yu just started to tell about Wang Yu. Next, Qin Yu slowly told the stories that ordinary people could not believe. A few minutes later, except for Chun Yu and Lei, everyone else looked a little angry, and even a little helpless. Everyone was silent for a long time, and Yang Zi was the first to speak. Perhaps, this is the only way for ordinary people at the bottom to survive when they encounter the end of the world. They can only eat their own kind. No, that's not the case. A man's voice sounded at the door, and everyone turned around and saw that it was Dazhuang who was holding Xiaoning standing there. Hey, how did you come here? We didn't notice. Qin Yu stood up and walked over, holding Xiaoning and walking over here. We've been here for a long time. We arrived when you just started talking. We were so focused on listening that we didn't talk. Xiaoning looked at him and smiled softly. Come here and let me see. Lin Yi waved her hand, then briefly checked Xiaoning, and continued, It's not a big problem, she will be almost well soon. She still has frostbite on her feet, so it's a bit difficult for her to walk, but at least the disease is healed, and she just needs to get more sun in the future. Thank you, Sister Xiaoyi. Xiaoning held her hand, and said gratefully. Lin Yi was a little confused, and she said directly, If you ask me, your names are too confusing. People in the community call me Dr. Lin, Sister Feng calls me Xiao Lin, and some call me by my name, and you call me Xiao Yi. I don't know which one to agree to in the future. Hearing this, Feng Yi smiled and said, How about I call you Sister Xiao Lin? No, you are older than me. Don't call me that. Lin Yi waved her hand and said, But others can call me that. Let's unify the name so that I can hear it clearly in the future. Feng Yi thought of something and made a joke. Then Qin Yu is the same as everyone else? Lin Yi blushed. He can be a little special. I won't agree to anyone else except him. With a few jokes, the atmosphere just now was not so depressing. Qin Yu asked Zhuang again, You just said it was not like that, tell me what you think. Returning to the previous topic, Dazhuang said seriously, Since ancient times, the rich have their own way of living, and the poor have their own way of living. The same is true in this doomsday. The rich eat delicacies from the mountains and the sea, and the poor go to the mountains to dig wild vegetables. Everyone lives well, right? Yes, that's right. If they eat human flesh because they can't survive, then our ancestors would not have discovered that wild vegetables can be eaten. From the perspective of our ancestors in the past, crabs look so weird, how can they be eaten? And the earliest people who ate mushrooms. Lin Yi nodded and expressed his own opinion. Hearing this, Qin Yu said calmly, That's right. If you send crayfish back to more than 1,000 years ago, wouldn't that scare people? So our ancestors were very wise, and found a lot of wild vegetables to eat. Even tree bark and tree core can be made into flour noodles. It doesn't look good, but at least it can fill the stomach. This is the famine era in the past. Some people can't eat, and when they are extremely hungry, they will eat human flesh, but some people will desperately try to find ways to get food, so eating their own kind is not the only way to survive. Yang Zi lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. It's not your fault. Qin Yu shook his head and said, The view is one thing, and whether to take action is another. Several people listened to what he said and nodded in agreement. Then Qin Yu looked at the girl next to Zhuang and asked, Let me ask you, Xiaoning, even if you are about to starve to death, do you want to go and eat other people's flesh? Tell the truth. Xiaoning saw that everyone was looking at her, and said nervously, If you want to eat human flesh, then all the fish in the river must be eaten up, and even all the animals must die. But even so, I don't want to try it. It's a door, and you can't get out after entering. Qin Yu nodded and said in a pause, Yes, that's what most people think. If you can't find food, then try your best to find it. If there's nothing to eat, then try to turn something you don't know into something edible, instead of turning around and staring at your companions and sharpening the knife in your hand. The world. Shouldn't be like this. Chapter 225. Lenny also agreed. Yes, in fact, I have a little guess that the person inside is called Wang Yu, right? I almost know why she is like this. Oh! Qinyu turned his head and looked at her. Tell me about it. Hearing this, Lin Yi first sorted out her thoughts, and then said, at the beginning, she followed her ex-husband and her son to be captured by that group of people. In order to survive, she had to tell the address of our community. But there is a key point. She has never seen it with her own eyes, and she doesn't even know what our community is like, right? According to her own description, although she had been outside the wall, she had not entered it. Lin Yi asked Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin nodded. Yes, I just gave her the address, and I didn't tell her what it was like here, or even how to get here. That's right. Lin Yi clapped his hands, glanced at everyone, and continued, she doesn't know the scale of our community. People basically imagine it within the scope of their own cognition. For example, Qinyu, I am describing a house that can be lived in before the end of the world through words. There is no specific description, just a bed and a window. What do you think of? Qinyu scratched his head and said, the wall of the community where I used to live was peeling off. It was cold in winter and hot in summer, and rats often sneaked in. Then Lin Yi looked at Feng Yi again. It's your turn, Sister Feng. What do you think of? Although Feng Yi was a little confused, she still answered truthfully. I have never lived in a community like Qinyu. According to what you said, I thought of my own villa, because my family only has this. Snap! Lin Yi snapped her fingers. That's the reason. After the apocalypse, Wang Yu basically never lived in a decent place. To put it in human terms, she was displaced everywhere. In her opinion, the cave might be the place with the most sense of security. But when she entered the community, she saw people patrolling inside, trying to repair the collapsed walls, and even various houses, and all of these were indirectly destroyed because of her. The corpses and blood on the ground were irritating her nerves all the time. Qinyu was stunned, then clapped his hands. You are indeed a highly intelligent person. You found a problem that we didn't notice. It's just my professional habit. I like to analyze the condition. Now there is no machine to help, so I can only guess through the environment. Lin Yi said softly. Then she turned to look at Qinyu. If I'm not mistaken, Wang Yu hasn't said a word since entering the community, right? Hearing this, Qinyu immediately nodded and said, yes, I thought she was quiet because she was tired at the time, and I left later. Lei should have stayed with her longer. Lei stood behind the sofa, folded his arms, and whispered. She was indeed very abnormal after entering. She kept staring out the window. I couldn't tell anything from her expression. I just thought she was envious of what was going on inside, so I ignored her. Yeah. Qinyu thought of some reasons, and said slowly, we both thought she was stimulated by her son. After all, Wang Yuning refused to eat human flesh, but she was forced to be held down by someone, and had to eat a large piece of it. Feng Yi whispered, the person who fed her was her own child. This series of blows caused her to completely collapse mentally, and the most important point is, Lin Yi was silent halfway through her speech. Go on, why don't you say anything? De Zhuang asked anxiously. Qinyu shook his head and said in a deep voice, let me tell you, Yi meant that Wang Yu saw other children in the community, and maybe she also thought of her own child, and regretted why she didn't accept Zhang Yin's invitation. Lin Yi looked back at the bedroom door and murmured, under this kind of stimulation, there will always be a voice in her mind, blaming her for not being cruel enough to leave again. As long as she tries again, she can save her child. It's so pitiful. Xiaoning lowered her head, and said in a low voice. Lin Yi said slowly, what's more terrifying is that the voice is probably her son. I just asked clearly, Wang Yu kept saying that her child was calling her, and asked her to leave quickly. Although she knew that the child was dead, if according to what Qinyu said, she did not see her child die in front of her, then it is normal that she can't accept it for a long time. After Lin Yi finished speaking, everyone present was silent. Li Yao came over after finishing her work. She came over and sat down, looking puzzled. Then Yang Zi beside her whispered to her and explained. A few minutes later, Qinyu looked up at Feng Yi. What time do we go to cut trees? It's about 12 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun is out at that time, and it's not so cold outside. Feng Yi glanced at her watch and replied. Yes. Then Qinyu asked Lin Yi, is there a way to cure her? I mean, without spending a lot of manpower and material resources? Hearing this, Lin Yi pondered for a while, shook his head and said, I didn't study psychiatry before, and what you don't know is that in the hospital, it is very common for different departments to be very different. Don't think that I am taking care of all the wounded now, but in fact, I don't understand it many times, and I can only grope step by step. You can ask John Ian to understand. I often ask him to help me search for some medical books. At present, I just let these injured people live as much as possible, or try my best to relieve some pain. Alas, Chinyu sighed, we have tried our best. Perhaps death is the only way for her to be relieved. Why not give her a quick death? After saying this, Chinyu turned to look at a lay behind him and asked for his opinion. After all, to be honest, Wang Yu was rescued by the two of them. Even though Lei had killed many people before the end of the world, he was a little hesitant now. He whispered, in the past, I never killed women and children even when I was on a mission, but now it is the end of the world, so leave it to me. He frowned and pulled out the dagger, then prepared to go into the house. Chinyu stood up and held him back. Forget it. Let's go together. Just as the two of them were about to go, Lin Yi made up his mind and shouted, It's not that there is no way. Chinyu and Lei both turned around, waiting for the answer. After all, they could kill bad guys, but they would feel bad if they killed other weak people, especially a dying person who was mentally stimulated. Chapter 226. In a word, the one who tied the bell must be the one who untied it. After saying that, Lin Yi turned and looked at Zhang Yin. Chinyu looked at her, then thought of something and immediately said, This won't work. It's too dangerous. You can't trade your friend's life for someone else's, not to mention whether she is a friend or not. Lin Yi glared at him. Am I so cruel in your eyes? You look at me like this? Then Lin Yi's mouth pursed, and her eyes began to turn red as she sat on the sofa. She really didn't expect that she was misunderstood by Chinyu. She wouldn't care even if it was anyone else. What the hell? Why did you make her cry? De Zhuang, the young man, said it directly when he saw the noise. Xiao Ning next to him raised her elbow and poked him. Don't talk. No, don't cry. Chinyu hurried over and tried to wipe her tears helplessly, but Lin Yi turned her head away and ignored him completely. Chinyu had no choice but to look at Feng Yi, but the latter pouted and didn't bother to pay attention to him. There was no way. Chinyu had to sit next to him and whispered, I know, you are also a woman, and you are also a doctor. What happened to Wang Yu is indeed pitiful. I believe any woman will be moved after hearing these things, but Zhang Yin has been our friend for a long time. Although Wang Yu has seen him, I will never accept Zhang Yin's life to wake her up. Lin Yi wiped her tears, turned her head and glared at him, shouting, When did I say I would use Zhang Yin's life to wake her up? Chinyu was stunned. I thought. You thought? You think you know everything. You followed Lei to the cave. There were only two of us. Lei was a killer, but what were you? You are a delivery man. Do you really think you are a Superman? Lin Yi punched him several times, crying and shouting. Have you ever thought about what if Wang Yu doesn't betray? What if they are waiting for you to enter the cave? Lei is very skilled. What if you die in there? We haven't seen each other for a few months. As long as I am here, Chinyu will not die. Lei said this calmly. Feng Yi looked at him and waved. Why are you talking so much now that your voice is better? Come here and stand next to me. Chinyu had no choice but to look at the other girls present, trying to seek help, but they all turned their heads away and said nothing. Only when she made eye contact with Liao, the latter's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she whispered, Sister Xiaolin. Lin Yi wiped her tears with her sleeves and sobbed, I'm fine. I just thought that he cared about Zhang Yin's life, and didn't think about my own. I was excited for a while, and I couldn't control myself. I'm sorry, there are too many deaths in the community recently. 2 more died last night. In the past, when we were in the factory, we didn't dare to go out when someone entered. We could only leave secretly in the middle of the night. But now, that group of people came into the community and killed people indiscriminately, and Chinyu followed them. I can't imagine it. What if you all die one by one? How should I live in this doomsday? I can't use a gun, and I can't chop zombies for a long time. Feng Yi stood up, walked to Lin Yi's right and sat down, put his left hand on her hand and whispered, We have experienced so many storms and waves, haven't we come through it? Before Chinyu came back, De Zhuang was out, Zhang Yin and Lei were not there, and 5 or 6 zombies came into the community in the middle of the night. Didn't we clean them up? Lin Yi whispered back, That's because you were next to me. If I was alone, I would definitely dare to run. Although I am not afraid of those zombies, I can't stand more than 5. Hearing this, Feng Yi said gently, There is no if, I will always be here, and I don't plan to teach you how to use a gun. You are already very tired as a doctor, why do I let you learn weapons? If someone wants to hurt you one day, it must be that we are dead. Yes, that's right. De Zhuang shouted. If you want to hurt you, you must step over my body. Zhang Yin looked at her and said firmly, "You saved my life. There is nothing to say about this." Others followed suit. "You are a doctor. The knife in your hand should be used to save people, not to kill people. Why do you have to learn it? It's fine if we know it. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Don't be afraid. We are not weak." Yang Zi also said, "Don't worry, Shaolin. I have asked my brother to teach me, and I will stand in front of you and chop all those smelly zombies." "Thank you, everyone." Linny lowered her head, not daring to look at other people's eyes, and could only say in a low voice, I am a little hypocritical." Feng Yi turned his head to the left, looked at Qin Yu, and then pointed at Lin Yi. After receiving the instruction, Qin Yu quickly said, "Don't you know me? I have always been very steady in doing things. I will not try anything that is a little dangerous. Have you forgotten that a long time ago, we met Zhang Yin's two enemies? At that time, I only needed to use a little trick to let the two people wait for death on the spot." Linny turned her head and rolled her eyes at him. "I would rather you be like before, use more tricks in everything, and don't fight and kill." "Don't worry." Qin Yu also put his right hand on Lin Yi's hand, and said seriously, "I am different now than before. If you don't believe me, ask Li Yao." Li Yao, who was sitting on the sofa on the other side, immediately said, "Yes, Sister Shaolin, we met a group of people. They are very powerful. Qin Yu, De Zhuang and I have received a period of training and have changed a lot." Then De Zhuang also shouted, "You haven't seen it. I tell you, that man is very fierce. He can beat me like a pig with one hand. Don't swear when you're chatting with us." Yang Zi glared at his brother. Lenny whispered, "Got it." Feng Yi, who was sitting on the right, curled her lips. Some people can guess what others are thinking just now, and can continue talking before they finish talking, but after a while, they act like fools again. "Oh, I won't tell you who it is." Chen Yu blushed. "I'm not a worm, how can I guess everything? Come on, Shaolin, tell me what you think." Zhang Yin changed the subject in time. Lenny took a few deep breaths, and then spoke slowly. "My plan is to have Zhang Yin pretend to be a corpse, and fall outside this community, and then Xiao Shi will cry beside him to wake up Wang Yu with her crying. When she walks out the door, and sees this scene, then let a zombie walk over. Of course, this needs to be pretended by someone. The purpose is to stimulate her, and let Wang Yu go forward to save Xiao Shi." Chapter 227. Of course, for the sake of authenticity, I can't tell your daughter about the plan. After all, she is a child, and may not be able to act it out perfectly. Lenny looked at him and said, "Will this be too cruel?" Yang Zi was a little worried when he heard it. If we don't handle it well, what if something happens? Will she really think her father is dead? Zhang Yin thought for a while, looked up and said, "The end of the world is cruel. Compared to the old people sending the young people away in the future, I hope she can grow up as soon as possible." Qin Yu nodded. "Let her feel the end of the world appropriately, maybe she will understand how difficult it is to live in the future. But my suggestion is to get a piece of rotten meat on Zhang Yin in the end, and then when she wakes up, she can say that she was knocked unconscious. This will make it easier to make up for it. But if we discuss it here in a big way, Wang Yu won't hear it, right?" Before anyone else can speak, Chen Yu said again. Hearing this, Lin Yi shook her head and whispered, "She is extremely weak mentally, and I added half a sleeping pill to the water she drank. I think she can sleep for a long time." "Ah?" Qin Yu was stunned and asked curiously, "Why is there this in the community, and I don't see any water in it?" Lin Yi looked up at him, and said, "The supplies in the community are very strange. Some are useful, while others are rarely used. Sleeping pills are one of them. In most cases, no one needs this." "Okay, then I understand. Now that we have decided when we will act, for safety reasons, let me play the role of a zombie." Qin Yu stood up, and said to everyone, "You don't have any wounds on your body?" Zhang Yin asked nervously. Qin Yu shook his head. "No, not even a mosquito bite." Hearing this, Lin Yi stood up and said softly, "When the temperature is below 10 degrees Celsius, the number of mosquitoes will decrease sharply. How can there be so many? But to be on the safe side, we need to check your body first. Brother Dazhuang, you go into the house with him." When his name was called, Dazhuang stood up and said with a smile, "No problem, leave it to me, come on, I take a good look at you." As he spoke, he pushed Qin Yu. Seeing this, Qin Yu looked bitter. "I really know my body, there is absolutely no injury. There is no need to check." Lin Yi refused firmly. "What if there is a scratch? You may not even feel it. Don't be so nagging. If you keep talking, I will check it myself." Hearing this last sentence, Qin Yu quickly opened the door and walked in. Although he was not used to taking off his clothes in front of strangers, At least in front of Dazhuang, they were all men anyway, so it didn't matter. It would be different if it was Lin Yi. A few minutes later, Dazhuang came out with a smile. How is it? Lin Yi looked at him and asked. No problem, my body has become more perfect, the muscle contours are more obvious, and I have abdominal muscles, six-pack. Lin Yi was speechless. Is that what I'm asking? Dazhuang scratched his head. No injuries, no broken skin, don't worry. Okay, Chen Yu, you and Dazhuang go get a zombie in, it should be okay, right? Lin Yi finally felt relieved and said to Chen Yu, who was walking out and putting on clothes. Okay, no problem, but why not just take out the zombie's internal organs? Why bring them back? Chen Yu was a little curious. Hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head and said, applying zombie meat is mainly extremely smelly, and the juice will inevitably seep into the skin over time. If something goes wrong, it will be bad. Don't say so much, go quickly, I wait for you on the grass outside. After saying this, Lin Yi left here and went back to prepare some tools and the like. Chen Yu and Dazhuang looked at each other, then walked out of the community helplessly. A few minutes later, the two walked about a few hundred meters, then squatted behind a small hill, looking at a zombie a few meters away, waiting for those around it to go a little further. After another half a minute, there was only one left. Chen Yu patted Dazhuang on the shoulder and whispered, Action! As soon as the voice fell, Chen Yu rushed out like a cheetah. In an instant, he rushed to the back of the zombie. Just as it turned around and growled, Chen Yu grabbed its right hand, suddenly pulled it to the ground, then moved his body to the side, raised his foot, and kicked it directly at the waist. With a muffled groan, the zombie was kicked 2 meters to the side. Dazhuang jumped out with a Y-shaped wooden stick in his hand, and pressed it hard against its throat to prevent the zombie from getting up. With its neck fixed, the zombie waved its limbs excitedly and raised its hands to try to catch people, but it was completely useless. It just struggled hard. Be gentle, don't break its neck. Chen Yu came over and warned, then he squatted down, covered the zombie's head with a piece of rags he picked up from somewhere, and then grabbed the hands and lifted it up. After thinking for a while, Chen Yu tore off another sleeve and tied the zombie's hands together. Dazhuang moved behind the zombie and continued to push it forward with a wooden stick. As for Chen Yu, he walked slowly a few meters in front. The zombie's head was covered, and its vision was completely affected. It could only rely on its sense of smell to sense that there were living people around. Although it could smell someone behind it, it was pushed forward all the time, and gradually its attention was attracted by Chen Yu in front. Soon the two returned to the community and walked towards the grass. At this time, a rectangular table was already set up there. Lin Yi wore a plastic apron and a mask, and even a pair of goggles, and watched them in a vigilant manner. When he approached, Lin Yi looked at the two and whispered, I asked you two to bring zombies in, but I didn't say to bring live ones. Aren't you afraid of danger? After that, Lin Yi walked forward with a small knife of more than 20 centimeters long, stabbed it from the jaw of the zombie, and it stopped struggling instantly. Chen Yu stood by and said with a smile, I saw you ask Dazhuang to go with me, thinking you wanted to catch a live one. Lin Yi turned her head and glared at him. You're doing this again. Feeling that he had said something wrong, Chen Yu raised his hands. I was wrong. I will ask you a few more questions next time. I asked Brother Dazhuang to help me because I wanted you two to carry the zombie's body. That's all, carry it to the table. Lin Yi turned around and walked back. Since the zombie was killed, it also collapsed on the ground. Chen Yu walked forward quickly, grabbed the zombie's armpits with both hands, and the two of them moved it to the table. Then everyone else came over, except Alay. Because he knew what to do, and was familiar with Alay, he didn't need to come to the scene. Chapter 228. Come here and stand next to me to help. Lin Yi shouted at Chen Yu. I don't know how. And I don't know what you want to do. Although Chen Yu was a little confused, he still walked closer obediently. Xiao Ning held 2 pairs of gloves in her hands and handed them over. Brother Chen Yu, put on these. Sister Shaolin specifically told you to do so. Thank you. Chen Yu looked at her and smiled, took it and put it on. Then Lin Yi handed him a tool similar to a scalpel, but a little longer. Then Lin Yi said seriously, this step is to let everyone understand the human body better. In the future, even if you fight with bad guys, attacking key parts will be more effective. Then you will be familiar with the structure of the human body, so that you will not panic even if you are injured. After that, Lin Yi said to Chen Yu, you step back a little. Next, I will bleed the zombies. At the same time, she nodded to Zhang Yin, who stepped forward, lifted the tabletop, and then Feng Yi squatted down and began to put bricks under the 3 table legs. The highest leg of the table was padded with 3 pieces, 2 on the left and 3 on the lower right. The table suddenly tilted. Then Lin Yi walked to the left, picked up the knife in his hand, and gently scratched the zombie's wrist and ankle. Instantly, a stream of black juice flowed out. Li Yao had been waiting for a long time, and immediately put a bucket at the corner of the table to catch the flowing juice to avoid polluting the grass. Then Lin Yi looked serious, put the knife in his hand at the zombie's chin, and scratched it down along the chest, and an extremely professional wound appeared. Then she looked up at Qin Yu opposite her. "Follow me next, everyone pay attention." Lin Yi carefully opened the zombie's abdomen, and did not care about the chest ribs for the time being. The zombie's bones are extremely fragile, and can be broken with a hard hit. Now she wants to briefly introduce the location of the internal organs of the human body to everyone. There are many things to talk about, and it is impossible for you to understand everything. I tell you all this because I hope that if you are really injured one day, you will also understand where you are injured and don't force yourself. Lin Yi really didn't want these people to die in the wild, so what she could do was to make sure everyone could understand clearly when they were injured and deal with it simply, at least until she could treat them. Next, Lin Yi patiently told everyone about the main internal organs, and everyone listened attentively. Half an hour later, zombies had been completely disfigured, and their internal organs had been basically taken out. The next part is the blood vessels, which should go without saying. Everyone knows the 3 types of blood vessels, right? Everyone present nodded, and they understood the basic common sense. Lin Yi paused, and continued, "No need to worry about capillary bleeding, it won't be dangerous. Many people used to pick their noses and bleed like this. The most important thing is the artery, which is usually more clearly distributed in the neck, wrist, instep, etc. If you can't avoid getting hurt, I hope you can try to make it a little more deviated. Now is the end of the world, if the artery ruptures, even gods can hardly save it, you must remember this." Qin Yu looked at her and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, I've got it in mind." Then Lin Yi spoke again for a few minutes, and then began to prepare for the final move, skinning the zombie. She lifted the zombie's skin with her left hand, pointed it apart with a knife and said, "This layer is muscle, just separate it. This zombie is too thin, and there is basically not much fat on the surface, so it will be easy to peel it off." Qin Yu watched carefully, and then repeated the movements in his hands, fearing that he would miss a step. More than 10 minutes later, the upper body of the zombie in front of him had been separated, but Qin Yu's body looked not so good, but at least it was intact. "Okay, it's done." Lin Yi let out a long breath, and it was almost noon at this time. De Zhuang stood by, scratched his head and said, "Although I know it's inappropriate to say this, if we use plastic cloth to hang zombie meat, the effect will be similar." Qin Yu looked at him and smiled and said, "Although this method is convenient, it is not easy to use when it rains, and if there are wounds on the body, once the rain falls, the person will inevitably have an accident." Lin Yi put all the internal organs on the table into the bucket, and gave it to Zhang Yin to bury. Then he said, "And it can't be reused. As long as the zombie's skin is air-dried, it can be recycled many times, and even if you apply zombie meat on it, it won't soak into it, so the risk is greatly reduced." Hearing this, Qin Yu was a little confused and turned his head to ask, "What? Since this skin needs to be air-dried, why do you still need to check if I have any injuries on my body? I was thinking about what to do if you go to kill zombies and get blood on your body." Lin Yi walked into the house with a bunch of tools. "By the way, remember to burn the body outside." When De Zhuang heard this, he shouted anxiously, "No, then why didn't you ask me?" Lin Yi walked further and further away. "You are so strong, the zombies can't get close to you." Although De Zhuang was very depressed, he still followed Qin Yu and carried the table outside, ready to meet up with Zhang Yin. At noon, everyone had a simple meal. Lin Yi continued to work in the temporary infirmary, and Xiao Ning followed her to help. All the men went out to cut trees, while Li Yao was holding Da Zhuang's compound bow and keeping watch. In the whole afternoon, they only cut down 6 trees, which were only as thick as an adult man's thigh and about 7 meters long. It took for people to carry them back each time. There was no other way. Without a car, they could only move them by manpower. If it wasn't too cold outside, Qin Yu really wanted to set up a camp directly, split the wood boards, and then move them back, but it was unrealistic. Fortunately, the place where the trees were cut was not far away, and the walk back was all downhill, so the physical strength of the few people could keep up. When it was almost dark, Qin Yu, De Zhuang, Zhang Yin, and Alei carried the last tree back. Because Lao Cheng and Hongwu were shot a few days ago and needed to recover, they were not notified this time. Seeing that they had worked hard all afternoon, Feng Yi was willing to make a pot of canned meat soup for everyone. These were not Chen Yu's goods, but her own private collection. Alei also contributed a wild boar leg, which he had harvested from hunting before. At dinner, the girls tacitly did not gather with them, but ate alone. But the men at the scene looked at each other, and without saying anything, they walked away with a big pot, the reason being that they would not do anything else, and would eat together if they had food, and eat together if they had nothing. After a happy dinner, it was almost 7 o'clock, and everyone followed the plan and began to ask other people in the community to close the doors and windows and not come out. Feng Yi and Alei took some zombie hands and feet, and threw some on the ground. Wang Yu was still sleeping, but the window of her room was opened, and the cold air came in, slowly stimulating her nerves. Chapter 229. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening, and Xiaoxi was with Yang Zi. In order to implement the plan smoothly, the others did not eat dinner with her, but Yang Zi brought a bowl to them. Just now in front of her, Yang Zi deliberately acted absent-minded, his eyes wandering around. This scene successfully aroused Xiaoxi's curiosity. Children are always like this, they want to ask endless questions about everything they see, but Yang Zi didn't care about her at all, just kept urging her to eat quickly. Just as she was about to collect the dishes and leave, there was a sudden noise at the door. Yang Zi trembled, raised his head, and stared at the little girl in front of him. "Go to the bedroom and hide. Don't come out." After saying that, Yang Zi deliberately pulled out a gun in front of her and rushed out. However, Xiaoxi had never touched a gun before, and she didn't notice that the weapon in her sister's hand was not opened. As expected, as soon as Yang Zi went out, there was a sound of fighting, and then it fell into silence. As mentioned earlier, children are very curious. The more you don't let her come out, the more she can't stay. In just a few minutes, Xiaoxi walked out of the back door with a knife in her hand with a cautious look on her face. She squatted beside the house, and slowly moved forward. As soon as she got closer, she smelled a bloody smell. In the front yard, there were 2 bodies lying on the ground. One was a zombie, and the other was Yang Zi. Of course, it must be fake. At this time, Yang Zi's face was pressed against the ground, and the place where she was lying was hollowed out. There was a tube inside that extended into the haystack, so that she could breathe. Some animal blood was sprinkled on the back of her head, which looked very creepy. In order to make it more realistic, Lin Yi made some changes again, because animal blood and human blood are very different. Even children in this doomsday may be able to tell the difference. For this reason, Lin Yi put a red-hot iron block into the snow water, creating a hint of rust, and poured it on Yang Zi, which also lowered her body temperature. Sure enough, Xiaoxi was shocked when he saw this scene, ran over and knelt beside her, put his hands on her shoulders, shook her vigorously, and called her sister Yang Zi. At this time, Yang Zi heard the crying behind her, and although she felt very distressed, she had no choice, as all this was Zhang Yin's request. In order to make Xiaoxi feel like she was there, Yang Zi deliberately tightened his muscles to create a feeling of a corpse gradually becoming stiff. The time was almost up. Feng Yi hid in the distance and threw a glass bottle on the road. The sound was very clear and instantly attracted Xiaoxi's attention. She was so scared that she suddenly raised her head. At this time, there was no light in the community. It all depended on the moon in the sky. After all, children were children. Seeing Sister Yang Zi die, she began to become very panicked and kept calling for her father and other brothers and sisters. But for some reason, no one paid attention to her. Taking advantage of a ray of light, Xiaoxi walked towards the place where the sound just appeared in fear. She walked and sobbed. Suddenly, a shoe appeared on the ground. Xiaoxi knelt on the ground and felt more and more familiar. The next second, she saw another foot appear in the distance, and the foot was bare. Xiaoxi suddenly screamed violently, then knelt on both knees, scratched the ground with both hands, and crawled over frantically. Lin Yi hid in a haystack in the distance, feeling very entangled. She whispered, "Will it be too cruel to her? After all, she is just a child." I regret it a little now. Chen Yu was already wearing zombie skin, and even had a bag on his hair. He even had zombie hair hanging on him, and in the dark, he looked exactly the same. He gently placed his hand on Lin Yi's knee and whispered, "If it was the previous environment, this would be cruel, but now it's the end of the world, there are worse things than this, either change or die. Even children can't live in the greenhouse of the end of the world forever, don't worry, nothing will go wrong." Lin Yi felt a little better after hearing this, and continued to stare at that side. As the cries outside the house became more and more tragic, Wang Yu gradually woke up at this moment. She opened her eyes, and lay on the bed, still a little dazed. When she sat up, she felt a pain in the back of her head. Because she had slept all day, her whole body was sore. Cold air came from the right side. Wang Yu trembled all over, rubbed her hands on both shoulders, and then got out of bed. She didn't have shoes, so when she stepped on the floor barefoot, she sneezed after a few seconds, so she put the blanket on the bed sheet on her body, opened the door and walked out. The light in the living room was even darker, and it was completely impossible to see clearly. Wang Yu held the blanket in front of her chest with one hand, and groped the wall with the other hand, slowly walking in another direction. "Is there anyone? Is there anyone?" she asked in a low voice while walking, but again, there was no response. After groping for a few meters, she suddenly stepped on a sticky liquid. Wang Yu was a little confused, and slowly squatted down, touched the ground with her hand, and then put it to her nose to smell it. The next second, her face changed drastically, and she quickly stepped back a few steps, shrinking against the wall, her face full of panic. Blood. It's blood. As mentioned before, Wang Yu didn't even dare to kill pheasants, and had never been in close contact with animal blood. Although the taste could be changed, other aspects could not be changed. With preconceived ideas, she subconsciously thought that this was human blood. But the difference between animal blood and human blood lies in the taste, viscosity, coagulation speed, etc. The smellier and more fishy is animal blood, and the former is more viscous, and the color is much darker. Just when she was not able to recover, she suddenly heard crying again. For some reason, she always felt that the voice was a little familiar. As a woman's natural maternal love, she recognized that it was the cry of a child. Although Wang Yu couldn't see the ground clearly, and didn't know what was ahead, she knew that someone outside needed help. She gritted her teeth and stood up. She simply closed her eyes, held her breath, and continued to walk outside. More than a minute later, Wang Yu came to the door, finally breathed a sigh of relief, touched the door handle, pressed it down, and walked out. The light outside was much better, and she immediately saw several zombie hands and feet on the ground, and then the crying of a little girl in the distance also attracted her attention. Wang Yu looked around, and even though she was very thin, she picked up a stick in the corner to defend herself. Seeing this, Lenny said softly, "Fortunately, she knows how to take a weapon, so it seems that she can be saved. I'm afraid that she will run over and cry together. From what I saw in the past 2 days, she is actually quite strong, but it's a pity that the blow is too great," Yu said in a low voice. Chapter 230. Wang Yu looked around nervously, slowly moved over, and stood a few meters away. She whispered, "Little girl, what happened here?" Xiao Shi lay on Zhang Yin's body and cried, completely ignoring the people behind him. At this moment, Lenny patted Yu. "It's your turn to go out. Be careful, Xiao Shi has a knife on her body. Don't let anything happen to you." Hearing this, Yu patted Lenny's little hand again. "Don't worry, even if we flip over, it's impossible for us to flip over on the hands of a child." Yu tightened his zombie skin and quickly moved to the back of the house. He slowed down a bit when he was almost there. In order to imitate more realistically, Yu also stuffed some gravel into his shoes, so that he would limp when walking, without any need to pretend. With one shoulder raised and the other hanging down, Yu tilted his head and walked over there with a low roar. Just as Wang Yu was about to ask again, a zombie suddenly emerged from the bushes in front. The light over there was not good, and it was completely invisible. Seeing it getting closer and closer, Wang Yu shouted anxiously, "Little girl, come here quickly. There are zombies over there." But Xiu was completely unmoved. She sat on the ground and cried until she lost her voice. Zhang Yi listened to his daughter's movements next to him, and his heart was bleeding. In order to make it more realistic, Zhang Yi even dug a hole in the ground, put his left hand in it, and then cut off a zombie's arm and put it next to it. From the outside, it looked so miserable that it didn't look like a human. The zombie pretended by Yu was getting closer and closer. As he walked, he was shaking his head and making strange noises. Wang Yu turned around anxiously, and suddenly, she noticed a water bottle under her feet, and then a memory suddenly emerged in her mind. This is the last method, a key node. The water bottle that Zhang Yin handed over was also slightly scalded by hot water. Squatting on the ground, Wang Yu touched the half bottle of water, suddenly raised her head, stared at the back of the girl in front of her, and gradually matched the figure in her mind. When they parted, Xiao Shi turned around and said hello to her. She has always remembered it in her heart. After thinking about it, although Wang Yu was very scared, she still rolled and crawled over there, grabbed Xiao Shi with one hand, and tried her best to drag her back. But the little girl didn't understand this. She just thought that others didn't let her get close to her father, and struggled with all her strength. Wang Yu was very thin. She was 1.6 meters tall, and weighed only about 60 kilograms. In terms of strength, she was not even as strong as the girl in front of her. Xiaoxi swung her right hand back suddenly, and hit Wang Yu's face with a snap. Just a face-to-face, one of her teeth was knocked out. Her physical fitness was really too poor. But even if she was bleeding, Wang Yu didn't care. She grabbed Xiaoxi's armpits with both hands and dragged her back with all her strength. Even though Qin Yu had experienced a lot, he couldn't bear it at this moment. The woman in front of him used up her last strength to save the child of her benefactor, even if she was covered with bruises. But Lin Yi didn't say anything. He didn't know whether he should end it or not. He gritted his teeth and walked towards them. Wang Yu was so tired that she had no strength left. The girl in her arms kept moving around. She was injured a lot. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore. She turned Xiaoxi's head over and yelled at her, "Look at me, don't you remember me? We've met before." After saying that, Wang Yu actually started crying first. Xiaoxi was a little confused by the yelling. In the moonlight, she looked at the ant in front of her, and then threw herself into her arms the next second. Because she had been washed, Wang Yu was also changed into a new set of clothes at this time, but she didn't wear a coat. The little girl suddenly bumped into her, and was caught off guard for a while, and almost fainted. Don't move." Wang Yu took a breath of cold air, sweat dripping from her head. She pushed the girl away and said painfully, "I'm not in good health, don't hug me like this." Xiaoxi wiped her tears and pointed to the distance and said, My dad seems." Wang Yu was about to say something when she heard the familiar zombie voice coming from behind. She didn't care about that anymore. She used up her last bit of strength to push the girl in front of her away, then rushed out, and used her own weight to press the zombie to the ground. Xiaoyi staggered after being pushed, but she also found that the ant was fighting with the zombie. She picked up the dagger on the ground and threw it quickly. "Use this." Wang Yu held the zombie's chin with one hand, and tried to pick up the knife with the other hand, but how could Qin Yu let her succeed? The two of them were not on the same level of strength. With only 1/5 of his strength, Qin Yu broke free, growled at her, then pressed Wang Yu's forehead with one hand, pressed her abdomen with the other hand, and lowered his head to bite her neck. Fuck, is Qin Yu serious? De Zhuan was shocked when he saw this. Feng Yi rolled her eyes at him again. It's impossible for him to bite her to death. He's just acting. Don't worry. It's our turn to go on stage soon. Wang Yu's body trembled violently after being bitten on the neck by the zombie. Then she felt a lot of strength was lost. She lay on the ground, staring at the night sky. It seemed as if she had an illusion. She saw her child waving and then gradually disappeared. While she was in a daze, Qin Yu grabbed Wang Yu's shoulders and turned her over quickly. He swung the knife with his right hand and chopped directly at the back of her neck. She fainted instantly. The next second, Lin Yi threw a bottle, and Feng Yi and De Zhuan also rushed out. De Zhuan covered Xiaoxi's eyes with his hands, and then pulled her arm. Feng Yi also chopped her back of the neck with his palm, but because she was a child, the force was very small. Fortunately, Xiaoxi was very sad, and under the stimulation, she fainted quickly. Then Feng Yi fed her some sleeping pills, picked her up and walked into the house. At this time, everyone else came to Qin Yu's side, and cleaned up the mess around them. Lin Yi walked a little closer, and said with satisfaction, in the end, she chose to sacrifice her life to save Zhang Yin's daughter. At least in a way, she knew how to be grateful. Although she sacrificed herself in the end, it seems that there was not much reaction, right? Qin Yu took off the zombie wig and said in a deep voice, well, at the moment of her death, there was a trace of smile on her face. I really don't understand. Hearing this, Lin Yi thought carefully, then raised his head and said to everyone, in this case, I want to change the direction of the final events. Let's unify the caliber, and let them think it was a dream. This will also make Yang Zi and Zhang Yin's fake death come true. Anyway, it's the end of the world now, and nightmares are common. Let's embellish the details. Come here and listen to me. Chapter 231. After more than a minute, everyone finished their lines and dispersed. One night passed. Early the next morning, Xiaoxi woke up in fear. Her hand unconsciously swung to the side and hit the wall. She felt a pain immediately. She turned her head and found herself in her bedroom. There was an unfinished homework on the table next to her. Her hand hit the edge of the table. She looked around. She felt it was so real, but it was strange because the familiar conversation in the living room was still there. Xiaoxi was full of doubts. She got off the bed carefully and came to the door of the bedroom. She put her hands on the handle, gritted her teeth, and suddenly opened the door. Suddenly, The living room fell silent. Yang Zi turned around and said in astonishment, "Hey, you usually stay in bed, but today it's only around 6 o'clock. Why did you wake up so early?" Xiao Shi ran out quickly, grabbed Sister Yang Zi's hand, and pinched her cheek, and felt the pain instantly. She hesitated and said, "Sister Yang Zi, you are not dead?" Hearing this, everyone sitting at the dining table and chatting was stunned, and Zhang Yin said with a frown, "It's early in the morning. What unlucky words are you saying?" After saying that, Zhang Yin pulled his daughter over and slapped her with his right hand, but the force was neither too strong nor too weak. Although he was blaming her, his expression was completely doting. Xiao Shi heard a familiar voice, and then was hit again. She suddenly raised her head and looked at her father in front of her. It was like this before. Zhang Yin never allowed her to swear, let alone treat the elders badly. The relationship could be very good, but there must be a sense of propriety when speaking. Then she quickly threw herself into her father's arms, hugged him tightly, and didn't let go at all. "What's wrong?" Feng Yi also appeared here at the right time, and said with a puzzled look, "Nothing happened?" Zhang Yin was a little confused, and put his hands on the back of his daughter's head and gently stroked. "Are you a little confused when doing homework? But there is no way. How can you not study? Learn more knowledge, so that you can have more ways to save your life in the future." Xiao Shi quickly raised her head and said with red eyes, No, I clearly saw that you were all dead. Community, there are zombies in the community." Hearing this, Feng Yi smiled and said, "How could there be zombies? We went to chop trees yesterday afternoon, and worked overtime to chop wood all night, so they couldn't get in." Because of the reactions of these three people, Xiao Shi began to doubt her memory, because although she clearly saw Yang Zi fall to the ground and his body became stiff, but now, at this moment, Yang Zi was holding a plate, wearing an apron, staring at her with wide eyes. Appearing alive in front of her, she had to doubt it. Children are children, and Xiao Shi couldn't be sure which one was real and which one was fake. Suddenly thinking of something, Xiao Shi quickly stepped aside and stretched her hands towards her father's sleeves. The next second, she still touched the strong arm. At this point, Xiao Shi became more and more confused. She was still worried, and finally said to Yang Zi, "Sister, can you show me your gun?" "Gun? Where did you get the gun?" "I don't know how to use it." Yang Zi looked at her in confusion, walked over and touched her forehead. "Strange, this child doesn't have a fever. Let Sister Xiaoling give her an injection later." When Xiao Shi heard that she had to get an injection, she shook her head like a rattle. No, I don't have a fever." Then, in order to dispel the concerns of the three people, Xiao Shi quickly said, "I seem to have had a very real dream. It was just like it happened, but it felt very far away." "Really? What dream?" Feng Yi looked at her and asked with a smile. Just as Xiao Shi was about to answer, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Lenny walked in wearing a white coat. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shi shrank back behind Zhang Yin in fear. Lenny approached and asked curiously, "What are you doing? I'm not a tigress." Zhang Yin looked at her and said softly, "I don't know what's wrong with this child. She came out early in the morning and talked nonsense. We thought she had a fever and told her that you can get an injection later. There is a thermometer in the infirmary. Let her take it later." Lenny walked over and picked up a piece of bread. "She ate it while walking out of the house. I definitely won't get a shot if I'm not sick. Isn't it a waste of medicine?" Lin Yi's appearance was to make Xiao Shi understand thoroughly that the community is still the same community, no one died, and the order is still the same as yesterday. After all, she was a child. After experiencing this series of acting, she began to think that she had a nightmare last night, and then slowly told everyone about it. As for Wang Yi next door, it was easier because she was mentally fragile. She had not rested well in the past few days, and always felt that the surroundings were fake. After she woke up, she ran to the living room and lay on the floor, carefully checking the floor. She found no traces, and even could not smell blood, so she thought she was dreaming. Then she opened the door and rushed out, and saw that the trees were being chopped outside, and she was stunned. Today, most people in the community got up early, and no one slept in. As long as they were alive, and not injured, they basically appeared around. Obviously, everything was so real last night, but now, it looked completely different outside. Suddenly she thought of something, returned to the window, and then opened her collar. But it was very good, the reflection was very faint, and it was not clear at all. Wang Yu noticed that there were curtains in the house next door, and then she ran over quickly, stood there, and looked carefully. There was no mark on the neck, not even a bruise. Wang Yu kept touching it with her hand, not quite believing it. She clearly felt that she was bitten by a zombie last night. She also smelled the stench of the zombie. Everything was so real. Suddenly, the curtain inside the glass was opened by Yang Zi, and the next second, Wang Yu saw Xiao 11 inside. Then she quickly rushed in from the door, stood in front of the little girl, and looked at her in disbelief. Xiui was also a little confused when she saw the person who suddenly appeared. Then she suddenly thought of something and said with surprise, "Is it you? We met a long time ago, and my father gave you half a bottle of water." Wang Yu hesitated and said, "Are you sure it was a long time ago? I think we met last night." After saying that, Wang Yu said again, "You hugged me last night and bumped into me, and it hurt a lot." Chapter 232. While she was talking, she lowered her head to look at her clothes. But Wang Yu was stunned when she saw this. The long-sleeve t-shirt that was supposed to be light blue had turned white. She grabbed the corner of her clothes and rubbed them hard, but found that the color had not changed. She raised her head and said in surprise, "Why did the clothes change?" Seeing this, Yang Zi walked to her side and asked curiously, "No, I remember you were wearing this yesterday, right?" Then she turned to look at the other two people. Without thinking, she knew that the answer was already fixed. Wang Yu was also a little confused, but unlike Xiao Shi, she did not keep asking for confirmation. Just a moment later, Wang Yu said, "Did I have a nightmare?" Xiao Shi, who was sitting on the chair, had already accepted the fact that it was a dream. After hearing this, she immediately grabbed Wang Yu's hand. "Auntie, I also had this dream last night, and there were zombies in the dream. And I seem to have dreamed about you. It's amazing." Xiui raised his head and said curiously. Wang Yu frowned and sat on a chair, whispering, "It's normal to have nightmares, but how is it possible for two people to have the same dream?" Suddenly the door was opened again, and a man walked in. Of course it's possible. Two different people had the same dream. Although the probability is small, it still has a chance of happening, especially when they encounter the same crisis. Qin Yu said as he walked over. As for why he knew this, it was because he made it up. Then Qin Yu pulled out a chair and sat down, saying seriously, "Isn't the end of the world the biggest crisis now? Everyone is facing it. Dazhuang and I had the same dream. There's nothing strange about it." Feng Yi, who was on the other side of the table, almost couldn't help laughing when she saw Qin Yu talking nonsense seriously. She lowered her head and lay on the table, her shoulders shaking. But it's too weird. Although Wang Yu was still very weak, she wouldn't suddenly shout when she spoke. She turned her head and looked at Zhang Yin. "I dreamed that you died in my dream." Zhang Yin tapped his temple with his fingers and replied, "It's just a dream. Anything can happen in a dream. What's more, dreams are the opposite. Maybe I will live well in the future." Then Qin Yu interrupted, "Every one of us may die. In the current environment, if the food runs out and there is a heavy snowstorm outside, we will starve to death. It's normal. Death is not scary, and it's the end of the world." Zhang Yin nodded. "Instead of worrying about these, it's better to work hard, do everything well, strive to become stronger, and make our home stronger, so that we can live longer." After hearing these words, Wang Yu began to think seriously about the past for the first time. She lowered her head and sat at the dining table. She did not respond when others called her. Seeing this, Qin Yu waved to a few people and motioned for everyone to leave. After walking out of the door, Qin Yu said softly, "Yi said that she should stay for a while and digest these memory fragments. By the way, have you hidden the knives and other things?" After that, he turned to Yang Zi and asked, "Of course, I even put away the chopsticks." Yang Zi nodded and replied, "This is one of the reasons why she showed up here so early. Well, she has to rely on herself next. We are not gods, and it is impossible to save her in the end of the world. Before all the results come out, at least we have tried our best. You are not bad." Feng Yi stood beside him, turned her head and looked at him, and said with a smile, "At first, my impression of you was that you were just a person who only knew how to use force." Several people walked to other directions of the community, and Qin Yu said with a frown, "Do I think you are so violent?" Before she could answer, Yang Zi, who was walking on the right, said first, "Qin Yu, I always feel that if we return to the construction site now, we won't know each other." "Ah?" Qin Yu looked at her. "What do you mean by saying that? If it weren't for you, we would have been torn to pieces by the corpse dogs." Yang Zi shook his head slightly. "That's not the case. I now feel that you not only have martial arts, but also abilities. If you return to the construction site again and encounter corpse dogs, you will not lead everyone to run around blindly, but will most likely kill them. If you are not trapped, you may run away." Qin Yu was suddenly praised and felt a little shy. No, even if I go back, I will probably run. Maybe because of the exercise, I may run faster. Then he said something he said a long time ago. If I can't beat the corpse dog, then I can't do anything. After all, it looks like a small Tibetan Mastiff. But if I can't run faster, then it's my legs and feet. So I ran a lot of laps after exercising when I had time. Next time you exercise, take me with you. Zhang Yin said to Qin Yu. Qin Yu smiled and replied, then we need to find more food. After all, we don't have enough food. I think it's a bit too stupid to exercise blindly and waste our energy. As they chatted, they walked under a shed. Almost all the people who were still alive in the community gathered here. Hong Wu and Lao Cheng heard that the wall was going to be rebuilt, and they didn't want to lie down anymore and insisted on coming out to help. Linny couldn't persuade them, so she had to tell them not to use too much force to break the wound line, otherwise she would use an iron plate to treat the wound next time. Listening to her words, the two men nodded repeatedly and promised to remember it in their hearts. At this time, Hong Wu was holding more than a dozen 1-meter-long wooden boards in his arms, and was walking towards the door. Seeing Qin Yu coming over, he smiled and greeted him. Be careful, don't get hurt. Qin Yu walked over and wanted to take the board from him. But Hong Wu turned away, and he smiled and said, I'm not that fragile, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Then he laughed a few times, and continued to carry the wooden boards over there. Qin Yu turned to look at Feng Yi and whispered, it would be great if there was a cart in the community, so that we could save a lot of effort. Hearing this, Feng Yi looked at the busy people over there and replied, it's not that easy. First, it's not easy to find. Second, even if you find one, it's not convenient to carry. Most of the cars that go out are small cars, SUVs, etc., which can't carry such large things. Hearing this, Qin Yu looked at Li Yao, who was hiding under the car in the distance. Since entering the community, she has become very busy. Many car problems are basically handled by her personally. For a girl, it is really tiring. But Li Yao is very strong, and she won't complain even if she is covered in oil. Thinking of this, Qin Yu whispered, we can't let her get too tired. She is a technical talent in this doomsday, but we can't leave everything to her. Can we find someone with flexible hands and feet to learn from her? This way, we can share a lot of the burden. Chapter 233. Feng Yi walked to the side of the others, looked at the wooden board and then reminded, try to make the thickness consistent as much as possible, even if it takes a little longer, otherwise it will be damaged by a concentrated collision like last time. Hearing Qin Yu's words, she walked back and nodded, okay, I got it, I arrange it later. Feng Yi always pays more attention to those who can contribute. Yeah. Qin Yu walked towards Li Yao, he always felt something was wrong. Walking around the two small SUVs in front of him, Qin Yu squatted down and said, Li Yao, don't be busy yet, come out and I have something to tell you. Li Yao, who was repairing the car under the car, heard the shout and tried to move out, but found that her clothes were stuck, so she had to shout, pull me, it's a bit difficult to get out. Qin Yu didn't wait for her to finish and directly pulled her legs and dragged her out from under the car. What's the matter? Li Yao sat up and looked at Qin Yu. Although her body was dirty, she still had a smile on her face. You are still smiling. Seeing her cheerful look, Qin Yu reached out and pinched Li Yao's clothes to take a look, then leaned in and whispered, your life is the most important. It's too dangerous for you to repair the car like this. What if the bricks that support the car collapse? Li Yao understood what he was talking about, turned around and pointed at the wheel and said, you are talking about this, there is no problem, the things in the car have been taken out, the weight can be supported, and there will be no accidents under normal circumstances. You also said it was under normal circumstances, if something happened, people would be crushed to death? Qin Yu was a little speechless, and then said, no one is worth you doing this, not even me, in the end of the world, protect your life first, then consider other things. After saying that, Qin Yu stood up and waved to the distance. Feng Yi, come here. Hearing the call, Feng Yi turned around and told the busy people again, then walked over, curled her lips and said, you are so young, but you don't know how to be polite. You can't even call me Sister Feng? Qin Yu smiled and said, isn't this calling you old? Come here quickly, I have something serious to tell you. When she came closer, Qin Yu pointed to the car body and said, it's too dangerous to put up bricks and drill under to repair the car like this. I don't allow my friends to be in such an environment. I hope you can make some changes. Without waiting for Feng Yi to answer, Qin Yu looked at Li Yao. And you studied a related major, how can you do things like this? Whose car is this? I want to see who dares to ask my friend to repair it like this. Puff. Feng Yi covered her mouth and laughed, then pushed him from behind, rolled her eyes, and said, "This car is prepared for you. People in the cleaning team will basically find a car to use. This is a routine." "Ah?" Qin Yu turned his head, and was stunned. Li Yao took off her work clothes, put on the cleaner down jacket next to her, and said, "What? I thought you knew." Qin Yu scratched his head. "How should I know? I thought I wouldn't go out in winter. It's almost the coldest month, so we have to arrange for someone to go out and search for supplies. But to be honest, it feels much colder this year than in the past." Feng Yi tightened her clothes and answered, "I don't know if it's because the global order has collapsed. If this continues, summers will be hotter and winters will be colder in the future." Li Yao looked up and looked around, saying worriedly, "Let's deal with it step by step." Feng Yi couldn't stand it anymore, and the wind started to blow. She put on her hat and said to Qin Yu, "I remember this, and I have someone dig a hole later. What do you think?" Qin Yu didn't answer, but looked at Li Yao. "Do you want me to tell the truth?" Li Yao pondered for a while, and said softly. Qin Yu shrugged his shoulders after hearing this. "You're just talking nonsense, but when it comes to human life, I must listen to the truth." In this case, Li Yao simply laid bare his cards and said, "It's not good to just dig a hole. It will collapse easily when the wheels are pressed on it. Let's see if we can find cement or something to build those bricks on both sides, in the form of slopes at both ends, about 1 meter high, and put a large stone slab in the middle area to prevent accidents. Since we have to do it well, I hope to do it in one step. To be honest, I am also quite scared to hide here. If it weren't for checking Qin Yu's car, I wouldn't go in." Qin Yu nodded, poked the person next to him with his shoulder and whispered, "Hey, can you do it?" Feng Yi wrote it down carefully and said seriously, "That's no problem. For the community to develop in the long term, some infrastructure must be optimized, but..." Hearing this, Qin Yu asked, "But what?" "Just tell me what you need, and I will try my best to meet your needs. There are still some bricks, but there is basically no cement. Otherwise, I wouldn't let everyone use wood to build the fence. Wouldn't it be more reassuring to build a wall?" Feng Yi replied. Seeing this, Qin Yu frowned slightly. This thing is not like supplies. It can't be used in most cases, but... He glanced at Li Yao and continued, "For the health of our friends, I will try my best to get this stuff. You just need to help me keep an eye out for where it is." Then he saw Feng Yi looking as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment. "Do you already know where the cement is?" Feng Yi nodded. "Some people have gone out to search for these things. After all, there is a group going out every 3 days. When there were more people in the past, they went out more frequently. After a while, a few people found it, but it was heavy and difficult to carry. We also had to worry about the zombies' sneak attacks, so I didn't let them bring it back. It is indeed rarely used. After all, a house can be built with wood." Qin Yu agreed with her idea and continued, "But now when we need it, we can't save it. So you draw a map for me, and I will set off today." Li Yao said, "There is no need to be so anxious, right?" Hearing her words, Qin Yu walked back directly, patted the snowflakes on her body, and said, "Look at this snow. If we delay it any longer, the road may not be accessible again." Feng Yi looked around and said, "Yes, look at the surroundings. It will soon become a snow community. To be honest, it is quite beautiful." Then she added again, "I will let a Lei and another person go with you. Try to drive a car each and bring back more." After speaking, Feng Yi walked towards the house and prepared to draw a map. Chapter 234. A few minutes later, Feng Yi came out with a piece of paper and put it into Qin Yu's hand. The two were squatting under the shed to warm themselves by the fire. In this weather, they really couldn't stand it without a fire. Qin Yu opened it and took a look. It was basically a line drawn in a zigzag pattern. Feng Yi pointed out some forks in the road with arrows. "Okay, that's fine." Then he put the map away. Feng Yi came over and squatted beside the fire, adding, "Search for as much food, clothes, and the like as possible. Just bring 3 or 4 bags of cement. Rainwater won't flow into that place, so you can leave it there temporarily." Hearing this, Li Yao turned to look at Qin Yu. "Why don't I go with you? There's someone to take care of me." He lowered his head and blew a few breaths into the fire, and the flames grew bigger. Qin Yu smiled and said, "It's impossible to arrange all the powerful people out, right? It's also very important inside. If you stay here, together with Dazhuang, you can also play a protective role." But Li Yao wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Qin Yu. "And to be honest, Feng Yi sent a Lei to me. If I take you out, how can I guarantee her safety?" Qin Yu glanced at Li Yao and said softly, Feng Yi was still a little uncomfortable with hearing this, so she said, "You are a very conscientious little brother. I feel more relieved that a Lei is with you." "Haha, I don't know who is more reassuring." Chen Yu laughed. Then he asked, "Who is the other person?" "Ma Zhuang, do you know him? I heard that you two seem to have a quarrel, but his injury has healed. I haven't arranged to go out to search for supplies for a long time, so I brought him along this time." Feng Yi opened his mouth and said a name. Chen Yu frowned slightly. "Can you change someone? I don't like this person very much. Although he didn't have any conflicts with me, he offended Dazhuang and Yangzi." Hearing this, Feng Yi pondered for a while, raised his head and said, "You also know that there are not many people in the community, not to mention that there are even fewer healthy people. Winter is coming, and we need to stock up some supplies to survive the winter. We can save on food, but what can we do without thick clothes? After all, burning firewood can't last a whole winter." Then she added, "After the winter, I will arrange for everyone to bring back as many survivors as possible, so that it will be much easier in the future." Hearing this, Chen Yu shook his head and said, "You can't bring back everyone, and to be honest, I think your management style is a bit problematic." Feng Yi was stunned. "What did you say?" "Don't blame me for being ruthless." Chen Yu said slowly, "You are really capable of building this community, and you can make it self-sufficient in this small community, which is even more amazing, but your way of treating people is a bit bad. I can't chase those who don't follow instructions out." Hearing this, Feng Yi said helplessly, "Especially some older people, sometimes the planks have to be handed to them, and the work efficiency is still low, but there is no way, others don't know how to do it." Chen Yu said softly, "These are not difficult, except for those that require relevant knowledge. For example, you can learn it after trying a few more times. In an area where 2 planks can be stabilized, can't I just nail 3? But isn't this a waste of materials? I also saw you go out to cut trees, and you are so tired in the afternoon." Li Yao whispered. Feng Yi also nodded and said, "Yes, she is right. It is not worth it to increase the cost. Although they are sometimes very torturous, there is no way. I can't just show my knife to those people, right?" Chen Yu stared at Feng Yi's eyes and said word by word, "Why not?" "Ah?" Feng Yi suspected that he had heard it wrong. "You have to let everyone understand that in this doomsday, no one is unique. Even doctors can find other candidates sooner or later. If Chen Yu made a hypothesis and said, "If the former doctor in your community, oh no, just a half-baked thing who didn't graduate, if he knew Yi's identity in advance. Guess how tall the grass on my friend's grave would be now. That person is likely to secretly persecute my friend, because he knows that when no one can take over his job, he can unscrupulously demand more treatment." Then Chen Yu said earnestly, "So you have to let this group of people understand that in the doomsday, if you want to survive, you have to correct your attitude, otherwise no matter who it is, you can be replaced." Then he stood up and said, "Think about it carefully. The community is indeed great, but I don't want it to be destroyed. You are capable, but you need to be tougher. Weapons can not only be used to hurt people, but also make those unreasonable people sit down and communicate with you seriously. Okay, it's getting late, I go first." Chen Yu glanced at his watch and took a step to leave. He looked at Li Yao. "Can the car be driven?" Li Yao nodded. "Yes, it can be driven, but the air conditioner in the car is broken, it may be a bit cold." Chen Yu said nonchalantly, "Even if there is one, I still can't bear to open it." After he left, Feng Yi stared at the ground and thought seriously about her next plan. In the temporary medical room, Lin Yi sat at the table and sorted the medicine she had found. Suddenly, she sneezed and shivered. She turned her head and looked around, muttering, "Strange, the window is not open. Is someone saying something bad about me?" Then she stood up, checked the doors and windows, and then went back to work. The gate of the community opened, and 3 cars slowly drove away. Chen Yu drove the silver small SUV in the front, with his left hand on the car window, letting the snowflakes scrape his face, and drove towards the destination according to the instructions. According to the markings on Feng Yi's map, the place they were going to was an abandoned car repair shop on the side of the road, more than 10 kilometers away from here. Before the zombies broke out, the place was already deserted, and there was nothing useful inside. After the apocalypse broke out, a fully loaded cement truck suddenly encountered a corpse rushing out on the road. The driver at the time was distracted and didn't know that a zombie had appeared. He thought it was a living person, so he subconsciously turned the steering wheel, and the car rushed directly down the slope. The location below was the repair shop. As expected, the driver died on the spot and then became a zombie, starting to wander around. Although a lot of things were broken due to the car accident, there were still more than a dozen bags intact on the car. In addition, a lot of cement was spilled, and it was raining, so the road leading to the repair shop on the hillside was directly destroyed. In other words, the car couldn't drive down there, and people could only slide in from the slope. Chapter 235. The road was not easy to drive on. Jinyu drove for about half an hour before arriving. He looked at a sign on the map and finally confirmed that he had reached the destination. Soon, the two cars behind him arrived. Jinyu opened the door and got out, turning back and shouting, "If I'm not wrong, it should be right below." "Humph, we don't know whether it's right or not. It's up to you to say." Ma Zhuang got out of a car and looked at him coldly. When Jinyu heard it, he grinned at him, didn't bother to pay attention, and walked straight to the side of the road. Jinyu will no longer say unnecessary words to other people in the community, especially those who are not his friends. As long as he doesn't keep jumping around in front of him, he will just treat him as a clown. Humph, with his attitude, I think he might abandon us when we meet zombies later. Ma Zhuang is tall and thin, and looks like a skinny monkey. He is much older than the people present, but now he is like a child, approaching Alei to slander Jinyu. After listening to him, Alei turned around, looked at him coldly, then took the machete from the car, held the handle, and threw it directly at a zombie. With a sizzle, it hit the forehead accurately at a distance of 10 meters, and the next second it fell to the ground and stopped struggling. Alei said numbly, "Instead of trying to sow discord, it is better to think about how many knives your bones can withstand." After speaking, Alei walked over and drew his knife, and then walked towards Jinyu. Ma Zhuang, who was confronted, had a green and purple face. He originally thought that Alei was not familiar with the man, so he wanted to win him over first, but he slapped himself in the face. Holding his bow, Ma Zhuang could only follow. When the two of them approached, Jinyu looked at the scene below and said seriously, "The situation is more serious than expected." The guardrail here was smashed and many zombies fell down. Ma Zhuang, who was carrying a bow, stood on his left and said, "Last time I heard Xiao Huang say that there were only a dozen zombies here. It's been a while since they came. The number should be more than 50, right? TSK. What do you think?" Jinyu turned right and asked Alei. "The terrain is bad. The surrounding grass and snow make it difficult to walk. It's not easy to do it." Seeing this, Jinyu continued to look around. There were still some trees on the roadside, but unfortunately many of them were broken by the trucks, which caused a lot of damage in this area. He thought about it and said, "Anyway, we will be out for 3 days. I have told Liao not to repair the car before I go back, so there is no need to rush. Let's go find food and thick clothes first. Do you two know where to find these nearby?" Alei said softly. "A few kilometers further, there is a long-abandoned village with few people." As he spoke, he pointed to the southwest. Ma Zhuang followed suit and said, "Go to the fork on the right, and you will reach a town. It used to be quite lively there. Is the road easy to get there?" Jinyu glanced at Ma Zhuang. "It's easy to get there. It's an asphalt road, and the view is good. Has the town been searched?" Jinyu asked again. "We didn't search much, because it's too far away, and usually no one goes there." "Haha, okay, let's go to the village." Jinyu smiled, then patted Alei on the shoulder. Alei nodded, walked towards his car, ready to drive in front and lead the way. Ma Zhuang smiled when he heard his words, and was about to say, Okay, I lead the way, we can get there before noon." Then he heard the last sentence, rubbed his ears, and confirmed that he heard it correctly, and he grabbed Jinyu's arm. Did you say something wrong? There are more resources in the town?" Jinyu stopped and looked at him with a smile. "You are right, the resources in the town are better, but we will search in the village." Ma Zhuang was choked and asked with his head down, "Why?" Hearing this, Jinyu turned his head and looked at him. "Why, do I need to report to you for what I do?" "That's not what I meant, but Xiao Feng didn't say that we came out to listen to your command. Do you want to vote, and let the minority obey the majority?" Ma Zhuang looked back at Alei, trying to change Jinyu's mind. "No need, if you don't want to listen, you don't have to follow." Jinyu shook his head and said, this time the three of them didn't bring guns. After all, they didn't need to enter the island as they did last time, knowing that it was dangerous. Jinyu, who was about to leave, found that his arm was still being held, and he said lightly, "Why, don't you want me to leave?" Hearing the slightly dissatisfied voice of the man in front of him, Ma Zhuang, even though he was a dozen years older than him, still didn't dare to stop him with force, and smiled awkwardly after letting go. "No, that's not what I meant. Go on. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards his car. The 3 cars stopped a few meters apart, with his at the back. Heh. Chinyu looked at Ma Zhuang's back, curled his lips, and then walked back. Alei had already driven the car to the front. He glanced at Chinyu and motioned him up to get closer. Chinyu walked to his driver's seat and whispered, "What's wrong? Did you find anything about that guy?" Alei asked quietly. "No, why do you say that? Then why don't you go to the town?" "He is right. There is indeed such a place over there," Alei added. Since it has come to this, Chinyu leaned on his car window. "How much do you know about what he said? Or let me change the question. Have you been there?" Hearing this, Alei thought about it and shook his head gently. "I have heard of it, but I have never been there." Chinyu hummed and continued. "I guessed it as soon as I heard it. If you have been to that town, you will definitely tell me first, but why didn't you say it? It means you are not familiar with it. In this case, there are 3 of us in total, and neither of us knows the situation. It will be passive if we go there." Chinyu made the change after listening to what Lin Yi said and thinking carefully. He used to think too simply, and always thought that he would not make mistakes if he was careful and cautious. But is it really so? No, those who can survive the doomsday are not ordinary people. As for those who are still alive, and well in different crises, they are even harder to deal with. So although Chinyu is not sure what Ma Zhuang is going to do, he will not give up the initiative. At worst, they can act separately. Anyway, Chinyu doesn't care about searching for supplies by himself. He can run faster alone. Chapter 236. After listening, Alei nodded. "Okay, I listened to you." Then he started the car and prepared to lead the way. Chinyu patted the car door and walked towards his car. After sitting in, Chinyu felt uncomfortable with his sitting posture and wanted to adjust it. He looked around but didn't find the button, so he reached under the seat. Then he touched a hard object. The next second, Chinyu smiled. "This girl is really afraid that something will happen to me." After adjusting the seat, Chinyu drove the car and followed Alei into another road. Without taking it out, Chinyu knew that there was a pistol underneath, and it was not his own. Then it was probably Li Yao's pistol, and it was probably hidden for him when checking his car. After all, if everyone carried a gun when going out, Chinyu would have one more, and one more means to save his life. If no one carried a gun, it would be even better, and he would have a hidden trump card. Considering these, Li Yao did not tell anyone and secretly hid a gun in Chinyu's car. Of course, there was also one in Dashuang's car. Nothing happened along the way. Most of the zombies gathered in the woods. The snow piles on both sides of the road blocked them well. The 3 drove for a while, and stopped at the entrance of a village. Chinyu had taken out the pistol, and stuffed it under his clothes. He shivered all over. Fuck, it's like an ice cube. Then he opened the car door, and walked down, closed the window, and moved towards Alei. Chinyu liked this car very much. It was a small SUV with a good chassis. It could be driven on some bad roads without any abnormal noise. As long as nothing unexpected happens, Chinyu will still pay more attention to it. It's good to use it longer. Standing next to Alei, Chinyu looked around. He was standing on a cement road. There were many self-built houses on both sides. They were made of red bricks, and some were mud houses. Each house was dozens of meters away. This was a village before the end of the world, but after the zombies appeared, everyone seemed to have run away. Hey, you say, these people live here? It's in the countryside anyway. Why do they want to escape? They shouldn't need electricity too much, right? Chinyu asked Alei curiously. I don't know. Alei looked around, picked up a palm-sized stone, and threw it towards a nearby house, hitting the window with a bang. Then he said again, if it were me, I would rather live in the mountains. Hee. Chinyu smiled. If it were me, I would rather live in a tree, but it's a pity that I can't find such a big tree. The two of them were whispering to each other. Ma Zhuang, who was behind them, saw this scene and wanted to join in, but as soon as they got close, they shut up and started picking up stones to smash the glass. Ma Zhuang felt as if he had stepped on poop. When he led his men out to search for supplies, another person in the team had done the same thing before, trying to blend in with them. But Ma Zhuang did the same thing at that time, ignoring them and being indifferent. What are you doing? Hearing the sound of the glass breaking, Ma Zhuang looked around in confusion. I don't see any zombies around here. The two of them smashed 7 or 8 times in a row, and then Chinyu turned around, looked at him, and said, shake your head. Ah? Although Ma Zhuang didn't understand, he still shook it as Chinyu said. Keep shaking. Ma Zhuang looked unhappy, and felt a little dizzy. He shouted coldly, what are you doing? Are you teasing me? Chinyu spread his palms, and shrugged innocently. No, I asked you to listen to the sound of water. After all, if there is no water in your brain, why would you ask such a question? You? Ma Zhuang got angry and looked at him angrily, but the next second, he saw 3 zombies crawling out of the haystack. The grass over there is very deep. For some reason, the snow here is not covered very deeply. If you want to enter the village, you basically have to step into it. But at this time, 3 zombies crawled up. Qin laughed, drew his knife and walked up, stabbing one to death. Lei followed closely behind, and there was only one left, but the 2 were indifferent. Seeing this, Ma Zhuang understood that the 2 were waiting for him to take action. He snorted coldly, drew out the dagger, held the tip of the knife, and swung it out. It instantly hit the zombie's eyeball, and then it fell to the ground with a thud. Awesome, awesome, you are really a master. Qin flattered him and said, you are good at this. In this case, why don't you go in front? Just go, what's there to be afraid of? Ma Zhuang walked up and pulled out his knife, glared at him, and then walked towards the village. Qin looked at his back and whispered, silly cup, it seems that this brain hanging on the head is really for decoration. Then Qin walked up and touched the corpse of the zombie to see if there were any useful supplies such as keys and lighters. He really found some, but they were just cigarettes, which looked very dry, but there was nothing dirty. He gestured to Lei, do you want to smoke this thing? Lei shook his head and walked into the village. Qin touched the 3 corpses, but there was nothing useful. He was just bored and came here to try his luck. If he had a lighter, it would be a good deal. After all, in this kind of weather, Qin would rather die of heat than freeze to death. He poured the tobacco into his pocket and then followed him in. After entering the village, the 3 of them split up and each entered a house to search carefully. From time to time, fighting sounds could be heard, and it was obvious that there were zombies hiding in the house. Qin carried a bag with a few pairs of socks stuffed in it. He came to a house in the middle of the village and looked around. There were clothes hanging on the windows. However, due to the wind and rain, it had already been rotten with several holes. Picking up a piece of snow, Qin threw it at the iron gate. After a few noises, there was no movement in the yard. Then, he walked forward and tried to push the door. But it seemed to be locked or something, and it was completely motionless. Seeing this, Qin came to the wall, threw his backpack in, then grabbed it with both hands, and flipped in with a little effort. There were a lot of weeds in the yard, but fortunately it was winter, and the snow crushed them all. If it was summer, he would not dare to go into the yard with so much weeds. After all, if you get bit by a snake, you're done for. After walking a few steps in with difficulty, Qin came to a door, and suddenly he noticed that there was something unusual on the door handle. It was very smooth, without any snow. If he remembered correctly, there was also snow on the door handles in the courtyards in front, because it would float down. Then Qin heard a slight noise on the left, and without hesitation, he picked up the bag in his hand and threw it over, then held the dagger in his right hand and rushed over quickly. With a bang, Qin overwhelmed the person hiding in the dark, grabbed the other's wrist with his left hand, and suddenly smashed the weapon with force, then pulled open the backpack and looked at the person, who was struggling desperately below. It was an old man, with a white beard on his face. Chapter 237. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Qin grabbed the old man's hands with one hand, and sat on him to prevent him from getting up. The main reason was that the other party was very thin, and he didn't dare to use too much force, for fear of breaking a bone. After all, the weapon the old man held was just a spatula, which was not very aggressive. The old man struggled desperately for a few times, and seeing that he was getting more and more painful, Qin had no choice but to let him go, and took the weapon away. As Qin left, the old man first sat up and took a few deep breaths, then looked at him coldly and said unkindly, "Why did you come in here? Leave quickly, this is my private territory." Hearing this, Qin found it a little funny. Isn't this just an abandoned village? You just entered before me, how can it become your private property? The old man stood up, leaned against the wall and said, "Before those beasts appeared, this was my home. I have lived here for decades. Am I wrong?" Qin felt that the old man was interesting. Just when he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a noise coming from the house. So he curled his lips. "I won't talk to you first. There is a zombie in here. I will go in and kill it first." He just put his hand on the door handle, but the old man rushed over desperately. But due to the physical difference, this collision did not have any effect. Qin moved a few steps to the side, turned back and growled, "Hey old man, you are at least 70 years old. I have been in a good temper because I think you are not a threat. Don't push it too far. It's the end of the world now. It's different from before. Even if I don't respect the elderly, no one will say anything. With his hands behind his back, the old man pressed against the door tightly. He hesitated and said, "Young man, I don't have anything good here. Please leave quickly, please." After saying that, the old man actually wanted to kneel down, and Chin Yu almost jumped up in fear. Are you kidding? He is only in his 20s. If he is knelt down by a 70-year-old man, he will die in the wild when he goes out. Seeing this, Chin Yu stepped forward, supported the other party with one hand, and said in a deep voice, "Just talk nicely, why kneel down? I came in to find thick clothes. Seeing that you are wearing so thin, I guess you don't have any. I'm leaving." Chin Yu only mentioned one of the goals, and he didn't say what kind of food he needed to search for. After all, in the doomsday, he met such survivors who were struggling to survive, and there was still a little kindness. After all, they were not starving to death, so there was no need to kill the weak. Feng also specifically said that the food in the community was relatively sufficient to support them, and the main problem was how to survive the winter. After saying that, Chin Yu picked up his bag and climbed over the wall along the same route. Before leaving, he threw the spatula back. Just after jumping off the wall, Ma Zhuang poked his head out from the house next door. "What's the noise? Why do I hear voices?" Chin Yu glanced at him and said calmly, "I'm chatting with a lay. Why do I need to say hello to you in advance?" Hearing this, Ma Zhuang retreated to continue searching for supplies, but he began to have other ideas in his mind. About an hour later, most of the village was looted. Chin Yu found 3 autumn coats, which were enough to wear, but he didn't see any winter coats. He had no choice but to take away a quilt. We were ready to evacuate first, but when we arrived at the entrance of the village, only a lay was there. Chin Yu walked over and threw the things into the car, then turned around and asked, "Where is Ma Zhuangren? He didn't run away, did he?" A lay shook his head. He just put the things away, and then walked back, saying that he found some wild animals, and wanted to catch them, but I ignored him. Hearing this, Chin Yu thought for a moment, then blurted out, "I know what he is looking for. Let's go, let's call him back." A lay nodded, followed him in, and asked softly on the road, "I didn't see any animals, but there were quite a few zombies. Where are the animals?" As he spoke, Chin Yu saw Ma Zhuang, who was squatting on a hillside, staring at the yard below. As the two approached, Chin Yu whispered, "Let's go, it's time to go to the next place." Ma Zhuang held the tree with one hand, turned back and laughed, "I just heard a chicken crowing, it's nearby." "Are you hallucinating? Where are the chickens in this weather?" Chin Yu looked around. The yard here is on the side close to the mountain, and it is difficult to get in from the outside, so Chin Yu did not enter just now. "Really, I just heard it. Look, what is that?" Ma Zhuang refused to leave, pointing at a window and shouting. Suddenly, as he said, there was a small pile of eggshells on the ground behind the window. Seeing this, Chin Yu guessed that it might be the old man's stuff. For some reason, thinking of the man's age, Chin Yu didn't want to search for it. If he didn't lie, this chicken might be his only source of food. And the community already had enough food, so there was no need to keep staring at the survivors who were struggling to survive. Maybe it was left by a pheasant. They will not come out in this weather and cannot be caught. After saying that, Chin Yu took a step and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Ma Zhuang became anxious. He could not do anything to Chin Yu, so he changed his words. "You don't care, but what about a lay? He is reluctant to eat any animal he kills. Now there is news about pheasants. If he catches them and tames them, he can eat eggs frequently." Hearing this, Chin Yu stopped, looked at a lay and asked softly, "What do you think?" Ari pondered for a while and said slowly, "I don't care, but Xiaoya is a little too thin. If I can provide her with the nutrition of eggs, I will catch them and take them back." At this point, Chin Yu couldn't kidnap others morally. After all, if he was alone, he would definitely turn around and leave. After thinking for a while, he whispered, "In this case, let's catch the pheasant and leave without staying too long." The 3 of them were ready and continued to squat on the hillside. A few minutes later, the sound of chickens was heard. It's just that the sound is very small, and you can't hear it at all if you don't listen carefully. Ma Zhuang said in surprise, "Listen, I'm right? Then he slid down and prepared to flip into the yard. Chin Yu and a lay followed closely, but just as they approached, they heard the sound of fighting. Thinking of something, Chin Yu secretly said, "It's bad, let's go in quickly." Based on the old man's age and physical fitness, if he met Ma Zhuang, he might die in one encounter. But when the two entered, they found that the result was completely different. Ma Zhuang fell to the ground, holding his knees, with a hoe against his neck, lying there motionless. Chapter 238. Seeing them enter, Ma Zhuang shouted anxiously, "What are you two still standing there for? This old man attacked me. Kill him quickly." When the old man heard this, he began to press down with a hoe in his hand, but Alay moved his right foot and kicked up a fist-sized stone on the ground. The stone hit the wooden handle of the hoe accurately, and the old man's wrist was numb and fell directly to the ground. When Qin saw the scene, he shook his head secretly in his heart. If it was an adult man, Alay would not be able to stop it even if he kicked it from such a distance. Unfortunately, the old man was wearing a torn straw hat, and his clothes had several holes. He was covered with a bed sheet, but it couldn't cover his thin body. After getting a breath, Ma Zhuang quickly got up from the ground, then picked up the hoe on the ground, raised it above his head, and then wanted to swing it down on the old man's neck. Alay also made a move again. He took advantage of the time just now to rush over. As soon as Ma Zhuang raised his hand, he kicked out. He kicked Ma Zhuang directly on the side, but the force was very small, and he just fell to the ground. Then Alay said in a cold voice, "Our mission is only to catch pheasants, no need to kill people." "But he wanted to kill me just now. Are you fucking blind?" Ma Zhuang covered his ribs in pain and turned back to yell. Alay's face sank when he heard this. Ma Zhuang shuddered when he saw the scene. If he remembered correctly, the man he was insulting was a killer. Seeing him walking towards him, Ma Zhuang couldn't help but keep backing away. Qin stepped forward, put a hand on Alay's shoulder, and whispered, "The community is short of manpower now, and keeping him will help us search for supplies better, so don't move for now." The old man turned to look at Qin and said angrily, "Didn't you say you would leave here? Why did you come back? Is it fun to lie to an old man like me?" Being accused for no reason, Qin looked unhappy. "I did say I would leave, but now he wants to enter. How did I lie to you?" While speaking, he pointed at Ma Zhuang on the ground. "You didn't hide your things well, and someone heard it. Who can you blame? With your alertness, if it was someone else, you would be dead on the spot." The old man didn't appreciate it at all, and retorted, "If you hadn't barged in, why would I think of moving these chickens? I think you did this on purpose, waiting for now." Seeing the two quarreling, Ma Zhuang didn't feel any pain, and got up to fan the flames. "If you ask me, don't talk nonsense. This old man doesn't appreciate it. What else can you say? Just kill him, and we go in and grab everything. What the hell are you talking about? What do I need you to teach me?" Qin turned his head and cursed at him. "You?" Ma Zhuang's face changed after being scolded, and he dared not say anything more. At this moment, it suddenly rained. It was winter now, and although it rained less, it was not completely absent. The four of them hid under the eaves, and the old man looked at the three of them with a covetous look. Seeing that the rain was getting heavier, the old man was silent for a long time, and said, "Will you leave if I catch the chicken?" "Of course." Qin nodded. "Okay, in that case, come in with me." The old man pointed at Qin, opened the door and walked in. "This is the best way without killing anyone." Qin leaned over to Alay's ear and whispered, "Keep an eye on Ma Zhuang, don't let him mess around. I go in with him. Be careful of an ambush." Alay glanced at him and warned, "Don't worry, this guy is not a threat." Entering the house, a foul smell came immediately, but strangely, Qin did not see any signs of animal life. The old man walked to a corner and squatted down, picked up a few wooden boards, and then revealed a secret passage. Qin walked over to take a look and wondered, "It's rare to find a basement in this village." The old man snorted coldly, picked up an oil lamp from the wall, lit it with his lighter, and walked down. Qin curled his lips, took out a dagger and walked down the stairs. The deeper he went, the more he smelled chicken shit, which was so strong that he had to cover his mouth and nose with his hands. The road below was about 1 meter wide and 2 meters high. After walking for more than half a minute, the old man led him to a larger space. It was very dark, and the layout was completely unclear. The old man held the oil lamp and walked towards a wall, lighting the lamp on it. There were 3 lamps in total, and the basement became much brighter after they were lit. Qin glanced around and saw the environment here clearly. It was about 10 square meters, and there were 6 cages made of bamboo against the wall. There was a chicken in each cage, and as the living people entered, the chickens began to cry. Qin walked closer and took a look, and whispered, "You raise these at home, right? I'm very curious. Why do you keep them in the basement?" The old man reached into the cages, touched them one by one, picked up 2 eggs, and put them in his pocket, and said coldly, "Those beasts are watching them. If they are not in the basement, where else would they be?" The old man walked to the last cage, but found that the chickens here were gone, and there was a gap in the cage. He touched it with his hand, and then prepared to take the oil lamp to take a closer look. Suddenly, just as he turned around, Chinyu hurriedly yelled, "Hurry up and squat!" The old man didn't understand why, but he did it subconsciously. Then Chinyu's dagger flew out, but unfortunately it was too dark below, and the knife missed completely. Then Chinyu picked up the chicken coop next to him with his left hand and smashed it hard, pulling it as fast as possible. The moment the cage hit the zombie, he had already arrived and kicked it, and it actually kicked through it. This zombie was extremely fragile, and Chinyu kicked through it, and his body couldn't help but lose balance. The zombie grabbed the leg inserted in his chest with both hands, lowered his head, and wanted to bite, but unfortunately, his neck couldn't stretch down at all. At this moment, Chinyu didn't care about the chicken shit on the ground. He supported himself with his right hand, pressed down hard with his right foot, and then kicked with his left foot, hitting the zombie's temple with his toes. With a snap, Chinyu's kick caused the right side of the zombie's head to collapse, but he didn't kill it. Taking this opportunity, he quickly pulled out his right leg. The old man was already scared at this time, curled up and hid in the chicken coop. Chinyu turned his head and took a look, and shouted coldly, "You are made of wood, what's the point of hiding in it?" After shouting this, Chinyu stepped on the cage with one foot, exerted force with both hands, and suddenly pulled out 2 bamboo sticks, then rushed towards the zombie. He stabbed the zombie's neck with his left hand, and then stabbed its eyeball with his right hand, killing it instantly. If it weren't for saving this old man, Chinyu wouldn't be so embarrassed at all. After the zombie was killed, Chinyu picked up the light and walked around the basement, and indeed found that the corner had collapsed and a hole appeared. Chapter 239. "Hey, come and see what's going on." Chinyu turned around and shouted. The old man came over with an oil lamp and took a closer look. He hesitated and said, "In order to prevent the chickens from suffocating to death in the basement, I left a hole for ventilation. It has existed for decades without any problems. Why did it collapse now? The past was the past, and the present is now." Chinyu squatted down, picked up a small ball of soil and squeezed it, then stood up and continued, "It is probably caused by the rain. The drainage behind should have been blocked long ago." Hearing this, the old man seemed to understand something. "I don't live here. Maybe it's really like you said, it's because of the accumulation of rainwater." Chinyu curled his lips. "It's not really like that. It's the fact, don't you find that the mud is very sticky, and the zombies are too soft, except for the head, other parts are basically soaked by water. The most important thing is, there are too many chicken shits in your basement, right? I'm all covered with it, Chinyu couldn't stand it, and patted it in disgust, but it didn't work. Seeing this, the old man hurriedly said, "Well, young man, take the chickens with you and follow me. I have water and fire over there, and I can help you clean them and dry them." Chinyu replied helplessly, "That's the only way." After that, he went to the corner to pick up the dagger, wiped it on the corpse, and then continued to hide it in his pocket. Then the two of them picked up all the chickens and walked out, and the old man walked in front carrying 2. As for Chinyu, it was easy to carry 3. The old man originally planned to catch 1 and move the others later, but now the zombies fell in, there was no way, he could only take them all away first. After leaving the basement, the old man found a large nylon bag and threw all 4 chickens into it. As agreed before, Chinyu held the other one in his hand. When he was about to walk out, the old man called him again. "Wait, come here first." Chinyu turned around. "What's the matter?" "Come here." Seeing this, Chinyu had to move closer. "Just tell me if you have something to say, why are you playing dumb?" The old man hesitated for a long time and whispered, "Young man, I believe you. Even the one who kicked me with a stone believes you. But I don't believe the middle-aged man. I give you an extra chicken. Can you give me a guarantee?" Hearing this, Chinyu glanced out the window to make sure that no one outside could hear him, then asked in a low voice, "What promise? You don't want me to take you out of the village, do you?" "That's unlikely. We still have to go somewhere else." Hearing this, the old man immediately rejected it and said, "That's not it. I just hope you can keep an eye on that middle-aged man, and don't let him take away the chickens I have left. Can you do that? As a reward, I will give you an extra rooster." Chinyu smacked his lips. "Is this a male or a female in my hand?" "Hens." "In that case, can I get another hen? Then both of them can lay eggs, and at least eating eggs once a week is not a problem," Chinyu said with a smile. The old man hesitated and said again, "Young man, you have never raised chickens, right?" "I have eaten them." "With a rooster, hens can lay eggs that can be hatched. If some are selected for hatching, chicks can be successfully hatched, and then they can be raised continuously." When Chinyu heard this, he immediately felt that it was feasible. At least long-term survival would not be a problem. However, he still thought of one thing and asked, "But I don't know how to raise them. And I don't know how to choose." To reassure him, the old man continued, "I will teach you. It's raining heavily now. You can go to my place, and I promise to teach you. I just want to survive, old man. Is this not enough? If it weren't for the bad face of that man, I wouldn't have kept begging you." Hearing this, Chinyu nodded. "In this case, I promise you that he can't touch you as long as you are under my nose. Okay, let's go, you follow me closely." After the communication, the old man opened the door and walked out. Because it was raining heavily, the two people outside did not hear what was said inside. Seeing 5 chickens being carried out, even Lei was shocked. As for Ma Zhuang, he was even more excited, and kept talking about wanting to eat chicken. But Chinyu looked at him coldly. "Don't even think about these chickens. If you dare to touch them, I will chop you alive first." Lei looked at the filth on his body, and came over to help carry one. "Are you okay? Why are you so dirty?" Chinyu handed over the one in his right hand and whispered, "There is a zombie down there. It's not a big problem. Let's go with him. First find a way to clean my body. By the way, next pay attention to Ma Zhuang. Don't let him sneak attack this old man." Lei nodded, indicating that he understood. Then the 3 followed the old man to a small path, which was very rugged and blocked by a lot of debris. It took more than 10 minutes to reach the destination. It was still the yard that Chinyu had entered before. After entering from the back door, the old man led them up. When they reached the stairs, the old man turned around and said, "There are some traps I made on the ground. Pay attention and follow my footprints." After saying that, the old man continued to walk forward. Chinyu followed behind him, and as he landed, he looked at him and said, "Old man, you have done it in a decent way, but it's a pity that the bamboo strips were replaced with knives, which would be more lethal." The 2 sides of the stairs were sharpened with bamboo strips, and then fixed with ropes. Once triggered, they would slam shut, but unfortunately the killing power was not enough. The old man walked in front and answered, "Most of the knives in the village are kitchen knives, and the light here is not good. It is not easy to see with bamboo, and knives are easy to reflect light. When we came to the 2nd floor, there was no door here. It was just a door frame made of bamboo, blocking the lower area." The old man pushed it open and walked in directly. "Come in, there is nothing here." Chinyu followed him in, and looked around the house. It was very dirty, but at least everything was neatly arranged. There was a folding iron bed, and a reclining chair in the corner, and the other furniture was basically gone. There was a stove a few meters away from the bed, and the chimney led to the back mountain. There was a cement water tank next to it. Chinyu walked over to take a look and found it was almost full. The old man put the chicken in a large iron bucket, covered it, and turned back and said, "The water there is clean, just drink it with confidence." Hearing this, Ma Zhuang glared at him and said, "Hey old man, you didn't drug me, did you? Come over here, drink a sip first." Chinyu also frowned and said, "Are you sure? You can't drink water of unknown origin directly now. At least you have to boil it." The old man had no choice but to walk over and scoop some with a ladle, and drank it in front of the 3 people, then said, "This is the well I asked someone to dig before, and I have used it for decades." Chapter 240. As the old man finished drinking, Ma Zhuang rushed over, scooped up a large ladle, and drank it all, then wiped his mouth and said, "You know what? This water tastes better than boiled rainwater." Lei also took the ladle and scooped up some, but he drank from the edge. Then he asked Chinyu, "Do you want some?" Chinyu looked at the chicken shit on his hand and shook his head. "Drink it later, I'm not thirsty now." "Yeah." Lei put down the ladle and walked out to leave. "Where are you going?" Chinyu called him. "Fill up the water bottle in the car. Go later. It's raining heavily outside now. Don't get wet," Chinyu said softly. Then the old man came out of the inner room with a towel in his hand. He handed it to Chinyu and said, "I get some water, boil it, and then wipe it. By the way, I tell you how to raise chickens." "Thank you." Now the relationship is not as tense as before, so Chinyu didn't refuse. Lao Tu brought an iron pot and placed it on the stove, then added a large pot of water to it, and then sat down to prepare to light a fire. The 4 of them all gathered around the fire. With the fire, everyone felt much more comfortable. But Ma Zhuang, I don't know what he was thinking, his eyes kept looking around. Chinyu secretly looked at him, blinked at Lei, and then asked the old man, "By the way, old man, I don't know your name yet." The old man held a fan in his hand, added firewood and fanned the fire and said, "My last name is Wang." Chinyu nodded and said, "Grandpa Wang, is raising chickens complicated? Do you want me to find something to remember?" "No, it's nothing hard to remember. I can remember it with my memory, and you young man will definitely find it easy. It would be bad if something goes wrong. Chinyu laughed. Okay, it will take about 7 or 8 minutes. Now I will explain it to you. You two can listen together, so that you can compare your questions later. Grandpa Wang turned around and gestured to Chinyu and Alei. To raise chickens, you can usually feed them broken rice, wheat, corn, etc. There are few supplies now, and most people can eat these, so it is unlikely that there will be more to feed them. In that case, grass, insects, etc. are also okay, but many people used to feed them but we are in the countryside, and we don't have that much spare money to buy. Chinyu nodded as he listened. It's winter now, what do you feed them? Crushed maggots, plus some broken grass, can also be used to feed them. Grandpa Wang looked at him and said. Hearing this, Chinyu was startled. Ah, you wouldn't feed them with worms from zombies, would you? Old man Wang asked in confusion. Zombies? What are those? It's the beast you mentioned. Alei said indifferently. After hearing this, old man Wang paused and continued. No, I use rotten meat to breed them, and I also have a lot of bran, which is enough for feeding with mixed food. Chinyu was a little confused. What is bran? To be honest, I haven't heard much about it. Why don't you find a piece of paper to write it down? Old Master Wang chuckled, continued to walk into the inner room, took a piece of paper and a pen and walked out. Here, it won't hurt to write more. Chinyu looked at his hands and looked at Alei. Well, can you help me scoop some water to pour it on? Alei nodded, stood up, and took the water scoop to the stove to scoop up some water, put the back of his hand against the scoop to test the temperature, and then poured it into Chinyu's hand. After a simple rinse, Chinyu took a stool, shook the water stains on his hands dry, and roasted a little more with the fire. Then he took the paper and pen and put them on the stool, wrote a few words, and then asked, Grandpa, please continue. Bran is the shell and skin of rice. We collect these things in the countryside and feed poultry, but now, it's hard for you to find this thing. Grandpa Wang said slowly. After Chinyu wrote it down with a pen, he nodded and said, Yes, under normal circumstances, it's a blessing to find rice. But I have some rice that can be germinated. I can plant rice in March. It's still early now. When I sprout, you can come to me to get it. Old Master Wang smiled and said, thinking of something. Looking at the amiable old man in front of him, who could believe that he was still so rude more than 2 hours ago. Chinyu laughed. It's not easy for you to survive alone in the wild in the current environment, right? Why don't you come with us? We have a wall there, which will make you live safer. Hearing this, old Master Wang refused directly. I appreciate your kindness, but I have lived here for decades and don't want to move anymore. There is no point in moving around. If I go to a new place, I might be bullied. Hearing this, Chinyu slapped the stool. With my support, who dares to bully you? Young man, no need to say more. I don't want to move anymore. Cough cough. As he said this, Mr. Wang actually started to cough. Are you okay? Chinyu asked hurriedly. I was pressed to the ground by you some time ago, so I had a little trouble breathing, but it's nothing. Hearing this, Chinyu scratched his head embarrassedly. Sorry, I thought you were going to attack me before, so I didn't pay attention. Haha, this is also my responsibility. Grandpa Wang waved his hand, then scooped water into the bucket and motioned him to come over and wash. Chinyu took off his clothes and walked over. Then Grandpa Wang said again, as for how to choose eggs that can be hatched, do you have a flashlight? If not, candles will do. Chinyu nodded and said, I have this. By the way, Alei, please help me remember it. Alei nodded and took the paper. Seeing this, Grandpa Wang sat by the fire and continued, turn on a flashlight or candle, then pick up the egg and bring it close. The one with a black circle at the bottom can be hatched. Then we need to make a chicken coop. Just use paper boxes and weeds. Remember to add more weeds. Okay? Alei nodded and asked him to continue. Grandpa Wang stroked his beard and said again, then take the hens to the coop, cover them with something, and feed them with the usual food. They will hatch in about 20 days. As for the chicks, even if you need rice, you have to take out some of it. Soak it in water, and feed it to them. Otherwise, it will be difficult to raise them. When they are older, you can feed them vegetable leaves, insects, etc. At this point, Grandpa Wang suddenly said with a cold face, I have been kind enough to tell you, why do you keep paying attention to my chickens? Seeing this, Chinyu turned his head and saw Ma Zhuang squatting next to the iron bucket, with a sly look in his eyes. He didn't know what he wanted to do. Chapter 241. Being stared at by the people present, Ma Zhuang blushed and turned around and laughed. Well, I seem to hear some noise, so I came to take a look. You guys continue. After saying that, he pretended to look at the wall, and then walked to the window. Chinyu said with a sullen face, Ma Zhuang, if you want to live well, you better put away your little thoughts. But these slightly threatening words did not affect Ma Zhuang at all. He walked to the window happily, and nodded to show that he understood. Seeing this, Mr. Wang continued to talk. That's about it. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. You will understand after a few more times. I think the rain will stop soon. Hearing this, Chinyu understood that they were ordering him to leave. Although this was the end of the world, it was still someone else's territory. After wiping off the dirt on his body and drying his clothes, Chinyu stood up and said with a smile, in this case, we will leave. Just as he put on his clothes, there seemed to be some noise coming from other rooms. Hearing this, Ma Zhuang immediately pointed and said, Look, I'm not talking nonsense, am I? Then he wanted to go over there. But for some reason, Mr. Wang suddenly stood up and ran over, hitting Ma Zhuang with his own weight again, and then blocked in front of the curtain. He stared at the three people present with a fierce look. Seeing this scene, Chinyu thought that he should have a companion. Since he was unwilling to introduce, there was no need to force his way in, so he said seriously, Mr. Wang, we have no ill intentions. If you don't want us to come in, then just leave. Goodbye, thank you for your chicken. Let's go, Ali. Chinyu shouted, picked up his things and prepared to leave. Ma Zhuang stood a few meters away from Mr. Wang, hesitated for a moment, and said, what if he has other animals? Even if he has, they are not yours, hurry up and take your things and leave. Chinyu turned around and growled with a displeased look on his face. There was no other way. Ma Zhuang took a last look at the hanging door curtain, turned around and prepared to take his own things. In fact, there was not much, just a small bag, which was picked up in another room just now, and there were some clothes in it. Seeing his actions, Mr. Wang breathed a sigh of relief, turned his head to look behind him, and then scolded him. Behave yourself. The moment he turned his head, Ma Zhuang picked up the bag and threw it at Mr. Wang, then rushed into the inner room. Stop it! Mr. Wang was startled by this sudden action, and the whole person was hit by the backpack and retreated more than a meter to the side. He shouted in a hurry. But it was too late. The excited Ma Zhuang had already pulled down the curtain with one hand, and even imagined roasting suckling pig, but when he saw the scene clearly, his mouth opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. Not only him, Chinyu and Alei were also shocked by this scene, and even broke out in cold sweat. There was no animal in the house, let alone a human. It was a zombie. No, to put it more correctly, it was not a complete zombie. The arms were cut off from the shoulders. The lower body was cut from the thighs, leaving only the upper body. 2 iron wires were inserted from the leg bones, and several ropes were tied to the body, fixing it to a table. A piece of black cloth covered the rest of the zombie's body, leaving only the head, roaring at the air. Chinyu frowned and looked at it. If he was not mistaken, it seemed to be a female corpse, because there were 2 small earrings hanging on the ears, but it must be not very skilled, and the hanging parts were not symmetrical. The zombie's face was very dirty, and black juice was flowing from the corners of its mouth. It opened its mouth up and down and repeated the action. Fuck? Are you raising zombies? Ma Zhuang roared, and the whole person retreated several meters. Grandpa Wang suddenly howled, threw the backpack in his hand to the ground, and then rushed into the house. But he was very careful, as if he was afraid of hurting the zombie. He gently stroked its head with both hands, and his expression was actually a doting one. She's not a zombie, she's not. Grandpa Wang turned his head and yelled outside the house. Then he continued to look at the head and said gently, Are you hungry? Don't worry, I feed you right away. After saying that, he walked towards an iron barrel with an expressionless face. His body movements became very slow, but he was still familiar with it, as if he had done it many times. Old Man Wang picked up a wire, kicked the lid of the iron bucket open, and then stabbed it in. After stabbing more than 10 times, he finally smiled, then pulled out the wire, covered the bucket, and continued to walk towards the zombie. Chinyu looked at the thing in his hand, and his stomach churned. It turned out to be a dying rat. There were still many maggots hanging on its body, crawling around. Walking to the zombie, Old Man Wang held the rat and approached. Come, eat it. The zombie sniffed, then suddenly opened its mouth and bit it. Then, the mouse made its last cry. More than a minute later, the zombie had eaten it all. Seeing this, Chinyu handed the chicken to Alei, pulled out a dagger and walked closer to him, wanting to get rid of the zombie. Don't come over. Old Man Wang suddenly turned around and shouted at him with a wire. Don't get excited. Chinyu pressed his hands down, signaling him to relax. I won't go in, but you are feeding the zombies. They are not human, and they have viruses on them. What if you get infected? I'm not afraid of any virus. Grandpa Wong stabbed his hand with the wire a few times, and shouted with a crazy expression, "She is not a zombie. She is my wife, who has been with me for decades." As he said this, he became sad, turned his head and looked at the zombie head, and said with tears, "We clearly agreed to go together. Why did she leave me alone?" At this moment, Ma Zhuang quickly rushed over and tied Grandpa Wong's hands behind his back, and then he turned around and shouted, "Hurry, come up and kill the zombies right now." While shouting, Ma Zhuang pushed the old man against the wall, raised his right foot, and pressed his knee against his lower back. Grandpa Wong was stimulated even more by this action, and moved around desperately. Ma Zhuang was a little powerless, and he shouted again, "Hurry up, I don't know how this old man's strength has increased, I can't. Hold him down." Hearing this, Jinyu walked forward with a knife, hesitated for a moment, then put the knife away, picked up a thin rope from the ground, walked forward and tied up Grandpa Wong. "You fucking kill zombies?" Ma Zhuang was stunned, and then cursed at him. Chapter 242. Even though he was pointed at and scolded, Jinyu was too lazy to pay attention to him, and pushed Mr. Wong out of the house. Okay, if you don't come, I come by myself." After saying that, Ma Zhuang picked up the wire and wanted to walk over. But Alei walked in, stood next to the zombie, and looked at him calmly. Ma Zhuang was a little upset. "What's going on? Is this a zombie? It's a beast, they eat people." Alei said lightly, "I understand the truth, but it is fixed here and can't go anywhere. Killing it or not will not affect anyone." Hearing this, Ma Zhuang had no choice but to go out. After all, he couldn't do anything under Alei's eyes. Thank you. Although Mr. Wong was pressed down on the chair by Jinyu, he was not angry, but thanked them. Jinyu sat next to him and said, "You don't have to have this attitude. As Alei said, even if the zombie stays there, it can't leave the house and can't affect anyone." Mr. Wong replied, "I understand. It's for this reason that I cut off her hands and feet, so that she can't go out and hurt people." Hearing this, Jinyu pondered for a while, looked at him and said softly, "You can realize this, which means you know that she is not a human, but a zombie, so why do you want to stay?" As he said this, Mr. Wong lowered his head and fell silent. Ma Zhuang and Alei also stood around, waiting for him to explain. But Mr. Wong just lowered his head and said nothing. Seeing this, Jinyu walked over and cut the rope on his hand. Anyway, there were 3 people in the room, so it wouldn't make much noise. Then Jinyu patiently said again, "The world has changed. It's not the same as before. I want to know, why do you keep feeding this zombie?" Listening to the words of the man in front of him, Mr. Wong hesitated for a while, and then murmured, "Several decades ago, I was not a person in this village. At that time, there was a famine, and there was no food everywhere. I had no choice but to follow others to move around in many places just for a bite of food. As long as I could fill my stomach, I did everything, plowing and hoeing for others. 10 months passed like this, and I finally came here. Guiying was so pretty at that time. She was the prettiest girl in the area." Hearing this, Jinyu asked in a low voice, "Guiying is the one inside?" He hesitated for a moment, but he still didn't say the word zombie. Old Master Wong raised his head and smiled. "Yes, it's her." Then he continued, "From the first time I saw Guiying, I was determined to be with her for the rest of my life. Others said I was crazy. There was no food in this village. If I stayed, wouldn't I just be waiting to die? Seeing that they couldn't persuade me, they simply left me alone. I stayed here alone. At that time, Guiying was busy herding cattle for the only family in the village with food. I was shy at that time and didn't dare to talk to her. I just stayed by her side. When she walked away, I went to pull grass and help her feed the cattle." Speaking of this, Mr. Wong's eyes showed a trace of tenderness, as if the girl in his mind appeared in front of him again. "Later, I was seen by that family and asked what I could do. After I told them the truth, they found me a job. I plowed the fields with manpower every day and earned 2 steamed buns a day." Ma Zhuang felt something was wrong and said, "Wait, since there are cows, why do we need people to plow the fields? Are they bored?" Hearing this, Mr. Wong turned his head and glanced at him without answering. Jinyu scratched his head. "I'm also curious. Didn't you suggest that they use cows instead?" Hearing this, Mr. Wong slowly said, "The poor eat bran and vegetables every day, and have no food after the last meal, while the rich eat meat in different ways every day, and even dogs eat better than us. Why do you think so? They are equivalent to the former landlord class?" Yu was stunned for a moment and asked, "Old man, I don't know what you were talking about, but their family is very rich and has a lot of land. At that time, cows were more valuable than people. It was better to hire a person than to buy a cow." After listening to the general story, Yu said solemnly, "According to the time calculation, the landlord class should have been overthrown a long time ago, almost before you were born." Suddenly, Yu slapped his thigh. "Maybe it's because the poor countryside and the underdeveloped information have delayed many things, and I was not born at that time, so I don't know much." Old Master Wang looked at him and said softly, "I don't understand what you are saying. I haven't read much in my life." But a few years later, the family went bankrupt, and some people came, speaking with strange accents. They gave everyone a few plots of land. Since I stayed here for a long time, I was also allocated 2 plots, plus a mud house. Later, I worked harder and mustered up the courage to tell Guiying what was in my heart. She also agreed to live with me. At that time, her face was as red as a monkey's butt. It was really beautiful. It's a pity. If I could see it for a lifetime. In this way, with our efforts, our lives became better and better. The village had electricity, and the roads were repaired. With my own hands, I raised a pair of children. Finally, the children went to college and settled down in the city. Recalling the past, Mr. Wang smiled unconsciously. Hearing this, Yu felt mixed emotions. This doomsday really makes people neither human nor ghost. If there were no zombies, Mr. Wang and Mrs. Guiying should be able to live happily. At least, they would be much happier than they are now. Then the voice sounded again. "The children have grown up and don't like this country anymore. They insisted on taking us to the city. We were so tired of hearing them talk that we had no choice but to agree." After loading all the luggage on the car, the village changed. Those fellow villagers started to attack us for no reason, and even a lot of them came out of the ground. As Yu listened, he paused and said, "Cremation is promoted in the city, and only a few bodies are resurrected. In this country, many places still use burial. When the zombie virus comes, it's like pouring water into hot oil. The reaction is particularly strong." Looking at his wife in the inner room, Mr. Wang murmured, "We were sitting in the car and trying to rush out, but the road was completely blocked. There was no other way, so my son and daughter jumped out of the car and tried to drag the body off the road. At this time, another car rushed out of the woods, and my children were hit on the spot. Guiying couldn't stand the shock, so she jumped out of the car and tried to save them, but she was bitten by the zombies you mentioned." At this point, Mr. Wang slowly accepted this statement. Chapter 243. Although I tried my best to stop those zombies, I couldn't take the children's bodies away after all. There was a trace of grief in Mr. Wang's voice. He regretted all the time. If he hadn't brought so much luggage, it would have been better to leave directly. Looking at his skinny palm, Yu whispered, "How long has it been since the incident happened? I mean..." Mr. Wang looked up and smiled bitterly. "How long has it been? It should have been a long time. I took Guiying to hide in the car until the zombies outside decreased at night. Guiying had already started to have a fever. I was very panicked at that time. I couldn't understand why she caught a cold in the middle of summer. There was no medicine in the car. I waited until dark before I took her out of the sunroof. The car didn't go far. I have lived here for decades. Even without lights, I can find the way back." At this point, Mr. Wang started coughing again. At this time, he had many age spots on his face. Like most elderly people, he began to become frail. The strength used to hit Ma Zhuang just now was too much. Yu walked over and scooped a bucket of water and handed it to him. "Drink some water to moisten your throat." "Thanks, young man." Old Master Wang took it, took a sip and put it aside, and continued talking. When we returned to this yard, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Guiying began to sweat coldly. She held me tightly with both hands and kept saying that she didn't want to turn into those monsters, and asked me to give her pain quickly. Hearing this, Yu was slightly puzzled. "So you know that you will mutate if you are bitten, then why? You want to ask why I don't seal her mouth?" Old Master Wang stared at him and asked. "Well, after all, it's in the house. If she falls down one day or gets hit by something, she'd be done for, right? In that case, it means she misses me too, and needs me to accompany her. I'm happy to do that." "Ah?" Yu was stunned. Then Old Master Wang continued, "Actually, I've also thought about it. After this winter, I commit suicide to accompany her, but I can't do it, I can't do it." The rain outside had completely stopped, but the people in the house had no intention of leaving. Yu whispered, "What can't you do? Commit suicide." "No, I can't prevent myself from becoming a zombie after death, so I have to live in a daze like this." Old Man Wang shook his head. At that time, she was lying on the floor of this room. Guiying grabbed my hand and forced me to kill her, but she was the person I loved for decades. How could I do it? So I took a bundle of ropes, tied her to a chair, and waited quietly for death to come. Qin Yu was puzzled. Why is that? Can't we just destroy the brain? Midway through his speech, Qin Yu remembered something and changed his words. No, if you do this, she won't become a zombie and stay here forever. Nodding was considered as tacit agreement with his statement. Old Man Wang looked at the recliner and murmured, because in this way, when I saw off her legs, she won't feel pain. Hearing this, Ma Zhuang quickly climbed up from the chair. He was tired of standing just now, so he lay on it and listened. His hand kept touching the armrest, which was black. He thought it was because the wood was dyed well. Now it seems that it was most likely stained with blood. I fixed her and left her there. During that period, she was similar to other zombies, very aggressive, and wanted to bite me when she saw me. For this reason, I fed her most of the food in the house. Qin Yu looked at the bare room and said slowly, she is already a zombie. Even if you don't feed her, they can still live for a long time. Why do you do this? You would rather starve than feed the zombies. I just eat less. Mr. Wang smiled and said, it doesn't matter who you feed me. You should leave. Mr. Wang once again ordered them to leave. In fact, even if these people in the room insisted on staying, he had no way to deal with them. The difference in force often explained everything. Seeing this, Qin Yu nodded at Lei, who walked over, picked up the 2 chickens, and walked downstairs. As for himself, he walked to Ma Zhuang and said, let's go. Do you want to go by yourself, or do you want me to take you with me? Ma Zhuang curled his lips, not wanting to have a conflict, and walked out of the house with his bag. Goodbye, I come again in the spring next year, but I still want to ask one more question. Do you want to go with us? Qin Yu turned around and said seriously. Old Master Wang smiled and stroked his beard, saying, can you let me support her? If you can, I go. As he spoke, he pointed his finger into the house. Hearing this, Qin Yu paused and said softly, the community is not mine. I can't promise you directly like this. After all, there are other people and children in it. Feeding zombies is something that ordinary people can't understand. Haha, you're a good person, wait a minute. Old Man Wang stood up, shouted at him, and then walked to the bed. Bending down and feeling under the pillow for a while, Old Man Wang came back with a bag of things. This is for you. Find someone who knows a little bit, and plant it. What is this? Qin Yu looked at the half-palm-sized plastic bag in his hand, which contained some granular things that he had never seen before. Seeds, a kind of vegetable, the specifics are kept secret, you will know when it grows. Hearing this, Qin Yu said to him gratefully, thank you, old man. Food is very scarce nowadays. With seeds, there is hope. Don't worry, I will find a way to get a separate area for you to live in when I go back. Even if I can support you. At this point, Qin Yu changed his words. Even if I can support your spouse, it's fine. Haha, thank you in advance. Let's go quickly. Don't wait until it rains again. I don't have much food here, so I can't keep you for dinner. Old Man Wang seemed to be in a good mood and started to joke. Qin Yu nodded and walked out. Along the way, he thought seriously about his next plan. The supplies he found this time were more important than the previous ones. Because they could all be recycled. As for the chickens, it goes without saying that this thing can be fed for a long time as long as there are no accidents. Feed the hens, and then hatch the chicks. When they grow up, they can lay eggs again, and even continue to hatch new chicks. And the bag of seeds in his hand, although he doesn't know what it is, it's impossible that he has given a pile of garbage, right? Thinking of this, Qin Yu carefully put the plastic bag in his hand into the inner pocket of his clothes, and kept it close to his body. Chapter 244. It rained, and the ground became very wet. Qin Yu's shoes were about to break. It had been so long, and the shoes on his feet were the ones he wore when the zombies first broke out. I have to say that the quality is really top-notch. They have been soaked in the river and walked on the mud, but they still haven't broken. It's only now that they are vaguely about to break. It seems I have to find another pair. Qin Yu squatted down, touched it with his hand, and shook his head. Then he stood up and continued to walk outside. When passing by a mud pit, Qin Yu stepped into it, and then lifted his foot, and immediately felt the coolness coming from the sole of his foot. He looked down, and saw that his 5 toes were exposed, and there was a lot of mud on them. Damn, it would be great if I could hold on a little longer. Qin Yu curled his lips. This village has been abandoned for a long time, and many things in it are covered with dust. Including the clothes they found, they can't be worn directly, they need to be taken back and washed. As for the shoes, there is even more dust, and Chinyu doesn't plan to look for them at all. First of all, it was not easy to find the right shoes. Secondly, he didn't like those styles. Anyway, it was the end of the world, so why not pick a pair that satisfied him? So Chinyu simply cut a piece of cloth from the corpse next to him with a knife, tied the shoes that had been broken, and then looked at them. They were still wearable. Then he continued to walk towards the car. As soon as he approached, Chinyu saw Lei fighting with zombies with a dagger. Several of them surrounded him. Although he handled them with ease, he couldn't escape for a while. Seeing this, Chinyu quickly threw his bag on the haystack, took out his knife, and rushed forward again. With the addition of his teammates, these zombies were solved in no time, just like cutting melons and vegetables. Chinyu kicked the last zombie into the snow pile, turned around and asked, "Where is Ma Zhuangren? He left you here alone." After saying that, Chinyu looked around, but there was no trace. Lei replied, "Just now, there were more than a dozen zombies surrounding here, and it was difficult to rush over, so he took the initiative to lead some of them away." Hearing this, Chinyu smacked his lips. "Is this a revelation?" "I don't know." Lei shook his head, and moved the things into the car. As for the chickens, they were not tossed around much in the bag. Suddenly Chinyu thought of something, walked over and made 2 holes in the bag, put the heads of the 2 chickens outside, and whispered, "We need to let them breathe, otherwise they will suffocate to death." "You also know this?" Lei looked at him and asked. "Well, I used to be a takeaway deliveryman, but I also ran errands occasionally. It was very common to deliver these orders." Then the 2 of them moved the body to the side of the road so that the car could leave. After waiting for a few minutes, Ma Zhuang still did not show up. Chinyu frowned and said, "Will this guy not do anything weird?" After saying that, he glanced at Lei. At this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the intersection leading out of the village. Who else could it be but Ma Zhuang? However, what he was holding in his hands was not a backpack, but 3 chickens. Seeing the scene, Chinyu walked over with a cold face. "Where did these chickens come from?" "Mr. Wang's," Ma Zhuang said with a smile. "I know it's his. I'm asking how you got it." "Oh, you're talking about that." Ma Zhuang walked over disapprovingly, threw the chicken directly into the trunk, and then said, "I just led the zombies away, and suddenly found that there were quite a few near Mr. Wang's house. I saw that this was not okay. He at least gave us a sip of water, so I thought seriously." Hearing this, Chinyu said impatiently, "Speak human language, don't keep us in suspense." Hearing this, Ma Zhuang scratched his head and continued, "I rushed up and tried my best to help him kill all the zombies. Look, my clothes are torn. When Mr. Wang saw me, he was so impressed. I say it again for the last time. Say something we can understand. With your appearance, how can Mr. Wang admire you? Forget it, I go in and take a look myself." After saying that, Chinyu planned to go into the village again. He was worried that Mr. Wang had an accident. Seeing that Chinyu had no patience to listen, Ma Zhuang hurried over to pull him and said, Okay, I tell you the truth. Actually, I saw 5 or 6 zombies surrounding his yard. I threatened him to give me all the chickens, otherwise I would leave. You know how that old man could handle so many zombies by himself. He had no choice but to agree to my request. So this is what happened. He was so angry with me that he went to sleep on the 2nd floor. Chinyu turned his head and looked at him, and said coldly, "You are not lying to me, are you? Why do I feel that you can't tell the truth? I swear on my dignity that if I tell a lie, my whole family will die, okay?" Seeing that it was not going to work, Ma Zhuang was so anxious that he swore a poisonous oath. If swearing works, there won't be so many scumbags in the world. I go in and take a look. You 2 wait here. Not wanting to talk to him anymore, Chinyu still planned to go into the village. Hearing this, Ma Zhuang lowered his head, a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes. At this moment, many zombies suddenly appeared again, about 10 in number, and surrounded them from all directions. Seeing this, Ma Zhuang hurriedly shouted, "It's too late. We have live chickens in the car, and they are still there clucking, the zombies will be attracted." Chinyu stood at the entrance of the village, looking at the zombies around him with a serious face, holding a dagger in his hand, thinking quickly in his mind. Lei stepped forward and said, "He is right. The chickens will attract more zombies, and the smell of animals spreads farther than humans. We can't stop here." As Lei finished speaking, the sky began to thunder again. Ma Zhuang was delighted. It seemed that God was helping him, and then he shouted, "Hurry up and retreat. Wait for the zombies and the heavy rain. We might as well die with the chickens." He pulled his car open and got in, quickly started the car, and then began to back up. Chinyu took a last look at the village, vaguely seeing the window of Grandpa Wang. If he was alone at the moment, in order to thank the old man for the supplies, he would definitely take the risk to check in and make himself feel more at ease. But the current environment, as Alay said, will indeed attract more zombies if it drags on. Gritting his teeth, Chinyu turned his head and growled, "Let's go, and come back in 2 days. I hope the old man can live well." The 3 cars backed up along the road one by one. Fortunately, these people were quite stable and left without any problems. Chapter 245. After reaching the wider area outside, Chinyu and Alay parked their cars side by side and discussed their next plan. It was raining heavily, so they could only talk by shouting. After a quick discussion, the two decided to continue along this road. The road leading to the village was a fork, so they just had to follow the main road. Just as he was about to close the car window, Chinyu suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Go ahead and stop Ma Zhuang. Don't let him get away alone. I'm worried that he will kill the chicken." Alay nodded, made an okay gesture with his right hand, and then stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. A few minutes later, Alay successfully saw Ma Zhuang, who was parking his car in a bungalow yard on the roadside, holding a chicken and standing at the rear of the car, preparing to smash it to death. Fortunately, Chinyu was careful, otherwise, if he was a few seconds slower, a chicken would have been killed. Alay got out of the car and walked over. In Ma Zhuang's frustrated eyes, he took all the chickens to avoid accidents later. At this time, Ma Zhuang dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak. He had lived in the community for a long time, and knew a little about the methods of the man in front of him. He did not dare to provoke him. Some time ago, he subconsciously insulted Alay, and he was so annoyed afterwards that he was almost anxious to death. In this wilderness, if something happens, his death will be in vain. Half a minute later, Chinyu also drove to the scene. The main reason was that he was not very confident in his driving skills, so he had to let Alay drive faster. This yard was quite large, with 2 bungalows side by side. The roof of the left bungalow collapsed halfway, and the wall also collapsed a little. As for the right bungalow, it was basically collapsed. Alay took Ma Zhuang to hide in the bungalow on the left until Chinyu got in. The big raindrops hit the roof of the car with a crackling sound, and the visibility was also quite low. The 3 were forced to stay here to hide from the rain. Chinyu walked into the house, twisting his sleeves, and asked coldly, "I advise you not to think about these chickens. They are not food." At this time, Ma Zhuang hid in the corner, looking unconvinced, and said, "Why should I listen to you? Is your name written on the chicken?" Hearing this, Chinyu walked over expressionlessly. "I don't know how you got it for the time being, but I can be sure that the old man will never give it all to you. So you better hope that he is still alive, otherwise." Ma Zhuang tilted his neck. "Otherwise what? Are you going to kill me for an outsider? If you have the ability, don't rely on Alay. Let's see who has the harder fist." Hearing this, Alay wiped his hair and said calmly, "I won't fight. You two can do whatever you want." His subconscious mind was not to let these 2 people have a fair duel. On the contrary, Alay had already seen Ma Zhuang's level. He was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He looked harsh in words, but he was actually very weak. Of course, this is for Alay. After all, he used to be a professional killer. If compared with Chinyu, he is also a strong opponent. Alay saw that Chinyu had learned some fighting skills and often exercised, but to be honest, it was not enough. Only with more experience can he grow faster. In addition, he didn't like Ma Zhuang and used to bully his neighbors in the community. But strangely, no one ever reported it to Xiaoyi, so Alay didn't bother to care. After all, in his opinion, even if he punished those people, what's the point? He is not strong enough and will be bullied in the end. Chinyu looked at Ma Zhuang with a smile on his face. "Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I will let you experience it well." "Humph, you're so good at talking." Ma Zhuang didn't get to eat the chicken, and felt a little annoyed. He glared at him, and then walked to the side, intending to search the house to see if there was anything useful. Originally, Ma Zhuang planned to kill the chicken first, and then he would have to eat it even if he didn't want to. After all, the rice was already cooked, and Chinyu wanted to use it to sprout. How could that be possible? It's just a pity that he underestimated Alay's driving skills. All of this was planned by Ma Zhuang in advance. He was often active in the underground racing field many years ago, but later he chose to quit after being injured, and then went to fight black boxing for a few years, and then drove a taxi for almost 10 years. He wanted to take advantage of this, but the plan fell through. In terms of age, he was almost 20 years older than Chinyu, so he didn't take the young man seriously at all. He was afraid of Alay. If Chinyu had arrived first, Ma Zhuang would have killed the chicken without any fear. Moreover, if Ma Zhuang knew how dangerous the area where Alei had performed missions before was, he would not have thought of this trick. Qinyu stood by the door, looking at the zombies trapped in the fields outside and unable to move, and whispered, "This environment is difficult, and the weather is getting worse. I think we still need to light a fire, so as not to catch a cold." Alei looked around and said, "Many places are wet, not so dry wood. It's okay, I have a way." Qinyu walked out of the house, came to the door of the bungalow on the right, and kicked the wooden door. After a few bangs, the door was successfully removed, mainly because it was rotten to begin with, and the quality was not good. Then Qinyu carried the wood back to the left, turned around and said, "By the way, Alei, go get all the chickens in the car, and get 2 cans of food, we're going to have lunch." Hearing this, Alei was slightly startled. "Do you want to eat chicken too?" Hearing this, Qinyu smiled and shook his head and said, "Of course I can't eat them. I think the temperature outside will drop later. It would be bad if something happened to the chickens. To be honest, with these animals that can be raised, the community can survive longer." "Haha, okay, I understand." Alei ignored the rain and walked towards the car. In fact, he still had a little selfish motive, that is, if he wanted to eat, he had to wait for Shui to come together. When Feng Yi rarely gets to eat meat, she would always think of leaving a bite for Alei. Similarly, when Alei encounters some food that is not easy to eat, he would also think of her. In Alei's heart, if Feng Yi had not extended a helping hand, he would have died in some mountain abroad. The wild boar leg that Alei had for dinner last time was also something that Alei had kept for a long time. He had originally planned to eat it with Feng Yi during the Chinese New Year, but seeing that she was busy recently and had dark circles under her eyes, he simply took the opportunity to let her have a good meal of meat. In the bungalow, Qinyu smashed the wooden door into pieces, and then neatly stacked them aside, with the wet ones at the bottom and the dry ones on top. Now, every time before going out, Qinyu would bring a lighter. There were still a lot of these things in the community. After all, they had gone out to search for supplies so many times, and they basically had everything they needed, but they just had to use them sparingly. Qinyu walked around the house, then stood next to Ma Zhuang and said lightly, "If you want to rely on perseverance to get through it, then continue to sit on it." Hearing this, Ma Zhuang glared at him, then reluctantly stood up and handed over the dry wooden board under his butt. Chapter 246. Qinyu took the board and said calmly again, "Also, if you have nothing to do, pull out the weeds in the room, otherwise the fire won't be big." After saying that, Qinyu walked towards the door. The roof of the left area of this bungalow collapsed in half, and a part of it was close to the door. Although the wind was strong, it was basically the best area for making a fire. Seeing Qinyu's back, Ma Zhuang was so angry that his teeth itched. He didn't know that Da Zhuang was also related to this person at first. When he heard Feng Yi's arrangement, he agreed without thinking, and now he regretted it very much. Usually, when Huang Lulin and Zhang Yin went out to search for supplies, Ma Zhuang basically didn't do any work. Zhang Yin brought his daughter with him, so in order to let her sleep more peacefully at night, he always worked hard without complaint. He and Huang Lulin basically took on the work of finding a campsite and cleaning the campsite. Although he was reluctant, Ma Zhuang still got up and went to pull the grass. He was also very tired now. In each group that went out to search for supplies, only one person would carry a lighter, and this person happened to be Qinyu. Qinyu used a dagger to cut the dry wood into strips, piled them together, and prepared to light them. Unfortunately, the wind couldn't light them at all. Alei had already returned, and the 5 chickens were all thrown behind the door, curled up together. It was raining heavily, and they didn't call. Qinyu looked over, then smiled evilly and said, "Hee hee, although I can't eat you, everyone needs to keep warm, I think you should also contribute a little." After saying that, Qinyu walked over and squatted, plucked a few feathers from the chickens one by one, and prepared to use them to make a fire. With the help of props, the fire started soon. Qinyu first threw dry wood on it, and then put the wet wood next to the fire. Seeing this scene, Ma Zhuang walked over shamelessly, and squatted down to warm himself by the fire, as if it was someone else who wanted to challenge Qinyu just now. He asked in confusion, "These woods are all wet. What are you doing next to the fire?" "None of your business," Qinyu answered casually while stuffing the wood. He was too lazy to talk to such a person. But when he looked up, he found that Alei was squatting next to him, and was a little curious, so he explained softly. "It's like this. I was drying clothes by the fire a while ago. At that time, I was thinking, since clothes can be dried, can wood also be dried? Didn't Feng Yi say that we don't have that much wood to survive the winter? I think we should try another method. What did you think of?" Alay looked at him and asked. Chinyu continued to take off his clothes, held them up and dried them by the fire, and answered his doubts. We can cut down those trees in a certain proportion and burn them together. Use the heat of the fire to dry the wet wood, and then burn it. Alay was a little hesitant when he heard this. Is this method feasible? If it fails, it may be even more difficult to endure. Ma Zhuang also echoed. Alay is right. If you don't make a fire and rely solely on clothes, you may be able to last longer. If you get used to the temperature of the fire, and suddenly lose the fire, you will be even more afraid of the cold. Hearing this, Chinyu looked up at him seriously for the first time and said sarcastically, It's rare that you can still say these words. Ma Zhuang was anxious. Just tell me, does what I said make sense? We are not against people but against things. Chinyu curled his lips. That's what I'm worried about. Anyway, if there are other ways, I'd be happy to hear them. Hearing this, Ma Zhuang shut up again. As for Alay, he rarely expressed his opinions. Then the three of them heated up the cans, squatted in the house to finish lunch, and waited for the sky to clear up. It was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon when the rain stopped completely. It was still early, so they simply continued to rush down. When they went out to search for supplies, they basically walked as far as they could. You lead the way next, Chinyu said to Ma Zhuang beside the car. Ah? Ma Zhuang was stunned, suspecting that he had heard wrong, and then he was delighted and quickly agreed. He was eager for Chinyu to go there. After all, the town was more familiar to him. After Ma Zhuang got into the car, Alay walked to Chinyu's window and asked softly, Are you serious? Chinyu pondered for a while, looked up at him, and slowly said, If you want to survive safely, there can be no dissent in a team, like Lu Qing and Xiao Wan, which will bring particularly serious consequences. But? Chinyu paused for a moment, and then said, For someone like Ma Zhuang, who always conflicts with others, likes to plot behind others' backs, and even wants to kill people at will, I can't gamble anymore. Hearing this, Alay turned his head and looked at Ma Zhuang, saying, Logically speaking, I have been with him longer than you, so I should stand on his side, but you are right to worry. For someone like Ma Zhuang, when it comes to life and death, he may choose to leave us to die. It's just a pity that Xiaoyi will have to worry again, as there are fewer and fewer people in the community. At this point, Alay also began to frown. Chinyu patted him on the shoulder and paused. I will give him a chance, as long as he doesn't take that last step. This is also to show that I will not kill anyone by mistake. No one who died at my hands was wronged. Hey, are you leaving or not? Ma Zhuang stretched his head out and shouted at this side. Seeing this, Chinyu honked the horn and whispered, Let's go. The weather is clearing up, and the zombies are about to come out. It's not advisable to stay here for long. After driving for about an hour, the three of them stopped at a town. In front of them was an intersection with 3 intersections. The storefronts on both sides of the road were basically smashed, and some zombies were lying on the glass, discovering their uninvited guests. Let's go. This town hasn't been searched much. There should be quite a lot of supplies. Ma Zhuang got out of the car and said with a grin, Didn't you search much, or don't you plan to search? Chinyu glanced at him sideways and said casually. Ma Zhuang pretended not to hear, picked up a stone from the ground and smashed the door of a small shop, then crawled in. Chinyu looked at the zombies wandering around, picked up stones, and threw them in other directions, using the sound to lead them away. But the effect was average, and there were still 5 or 6 zombies coming this way. Fortunately, there was snow on the ground, so they walked very slowly. More than a minute later, Ma Zhuang walked out of the small shop and threw a bottle of soda to Alay and Chinyu. Come, I treat you. Hee. Chinyu took it and took a look. It was still Coke that he hadn't seen for a long time. He said, What's the matter, are you offering me flowers to pay tribute to Buddha? Ma Zhuang didn't get angry when he heard it. He took a bottle of Sprite in his hand and took a big sip. He was shaking several times while drinking ice water in this damn weather. Chapter 247. Why don't you two drink? Ma Zhuang shook his remaining hair and blurted out. Hearing this, Chinyu threw the drink into the car and replied indifferently, What's good to drink in the winter? Besides, who knows what you are up to? Ma Zhuang said casually, You can judge others by your own standards. It's up to you. Anyway, I'm going to search for things. Let's make it clear that whoever finds it first gets it. After that, he dug in the ruins on the ground for a few times, picked up a wooden stick as thick as a baby's arm, put it on his shoulder, and swayed towards the town. Chinyu looked around and said seriously, It's not safe to park the car here. Let's think of a way to prevent the zombies from finding these live chickens. Alay, who was standing by, was holding the drink in his hand high above his head and carefully checking it against the sun. After confirming that there were no pinholes, he opened the can and drank half of it. When he heard Chen Yu's question, he said softly, "Just treat me as a thug. To be honest, I don't want to use my brain. I just listen to whatever you say." Hearing this, Chen Yu was very helpless and said weakly, "Brother, you were a killer before. You must have scouted the terrain when you go to a new place. I wanted to learn more useful things from you, but you ended up like this." R just shrugged at him, drinking his drink while looking around, refusing to answer. This is the method R chose to use. Instead of talking about it countless times, it is better to do it once by himself. He now feels that Chen Yu has certain potential to be a leader, but his ability is not enough. So in the next period of time, R plans to be a hands-off boss. Just follow Chen Yu and listen to his instructions. He wants to see how Chen Yu will step by step contain Ma Zhuang in this strange place, and even successfully search for supplies and retreat safely. Well, seeing Lei's attitude, he probably won't give any advice. Chen Yu thought for a moment, then clapped his hands and said, "Lower your car window a few centimeters, and then follow me." "Okay." Lei nodded and turned back to his car. Soon the two of them arranged the car windows, and then Chen Yu said again, "There are a few zombies around. Let's kill them, and sprinkle the blood on the car to cover up the smell of chicken." After speaking, Chen Yu pulled out a dagger and walked into the store next door. A zombie's lower body was stuck on the table, and his hands stretched out hard, trying to grab the living people who came in. Since the store was in a mess, Chen Yu couldn't enter, so he changed his method, picked up the wooden legs scattered on the ground, aimed, and threw them at the zombie. With a swish, it hit the forehead accurately. The zombie was now extremely fragile, and was easily killed. Then Chen Yu climbed onto the table, looked around, and found a basketball in the corner. He walked over to pick it up, and cut a hole with a knife, just enough to hold the zombie's internal organs. A few minutes later, the two had painted the car beyond recognition. Not to mention the chicken, Chen Yu estimated that it would be no problem even if there were a whole car. The smell of people still can't beat this stench. The next thing is to search for supplies, and they still split up. There are 3 forks in the road. Ma Zhuang went to the right, Lei chose the middle one, and Chen Yu went to the left. The backpack has been hung on his body again. The things inside have been emptied into the car just now. At this moment, when Chen Yu stepped into the left road, he immediately smelled a fishy smell. After walking a dozen steps, Chen Yu looked at a pile of liquid in the pit on the ground and guessed that it should be left by animals. Judging from the appearance, there are probably some wild dogs living in the town. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was impossible for the corpse dog to urinate, right? Anyway, as long as it wasn't that thing, Chen Yu could handle it. Having said that, Chen Yu still put the pistol in his inner pocket into his front waistband, just in case he capsized in the gutter. He walked to the door of a hardware store. At this time, the rolling door had a hole, about half a meter in size, just enough for him to get in. He picked up a stone and gently hit the rolling door, which made a series of noises. After listening quietly for more than 10 seconds and confirming that there was no movement, Chen Yu went in. He looked around and saw that it was very messy inside. Many things were lying on the ground, the shelves were basically overturned, and most of the tools were taken away by people. After all, this was the end of the world, and they were not the only ones who knew how to search for supplies. Picking up a small electric drill on the ground and taking a look at it, Chen Yu said self-deprecatingly, "I really can't take it with me, I have to smash it." Most of these tools require electricity, and most of them are broken, and they are obviously destroyed by violence. Gently placing it on the ground, Chen Yu followed the light from the gap and slowly searched for other supplies on the ground. He hoped to find some tools such as screwdrivers and wrenches. This was what Leah reminded him. It would be best if he had them, but if he didn't, he shouldn't force it. Safety was the most important thing. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Yu looked at a folding hand saw in his hand. When closed, it was about the length of an adult's arm, about 40 centimeters. He muttered softly, "A small part of the front is broken, but it should still be usable, right?" Then he opened it and tried it. The part that fixed the saw blade was a little rusty, but fortunately, it didn't affect it much. After thinking for a while, Chen Yu continued to throw it into his backpack and left the abandoned hardware store. This town is really like the saying, a small town is complete in every aspect. Although it looks deserted, it has many facilities, such as supermarkets, clothing stores, vegetable markets, etc. It must have been quite lively in the past. But these need to go further in. Chen Yu is not in a hurry and searches step by step in order. When searching for supplies, It is not about what you want to find, but what you have. Among the things you can find, try to bring back some useful things to avoid making more trips. With a bang, Chen-Yu kicked open a wooden door. As light and sound poured in, the numb zombies inside roared and woke up. There were 2 zombies, standing on the left and right sides, a few meters apart. They looked mostly the same, rotten and smelly. Chen-Yu took out the handsaw with his left hand, held the dagger with his right hand, walked forward and killed the zombie with one stroke. No need for fancy techniques, just hold the zombie with something with your left hand, then wait for the right opportunity, and kill it with one strike with your right hand. The rest of the time was basically repeated like this, entering the houses on the street, cleaning up if there were zombies, and searching quickly if there were none, and it would soon be dark. Finally, Chen-Yu came to a men's shoe store and walked in with a smile. As soon as he appeared, the figure hiding in the dark also smiled, and followed his steps to sneak in. Chapter 248. Heh. Finally you can't help it. Chen-Yu raised his lips, pretending not to notice the person behind him, and concentrated on choosing the shoes in his hand. When he stepped into here just now, he had already found something unusual. Because in this extremely dirty street, a men's shoe appeared on the ground, and it was so lucky to be placed in a conspicuous position, as if afraid that Chen-Yu would not see it. It is estimated that Ma Zhuang also saw that his shoes were broken, so he came up with such a trick. Chen-Yu was also a little curious about how Ma Zhuang would target him. After shopping for more than half a minute, he still didn't pick a satisfactory pair of shoes, mainly because the size was not suitable. Chen-Yu wore size 44 shoes, and many of the shoes in this store were about size 40. Some of the shoes that were just right were even dropped into the corpses of zombies. This shoe store must have been the scene of a fight. There were 2 bodies lying inside, which had already rotted away. When he finally reached the corner, Chen-Yu found a pair of black sneakers on the top of the shelf. He opened the folding handsaw and used it to hook them down. After a closer look, the shoes were just the right size. Just as he was about to try them on, there was a strange noise at the door, and then several zombies came over. Chen-Yu couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. This was the same as the man who was not afraid of death before. He also used zombies to block the door, but Ma Zhuang's method was much more clever. Without making a sound, he led the zombies over. After all, a person without a brain would not be able to survive until now. Seeing this, Chen-Yu put the saw back into his bag, holding his shoes in his left hand, walked to the entrance of the store, and used his right hand to forcefully pull down the shelf next to it, causing it to fall diagonally, just blocking the zombies who wanted to enter. At this time, Lei was sitting on the rooftop of a house, quietly watching the show below. Suddenly he thought of something, and he retreated, intending to get closer, in case something unexpected really happened. Although he wanted to train Chen-Yu, he would not let the danger be too serious. For example, now Lei was holding a knife and walking to the street next to him to kill the zombies attracted by the sound of the collapsed shelves. Chen-Yu sat on a stool in the store, took off his shoes, and was about to put them on when he suddenly remembered something and walked barefoot to the counter. There were no zombies on the ground here, so there was no need to pay attention. After he rummaged through the boxes and cabinets, he finally found a few pairs of socks. Although they were red, he didn't care about them at the moment. He had worn the pair of socks on his feet for several months, and he couldn't bear to wear them again. After putting on the new shoes, Chen-Yu jumped on the spot, feeling full of strength. Then he collected the relatively clean shoes and planned to bring a pair for Lin Yi and the others. Soon the backpack was half full. After Chen-Yu put it on his back, he began to check around the house. It was getting dark, and Chen-Yu found a broom, took off the stick, and then picked up a shoe and hung it on it, and then lit it with fire to use it for lighting. Unfortunately, the smell was too pungent. Chen-Yu had no choice but to cover his mouth and nose with his right hand and walked into the store. There were zombies at the door. It was obvious that Ma Zhuang was hiding in the dark. He might wait for him to go out to clean up and then find an opportunity to attack. If he pretended to be bitten to death by zombies, Lei probably wouldn't find anything. After all, these man-eating creatures wouldn't leave a living body intact. What Chen-Yu was looking for was the entrance to the upper floor. If it was in a big city, this kind of shoe store would only have a storefront and might not even have a back door. But in a small town like this, it is very likely that both the upper and lower floors are owned by shop owners. When he searched those shops earlier, he basically found the same point, that is, the lower floors sell things and the upper floors are occupied. Walking to a staircase inside, Chen-Yu looked up, picked up a shoe on the ground and threw it upwards, with a few bangs. A few seconds later, a zombie appeared at the staircase, then stepped on empty air and fell straight down. Chen-Yu glanced at it, raised his foot, and wanted to step on the zombie's head, but suddenly remembered that these were his new shoes, and even if the soles were stained with juice, they would smell bad after a while, which was simply a waste. Then he held his breath, squatted down, picked up a lady's high-heeled shoe, and smashed it on the back of the zombie's head. After several consecutive smashes, the zombie was already lying on the ground motionless. Then Chinyu covered his nose and slowly walked upstairs. As soon as he appeared on the second floor above, a figure suddenly jumped out from the side. Chinyu was caught off guard and subconsciously threw the torch over. Then his body was hit and lost balance and fell down. At the critical moment, Chinyu held his head with both hands, protecting his head tightly, and fell down the stairs. Then, a mocking voice came from above. "You don't really think I'd block you at the door, do you? I guess you'd be so smart, hee hee. Let me catch you, right?" A man stood there, holding a knife in his right hand, and said in a veiled tone, "Your reaction is pretty fast. If it weren't for the torch, I would have killed you with one knife. To be honest, you don't have to worry about a lay coming to support you. I planned all this. I lure the zombies to block the door, and then you push down the shelves. Then the noise attracted zombies from other streets. In order to prevent you from getting more dangerous, a lay will help hold you back." Hee hee. Since his head was well protected, Chinyu did not fall seriously, but his ribs were a little painful because they were stuck on the stairs. This time he was really a little arrogant, and subconsciously thought that others could not climb to the second floor. It seems that he has to consider more aspects in the future. Thanks to the cushioning of the backpack behind him, Chinyu only had a slight pain in his left ribs. Then he stood up, glanced at the bag that had been stained by the corpse, and said lightly, "We don't have a mortal feud, right? Are you sure you want to turn against me?" Hearing this, Ma Zhuang laughed. "You dare to say you haven't thought about killing me?" "I have thought about it." Chinyu was not afraid, looking directly into his eyes, and said, "But I will only attack passively. In other words, as long as you are not like this now, you will live well." "Really?" Ma Zhuang said sarcastically. "If the old man dies, will you attack passively?" Hearing this, Chinyu's face darkened. "It seems that you really did it. I can't understand why the old man gave us 2 chickens, and you just didn't let them go." Ma Zhuang slowly walked down the stairs, stood 2 meters away from him, grinning. "How can 2 be enough? It's not enough to fill my teeth. Who would want to do farming with you in this dogfuck doomsday? I might die tomorrow, and you still want me to wait for eggs? Fuck, I have to eat roast chicken today." Chinyu lowered his head, a trace of indifference passed through his eyes, and whispered, "You are wrong, you can't wait until tomorrow. This day next year will be your death anniversary." After speaking, Chinyu raised his toes, and grabbed the dagger in his right hand. Chapter 249. "Die!" Ma Zhuang shouted, leaped into the air, jumped down the stairs, raised his right leg, and attacked with his knee. Chinyu did not dare to resist, but waited for him to kick him with the tip of his dagger facing upwards. "Heh!" Ma Zhuang sneered, grabbed the handrail of the stairs with his right hand, turned his body quickly, changed his posture, and swept across with his left leg. With a muffled groan, Chinyu did not have time to turn the knife in his hand, raised his right arm to the side, neutralized part of Ma Zhuang's attack, and retreated several steps to the left. When he just stood firm, Ma Zhuang rushed to the area in front of him. What a fast speed! Chinyu's eyelids twitched wildly, and he was kicked in the wrist just as he raised his right hand, and the knife flew out of his hand. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chinyu clenched his left fist and slammed it at the sole of Ma Zhuang's shoe. Feeling the slight pain from the bottom of his foot, Ma Zhuang raised his eyebrows. "It seems that I really underestimated you. You can hurt me through the sole of your shoe." Chinyu put his right hand behind his back, shaking uncontrollably. His face darkened and whispered, "You are not bad. I originally thought you were at the same level as Wang Tianhai, but I didn't expect you to be so fast." Hearing this, Ma Zhuang seemed to have heard a big joke, and said proudly, "With his character, he dares to touch me? Humph, if it was 10 years ago, you couldn't withstand my attack at all." After that, Ma Zhuang rushed forward again, clenched his right fist, and punched Chinyu's neck. He did not choose to use a knife, but now he changed his mind. He wanted to beat Chinyu to death. With his eyes fixed, Chinyu seized the opportunity, and used the old method again, kicking the enemy's knee. But as soon as he raised his foot, a man's voice appeared above the stairs. "Wrong." Sure enough, Chinyu raised his left arm and took another punch from Ma Zhuang. But the kick was resolved by the opponent without any ripples. Ma Zhuang pushed forward with his knees, and took the lead in attacking before his attack landed, and the ending was completely rewritten. Chinyu retreated backwards, and his back hit the shoe rack with a bang. Ma Zhuang wanted to rush up to finish him off, but he also heard the voice, and was forced to stop. He frowned and said, "You came so quickly?" He asked this question to none other than Alay. Alay, standing on the stairs, with his hands on the handrail, lazily replied, "I would have eliminated you long ago with your method of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. The reason I got into the trap was to make you let down your guard and fight Chinyu to the death." Hearing what Alay said above, Chinyu rubbed his back and said happily, "You are here." Hearing this, Alay waved his hand. "Don't get me wrong, I'm just here to watch the show." Ma Zhuang's frown suddenly relaxed a lot, and he asked in confusion, "You won't fight?" Alay spread his palms and said, "Why should I fight?" Hearing their conversation, Chinyu didn't know why, but he glanced at the knife on the ground in the distance, and said in a deep voice, "Why are you keeping it a secret? I may not be his opponent. We can definitely kill him together." Alay shook his head slightly and said something meaningful. "Without the knife, you are not an opponent. When you fight with someone, can you only rely on external objects, such as a knife or a gun, to gain the upper hand? In this case, when will you become stronger?" Chinyu raised his head and looked at him, seeing the deeper meaning in his eyes, and his heart was slightly touched. It seems that Alay already knew that he had a gun, and this sentence was equivalent to pointing him. But Chinyu was still a little unconvinced and said, "If you don't use a knife, what can you use?" "Use whatever you have." Alay said coldly. "Stones on the ground, shoes, even brooms, even toothpicks will do. They can still become weapons of killing in different hands." Hearing this, Chinyu's thoughts, which were surrounded by fog, suddenly became clear. He secretly decided not to use his gun next time, and to fight with all his strength this time. Then Alay said again, "Ma Zhuang used to fight in the underworld. Although he only fought a few times, he is vicious. If you can survive this fight with him, you will learn more." Hearing this, Ma Zhuang's face changed for a while, and he said word by word through his teeth, "You are using me as a sparring partner for him, right? Aren't you afraid that I will kill him directly?" Alay curled his lips. "If he dies, it's because he's not as skilled as others. No one can be blamed. Stop nagging. Let's talk more. The wounds will heal." Although he said this, Alay was still ready to go. He would not really let Chinyu die here, at least not in Ma Zhuang's hands. After saying that, Ma Zhuang continued to attack, kicking the ground with his right foot, and then rushed to Chinyu again. The two of them did not use any external objects, and they punched and kicked each other. After more than a dozen rounds, two muffled groans sounded, and the two separated. Chinyu stood inside the shoe store, and Ma Zhuang stood outside, a few meters apart, and each of them had some injuries. Chinyu raised his left hand, and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A hint of enthusiasm flashed in his eyes. Just now, he completely felt that all the muscles in his body came alive, which was very different from the previous training with Xiao Jiao and others. Now Chinyu felt that there was endless power in his body, and even his strength and speed increased a little. As Alay pointed out, all the fighting skills that Chinyu had learned before were based on the use of daggers. It can be said that if he was given a knife, 4 or 5 ordinary men would not be able to get close to him. Alay had already seen this and planned all this carefully. Even when he stood in front of Feng Yi and whispered to her to arrange Ma Zhuang into the team, he still remembered Xiao Yi's expression of disbelief. Just now, Chinyu used his shoulder to catch Ma Zhuang's side kick, and he also seized the flaw and hit the opponent's ear with a fierce elbow. Judging from the degree of injury alone, it was obvious that Chinyu's attack was more severe. Before he could catch his breath, Chinyu excitedly shouted, "Come again!" Then, this time it was Chinyu who took the lead in attacking. Seeing this scene, Alay was slightly surprised. In the previous fight, Chinyu was completely at a disadvantage, and was forced to defend. But as he seized the opportunity to take the initiative to attack, the situation began to change. At this point, Alay was too lazy to waste time and whispered, "You can attack his armpits or elbow joints. That is where the numbness is located. One attack can temporarily disable his arm, just like an electric shock." Hearing these words, Ma Zhuang suddenly raised his head and roared, "Are you lying to me?" Chapter 250. Hee hee. Alay laughed for the first time. He pointed at Chinyu and said, "Boy, this lesson is for you too. Never believe anything the enemy says, even if it has nothing to do with you." "Fuck." Ma Zhuang roared and was about to curse, but Chinyu had already rushed in front of him. With a bang, Chinyu quickly grabbed his right wrist and turned it, then raised his knee and hit the elbow. At the same time, his shoulder did not stop and hit Ma Zhuang's chest hard. Although he was hit twice in this attack, Chinyu shook his head slightly and shouted again, "Come again!" He flew into the air, and while in the air, he quickly kicked Ma Zhuang's left arm across his chest with his left foot. He then grabbed the shoe rack next to him when he landed, kicked the ground with his right foot to accelerate his body, turned sideways towards Ma Zhuang, and braked with his left foot. Qin raised the corner of his mouth, revealing the fanatical smile that appeared because of the fight, and kicked out with his right foot. Ma Zhuang was at a loss for what to do with this series of moves, and was forced to step back several steps. A lay on the stairs noticed a cabinet behind Ma Zhuang and whispered, "Now." The moment he finished speaking, Ma Zhuang was kicked back several meters by Qin Yu, and his waist suddenly hit the corner of the cabinet. The next second, his neck turned red and tears were about to burst out. At this point, Ma Zhuang understood that no matter what the result was today, Alay would not let him go, so he changed his strategy and began to beg for mercy. But it was too late. He saw Qin Yu's fierce eyes. In just one breath, Qin Yu rushed up again without regard for his life, holding a sharp object in his right hand, and stabbed it into Ma Zhuang's eyeball. "You?" Ma Zhuang unwillingly grabbed Qin Yu's wrist, even scratching his sleeve. Qin Yu leaned close to his ear and said softly with a cold face, "When you want to kill someone, you should think clearly, and you will have this day too." After that, Qin Yu no longer hesitated, holding the tip of his high heels with both hands, shouted, and pressed down hard. In an instant, Ma Zhuang, who only had one eyeball left, fell to the ground with his eyes open. At this moment, the shoe rack at the door suddenly cracked, and zombies rushed in. Qin Yu saw the scene, and was about to pull out his heels and rush forward, when a figure suddenly jumped out from the side. Who else could it be but Alay? In just a few breaths, Alay killed 5 zombies, then quickly returned, helped Qin Yu up and walked to the second floor. When approaching the stairs, Qin Yu pointed to the ground and whispered, "My knife." Before he finished speaking, he felt an object being stuffed into his hand. Upon closer inspection, it was his own dagger. With his left hand, he picked up the bag that Qin Yu had just dropped on the ground, and the two of them quickly walked upstairs. As soon as they stepped into the second floor, more zombies rushed in again, and the number increased several times. Alay threw Qin Yu on the sofa, then moved the water dispenser to the stairs, smashed it down hard, and instantly knocked several zombies down. Qin Yu did not stop to rest, but found the desktop computer by the window, ran over quickly to unplug the cable, picked it up and ran over. With a force, the computer case was thrown down directly by him. With the sound here, the zombies around rushed over desperately, vowing to catch the two. "There are too many zombies. This won't work." Qin Yu glanced at the bottom of the stairs. Those things were almost destroyed. At this point, Qin Yu did not blame Alay for watching the show before. He asked anxiously, "How did you get into the second floor?" Hearing this, Alay pointed to the window. "You go first, I be there soon, take my bag." Qin Yu pushed him hard, then put the bag of seeds into his trouser pocket, then took off his coat and lit it directly with a lighter, and quickly threw it down the stairs. At present, his clothes have been torn and stained with a lot of zombie blood, so they can no longer be worn. Now the only way is to set this place on fire, and use the noise caused by the fire to lure these zombies into the shoe store. Seeing the red down jacket being burned, Qin Yu felt a little distressed. It was not because he was reluctant to part with the clothes, but because it was given to him by Yi. If he went back, he might make her worry again. There was no time to stay here for too long. Qin Yu quickly looked around. On the second floor of the shoe store, there was a bedroom with a bed in the corner. He ran over quickly, grabbed a blanket, and put it on, then slid down the pipe from the window. Ali was cleaning up the zombies below, and when he landed, the two ran desperately towards another street. At this time, the sky had completely darkened, but fortunately there was still a moon tonight, so they could see the road clearly. The two ran for more than 10 minutes, and found that the number of zombies around them did not decrease at all. There was no way. Qin Yu pointed to 2 pillars that were close to each other in the distance, and shouted anxiously, "Electric wires, telephone pole, climb quickly." After yelling, Qin Yu hung the bag around his neck, hugged the telephone pole with both hands, pushed his feet hard on it, and climbed up quickly. Alay's speed was even faster. Before Qin Yu finished speaking, he had kicked off his shoes and started climbing. Due to the grip of his toes, Alay reached the top first. In a dozen seconds, a large number of zombies had gathered below, so dense that they were completely invisible. Their roaring voices could scare people half to death. Qin Yu was now lying on the top of the electric pole, praying in his heart that the pole was not a shoddy construction, and that it could hold up. Fortunately, the world had already lost power, so Qin Yu came up with this solution temporarily. If the power was still on, he would not dare to climb up even if he had 10 times the courage. Alay was sitting on the electric pole more than 10 meters away, and shouted at him, "Will your pistol be burned along with it?" Hearing this, Jinyu sat up and pointed to his waist. How can I be that stupid? Hee hee. Alei chuckled again. Will you blame me today? But I hope you can understand that being strong yourself is the real strength, not relying on tools. Hearing this, Jinyu glared at him. When you went out on missions before, you didn't use tools or guns? Alei shook his head. You must use them. Then what are you doing today? Because in the past, when I ran out of bullets, I could replenish them, and when I lost my knife, I could go buy another one. Even if I was trapped in the center of the enemy circle, I could use grenades to blast a way out. But now, where can you get these? If things continue like this, the apocalypse will hardly end. If nothing unexpected happens, the world will probably be like this. Bullets will become less and less, and knives will become more important. In the end, you still have to rely on cold weapons, and even in the end, you can only rely on your fists. Alei said this calmly. Chapter 251. Okay. Jinyu nodded helplessly. Things have already happened, and there is no point in thinking about it. He did have an extra thought in his mind at the last moment. That is, when he saw the knife on the ground, he did not intend to pick it up, because that would waste 2 more seconds. At the critical moment of life and death, not a second can be wasted, so Jinyu chose to break the heel with his foot and use it to kill Ma Zhuang. By the way, Jinyu suddenly looked at Alei in the distance, completely ignoring the zombies under the electric pole, and shouted loudly, I found that your voice seems to have no problem, and you don't cough at all? It's okay once you get used to it. Alei touched his throat and answered softly. He then looked down and frowned. Are we going to spend the night here? Hee hee. Jinyu glanced at the large group of zombies below and replied, It's good to survive tonight. I'm just worried that they will still be there tomorrow morning. Then Jinyu shouted again, Rest, hold on tight, don't fall down and become food for the zombies. Hearing this, Alei shouted, It's no big deal. I used to spend the night on trees. I teach you a trick. Hook the wire with your right hand, then put your left hand on it, and then press it with your head. This way you won't fall down. After saying that, Alei followed this posture and began to rest face down, except that his legs were hanging. Jinyu tried it as he said, and found that his body was indeed more stable. Although Jinyu didn't have a coat at the moment, he was covered with a bed sheet. When he was climbing the electric pole, just now, he kept biting it with his teeth, so he didn't fall down. Sitting up again, Jinyu touched the seed in his trouser pocket and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the thing was still there. He did not forget to take it out in advance when he threw away his coat. The dagger was still inserted in his waist. Counting it, it was not a big loss. Jinyu put the backpack under his body, with the side stained with zombie blood facing down. Then he lay on it and covered himself with a blanket. Just as he was about to rest, he suddenly thought of something. He continued to shout to Alei, Do you want shoes? I have a few pairs here. Alei just raised his head and shook his head. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Don't talk anymore. Don't you think there are not enough zombies down there? Hearing this, Jinyu laughed and made a joke. You know what? Listening to their voices is like a sleep aid. In this way, the two of them lay on the electric pole and prepared to sleep. Nothing happened that night, and it didn't rain in the middle of the night. Although it was still very cold, it was still winter after all. But the two of them were the kind of people who could endure hardships, so they didn't feel uncomfortable. As for Alei, let alone the environment he had been in before, it was even worse than this. I remember that when he was hunting down a drug lord, Alei hid in the retreat route of the group of people in advance in order to complete the task. He tightened his trouser legs and sleeves at his wrists, and then lay near a swamp for 36 hours without moving. Jinyu woke up just after it got a little brighter. He didn't rest well, his eyes were a little swollen, and his head was still dizzy. But the next second, the expression on his face twisted together. My hands are numb. Resisting the feeling, Jinyu moved his body and felt a little better. Then he turned around and shouted to Alei, What are you looking at? Alei pointed his mouth in one direction. Jinyu turned his head and saw that there was still smoke coming from the other side, but it seemed to be white. Seeing this, he continued to ask, I don't know if the fire is out. I hope the supplies are not burned. White smoke means the temperature is the lowest, and the fire is basically gone. If there is still black smoke after a night, the whole town will be burned down. Jinyu scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. It's not that serious. Although he said that, he still felt guilty. After all, he was the one who set the fire. Then Jinyu changed the subject and asked, Do you have any food? Alei shook his head. No. Where's the water? Still no. Hearing this, Jinyu rubbed his face in annoyance, not because he had no food, but because the zombies below were still there, and they kept screaming. Looking at the snow around him, Chinyu made a decision and shouted at Alei, "What size shoes do you wear?" 42. Alei replied. Then Chinyu fumbled in his bag and felt something sticky. He took it out and saw that it was zombie blood. But fortunately, there was no external injury on his hand, so there was no need to worry. He wiped it on the blanket on his body. Chinyu then shouted, "There is some zombie blood on your shoes. Do you think you should find a new pair later, or just wear it?" Alei thought for a while and replied, "Just wear it like this. I don't have any injuries on my feet, so it shouldn't affect me." Chinyu hummed, picked a pair that suited him, tied the shoelaces together, tied the socks, stood up, and threw it over there. Chinyu looked at Alei, who didn't catch it, and smiled embarrassedly. "Well, I didn't eat last night, and I didn't control the strength when I got up early in the morning. You can hook it with your foot." Alei didn't mind. After putting on his shoes, he nodded at him. Then Chinyu looked around and took another look at the blanket on his body. It was the kind used in summer. It was very thin, and there was a lot of dust on it, but at least it was considered supplies. What's more, there was no zombie blood on it, but those shoes were basically stained with it, and it would be difficult to clean them even if they were taken back. So Chinyu took out the remaining 3 pairs of shoes, and used a lighter to burn the heels. Soon there was a pungent smell. This gas was harmful to people. Chinyu did not dare to be careless. He held his breath, stood on the pole, aimed at a car, and threw it hard. With a snap, the burning shoes fell on the rear wheel of the car. Then Chinyu pulled out his pistol, pulled the bolt, aimed at the fuel tank, and pulled the trigger. The gun went off. Liquid began to flow out of the car body, and soon a bigger fire ignited. Then, Chinyu continued to follow this method and set 3 cars on fire. He threw the remaining shoes to Alei to help other cars. He was busy for about an hour. As the cars gradually exploded, most of the zombies below were led away, but there were still a dozen left, motionless, as if they would not leave until they ate them. The remaining part was easy to solve. Chinyu told Alei a plan, then he slid down holding the pole, and stopped 1 meter away from the zombies' hands. Then he started to howl randomly. Anyway, he did whatever he wanted. The effect was very good, and the zombies on Alei's side also moved over. Chapter 252. Seizing the opportunity, while the zombies below were vacating the area, Alei quickly slid down, and then used the dagger in his hand to hit the electric pole hard, making bursts of noise. Fortunately, these zombies have no IQ, although they are attracted by the smell of living people. But as long as there is no obvious blood, the zombies will circle back and forth. The disadvantage is that they will always follow the living people near the sound. With this mutual cooperation, Chinyu soon slid down, he whistled, and then the 2 of them drew their swords and rushed into the group of zombies. In about 2 minutes, there were already more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground. Chinyu now is completely different from when the zombies first broke out. At that time, seeing so many zombies, it was simply a daydream for him to go up and kill them. Chinyu would only squat on the spot, tie his shoelaces, and then run desperately. But now, he even thinks killing zombies is quite enjoyable, but it is a bit of a waste of energy. "Let's go, let's find some food first," Chinyu shouted. With this warm-up, his body was much warmer, so he didn't plan to put on a blanket. It was not convenient to run while hanging. Just as he was about to put it in his bag, he saw the smelly blood, frowned slightly, threw the bag away, and ran to other streets with a blanket in his hand. He didn't believe that in such a town, he couldn't even find a bag. A few minutes later, Chinyu and Alei ran to the gate of a primary school. Just as he was about to enter, Alei grabbed him and said, "What are you doing here?" Hearing this, Chinyu rolled his eyes at him and whispered, "What do you think? There are children in the community, and there will be newborns in the future. These books are precious resources in the end times. The longer they are, the more likely they will be trampled by zombies. Besides, there must be student uniforms and a canteen here, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Now the zombies in the town are all in chaos. Let's hide first, and let them think we left." Listening to this series of words, Alei smiled and said, "See, your command ability is still quite good, and my efforts are not wasted." Chinyu glared at him and complained in a low voice, "You think that being a hands-off manager is also called hard work, right? I really admire you." Alei was not annoyed, but said seriously, "Chinyu, let's exchange conditions?" "What?" Chinyu was about to push the door open and enter, but when he heard Alei's words, he stepped back and whispered, "Just tell me what you want. As long as it's within my power, I agree to it." But Alei didn't agree with this. He shook his head and said, "It's not good to let you give blindly. What I want to say is that I hope you can help Xiaoyi share some of the affairs after you return to the community. I believe you can see that she likes to grow vegetables, plant green plants, build walls, build communities, etc., but she is not suitable for managing those people. With my ability, if I handle those things for her, I may not pay attention to the severity of the matter. There is no way. This has become my muscle memory. Hearing this, Jinyu said with some concern, will this bother Feng Yi? After all, to put it bluntly, we are a group of newcomers, and it is not good to have management rights. This is what she and I mentioned. Alei said softly. Ah? When? Jinyu was slightly startled. The night before yesterday, which was the first night we went out. Jinyu heard this and said with some guilt, it turns out that she had already decided to do this. I actually said something about her before I came out. Oh, I really want to slap myself twice. What did you say about her? Alei looked at him and asked curiously. Nothing, I just said that she is not suitable to be a manager. Her methods are too soft. In this doomsday, it is useless to reason with people. Only by using force can we conquer those people. In this way, no matter what you say, they will listen carefully. Chen Yu said it truthfully. Hearing this, Alei shook his head again. If it's just like this, Xiaoyi won't be angry. In fact, she wanted to do this before. She would select someone to manage the people in the community, and she would concentrate on studying how to build a better home. She told me that there are still many terrifying things that have not appeared, so the wall is very important. After thinking about it carefully, Jinyu said seriously, okay, I promise you, I will talk to her in person when I go back and formulate a series of rules. After all, there is no order without rules. Ari said gratefully, thank you very much. As another condition, I will teach you some more things. Hearing this, Jinyu laughed, teach me how to kill? That's not necessary. In this doomsday, it's either kill or be killed. No. Ari shook his head, there's nothing to teach you. What I want to teach you is to upgrade your killing time from 1 minute to 15 seconds, or even 5 seconds. Is it true? It's so mysterious. Jinyu was a little unconvinced. Ari picked up an ice cone at his feet and whispered, killers don't just use guns. We can use all the resources we can collect and turn them into weapons with terrifying lethality. For example, this ice cone in my hand, if used well, it can be a spear. Even if you don't use it, you can apply poison on the surface and wait for the enemy to take action first. I don't know how to make poison, and in this environment, there are not so many resources. Jinyu scratched his head and said truthfully, nature is full of poison. Alia looked into the distance and said something inexplicably. He then said again, okay, there is still a lot of time. I will teach you slowly in the future. Let's go in first. Jinyu hummed and walked in. When passing under the eaves of the guard room, Jinyu used a snow block to knock off an icicle, waved it in his hand. It was quite handy, but his hand was too cold, so he quickly threw it away. If he held it for a long time, he would lose consciousness completely. If poison is applied on it, it is definitely difficult for ordinary people to find it. The two walked slowly along the wall, and did not see many zombies along the way. After all, the gates were open, and they would follow the others and wander around, and finally leave here unknowingly. When they came to the teaching building, Jinyu killed the zombie with a knife, then put the knife in, rubbed his shoulders with both hands, and said with a breath, it's so cold. Let's go quickly. Please help me see if there is a coat. Rushed into the office and searched for a while. Finally, Jinyu found a few summer t-shirts in a cabinet. I don't know who they belong to. Anyway, it's the end of the world now. Whatever you have is used. Put on 3 short-sleeve shirts, feel a little more comfortable, and then the two began to walk downstairs. Prepare to go to the canteen to find food to fill your stomach. Chapter 253. The two searched around and found the target area. The canteen is located on the first floor on the right side of the teaching building, near the stairwell. It doesn't look very big, but the windows and doors are locked. Jinyu walked up and took a look at the door lock, frowned and said, this lock is a double anti-theft blade padlock. It's difficult. Hearing this, Alei looked at it and whispered, I can open it. What? Jinyu thought he was hallucinating. What did you just say? Ari didn't answer him, but walked forward and took the lock in his hand to look at it carefully, and said again, I can open this kind of lock. It's not a big problem. Hearing this, Jinyu turned his head and looked at him in disbelief. Really, are you guys killers? We know a lot. We can make poison and pick locks. Ari said expressionlessly, didn't I tell you before that killers are very professional and often receive various skills training? Okay, no more nonsense. You go find a thin metal wire, and I find a piece of iron. Okay. Chinyu nodded and walked towards the office. If he remembered correctly, he saw a keychain on the table just now. As for Alay, he looked around and then stared at the trash can at the entrance of the store. He walked over and knocked it over gently. Then Alay walked to the flower bed and broke off a long branch, about a meter long. This was to turn over the garbage later. It was winter now, and no one could tell whether there would be a snake hiding in it. If it was poisonous and bitten, then just wait for death. The reason why REI survived many missions was not entirely due to his strong body and skills, but because he was cautious enough. He was so cautious that he would throw a strand of hair on the door handle every time he went out to buy tools. Back to the point, REI used a branch to dig through the pile of garbage, then picked up 2 empty cans, and used a dagger to cut them into iron pieces the size of a lock core. Because they were soft, REI stacked 2 pieces together. When he was done, Chinyu also came back with the wire. Is this okay? It's a little bent, and can't be straightened. Alai took it and looked at it, then said softly, Okay, watch how I do it next. Okay. Chinyu nodded excitedly. As long as he could learn any new skills or knowledge, he would be very happy. Alai walked forward with the tools and squatted down, then said seriously, Put the iron sheet in, buckle the lock and twist it, then put the wire in, and move it back and forth slightly. Chinyu watched carefully, afraid of missing any details. 10 seconds later, there was a click, and then Alay stood up, twisted his hand lightly, and the lock opened directly. Awesome. Chinyu gave a thumbs up in admiration. He opened it before he even understood it. Alay took the lock off and threw it into Chinyu's hand, then walked in. Just practice more when you have time. Chinyu put the lock in his trouser pocket, hummed and followed him into the store, and immediately a rotten smell came. Many things in the store were emptied, and some were left on the shelves, and many things had gone bad. Then he walked to the window, unbuttoned it, opened all the windows for ventilation, and turned back to say, Look for those that are not bad yet, eat some first to regain some strength. Then the 2 of them carefully searched, but unfortunately, most of them were rotten and moldy. Chinyu picked up a bag of smelly snacks, threw it aside, and continued to climb the shelves. A few minutes later, the 2 looked at the things on the cash register and became worried. A 70g ham sausage. Why is there only this much in this store? Chinyu's voice was low and a little depressed. Wrong, there are these. Alai turned his wrist and held 4 lollipops. Huh? Chinyu took it and took a look and said casually, This can't be eaten as food, right? It feels useless. Lollipops can provide abundant energy, and they can save lives at critical moments. Alai peeled one and handed it to Chinyu, then whispered, Eating one is equivalent to eating 2 apples. Hearing this, Chinyu took it and threw it directly into his mouth, and said vaguely, Thank you, Alai, I can always learn a lot of useful things when I come out with you, hee. Alai also ate one, looked into Chinyu's eyes, and said, With more powerful people, Xiaoi will live a safer life. Yeah. Chinyu nodded. Unity is strength. Let's go and find some books and other things. After that, Chinyu picked up a big bag on the ground, and then the 2 left. In a classroom, the 2 people turned it upside down and collected some books that were still in good order. Chinyu also found a school uniform in a drawer. Although it was a bit tight, at least he had a coat. Be careful, the clothes are covered with dust, and if you get hurt, the wound will be more easily infected. Alay walked to the podium with a stack of books and whispered. Chinyu waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm focusing on stability. 10 minutes later, more than 20 books were stacked on the podium. Alay was about to put them in the bag, and Chinyu walked over and said, Wait a minute, there's no need to bring so many. Let's just find some clean ones, and let the children share 1 book each, leaving some space for other supplies. What's more, there aren't that many children in the community now. As Chinyu was talking, he picked out a few foreign language books and said casually, These things are useless. Taking them back is just a waste of space. After that, he took out a lighter, lit it, and threw it on the ground to keep warm. Then Alay took out a few math books and asked, Do you want to take these back? Chinyu took a look, thought for a moment, and nodded, Take them with you. Learning math can also exercise logical thinking ability. In this doomsday world, everyone has to learn to be independent, and children will always grow up. Then Chinyu looked at the window and laughed. You go ahead, I take those things down. Alay looked up and saw Chinyu walking towards the curtains. A few minutes later, the 2 curtains in the classroom were taken down, and Chinyu said with satisfaction, Well, not bad, off-white, you can take it home and wash it and use it. Some houses have broken glass, and this can also block the wind. You want to install curtains for the infirmary, right? Alay pouted and exposed it directly. Chinyu blushed, stuffed them into the bag, and admitted truthfully, our doctor is so precious. What if she falls ill, right? Hee hee. Then Chinyu carried the half bag of supplies, and the two continued to walk to the next classroom. Chapter 254. After being busy for about an hour, they checked all 3 floors of the teaching building. There were about dozens of zombies, and some classrooms had more zombies, so the two chose to search in other places. Finally, the bag was full, almost to Chinyu's chin, and as thick as an adult man's waist. Here. Alay broke the sausage apart and handed half to Chinyu. Let's go, it's time to search other places. Chinyu quickly finished eating and continued, go back early, the community is short of manpower now. It would be bad if we are attacked again. The two first carried the bag of supplies back to the car, and then continued to search for supplies in the town. It would be faster if they acted separately. They were busy for almost a whole day, and they met next to the car until dark. The chicken had been placed in the passenger seat, the trunk was full, and there were even a lot of supplies in the back seat. Some were cotton wool towels, etc. They didn't find much food, just a bag of flour that was about to expire. Fortunately, it was unopened, with 10 kilograms. Take it back, and everyone can eat it for a long time if they save it. Food is really hard to find now. First, others will also search for supplies, and second, many things can't be kept for a long time. The bag in Chinyu's hand was also produced a few days before the zombie outbreak, so it has been stored until now. Yesterday, they couldn't get back to the car, so they spent the night outside, but they didn't need it tonight. There was a gap in the car window to let the air circulate, and they slept in the car at night. Early in the morning of the third day, the two got up early and sneaked into the town again to see if they could find more supplies. If not, they planned to retreat back. After searching inside, unfortunately, there were quite a lot of zombies. After a lot of trouble, nothing was found. Finally, Chinyu met Alay near a farmer's market. Alay was squatting on the rooftop of a 3-story building outside, frowning and looking down. Chinyu walked over and asked softly, "What are you looking at?" Alay pointed and said, "Look, does that thing look like bran?" Hearing this, Chinyu squinted his eyes and looked for more than 10 seconds. There were 2 large bags of things piled in the corner, with a hole, and then some of them were spilled out, which looked like sand. After thinking for a while, Chinyu shook his head and said, "To be honest, I haven't seen it either, but you can ask the old man." Before he finished speaking, he paused for a moment, then he remembered that the old man had been killed by Ma Zhuang, and he couldn't help but feel sad. Then he whispered, "Since we are here, let's move the chickens here. After all, we need to eat chickens. When the time comes, go to Mr. Wang's house to look for them. If they are the same, take them away, otherwise just throw them away, so as not to bring back a bunch of garbage." Suddenly, Alay noticed something and pulled Chinyu down. The two of them hid behind the rooftop wall and didn't move. "What's wrong?" Chinyu was a little confused. "Shh." Alay asked him to be quiet. The next second, several figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the farmer's market they had just seen. They walked with their heads shaking. There were barking sounds from time to time. Hearing this sound, Chinyu's face changed slightly. Again, corpse dogs? Alay shook his head. Not the usual corpse dogs. This time, it's even more terrifying. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the ones below had almost walked a little further away, and then the two of them slowly raised their heads and saw what they were. Just one glance, Chinyu's pupil shrank, his face full of shock. Even Alay had a solemn expression. This time, they met a strong enemy. No one of the two reacted like this. There were 6 corpse dogs below, and judging from their size, they were completely large dogs. According to his memory, Chinyu blurted out, "Tibetan Mastiff zombies?" More than that. Alay pointed in a direction again, and 3 more corpse snakes appeared there. "Damn, cobra zombies?" Chinyu couldn't help it and cursed. Go, 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 what are you looking for? Not to mention looking for food for chickens. You can't go even if it's for people." Chinyu shook his head like a rattle, and pulled Alay away. Alay also had no other ideas and planned to leave, but he looked back at the last time, and in this glance, he found something else. "Wait a minute, I saw other supplies." Hearing this, Chinyu whispered, "What the hell, unless there is a tank there, I can't go in." "No." Alai waved his hand, and said with his eyes, "There are 2 large cans of sugar." Even though Alai is usually very stable, his eyes are now a little hot, and even a little excited. "But Chinyu didn't know," he said casually. "Although you said before that sugar can also provide energy, it is not food after all. we don't need to take risks. And aren't there some in the community? Let's get it later. REI reached out and grabbed him again, whispering, those in the community were found after we sacrificed several people, and there were only 2 small bags, which were kept for the wounded, but now there are 2 cans, which weigh 6 kilograms. And you haven't experienced war, so you don't understand. White sugar is a strategic material in wartime. In special periods, its role is much greater than food. Ah, is it true? Before the end of the world, wouldn't it be everywhere? Chinyu was stunned for a moment, but he walked back and squatted down, listening patiently. Alay explained softly. About 120 grams of white sugar is equivalent to consuming 2 large bowls of white rice. Most people only know that you can live for 7 days without eating and drinking water, but there is another sentence below. What? Chinyu became curious and asked. If there is more sugar, you can live for a maximum of 1 month. You are not lying to me, are you? Chinyu was a little unconvinced. After all, in the past, in his understanding, excessive intake of sugar would cause the body to gain weight. Now that I hear it, this thing is pretty powerful, Alay said seriously. Why should I lie to you? When I went out on a mission before, I would carry 3 small bags of sugar with me. They were my food at critical moments. And sugar is very easy to store, with a maximum shelf life of 3 years. They also have different uses. First of all, they can be used to make gunpowder. The phrase sugar-coated bullets is never just talk. Chinyu was also a little excited after hearing this and asked, oh, how do you do it? Add a certain proportion of potassium nitrate and mix them together, then heat them, and then it will be explosives. And the most important thing is that I also saw potassium nitrate. This is not a farmer's market, it is simply a treasure trove. Alai rubbed his palms, as if he saw a large number of weapons placed there. But when Chinyu looked up, he did not see the 3 words, and wondered, why don't I see potassium nitrate? Alai tilted his head and pointed and said, isn't that it? A full half bag. Chinyu was stunned for a moment and said, but I see, it seems to be a bag of fertilizer. Potassium nitrate can be used as fertilizer, and I also know how to purify it from it to a higher concentration. Chapter 255. Chinyu pondered for a while, then said seriously, in this case, we have to take this risk. Alay, who was squatting on the rooftop, also thought for a while, and then said, let's set a trap. Ah, will this method work? Chinyu hesitated. After all, they are animal zombies, they are more fierce than when they were alive before. It's okay, just upgrade the power. Let's go, we can do it together, and I can teach you. Alay stood up and prepared to leave. Hearing this, Chinyu followed him. Hey, it's your turn to command now, right? Alay hummed. To avoid a capsize in the ditch, I will arrange it next, and you just need to help by the side. Along the way, Alay explained the plan while walking, and then the 2 returned to the car and caught a chicken. Chinyu picked up a garbage plastic bag on the ground, tore it into strips, and then tied the chicken's mouth to prevent it from screaming. Then the 2 returned to the vicinity of the farmer's market and started to get busy. Alay walked into the shop next door and got 2 hard plastic boards, about half the size of the door. Put them on the ground, and then said to Chinyu, go to other places to break the glass, be careful, just leave those animal zombies away, I will light a fire next, which may attract their attention. Chinyu nodded, okay. He looked around, then picked up a handful of gravel on the ground and touched other alleys. A few dozen seconds later, intermittent sounds of glass breaking were heard from the abandoned market. Alai's eyes condensed, and he started to make a fire on the spot. Then he threw an iron rod removed from the windowsill into the fire, and then looked around to see if there was any suitable wood. What are you looking for? After Chinyu led the corpse dog away, he slipped back. It was quite far away from here. Although they are very sensitive to fire, they have no reaction to smoke. We need to get some wooden boards and cut some sharp wooden sticks. How about chopsticks? Chinyu said softly. They are a bit too thin. We need to tie 3 together. Where can we find so many? Alay said helplessly. Then he looked at the houses around him and planned to go inside to see if there were any bed boards or something. Wait a minute. Chinyu stopped him and turned to walk into the market. A minute later, he came back with 2 small bags in his hands. Hey, here are 50 pairs. Should that be enough? Alay walked up and opened them. It was a pile of stainless steel chopsticks. He was surprised and said, where did these come from? There's a shop selling bowls and chopsticks in there. I climbed in through the window and found these 2 bags on the outside. Chinyu said truthfully. That's enough. I drill holes in the red-hot iron plate, and you smash the thin end of the chopsticks into a sharp shape, and then I fix it. Alay looked at him and said. Chinyu hummed, found a piece of garbage towel on the ground to cover it, and then picked up bricks from the wall and started smashing it. A few minutes later, the two of them finished their work. At this time, the two plastic plates were filled with dense iron chopsticks, with several holes pierced below, fixed together with iron wire, and then opened. It was just like a shell, with ropes passing through it, crossing it and forming a rope, passing through the iron gate above the farmer's market. Then Chinyu continued to hang the chicken feet with a rope and hung it above this trap. Everything was ready, and Alay had already hidden behind the street corner. At this moment, Chinyu whispered, "How come these two boards are so light? Can they kill the Tibetan Mastiff zombies?" "No," Alay replied. "Ah, then what is this for?" Chinyu was puzzled. "Use it to fix the corpse dog, and then go up and kill it." Hearing this, Chinyu hesitated. "I'm not backing down, but what if they rush out in groups at once?" Alay patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "Don't be afraid. Don't you still have a gun?" "But I only have a few bullets. They run so fast, I may not be able to hit their heads." Alay thought about it, and felt that what he said made sense, so he changed his method. "Well, you hide here and pull the rope, I rush over and hold down the corpse dog, and then you come over to finish it off." Seeing this, Chinyu didn't know what to say, and prepared to take action. Although he had killed corpse dogs in a hurry before, it was completely different from now. Alay nodded, then picked up a long burning wood and stretched it towards the chicken. With the rope of the chicken's mouth burned off, and being hung upside down, the chicken screamed desperately in less than a second. Suddenly, a corpse dog in the market moved. It was searching for food under the abandoned stalls. When it heard the chicken crowing, it quickly turned around and walked over here. Alay made a gesture to let Chinyu get ready, and then he carefully hid at the iron gate leading to the market. This door is a push-pull type. When the corpse dog falls into the trap, he must quickly close the door and cooperate with Chinyu to kill it. 10 seconds later, a huge monster appeared at the door. Chinyu saw it again, and his eyelids twitched wildly. An animal zombie about the size of a calf can scare people just by talking about it. The Tibetan Mastiff, which should have black hair, looked a little different from before because it became a zombie. Most of the hair had fallen off, and a lot of it had rotted around its mouth, revealing its terrifying fangs. It stood at the door, staring at the live chicken just a few meters away, but it didn't move. The chicken seemed to sense the enemy coming, and it didn't move or call. Seeing this, Alay grabbed a stone and threw it directly at the chicken's wings. Kagadudu. After being hit, it immediately started to jump up and down again. This time, the Tibetan Mastiff zombie moved, and its speed instantly increased, and it pounced directly at the chicken. Chinyu seized the opportunity and pulled hard with both hands. The chicken was lifted up quickly, and the Tibetan Mastiff zombie missed. The next second, the plastic plates on both sides closed directly, and the sharp iron chopsticks pierced directly into its body. This trap was not to kill it, but to use these chopsticks to firmly fix its body and prevent it from struggling too hard. Alay quickly rushed out from behind the door, pulled the door closed with his left hand, and then laid his whole body on the plastic plate. Using his own weight and hands, he pressed it down tightly. But because the corpse dog was very strong, not to mention that this thing was a Tibetan Mastiff before, its strength was no less than that of an adult man. Although it was pressed below the neck, its head twisted up and down crazily, and it was biting at the same time. Alay had no chance to kill it at all. Chapter 256. Fortunately, Chinyu rushed over immediately, and was about to stab with a dagger, but it was difficult to do it. Alay pressed on the plastic board and shouted, "Hit it with a brick, it's safer." Then Chinyu picked up the brick at his feet, and hit it hard. It actually broke directly. Because of this attack, the Tibetan Mastiff zombie became even more crazy, and almost bit Chinyu's hand. If Chinyu was a second slower, he would have been bitten. He was also a little furious and roared, "Fuck, you like to bite, I let you bite enough." Then he picked up a large stone weighing more than 10 kilograms, and smashed it towards the head of the corpse dog. Damn! Seeing this, Ari quickly rolled half a circle to the left, and then heard a snap. The Tibetan Mastiff zombie under him twitched a few times, and then it was motionless. This thing is so big that even Ari is not sure he can beat it in a one-on-one fight, unless he has a gun. A pistol is not enough, and a shotgun is better. The two of them cooperated to kill one. Huh? This beast almost bit me. Chinyu kicked the corpse, and cursed in frustration. What do you think we should do, if a tiger zombie appears in the future? Chinyu curled his lips after hearing this. Then I will choose 3 o'clock in the afternoon and run into the forest as much as possible. Alay was a little confused. What are you going to do in the forest? Find a cool tree to wait for death, so that the corpse will not stink too quickly. Chinyu spread his hands and said, "This corpse dog is so hard, other animal zombies dare not even think about it. Now we can only pin our hopes on the wall and try to make it more stable." I was amused and said casually, "In fact, there is a hard condition for these animals to become zombies." "Oh, what is it?" R opened the plastic plate, took a look and then said, "They must have a complete body first. Haven't you noticed that there are animal zombies, but they are very few? Most of them may be eaten when they are bitten. The remaining ones are basically mutated due to wound infection." "That's right." Before Chenyu finished speaking, hurried footsteps suddenly came from the market. Alay made a gesture with his eyes, and then the two of them carefully carried the body away. After about a minute, the other side of the door gradually became quiet again. This was also thanks to the stench of the Tibetan Mastiff zombie in front of them, which covered up the smell on their bodies. In the next 2 hours, Chinyu and Alay killed 4 more zombies in this way, which was too strenuous. Chinyu wanted to use a pistol at one point, but when he thought that bullets were scarce, he held back. It was almost noon when they killed the last zombie dog. They didn't know what caused it, or they would all come together. Or we can just take them one by one. "What should we do with the corpse snakes?" Chinyu asked, wiping the sweat off his head. At the entrance of this abandoned market, the ground was covered with blood and dirt, and it was extremely dirty. RI thought for a moment and said, "The corpse snakes are too flexible and not easy to deal with. Let's get some zombie meat and bring it in." Hearing this, Chinyu looked at the pile of corpses in the distance, clapped his hands and said, "I have a solution." After that, he walked over, took out a dagger and cut the legs of the corpse dogs, then stepped on the corpses and pulled the legs off with force. But unlike ordinary meat, zombie meat is black. Even animal zombies are no exception. By the way, Chinyu looked at the maggots crawling on the legs of the corpse dog and said curiously, "You think these worms eat zombie meat? Will they also carry viruses?" Alay came over, looked at it for a few times and whispered, "These worms can't attack people, they can't cause wounds on the human body surface. Even if they crawl on people, it won't have any effect." Chinyu followed and said, "To be honest, I think these worms have become zombie worms, but there is an advantage that they can't attack people, even though they are full of viruses." Then Chinyu slapped the ground several times to get rid of the bugs, and then crushed them all to death with his feet. Then one person lifted one leg and slowly walked into the market. Arriving at the store we saw just now, Alay walked in holding the 2 large cans of sugar and said with a smile, "It's done. With such a harvest, this trip is not in vain." Hee. Chinyu was also a little happy. "Hurry up and do it. We still have to find a way to get cement in the afternoon." Alay nodded, and suddenly thought of something, and said again, "By the way, Chinyu, are your hands clean? We just grabbed the dog corpse's legs. Did you forget? Why do you ask this?" Chinyu was stunned for a moment. "It's okay, I thought if our hands are clean, we could eat some sugar to replenish our energy," Alay said casually, holding the bag in his arms, and walked out of the store. "Don't worry, when we get back to the car, just pour it on the lid and eat it." Then Chinyu carried the half bag of fertilizer, and Alay carried 2 cans of sugar, planning to run one more trip, and come back to move the chaff. This is mainly because the supplies on hand are more important, and it would be a pity if they fell on the ground. If they were replaced with other things, they would move them all in one trip. Then the 2 of them went back to move the chaff. As soon as they approached, Chinyu suddenly noticed that the billboard in front of him moved. Without thinking, he quickly shouted, then rushed up and pushed Alay. "Be careful." Alay was caught off guard and staggered, but he was a professional killer after all. He turned his body very quickly, grabbed a kitchen knife on the stall with his right hand, and threw it over his head. With a swish, the corpse snake that fell from the air was immediately split into 2. Since the snake was not hit on the head, even though only half of its body was left, it still crawled away at a very fast speed. Chinyu looked around and then said seriously, "Don't take the risk. There are still 2 snakes left, and we don't know where they are. Let's go to the old man's house to search for the remaining bran." Alay nodded. He also felt that there was something strange about the area. If there were still dead snakes hiding in the dark, this trip might be a disaster. Then the 2 quickly returned to the parking area and planned to leave directly. Suddenly Chinyu thought of something and asked, "Is there a lot of oil in Ma Zhuang's car?" Alay replied, "About half, not full, and the car key was on him, so I didn't have time to take it out." Hearing this, Chinyu nodded. "Then let's go first, move the supplies from his car, and leave the car here. We can get a pumper to come and pump out the gasoline later." After a busy time, Yu's SUV had some things tied to the roof, such as clothes and quilts. After getting ready, he washed his hands with clean water, and then Alay poured some white sugar into the lid. The two of them ate some to replenish their energy. They didn't bring too many canned biscuits or the like when they came out. After all, they came out to search for supplies, so it was unnecessary to bring too many things. Chapter 257. After a short break, the two began to return along the original route. At this time, heavy snow was blowing again, and even the road was not very clear. Yu was driving the car in the front, and the speed was almost the same as that of a bicycle. He could only rely on the railings on both sides of the road to drive. The way back took almost half the time than the way here, which was also unavoidable. Although Yu was anxious and concerned about the community, his own safety had to be ranked first. Otherwise, if something happened, it would be even more troublesome to go back. Finally, he came to the familiar entrance of the village again, and Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the rearview mirror, Alay turned on the headlights twice to indicate that he was safe. Then Yu looked at the 3 chickens on the passenger seat, stretched out his right hand to touch them, and whispered, "You 3, be quiet, don't scream, otherwise I will make you into chicken pot when I go back." He opened the car door and walked out. Suddenly, the wind blew like a knife. Yu tightened his collar, waved to Alay, and then walked into the village. It was only a day or two, and the road that had entered the village was covered again. He thought about it, and planned to go in from the back mountain. When he came to the old man's yard, Yu hesitated for a moment. He didn't know what to do if he saw the old man who had turned into a corpse. After taking a few deep breaths, Yu climbed in from the window. When he came to the stairs, all the traps he had set up before were destroyed. He slowly walked up to the second floor, opened the door and walked in. The next second, Yu's eyes condensed and his fists clenched and made a crackling sound. The old man's limbs were chopped off, and the part below the neck disappeared, leaving only the head. A thin wire was inserted into the eyeballs, and then nailed to the door. Next to him was his former wife. Yu stood 2 meters away from the two heads, staring at them without saying a word, with mixed feelings in his heart. He thought that in places like Thingy where there were still many survivors, the people there might still have some humanity. This humanity does not mean that they should let go of those bad guys and evil people. But if one day, when people who walked out of the community met other survivors who were alone, the first thought that came to their mind was whether to choose to accept them. After all, in the end times, people are also very important. But at this moment, Yu began to realize that some people still have some bad habits in their hearts. When they meet those stronger survivors, most of them will only think about how to beg for mercy and pretend to be pitiful in order to survive. But similarly, if they meet someone weaker than them, then their true nature will be exposed, and they will take someone's life if they are not satisfied. Yu raised his head and took a last look at the two heads on the door. At this time, they had completely quieted down. Then he walked towards the room with the curtain and searched carefully for supplies. A few minutes later, Yu came out empty-handed, with nothing in his hands. Suddenly he looked at the body without limbs on the ground, hesitated, walked forward, squatted down and reached into his pocket. He touched 2 round objects, took them out, and saw that they were eggs. The old man picked them up from the chicken coop in the basement last time, and put them in his pocket without taking them out. Ma Zhuang didn't know about this, so the eggs were still there. For some reason, Yu suddenly had a premonition in his heart, a premonition that drove him to make a fire. He did it right away. He carefully placed the eggs on the bed, and then rekindled the fire. Then Yu picked up the eggs and brought them close to the flames. The corners of his mouth finally rose a little, and he felt a little more relaxed. Black circles appeared at the bottom of both eggs. They were very light, but this was hope. As the old man said, this kind of egg can hatch chicks. Then Yu looked at the head on the door and said softly, "This is what you left behind. There are exactly 2 of them. Maybe the other one is your partner. I promise you here that I will do my best to successfully hatch them and keep them well." After he finished speaking, the door seemed to respond, the 2 iron wires began to lose their grip, and then the 2 heads fell down directly. Yu smiled slightly, picked up the pillow on the bed, and gently put the egg in. Then he walked into another room and looked for the remaining bran. A few minutes later, this time Yu held a large bag of things in his left hand and some rice in his right hand. If I remember correctly, these rice grains are what the old man said they can be used to germinate. Although he knew nothing, he did not choose to stay here, and planned to go back and ask Feng Yi. Yu didn't recognize the bag in his left hand. He walked to a place with better light, opened the bag, reached in with both hands, took out a little, and looked at it carefully. The color was the same as what he saw in the abandoned farmer's market. Both were dark yellow. And it looked a bit like flour, just a little coarser. Then he put the small bag of rice in, packed them together, and then carried a large bag and threw it on his shoulder. With his other hand, he carefully picked up the eggs and walked down the stairs. After waiting for almost half an hour, Alay finally saw Chinyu return. He opened the car door, walked forward in the heavy snow and asked, "How is it? Did you find the things?" Chinyu nodded and said loudly, "Well, let's go find cement. The roof of your car can also tie a few bags." Hearing this, Alay looked back at the car and then expressed his thoughts. "I know it can be tied, but it seems that we don't have enough ropes. Take it one step at a time. Get the cement out first." Chinyu replied loudly, then opened the car door and got in. Throwing the things on the back seat, Chinyu patted the snow on his body, then carefully placed the pillow on the chickens, and then stretched out his left hand to pat the car door. Seeing the signal, Alay started to reverse. The two slowly left here again. About 2 hours later, Chinyu and his friends came to the abandoned car repair shop again, but this time, there were only 2 people left. Fortunately, there were not many forks in this road, so they would not get lost when they went back. The snow here is much lighter, and the wind is no longer blowing, so there is no need to shout when talking. Eli stood by the road, looking at the large slope under his feet, which was all hardened cement, and asked softly, "How to get in? How to get rid of those zombies?" Chinyu frowned and looked at the surrounding environment, then saw a tire about 2 meters away from his feet, and thought carefully about a solution. Suddenly, he patted Eli on the shoulder and said seriously, "I got it. Go cut a thin tree, the thickness of a thumb will do." Chapter 258. Why are you cutting this? Eli was a little confused. Do you want to stab the zombies to death one by one? How long would it have to be? Chinyu shook his head, stepped over the broken road railing, slid down carefully, and said, "No, I want to make a temporary bow, light a fire on the arrow, and see if I can set the garage inside on fire, and use the fire to lure some of the zombies away. Remember to choose a tree with better toughness." Eli heard, "I understand." Then he walked towards the mountain next to him. Chinyu grabbed the branch with one hand, stretched out his toes, and tried to hook it, but it was completely motionless. He had no strength at all in this position. The tire below was very large, used by the truck, and it was damaged due to the car accident and was broken beyond recognition. But the entire tire of the car fell down with it, and was stuck by the branch, making it difficult to remove. Seeing this, Chinyu returned to the roadside, cut a longer branch, then looked around, walked to a rotting corpse in the distance, and cut off the clothes on its body with a knife. The zombies' clothes are not very strong now. They break when you put too much force on them. It is completely useless to use them as ropes, but they are enough to tie some things. At most, you can tie a few more circles. Chinyu tied the dagger firmly on it, and waved it with the bottom of the stick. It was quite smooth. Then he returned to the tire, and used the long knife to chop the branches below. As the surroundings were cleaned up, the tire also had a tendency to slide down. Seeing this, Chinyu quickly took off the knife and tied a short stick to it again, and then it became a simple hook. He carefully hooked the edge of the tire, pulled hard, and immediately moved it up a long distance. Chinyu threw away the branch, climbed over the railing, stretched out his hand to hook it, and then pulled it up with force. Alay had also returned at this time, holding 2 branches more than 1 meter long in his hands. Chinyu squatted beside the tire, looked at it carefully, and whispered, "Fortunately, it has been deflated, otherwise if it was a complete truck tire, I would not dare to stab it." After that, Chinyu slowly cut the tire in front of him with a dagger and peeled off the inner tube. Then he made 2 thumb-width sticks, about a meter long, for a total of 2. He pulled it hard, although it was very strenuous, but it didn't matter, and he didn't need to use it as a weapon. If there was no way to throw the fire, Chinyu would have wanted to throw something directly. Alay had already cut the branches, and carved slots at both ends. Suddenly, Chinyu thought of something, turned his head and asked, "Do you have wire?" Alay shook his head. "This thing takes up space, and can easily damage other supplies, so I didn't bring it." "Okay." Chinyu turned around and looked elsewhere. There was no other way. He needed to use a thin rope or iron wire to tie the bow and arrow. After all, it was not a regular bowstring. Then he looked down at his shoes, his eyes lit up. Why did he forget the shoelaces? He quickly took them off and tied the bow and arrow. Alay also took off his shoelaces. Soon, the 2 of them took the bow and tried it. It should work. Then they put down the bow and ran into the woods. A few minutes later, they came out with a pile of dirty clothes, which were all taken from zombies. Although it can't be worn, it's a good thing to use for making fire. After several times of getting along, Chinyu felt that Alay was really good. Not to mention his skills, at least he was the strongest in the community. He estimated that only Xiaojiao could compete with Alay, and it was estimated that they could be evenly matched. Fortunately, there was Chinyu as a middleman, so the two forces would not fight each other in the future. What's more, Alay knew a lot. Chinyu used to think that killers were just like those seen in movies, who could only kill people in various ways, and had no expression on their faces all day long. The more he learned, the more he realized that being a killer wasn't that easy. Not to mention training, ordinary people couldn't survive that. Only those who survived were called killers, and those who couldn't were called dead. Alay had told Chinyu some time ago that he was proficient in 4 languages, familiar with all firearms, and had a basic understanding of any fighting techniques. As for vehicles, except for fighter jets and tanks, which he couldn't drive, he could start the others, but he just wasn't very good at it. The most important thing is that Chinyu felt that he didn't kill innocent people indiscriminately, but he was a bit cruel. But this is understandable. After all, killers are all for killing. Who will fight with you all the time? Let's get back to the point. After the two were ready, they started to act. Wrapping the strips of cloth with thin wooden strips and lighting them, Chinyu nodded to the side, then loosened his fingers, and the bow and arrow in his hand flew out quickly. It hit the roof of the repair shop below accurately, but unfortunately, it didn't catch fire. Then Alay's arrow followed closely, directly piercing a window glass, and then ignited the curtains inside, and the flames immediately burned. Awesome. Chinyu praised. You are a professional killer. Your accuracy is not at the same level as ordinary people like me. Alay shot another arrow, and glanced back at him. You are not an ordinary person now. A few ordinary adult men can't subdue you, right? I don't know. I haven't tried it yet. Give me 2 daggers. I can chop back to the community from here, As the fire below grew bigger and bigger, the zombies were gradually led away, and Chinyu also started to joke. Before Alay could reply, Chinyu said again, By the way, Alay, teach me more when you have time. I don't have any other advantages, but I am eager to learn. What do you want to learn? Will you point your weapon at me and shout you one day? Alay glanced at him and joked. Chinyu was a little anxious. What are you talking about? We are all friends. Why should I point my weapon at you? What's more, Feng took care of Yi so much, and Yi once saved my life. It is not reasonable for me to do such a thing. Haha, I was just joking. Alay walked up to him and whispered, I heard that you learned a lot of medical knowledge from the doctor, and even performed surgery on people directly. Can you handle it? Chinyu looked at the zombies in the distance, thought for a while, and replied, What do you mean by this help? I mean, if you learn everything, you may not be proficient in anything in the end, which is not good. Chinyu thought about it seriously and felt that what he said made sense. Then he asked, What about you? Don't you know a lot? But I am only proficient in a few things. Alay said lightly. Which ones? Killing people, using guns, setting traps, and using poisons. Chapter 259. Okay. Chinyu was choked by his answer, then whispered, Anyway, it's better to have more skills. Take it slow. Maybe I can become that all-round player who is 1 in a million. Alay smacked his lips, and said nothing more. Almost done. Let's go down. Chinyu patted his shoulder, and slid down the slope. As soon as he landed, a dry hand stretched out from the snow pile next to him, grabbed his ankle, and tried to pull him back. Chinyu's mouth twisted, and the whole person squatted down, then grabbed the zombie's hair with both hands, and twisted it hard. With a click, the zombie's neck made a strange sound, and then its head twisted backwards. Then he loosened his grip, and the zombie's head fell to the ground, without support, and remained motionless. Then Chinyu kicked it into the snow pile, and walked towards the overturned truck. After several months of wind and sun, the car had long been unrecognizable, and no one knew where the front of the car had fallen. Alay climbed onto the car, holding the railing with one hand, then looked around and said, After the truck turned over, the side just blocked the rain, and there were probably about 10 bags left inside. Chinyu, standing on the truck tire, thought for a while, then said, Let's carry 5 bags back first, and leave the rest here. Okay. Alay nodded, picked up a bag and turned around to ask, How many bags do you carry at a time? How heavy is a bag? Chinyu asked. Not heavy, just 50 kilograms. Chinyu's face was dark, and he patted his shoulder with his back to him. Let's take 1 bag first. Alay smiled, carefully put it on him, then moved 2 bags to the edge, then jumped down, carried a bag on his left shoulder, then grabbed it with his right hand and lifted it hard, and then walked down the slope. Chinyu looked at Alay holding 2 bags of cement in his hands. He was stunned for a moment and said, "You don't look very strong. How come you are so strong?" Alay dropped the cement with a bang and said with a smile, "Who told you that people with average bodies must have less strength? Of course, it's normal for those who are stronger to have more strength." Then he pinched Chinyu's muscles and said, "Young man, you still need to practice." Then the two returned and brought back 2 more bags. "Tisk, it's a bit hard to get it up." Chinyu looked at the 70-degree slope in front of him and started to worry. It was easy to climb up, but the difficulty was that he had to carry 50 kilograms of cement. He was not a Superman who could just throw it up. Even Alay was looking around at this moment, trying to find a way. "Got it!" Chinyu clapped his hands and thought of a solution. "What?" Alay turned around and asked. "Well, you go up and find 2 zombies alive." Chinyu snapped his fingers and continued, "It's best to find those with healthy legs and feet." "What are you going to do?" Alay was a little puzzled. "Oh, there's a free helper in front of me, so why not use it? If it weren't for the fact that gasoline is so precious and it's noisy and unsafe, I wouldn't have thought of this. Go quickly, I go get a piece of iron sheet downstairs," Chinyu urged, then turned and walked down to the repair shop. There are a lot of hard granular stones on the surface of the slope. If you drag the cement directly, it will most likely be cut, so you have to find something to pad underneath to prevent damage. At this time, the abandoned car repair shop was on fire, and the thick smoke was very choking, attracting many zombies to the fire. Chinyu picked up a stone on the ground and smashed it at the glass of the house in the distance, leading the 2 zombies in front away again. Then he walked into the pile of ruins and looked around. He didn't find the iron sheet, but found a large spike rake. I don't know how this thing appeared here, but Chinyu didn't care so much, just picked it up and left. But then, he started to worry again. He didn't bring a rope when he came out, and he didn't find much when he searched. Suddenly he looked at the vines in the distance, but then rejected this method again. The location over there was too dangerous, and there were basically cliffs below. Chinyu had no confidence that he could get those things down. At this time, Alay held a piece of wood in one hand and pressed it against the chest of the zombie, and then he asked from above, "What should we do next?" Hearing this, Chinyu frowned and said, "Don't worry, let me think about it first." Suddenly, he remembered that when he was lighting the fire just now, Alay shot a window and ignited the curtains. There is a self-built small building on the left side of the abandoned car repair shop below. It is estimated that it has been there for many years, and the curtains have turned black. Perhaps because of this, those people left this thing behind when they moved away. Then Chinyu shouted to the top, "Wait for me for a few minutes, you hold on first." Then Chinyu ran down, and when he passed by the corpse just now, he grabbed the shoulder and pulled it, then stepped on the 2 arms and broke them, and used them to cover the smell on his body. At this time, the first floor was surrounded by zombies. Chinyu carefully went around from the hillside, grabbed the pipe on the wall, and was about to climb, but the next second it broke directly, and the fragments fell to the ground, making bursts of noise. A zombie moved, then slowly walked towards the back of the house. Chinyu picked up his arm and moved closer, then held his breath. He tried not to make any noise, so as not to be noticed. After a few seconds, the zombie growled, then walked away. Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these things had no IQ and could not be distinguished. Chinyu looked up and saw that there was a tree growing against the wall behind the house. Judging from the height, it should be no problem to jump into the 2nd floor. The windows there were not closed. Then he climbed up the tree trunk, stood on the branch, took a few deep breaths, and jumped over. He landed accurately on the windowsill, and the next second, a zombie jumped out from inside. Chinyu was shocked. He grabbed the edge of the windowsill, dodged quickly to the side, then used one hand to grab the zombie's hair and pulled it out. He pulled it out immediately, and it fell straight down, and its head just hit the ground, and it died instantly. "Bah, you don't want to learn the good things, but learn to sneak attack, right?" Chinyu spat at the corpse below, then climbed into the house. He took out a dagger and tapped the glass gently. After confirming that there was no more movement, Chinyu hurried over to pull down the curtain. Although it was very dirty, it was still solid. However, the rings hanging on it were basically rotten and broke when pulled. He picked up a wooden stick on the ground and slapped it a few times to get rid of some dust, then picked it up and left the window. Returning to the slope, Chinyu took out a dagger and quickly cut the curtain into long strips, tied them together, and extended them a little, a total of 2 strips. Then tied it to the wooden handle of the rake, tied a knot at the other end of the rope to make a circle, and threw it upwards with force. Chapter 260. Then Shinyu climbed up, grabbing the rocks. The two zombies were still controlled by Arai, and they were quite safe. He picked up the rope on the ground, then waved his hand, signaling Arai to step back a little. Then a zombie put a rope around its neck, and Shinyu returned to the bottom and shouted, "Okay, lead the zombie over there." Because the rope was hung on the railing, the angle did not completely touch the slope, and the bag of cement was successfully pulled up. Then Shinyu quickly climbed up, grabbed the wooden handle of the rake and dragged it up, took off the cement, and then continued to run back and forth in this way. In a few minutes, 5 bags of cement were successfully carried up. Compared with carrying them up the slope by hand, this up and down climb was a piece of cake for Shinyu. Seeing that the work was done, Alay pulled out 2 wooden sticks, aimed them diagonally upwards, and directly inserted them into the jaws of 2 zombies, and then pushed them to the side of the road. Then the 2 of them carried the cement on the roof of the car. 5 bags were not too much, and Alay was enough for 1 car. Then he used the curtain just now to pass under the chassis, and then fixed the cement firmly. Shinyu clapped his hands. Finally done, time to go home. Haha, let's go. Alay got into the car, started it, and said with a smile. It was almost dark, and the 2 drove the car back to the community. Li Yao was on duty at the door. She was holding an automatic rifle in her arms, and was walking back and forth. Seeing the familiar car appear, Li Yao smiled slightly, and patted the door frame. The people below took down the iron chain on the door, and let the 2 in. Hey, why are there only 2 cars, and where is the other person? The man who opened the door asked in confusion. Shinyu was about to answer when Alay rolled down the window behind him, and said calmly, there were too many zombies. He was unfortunately attacked. There was nothing he could do. He had already mutated. Okay, brother Alay, I got it. The man nodded and continued to close the door. He was just asking a routine question. For the people in the community, if Feng Yi was the top leader, then Alay was the second in command. Li Yao turned around and said to Shinyu, I still have to stand guard, so I won't come down for now. Hearing this, Shinyu waved his hand and drove the car towards the warehouse. At this time, there stood a young girl with short hair, wearing a white down jacket and thick plush pants. It was Feng Yi. Hearing the roar of the car, she turned around, then closed the notebook in her hand, walked over and asked, Not bad, Shinyu, you searched a lot of supplies. Hey, why are there chickens? Feng Yi was a little surprised, walked quickly to the passenger's side, opened the car door, carefully looked at it, and asked curiously, You didn't steal the other survivors? Although I think food is very scarce, this is not okay. We can't hurt people. Hearing her words, Shinyu smiled. It seems that he didn't make a mistake. Although some people in the community are very bad, at least the leader is not bad. Then he whispered, It's not stolen. How should I put it? The process is a bit bumpy. I tell you later. You take the chicken to a safe area first. Remember, no one is allowed to kill it, otherwise don't blame me for turning hostile. After saying that, Feng Yi by the car still didn't move. Seeing this, Shinyu asked in confusion, What's going on? This is an animal, not a zombie. Feng Yi hesitated for a moment and whispered, I'm a little afraid of animals with sharp beaks. Huh? Shinyu was a little amused. No matter what, they are friendlier than zombies. No. Feng Yi said nervously, I was attacked by a strange animal before. It was a bit like a chicken, but many times bigger. After saying that, in order to make Shinyu believe, she rolled up her sleeves and revealed the scars on her snow-white arms, which looked very shallow, but still shocking. It's a pity that the zombies broke out later, and I couldn't apply the medicine anymore, otherwise the scars should have disappeared completely. Speaking of this, Feng Yi lowered her head slightly, looking a little sad. No girl doesn't love beauty, especially for someone like her who spends a lot of money on skin care products every year. Since the end of the world, Feng Yi has never worn short sleeves again. Even if it's hot, she covers her arms with long sleeves. Shinyu opened the car door and walked over, whispering to comfort, It's okay, there will always be a way to make these fade. We should think positively. In this end of the world, at least our hands and feet are still intact, right? Like Wang Tianhai, he has lost his right hand. Feng Yi took off her sleeves and whispered, Your way of persuading people is really unique, but by the way, have you seen Wang Tianhai? Shinyu shook his head. I haven't seen him since the community was attacked. What happened? I have been asking others about his whereabouts these days, but there is no trace. I always feel a little uneasy. Feng Yi said worriedly, looking up, with fatigue in his eyes. Shinyu was about to answer when a voice came from the left. Don't worry, I will find time to look for him nearby. Alei came over, holding a bag of things in his hand, and handed it to Feng Yi. Qin Yu, who was standing next to him, turned his head and looked, then widened his eyes. Ah, so many lollipops? Hearing this, Feng Yi said a little embarrassedly, I don't have any other hobbies, I just like to eat this, sorry, Alei always finds these for me. After that, Feng Yi held both hands and handed them to Qin Yu. You take some. Qin Yu took a step back with his hand shaking. No, I don't mean that, I'm just curious how he hid it under my nose, it's amazing. There are only a dozen in total. I can share other supplies, but forget about this. Alei smiled and said softly, keep it well, don't let others see it. Then he said gently to Feng Yi again, indeed, you should keep it well. Qin Yu also urged, if others see you, the boss, hiding supplies, they might have other ideas. Feng Yi put the candies in the pocket of her down jacket and whispered, besides Alei, Shaolin is the only one who knows about this. She always says that eating too much candy is unhealthy, but I have nothing left. Sweets can make me feel some of the beauty before the end of the world. Hearing this, Qin Yu didn't know what to say, so he simply changed the subject and said, by the way, can the community trade fair be held now? Feng Yi pondered for a while, and shook her head. There are not many people in the community, so let's cancel this month's trade fair and talk about it later. Then she looked at the chicken on the car seat, hesitated, and was about to reach out to take it. But Alei grabbed it before her and whispered, I'm here, you don't have to force yourself to accept these, you just need to take care of other things. Qin Yu also said, take your time, you will overcome it sooner or later, I leave these 2 trucks of supplies to you too, I go over there for a while. He chuckled, then walked to the trunk, picked up the curtains removed from the classroom, and walked straight to the infirmary, intending to nail the window without glass. Chapter 261. After taking a few steps, Qin Yu thought of something and turned around and said, by the way, be careful with that old pillow. There are 2 eggs inside. Don't break them. Hearing this, Feng Yi carefully picked them up and asked curiously, what are you doing? Are you going to hatch chicks? Qin Yu smiled, did not answer, and walked away directly. Seeing his appearance, Feng Yi turned around and asked, did I really guess it right? I don't know. Let's go and find a place for these chickens. Feng Yi said again, I have a plot of land in the backyard of my house where I plan to grow vegetables in the spring. Now it's just right for these 3 chickens to stay. Alei whispered, there are 2 more in my car. After walking for a few minutes, Qin Yu came to the infirmary, where a candle was lit, and there were occasional noises. Walking to the door, Qin Yu knocked gently. Knock, knock. Just come in, the door is not locked. At this time, Lin Yi was moving a table away, and carefully cleaning the glass shards in the corners. Qin Yu pushed the door open and walked in, smiling and saying, how come you, a busy man, are also cleaning? Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Yi's eyes slightly curved, turned around and said happily, you're back. Hey. The next second, she found that Qin Yu had changed his clothes, walked up and frowned. I remember you didn't wear this when you went out. It's only been 3 days. Did I remember it wrong? Qin Yu scratched his head and whispered, you remembered it right. There were too many zombies outside, and I accidentally stained my clothes, sorry. Why do you want to apologize? Lin Yi was a little confused, looked at him, and said again, what did you do wrong to say this? Qin Yu put the curtains on the table and said embarrassedly, I feel guilty for ruining your clothes. Sweeping the garbage to the door, Lin Yi said disapprovingly, oh, you are talking about this, it's gone, you are here. Then she asked in confusion, you are carrying this pile. It seems to be curtains, why are you carrying them here? Qin Yu pointed at the glass and said softly, it's winter now, and people can't stand the cold wind. Let me install a windshield for you. Seeing this, Lin Yi said with a smile, when you came in, didn't you notice that there were a lot fewer things in this room? Big fool. Following her hand and looking around, Qin Yu saw that the former infirmary now only had a table left, and the bed and cabinets were all gone. Hey, where did all the things go? Lin Yi rolled her eyes at him. You also said that people can't stand the cold wind here. I'm not stupid, why should I stay here? As soon as he finished speaking, another person walked into the room. Hey, Xiaoyu is back. You are here to nail the curtains, right? But forget about this place for now. You can use it to store goods in the future. The infirmary has now moved to Xiaolin's house. Dazhuang said casually, then picked up the table and left. Qin Yu was a little embarrassed. I didn't think about this. Let's go. It's warmer over there. Lin Yi took the broom and candle and walked out. Qin Yu followed behind and walked in again a few seconds later. I forgot to take the curtains. After 3 days, the community was much cleaner. The scene of zombie body parts everywhere was basically gone. Although there were still bloodstains on some concrete floors, people threw snow on them and slowly cleaned them with sticks. Although the zombies had been dealt with, everyone lived in close houses. Perhaps because of the psychological trauma caused by this attack, everyone tacitly understood and still lived together. Feng Yi still lived in the house on the left with Lin Yi Xiaoning and two other women. The one in the middle is Qin Yu, De Shuang, Lei, Li Yao, Yang Zi and others. The ones on the right are mainly Zhang Yin and some other people. The rest are scattered in other places. But now the walls have been stabilized again. Feng Yi did not persuade them anymore. Qin Yu and Lin Yi walked side by side. The two were very close, but no one spoke. This also means that the relationship between the two has become closer. For example, it is like sitting in the living room with family members in the past. Even if everyone is busy with their own things, no one will feel awkward. Lin Yi twitched her nose, then whispered, "I haven't seen you for a few days, and you smell again. I'd boil some water for you to take a bath. It's winter and snowing, so you can take a bath more often. You can change your clothes whenever they get dirty. Take them off and I wash them for you." "No need." Qin Yu turned his head to look at her profile, and said gently, "You act like my servant. I have my own hands and feet. Why do I need you to serve me?" "Isn't this good?" Lin Yi said weakly. "Ah?" Qin Yu was stunned, then stopped, held her arm, and said seriously, "Of course this is not good. You wash your own clothes, do your own things, and it is the same in this doomsday. Could it be that someone in the community is using you as a servant?" Then Qin Yu said to himself, "No, with your status as a doctor, who dares to yell at you?" Hearing that he was getting more and more biased, Lin Yi glared at him and whispered, "Who dares to order me around? I won't serve others. What I mean is that you are very hard to search for supplies outside, and when you return." At this point, Lin Yi paused and changed her words. "You are tired from running around outside, and you have to guard against zombies and bad guys. Now that you are home, it is time for me to do something for you. Such as boiling water, washing clothes, etc." After finally understanding, Qin Yu held the curtain under his armpits, then held her shoulders with both hands, made Lin Yi face him, and then spoke seriously. "I don't need anyone to serve me. Before I was adopted by the orphanage, I lived alone. At that time, I looked for bridge holes everywhere to sleep, and went to the garbage dump when I was hungry. I get up 2 hours earlier every morning, so I can get ahead of the garbage truck and find as much food as possible. I have been living alone this way all along, and I'm used to it. Last time Feng Yi boiled water, it was because the situation was different, so I accepted it." After saying this, Lin Yi lowered his head. "You search for supplies, isn't it also for the people here to live better? Can't I do some simple little work for you within my ability?" "Who said that?" Qin Yu curled his lips. "I did that so that I could survive. But it also includes people like us, such as Dazhuang, Li Yao, Xiaoning, etc." Lin Yi said several names in one breath. All of them were Qin Yu's friends. Chapter 262. Qin Yu let go of her and whispered, "Of course it's not just for me. After all, I'm the only one left and I probably won't live long." Lin Yi looked up at him and said seriously, "And you're not alone now. What's more, we are all your family. So what's wrong with washing clothes for your family?" Qin Yu shook his head. "That's not how it works. In other survivor bases, you might let your subordinates serve you, but here, that's absolutely not possible. Besides, can you watch Dazhuang, brother?" Lin Yi pouted. "He has a sister, why should I help him?" Halfway through her words, she realized that she spoke too fast and quickly covered her mouth. "He?" Qin Yu smiled and touched her head, whispering, "You don't have to be like this just because we have known each other for a long time. I'm not that delicate. If you really want to help me, then help me think of a way to feed those chickens so that we can have eggs to eat." "What?" Lin Yi was stunned and asked, "Where did you find the chickens?" "It's a long story. Go find Feng Yi. She and Lei seem to be over there." Qin Yu pursed his lips and gestured over there. "Okay." Lin Yi was immediately interested when she heard that she could eat eggs. She turned around and wanted to run over. Qin Yu held her back. "Give me the broom." "Oh, and there are 2 eggs. I plan to hatch chicks. Please help me find a cardboard box to put them in. Try to make it warmer." Lin Yi nodded, then patted her chest and promised, "Don't worry, I'm here, there will be no accidents." As soon as the voice fell, the person went to Feng Yi's side. Qin Yu smiled, and he could understand why she was so excited. After all, the zombie outbreak had been going on for quite a while. In the current environment, any kind of pre-apocalyptic food is infinitely attractive to everyone. For example, Chinyu wanted to have a bowl of noodles now, and if he could add a fried egg, it would be really cool. After all, for so long, most people have eaten snacks, biscuits, canned food, etc., and the better ones are steamed buns. But the same flour can be preserved longer if made into steamed buns. So even though he wanted to eat it very much, he also hoped to try to grow wheat again in this doomsday with his own efforts. After all, as long as people are still alive, everything is possible. Speaking of which, Chenyu, Lin Yi, John Yin and others only ate rice a few times when the zombies first broke out. After a long time, they almost forgot what rice tasted like. Thinking of this, Chenyu planned to study the bag of rice carefully to see if it could sprout. Then he walked towards the house, sniffed himself on the way, and then frowned and said, "TSK, it really stinks." When he reached the door of the house, it was very dark inside, and no one knew where the others had gone. Chenyu put his things away, took advantage of the moonlight, picked up a large basin, and walked to the back of the house, intending to dig some snow to boil water. The house where Feng Yi lived was about a few dozen meters away from Chenyu. In comparison, it was much more lively there. At this time, Feng Yi stood in the backyard, holding a large bag with a bitter face. It was full of chickens, and it was very noisy. She was so anxious that she almost cried, and urged again, "Hurry up, put the fence in place, I can't hold it anymore." "Alii, are you there?" Unable to bear it any longer, Feng Yi turned her head and shouted to the other side, trying to find help. But Alii was moving the goods in another area, and couldn't hear him at all. Xiao Ning and Yang Zi were inserting the thin wooden sticks into the ground to form a square of several square meters, but this was not stable, and they needed to tie long wooden strips horizontally to fix it. At this time, Yang Zi tied a rope, turned his head and said with a smile, "Sister Feng, you are usually so decisive, I didn't expect you to be afraid of chickens." Feng Yi glared at her, and just as she was about to say something, a chicken fluttered up and pecked directly on her palm. The next second, Feng Yi's breathing stagnated, and her hand subconsciously loosened. Fortunately, Lin Yi ran over in time and grabbed the bag before the chickens rushed out, then looked at Feng Yi and asked with concern, "Are you okay, Sister Feng?" Lin Yi heard her talk about the incident in the primeval forest, so she had a psychological trauma against animals with sharp beaks. As a doctor, Lin Yi couldn't do anything about this. There might not be those animals in the apocalypse, so she didn't know how scared Feng Yi was. It wasn't until she saw Feng Yi trembling and crying that she realized how dangerous the forest was at that time. When I saw them, I remembered that scene." Feng Yi wiped her tears and said with a trembling voice, "It's okay, we just don't need to look at it." Lin Yi comforted. "But?" Feng Yi hesitated for a moment and whispered, "It seems that I am the only one in the community who knows how to raise chickens." "Huh?" Lin Yi held the bag with one hand, rubbed his ears with the other hand, and asked again, "Did I hear it right? You are afraid of them, so why do you raise them?" Feng Yi said weakly, "I read a book about breeding before the end of the world, and the pictures don't look scary. After a while, I understand it more or less." Hearing this, Lin Yi smacked her lips. "This is a bit difficult. How about this, you teach me, I will feed them in the future. I heard from Chinyu that these chickens must be raised well." At this point, Feng Yi had no choice but to nod and say, "It has to be this way." In fact, she was not afraid before, but after being stimulated too much that time, she began to tremble uncontrollably. If the big strange bird in the primeval forest had not been pressed down by her, it might have pecked her neck directly. Judging from the extent of the wound on her arm, if her neck had been pecked, Feng Yi would have died on the spot. A few minutes later, Xiao Ning and Yang Zi finally finished their work. They even put some branches on top and made a simple roof. Although the two of them had never built a chicken coop, Feng Yi had seen it in pictures and said a few words to them, telling them to just do it like the tent. Lin Yi walked over with the chickens. At this time, Xiao Ning was squatting in front of the chicken coop and nodded at her. Then Lin Yi opened the bag inwards, and the chickens rushed out quickly, and then hid in a dark corner inside, motionless. Xiao Ning also immediately closed the wooden door, and did not forget to tie it with a rope. It was called a wooden door, but it was actually a large plastic board with one side fixed on the wood. "It's done." Lin Yi clapped her hands and said with a smile, "The next step is to wait for them to lay eggs." Hearing this, Xiao Ning turned her head and looked at her, whispering, "You should also feed the chickens, otherwise how can they lay eggs?" Chapter 263. Lin Yi suddenly realized, "Oh yes, I almost forgot about this. By the way, do we have enough food to feed them?" Hearing this, Feng Yi walked up and took a few glances, and whispered, "The food that humans eat is only rice and corn that chickens can eat. We probably won't need the rest. Let's go to the warehouse and see. Chinyu should have prepared it. Okay. Lin Yi nodded, glanced at Feng Yi's red eyes, and felt a little distressed. Feng Yi usually looks quite cool and does things without dragging her feet, but in fact, she often has nightmares. Now there is no electricity, and candles can hardly be lit for long at night, so Lin Yi often goes to sleep with her. Anyway, the two girls talk about private things together, and their relationship gets better and better over time. It's not that she didn't think about moving back to Chinyu's house. After all, in terms of relationship, it's still better than being with Feng Yi. But considering that she has nightmares, Lin Yi stayed. Are you okay? Lin Yi held Feng Yi's hands and asked softly again, Actually, I have a way to help you cure the shadow. The conditions were not sufficient before, but now you can try. Are you willing to overcome it? Feng Yi glanced at the big rooster, staring at her with a fierce look, as if mocking her. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, she made up her mind and said, It's no big deal, it's just a few more pecks. I don't want to be scared by a pheasant when I'm running for my life one day in the future. Okay, that's easy. Lin Yi nodded and asked, Where are the 2 eggs? Chinyu asked me to put them away. Let's work together to make them hatch. Let's do it too. Yang Zi and Xiaoning raised their hands together. Come to think of it, although I've eaten fried chicken many times before, I've never seen them hatch in front of me. I want to come and see it too, Xiaoning said with a smile. Since she recovered from her illness, she has become more sunny and more active in doing things. Although her frostbite has not healed yet, with Lin Yi's help, at least it is no longer serious. Haha, okay, let's go build a warm chick delivery room first. Let's go. 3 girls of similar age clapped their hands and walked into the house. Feng Yi stood there, watching their joyful atmosphere quietly, and smiled unconsciously. Although it was the end of the world, she could still enjoy some small beauties inside the wall, right? While she was thinking, a voice pulled her back. Let's go, Sister Feng. Are you going to stay here overnight? The stove in the backyard of a house. At this time, Chinyu was squatting there blowing the fire. He was choked by the smoke and coughed several times with his mouth covered. Suddenly, a little girl's voice came from the side. Brother Chinyu gives you this. Xiao Shi was just playing in the backyard of another house. When he saw him making a fire, he took out a fan from the cabinet and ran over to him and handed it to him. Thank you. Chinyu looked at her and smiled and took the fan. With the help of tools, it was much easier to make a fire. Xiao Shi waved and continued to run away. Although it was completely dark, the light in the backyard was not bad because of the fire in front of him. Chinyu took the small stool and sat down, then took out the bag of seeds and looked at it carefully in the light of the fire. TSK. It looks a bit like a larger piece of sand, and the color is exactly the same, both dark brown. Chinyu took a general look and said to himself. He didn't know what it was at all. It was about the size of a small palm. But it is certain that this must be some vegetable seed. It is impossible that the old man gave me a bunch of wheat seeds, right? Looking at the size, each seed is about half the size of a rice grain. Unable to figure out what this is, Chinyu continued to put it in his pocket, then picked up a burning wood for lighting, got up and walked into the house. There was an extinguished candle on the table in the living room. Chinyu lit it, and then put the wood back into the stove. It is not safe to walk with this thing. If the furniture is burned, Chinyu will have to slap himself twice. Then he went back to get the candles, returned to the room on the second floor, picked out a set of clothes to change, and threw the seeds on the bed to prevent others from sweeping them as garbage. Returning to the stove, Chinyu filled 2 buckets with hot water and walked towards the built bathroom. He poured all the water into the container by the second floor window, and then he was about to go downstairs. When he passed the corner, he bumped into someone head-on. Chinyu dodged to the side in time, and the next second, he heard a scream. Ouch! A woman covered her forehead and cried out in pain. The next second she looked up and saw a figure standing next to her, and screamed in fear. There's a ghost! Chinyu was speechless when he heard this familiar voice, and reached out to grab her. It's me. I don't recognize you after just a few days. What's wrong, Wang Yu? Hearing her name being called, Wang Yu said hesitantly, Is it really you? When did you come back? Hearing this, Chinyu took a few steps back. He stood by the window, and the moonlight just fell on him. Can you see clearly now? I can see clearly. I can see clearly. Wang Yu nodded several times, and then said, Why didn't you hold a candle? Sorry, I thought someone sneaked in. Chinyu picked up the bucket and walked down, saying casually, Now the wall has been reinforced and raised, and there are always people on guard and patrol. It's not so easy to sneak in quietly, so don't make a fuss. Got it. Wang Yu went into the house and took a small stool, followed him and whispered. When they reached the first floor, Qin Yu turned around and said, "If I remember correctly, your room is downstairs. Why are you running to the second floor?" Wang Yu was a little nervous. After all, she was still an outsider, and she didn't know whether she should say it. Seeing her silent look, Qin Yu touched his body and found that the lighter was still there, so he lit the candle on the cabinet. There was light in the room, and he asked again, "What are you doing? Are you trying to steal something? I advise you to put this thought aside, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless and kicking you out in the middle of winter." "No, no!" Wang Yu held a stool in one hand and waved the other hand quickly. "I feel a little itchy. I want to get some water to wipe it. The bathroom is a bit too slippery. I want to get a stool to sit on." "Huh," Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't really stealing. Chapter 264. Then Qin Yu asked in confusion, "There are stools downstairs. Why don't you take them? Why do you have to go to the second floor?" Wang Yu hesitated and said intermittently, "It's too dark downstairs. I can't find a place. I dare not light a candle." Hearing this, Qin Yu was a little amused. "Sister, you are making yourself too humble. Is it necessary? We are not like the people in the cave, who will bully you at every turn." Halfway through, Qin Yu suddenly realized that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly slapped his mouth twice. "I'm sorry. I spoke too quickly. I didn't mean it like this." Wang Yu lowered her head, looked at the floor and said softly, "It's okay, I don't blame you. You and Alei brought me here. These days, I have been thinking whether to leave or stay. After thinking about it, you are back and I still haven't figured it out." Qin Yu looked at her and said seriously, "Since I have decided to accept you, why do I still think about these things? I have found my books, and now you are telling me that you want to leave." Hearing this, Wang Yu raised his head and asked in confusion, "What books?" Qin Yu walked out of the house and said casually, "Elementary school textbooks and the like. Aren't you a teacher? It's just right to teach those children." Wang Yu was stunned when he saw him walking out, then he followed him out, his voice a little excited. You really remember this?" Qin Yu was a little confused. He looked at the tiles on the ground, which were indeed a little slippery, and then turned his head and replied, "Of course I remember it. Everything that cannot be produced in the end of the world, even teachers, is useful. It depends on how to use it. After all, if you can't find books or something like that, teachers really don't have much use in the end of the world." Hearing this, Wang Yu cried excitedly. She wiped her tears and sobbed. "The zombie outbreak has been going on for so long, and I finally heard myself using this sentence. Woohoo! You don't know Xiao, who used to beat me all the time, and then instilled in me a thought, that is, I can only survive by relying on him now, and my profession is useless in the doomsday. It's the end of the world. Who needs a teacher?" He basically brainwashed me with this sentence every day. After contacting the group of people in the cave, they were the same. Many people said that I was useless, and would only drag their feet. Wang Yu became more and more excited as she spoke, and her emotions were somewhat out of control, but Qin Yu saw that her eyes seemed to lighten up a little. I have the lowest status in their cave. I really can't understand why, before the end of the world, the profession of teacher was so noble. Why do people dislike me so much when the end of the world comes? There is a saying that goes, God has given me talents to be useful, even in the end of the world. Don't get too excited. Let's clean it up first. In the future, we will work together to build this community better. Although it won't be like the community before the end of the world, at least we will live better." Qin Yu looked at her and said these words softly, then walked towards his house. "Where are you going?" Wang Yu asked hurriedly. "Aren't you going to take a shower? I see you have already poured the water." Qin Yu waved his hand with his back to her. "Men and women are different, and you have to pay attention to it even in the end of the world. You wash first, and I will come back in half an hour." When Wang Yu heard the man's words, she felt for the first time that after the end of the world, not everyone would abandon morality and bully others at will. She decided to use the knowledge she had learned from studying hard for more than 10 years to contribute to this community. Half an hour later, Qin Yu stood in the bathroom, shivering as he washed off the foam on his body, and said in annoyance, "I should have said I'd come in 10 minutes, but the water is almost cold." A few minutes later, he put on his clothes and walked out. Then he lay on the ground and started doing push-ups. After his body warmed up a lot, he ran to his room. He didn't bring any thick clothes, just a pair of long pants and a long-sleeved shirt. Luckily, the fire on the stove was not extinguished, so Qin Yu ran over and squatted, putting his head close to the fire, trying to dry his hair. "Here, put it on so you don't catch a cold." Dazhuang was chewing food and handed over a blanket with his right hand. Thank you, Dajwang. Chinyu smiled and took it to cover himself. Let's go to the living room. Yangzi has made a fire. There is a big iron basin inside. You can warm yourself there. Dajwang looked at the snowflakes and said casually. Okay. Chinyu nodded and put out the fire in the stove. After all, firewood had to be used sparingly. There were not many people in the living room. Only Yangzi and Xiaoning were fanning the fire, and thick smoke was billowing. Ahem. Chinyu covered his mouth and walked over, smiling and saying, if this goes on, everyone will be smoked into bacon. Yangzi stuck out his tongue and said a little embarrassedly, these woods are wet with snow, so it's a bit difficult to ignite. Chinyu walked over and opened all the windows for ventilation, laughed, and then walked to the sofa and sat down. You added too much wood at once, and the fire can't be lit. He took out a few and put them in the iron basin on the other side. Oh! Yangzi fanned the fire vigorously with a fan and shrugged. It was my brother who said that you were wearing too little, and asked me to make the fire bigger. Hearing this, Chinyu also felt a little warm. What if the world is coming to an end? As long as we work together with our friends around us, we can still survive together. Let me do it. Seeing Yangzi getting more and more impatient, Chinyu smiled slightly and took the fan. Okay, I'm going to do the laundry. Yangzi stood up and walked upstairs, then said depressedly, I hate making fire the most. The smoke makes me feel suffocated and a bit uncomfortable. Xiaoning smiled and said, you hold your breath, and then inhale after the smoke floats away. Yangzi pouted, I try it next time. Chinyu turned his head and shouted at her, by the way, Yangzi, don't move my clothes, I wash them myself later. I can wash them together, why do you have to separate them so clearly? Yangzi turned and looked at him, puzzled. Chinyu smiled, it's better to wash your own clothes, just put them there. Seeing his serious look, Yangzi didn't force him anymore, and agreed, then she shouted, did you hear me, brother? It's time for you to wash your own clothes. Dezhuang walked in from the backyard and said shamelessly, your brother, run up and down all day long, and I'm almost exhausted. Why don't you know how to feel sorry for me? Besides, my clothes are not dirty. Stop, stop, stop. Yangzi rolled her eyes at him. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Chapter 265. At about 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiaoning was ready to go back to rest, and Dezhuang said he would give her a ride. Chinyu saw this scene and laughed. It was only a few dozen meters away, but he had to give her a ride. It seemed that these two were really having trouble. Dezhuang had just come back when Yangzi ran to her brother with a box of something in her hand, and questioned him for more than 10 minutes before the conversation ended. At that time, Chinyu was squatting in the backyard washing clothes, and didn't pay attention to what he heard. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Chinyu lay on the soft bed, and woke up on time at 6 in the morning. He stood by the bed, and did a dozen jumping jacks, then continued to do push-ups and plank support. Then he went downstairs, and continued to heat up the canned food for everyone. Chinyu finished eating by himself, and went out first. When he came to the house on the left, Chinyu immediately smelled the aroma of meat, opened the door and walked in. Xiaoning was busy at the dining table. Good morning. Good morning, brother Chinyu, have you eaten? How about eating together? Xiaoning looked at him and asked. Hee, no need, I've eaten. Chinyu smiled and shook his head, walked to the living room and sat down. The food for each group should be distributed. If I eat, someone will go hungry. Hearing this, Xiaoning wiped her hands on her apron and walked over with a small bowl. You saved my life. A little food is nothing. Chinyu shook his head again. I really have eaten. You are in the recovery period now. Eat something yourself. Don't be too polite. I came here for something, not to eat for free. As soon as she finished speaking, footsteps were heard on the stairs. Fengyi yawned and combed her hair as she walked. What's wrong? You miss Yalan so early in the morning? Let's go up. She just woke up now. Chinyu turned his head and said casually, I'm not looking for her, I'm looking for you. Fengyi walked to the dining table, and was about to grab half a biscuit. Xiaoning reminded her, Sister Feng, wash your hands first. I boiled hot water. Pretending not to hear, Fengyi picked it up and started eating, then said, Don't worry, my hands are clean. Then she walked to the living room. What do you want to see me for? Seeing this, Xiaoning stood up, and walked to other places without staying here. Chinyu took out the bag of seeds from his pocket, and handed it over. Can you recognize what this is? Fengyi sat on the left, and continued to cross her legs. She was about to take it, but Chinyu turned his head and whispered, Can you pay attention to your image? After all, we are not really family. You are exposing yourself in this posture. Hearing this, Feng Yi looked down and found that she was wearing a pair of loose knee-length shorts. The sofa was relatively soft and would collapse a little after sitting down. When she raised her legs, her two big white legs were almost exposed. Even with her personality, her face was a little red at this time. She put her legs down and put them slightly to the side, then took a pillow and put it on her legs. After coughing, Feng Yi continued, "You don't have to look at it. Besides, even if you look at it, I won't lose weight." After Qinyu saw her sitting back down, he curled his lips and turned to look at her. "This is a seed given to me by an old man. It should be a vegetable seed. Take a closer look. Can you recognize what it is?" When he heard that it was a serious matter, Feng Yi poured it into her palm and carefully examined it, fearing that she would make a mistake. Nowadays, food is in short supply, and seeds are also very precious. After all, if vegetables can be grown in the wall, people don't have to risk going out to search for supplies. After looking for a few minutes, Feng Yi shook her head. "To be honest, I don't know him very well. Where's the person who gave you the seeds? Why don't you bring him back?" Hearing this, Qinyu's face showed a trace of solemnity. He said softly, "Things are not that simple. Let's gather everyone and hold a meeting." "Okay." Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Feng Yi did not ask any more questions and shouted upstairs, "Xiao Lin, when you come down, take the books next to my bed." "Okay." Lin Yi responded on the second floor. 10 seconds later, Lin Yi came down in pajamas. Unlike Feng Yi, she was wearing long sleeves. Here you go." She handed the book over, said hello to Qinyu, and went to wash up with her toothbrush. Feng Yi took the book and flipped through it carefully. After a few minutes, she found the answer in the third book. "Hey, the color is not right, but the appearance is exactly the same." Hearing this, Qinyu stood up and walked to her side. He took a look and said in surprise, "Radish seeds?" Feng Yi corrected him. "To be precise, these are white radish seeds." "Ah, what's the difference?" Qinyu had never grown vegetables, so he didn't quite understand. But Feng Yi had read a lot of books, big and small, since the zombie outbreak, especially about planting and breeding, so she didn't think the two could be confused. She glared at Qinyu. "Is there a difference between watermelon and wintermelon? Well, tell me, can this thing be grown?" Qinyu was a little embarrassed and changed the subject. Feng Yi continued to look at the relevant explanations in the book, and then said, "You have found a treasure, which is more precious than finding a box of canned food. Of course, I mean in this environment." Qinyu nodded. "I know, go on. White radish is big, and has a high yield. The most important thing is that it can keep its own seeds." Seeing her excitement, Qinyu walked back to the sofa and sat down, wondering, "It means that we don't have to plant all these seeds. Can we keep half for next time?" Hearing this, Feng Yi almost choked. She was about to explain when Lin Yi came over with a bowl of food. "Sister Feng means that after planting radishes, you can cultivate seeds again and plant them repeatedly." Lin Yi sat next to Qinyu, then turned her head and looked at him. "Open your mouth." "What?" Qinyu didn't hear clearly and looked at Lin Yi holding the spoon and was a little confused. "I've eaten." "It doesn't mean you can't eat again after eating. Hurry up and open your mouth, otherwise I'd be angry." Unable to persuade her, Qinyu had to eat the spoonful of meat and whispered, "You're making me a little uncomfortable." Lin Yi ignored him, turned around and slowly scooped up the soup with a spoon and drank it. "Look at you sweating profusely. I guess you got up and exercised again, and you need to keep up with the nutrition, otherwise your body can't bear it." Because of this, Lin Yi fed the larger piece of meat to Qinyu. She didn't care, after all. She didn't need to do any physical work all day long. Hearing this, Qinyu whispered, "I know it myself, it's nothing." Chapter 266. Lin Yi casually said, "Can you know better than me?" Qinyu scratched his head and looked at Feng Yi. "By the way, how sure are you that you can grow it?" Feng Yi stretched out a finger and frowned. "I guess less than 10%. "Ah?" Qinyu was slightly startled and continued, "How could it be? Didn't I see you a few days ago?" At this point, he turned his head and looked to make sure that no one else could hear him, then whispered, "Didn't I see you grow tomatoes last time?" "That's different." Feng Yi held a seed and whispered, "For planting white radish, according to the book, it is best to use sandy loam, so that the yield will be higher. If it were in the past, we wouldn't have to choose this kind of suitable soil, but now..." Feng Yi looked at the seeds in his hand and said again, "We can't afford to be tossed around. If we can't grow them all at once, all of them will be wasted. In the current doomsday environment, it is quite difficult to find seeds like this. Show me the book." Qinyu held out his hand. He looked at the picture carefully and then asked with a hint of luck, Is there any place in the community that has not been reclaimed yet? And maybe there is this kind of soil? Feng shook her head. I have walked all over. The community covers an area of about 25 acres, and there are only 16 houses. After the zombie outbreak, there was no time to build the rest. And the other land was poured with cement and paved with bricks by the developer before, and was going to be turned into a park. There is no way to grow crops there. Chinyu listened to the general idea and said, It sounds like this place is quite big. It's okay, it's about the size of 2 standard football fields, and it can be a little bigger. Lenny sat next to him and explained, The houses here are quite far apart, and a lot of space is used to grow green plants. Who knew that zombies would break out? Shaolin is right. Feng nodded and said seriously, In fact, it's not very suitable to grow things inside the wall. The greenhouse is also carried in from outside. We can only grow plants after renovating it. Outside? How far is it? Chinyu asked. Just walk a dozen meters outside the wall. Feng pointed in a direction. That's easy, just keep carrying the sandy loam in, right? Hearing this, Chinyu clapped his hands and said, It's not that simple. Lenny took a piece of paper from the table, tore off a quarter of it, and wiped his mouth. There's not enough material in the community to build another greenhouse, and there are a lot of zombies walking back and forth outside. Can't we just plant the radishes directly? Chinyu was a little confused. I have never grown vegetables, but I went fishing in the countryside before. I saw that other people in the countryside just grow vegetables like that. Look at the book in your hand, the few lines of words in the lower left corner. Feng said lightly, and then got up to have breakfast. Hearing this, Chinyu looked down and saw that it was written on it. The suitable temperature for growing radishes is between 20 and 26 degrees. Seeing this, he knew the reason. The temperature outside is basically below zero, and there is no material to build a greenhouse. This thing in the community, although the name is the same, but Chinyu has seen it, it is good to have 1/3 of the greenhouse, just a small shed. This is also because zombies are too dangerous. They not only target living people. Many times, if these materials are placed in the store, if zombies walk in, they will make a mess inside, and most of the things will be trampled. When they go through all the trouble to search, they are all rotten. The most important thing is that if the vegetables in the shed are pulled out, and the radishes are planted, it is likely that both will be gone in the end. After all, although only a few tomatoes and other vegetables were grown, it was a success. And as time goes on, the zombies outside will probably trample the land into pieces, and even their juices will pollute the sandy loam. By then, even if there is soil, it will be full of zombie blood, and it is still a question whether it can be grown. Even if it succeeds, no one will dare to eat it, right? Chinyu frowned and thought carefully about the solution. Suddenly, he raised his head and said, I got it! How many months? Lenny made a joke. After all, everyone had to stay in the wall to prepare for winter. They didn't need to go out and risk danger for a short time. She didn't have to worry about Chinyu getting hurt outside. No, I mean I have a solution. Chinyu took the book and patted Lenny's arm gently, and said again, Since we can't plant inside, why don't we plant outside? It's only a dozen meters away anyway, so we can build a few fences, and have someone stand guard every day and patrol at the same time. Feng was carrying breakfast, eating while shaking her head. You think too simply, the land is right behind the community, which is exactly in a straight line with the front door. Now we are seriously short of manpower, and Ma Zhuang is dead, so there are not many people left. Hearing this, Chinyu said a little embarrassedly, Sorry, you have one less person. Feng curled her lips. Alei has already told me, don't worry, I won't say anything. By the way, let me tell you something else, from now on, someone will have to stand guard every day. Can you accept it? I have to go myself. Feng sat down again and spoke. Chinyu nodded. It's okay, you can arrange it. Well, people like Li Yao and Yang Zi, who have some fighting ability, will be arranged in the evening. For example, people like me and Xiao Ning who can barely shoot, will be arranged in the morning. After saying that, she looked at the watch on her hand and quickly finished eating. Well, it's almost time to take over. Let Shaolin tell you the details. I told her last night. Then Feng got up and went upstairs to change clothes. Chinyu said softly, It's really not easy. She, as the boss, has to stand guard on duty. Lenny whispered. After the last attack, Sister Feng was actually quite sad. She wasn't really sad that the community was destroyed. It was mainly because many people died. There was chaos at the time. Not only was there a difference in numbers, but also in force. When she went to bed at night, She quietly told me that she didn't want to accept too many women and children for the time being. They had no fighting power, and were too comfortable here. If they were attacked, they would even forget to resist. It would be better to let these people stay in the wild for a while. At least they would know how to pick up weapons. Chinyu nodded. In fact, I wanted to say this recently. The people inside also need training. Not to mention how to use guns, at least they need to know some basic chopping skills. Chapter 267. With you here, I feel much more at ease. Lenny suddenly turned her head, reached out, and patted Chinyu's shoulder. She then stood up and pressed her neck, saying softly, I'm going to set up the infirmary, bye. I help you. Chinyu followed her, and walked to the room on the right side of the first floor. The room here is quite large, and the light is also very good, and it is not polluted by zombies at all. Aren't you afraid of gossip when you come to help me do these things, you busy man? Lenny chuckled, opened the cabinet by the door, took out a white coat and put it on, then turned around and smiled. Hearing this, Chinyu looked at her smiling face, still so beautiful, as if she was not affected by the end of the world. Then he whispered, just say it, I'm thick-skinned anyway, it doesn't matter. Oh, really? Lenny suddenly smiled, took a few steps forward, grabbed Chinyu's collar, stood on tiptoe and moved closer. I want to see how thick your skin is. Seeing her getting so close, and then smelling a fragrance, Chinyu suddenly blushed, took her hand away, and said nervously, well, I see you've almost done it. I go check on the chicken first. After saying that, he ran away. Ha. Lenny made him run away with a smile, holding her chest. What are you laughing at? Feng changed her clothes, and happened to see Chinyu running out, and then walked over. Why did he leave? Did he tell me about the guard? Lenny straightened her clothes and said with a smile. No, he said he was thick-skinned and didn't care about what others said. Then I got a little closer, and his face turned red. Who would have thought that he would be shy even though he was so decisive when killing people? Feng leaned against the door frame and said, I told you, he definitely likes you. He was just a little embarrassed in front of Li Yao at that time. Well, I'm grateful for the end of the world. Lenny sat on a chair, flipping through a book and talking casually. Hearing this, Feng walked up to her, touched her forehead, and asked curiously, You don't have a fever? What nonsense are you talking about? What's good about this doomsday? Lenny slapped her hand away and continued, If it weren't for the appearance of this zombie, he and I would never have had any intersection in this life. Hearing this, Feng folded her hands and nodded. Speaking of which, you are a top doctor at a prestigious university, and he is a takeaway boy who runs around all day. The two of you are really from different worlds. Yeah. Lenny closed the book, propped her chin with both hands, recalled the night they met in the villa area. A smile appeared on her face, her eyes curved into crescents, and whispered, The end of the world has come, all order has collapsed. Like before, there was no such thing as being well matched. Now, everyone is trying to survive. The difference is who will live longer. But he seems to be getting better and better, but I'm still standing still. Lenny said again. You've made a perfect start, right? Feng rolled her eyes at her, lifted Lin Yi's chin with her finger, curled her lips, and said, You are a doctor, and you are so pretty. What else can you improve? You just like to get into my arms when you sleep at night. Go away. Lin Yi blushed and turned her head away. It's because one of the windows in your room is broken. It's so cold at night. Are you okay? Don't you still have to stand guard? I'm very busy today. Don't bother me here. After saying that, she stood up and pushed Feng out. Oh, you are such a person. You can turn against me at any time. Feng was speechless, pretending to be angry and poked her forehead, then turned and left. After spending so many days together, Feng has already regarded Lin Yi as a good girlfriend. Although she is several years older, it is not a big problem. There is a saying that as long as the mentality is good, girls are always 18 years old. Chinyu was teased by Lin Yi and left directly. He said that watching the chickens was just an excuse. He heard the chickens crowing in the house just now. It was probably because of this that Feng Yi and the others woke up so early. He touched the seeds in his pocket and planned to put them away when he returned. He would take them out when he was sure that he could plant them, so as not to lose them. When he returned to the house, Alei had already woken up. He was doing push-ups with his feet on the sofa, shirtless, and half a bucket of water on his back. Chinyu walked over, took a look at the scars all over his body, and asked casually, How many did you do? Alei did not answer, and still kept breathing rhythmically. Dazhuang sat at the dining table and answered for him. It seems to be almost half an hour. He got up just after you left. Hearing this, Chinyu secretly said, What a beast, each one is so standard, and there is a weight on the back. Then he put the seeds back to his bedroom, and went out again, intending to check the wall. The clothes he was wearing were found in the village, an autumn coat, which was washed casually last night, and then dried by the fire. It's strange to say that Chinyu is now wearing 2 t-shirts inside, and with this coat, he doesn't feel cold. It seems that there are many benefits to fitness. He went to check the wall, not because he didn't trust Feng Yi and De Zhuang, but when he saw Lin Yi's smile, he didn't want to let those dangers have a chance to sneak in. When he chatted with Xiao Ning last night, he felt how dangerous it was just by hearing the description. If the men who attacked the infirmary had guns, Lin Yi would not have had any chance at all, and would not have been able to rush up. Those people were all beasts. If they caught a beautiful woman like Lin Yi, hell would be waiting for her. Every time he thought of this, Chinyu regretted it. He shouldn't have wasted time with Lu Qing. He should have just wasted it. Fortunately, Xiao Ning forced herself to wake up and saved Lin Yi. Otherwise, Chinyu would have lived in self-blame for the rest of his life. He went out to search for medicine to save people in the future, but his savior had an accident. What's the big deal? What's more, Chinyu didn't have no feelings for her at all. While walking and thinking about things, he soon came to the wall, then came back to his senses, and looked around carefully. It is about 10 meters high, and this is after it has been raised. Chinyu knocked on the wooden boards with his hands. After a few seconds, there was a sudden slapping sound from outside. Although the wall did not move at all, he still frowned. Although the zombies cannot be pushed down, they are also hidden dangers after a long time. Chinyu listened to the sounds outside, and judged that the number should be no less than 5, and said to himself. Chapter 268. These walls are made of wood. After all, there are forests all around. Besides zombies, there are also many trees. Tree trunks as thick as thighs are standing upright. Below are pits dug by manpower. Judging from their sturdy appearance, they are probably dug quite deep. Each tree is 2 meters apart and erected at the same distance. Through the gap, Chinyu saw that one was placed inside and the other outside. Then he walked around the wall for a distance and couldn't help but sigh that Feng Yi was really smart, because there was a gap of several centimeters between the tree trunks inside and outside, which was just enough to put the wooden board horizontally. The wall can be built without nails. As for the raised part above, which is higher than the height of the tree trunks, it is fixed with wooden boards and iron nails. After all, in general, the wall is more stressed in the middle and lower parts. Even if it is attacked, the lower part will be attacked first. But Chinyu felt that this was not enough. If the inside could also use wood to support the wall diagonally, it might be more stable. At least when attacked, it can hold up until they arrive. In this way, it will not be directly breached. The wall is not only for zombies, but also for other humans. After noting down several weaker areas, Chinyu marked them with stones, planning to wait until the weather gets warmer and take others to cut some trees. Try to reinforce this place. Then he walked towards the warehouse to see how much goods were left in the community. After a busy time, it was almost noon. No one in the community had a unified meal. Whoever was hungry would make their own food. Generally speaking, no one would make food unless everyone gathered together. After all, in this environment, everyone has something to do every day. Chinyu took a small bag of biscuits from the warehouse and ate it while walking out. There was enough food in the warehouse, but it was quite short of clothes and quilts, and dry wood was needed for winter. When he staggered to the door, Feng Yi was coming down from above. Seeing this, Chinyu greeted her. Who will be on guard next? After Feng Yi landed, she turned around and said, There is another woman living with us, you don't know her. By the way, you will be on guard when it gets dark, and then it will be a lay. Chinyu nodded. Okay, I understand. How many hours is one shift? How do you rotate? Hearing this, Feng Yi followed him into the community, saying as he walked, Generally, one person is on duty every 2 days. If someone is injured or sick, the interval will be shortened to 5 hours each time. Okay, I remember that. Chinyu said softly. Feng Yi turned his head to look at him, and explained, There are only 16 people in the community who can move now. I have also assigned tasks to those elderly people. Each person has to walk around the back half of the wall every 2 hours to check if there are any gaps. Hearing this, Chinyu immediately asked curiously, Those people are old? There won't be any trouble at night, right? Feng Yi shook his head. Although there are not many flashlights in the community, they are basically used by these old men and women. I have also thought carefully that if the enemy rushes in, they will also be attacked. It is better to be more tired at ordinary times and have peace of mind. After your last disturbance, this group of people are not as rebellious as before. Speaking of this, Feng Yi suddenly smiled. Chinyu hummed, then said softly, If you ask me, the doctor has to see those people and study other medical books. It's already very tiring. Why don't we just let her stand guard? We should be enough. Hearing this, Feng Yi glanced at him with a smile and whispered, "What's the matter? Are you heartbroken?" Qin did not deny or refuse. "I just think that if the doctor has an accident, we can't even treat her wounds." He. Feng Yi patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I didn't arrange these things for Xiaolin at all. I just gave an example this morning. You are not the only one in this community who cares about her. Everyone understands the importance of doctors in the doomsday." Qin was relieved and nodded. "Okay, by the way, when you come in from the community gate, I have marked a few marks on the wall towards the upper right corner. You can find someone to dig a pit 3 meters away, 1 meter deep, and then I will bring some wood to fix it there." "Okay, I arrange it later." Feng Yi waved her hand and walked towards the greenhouse to see how the vegetables were doing. Then Qin continued to walk towards Lin Yi to see how the eggs were doing. The room was empty, and Lin Yi was not here either. I don't know where she went. Walking to the corner of the living room, there was a small room made of cardboard, with a small cardboard box in the middle, some broken clothes inside, and 2 eggs were placed there safely. Qin walked around, took a bucket, and moved the clothes and eggs over. Then he thought about it, and moved the nest to the triangular position under the stairs, which was relatively warmer. Then he came to the chicken coop, looked carefully, selected a larger old hen, and then went in to catch it. After stepping on the soles of his shoes with chicken shit, he finally caught it. Then he carried the chicken to the coop. Lenny came back at this time, and saw Qin holding the chicken with both hands. She smiled and said, "What are you doing? Are you going to give it a bath?" "Preparing to hatch chicks. I wonder if it will succeed," Qin said with some worry. Hearing this, Lenny quickly took off her gloves, put on slippers, and ran over. "I want to see how it is hatched," Qin said softly. "I don't know much either. Theoretically, you just need to put the hen into the nest, and the chicks will come out after 20 days. The specific situation depends on the actual situation. By the way, go find something to cover it, so that the chicken won't be restless and may not stay in it honestly." Lenny made an okay gesture, looked around, and directly dismantled the chick delivery room that she had built last night, then found a knife in the kitchen and made 5 or 6 holes in the cardboard. "Is this okay?" she walked over and asked. Qin took a look, nodded, and said again, "According to the old man, we need to find something to press it down. Here, bring a few bowls from the small pot." After a busy period, the two finally succeeded. Then Qin looked at the barrel and said to himself, "It's not easy to feed the hens like this. By the way, are you afraid of chickens?" He turned his head and asked the girl next to him. Lenny poked him with her elbow and said speechlessly, "Do you think I'm afraid?" Chapter 269. "Well, I think you won't be afraid," Chen said seriously. Then he opened the lid, took out the old hen, and handed it to Lin Yi. "Take it first. I use tools to make a hole in the bucket, so it's easier to feed." Lin Yi didn't refuse, took it with a smile, and whispered, "Girls are generally afraid of this kind of animal. Although I'm a doctor, if it's a ferocious big rooster, it's also very scary. Okay, you see this hen is very docile." Hearing this, Qin looked at her and said gently, "If those 2 roosters dare to attack you, I will stew them into chicken soup." Lin Yi's eyes lit up. "Really?" "Of course, but the chicken soup I stew may not be very delicious." As he spoke, Qin walked towards the kitchen. It's okay. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Sister Feng will let her help when the time comes." Speaking of this, Lin Yi began to look forward to the roosters being a little fiercer. But when she let them out last night, they became less noisy again. It was probably because of the end of the world. After all, they couldn't eat often and had to rely on people to feed them. Qin took the lighter from the kitchen and walked to the stove in the backyard. When he was in the community, he did not carry a dagger, although he had a pistol on his waist in case of emergency. Feng Yi also said that other people in the community were not allowed to carry weapons except when they were on guard duty. After all, being attacked by other enemies was rare. If some people carried guns, they might fight because of some verbal disputes. If they accidentally injured someone, it would be meaningless for Feng Yi to skin the shooter alive. If Lin Yi is hurt, then even if she regrets it, she can't make up for it. So after careful consideration, the only people who can carry guns in the community now are Lei and Chen. As for the reason, it is because Lei helped to speak up. He thinks Chen will not shoot at people without reason. Anyone who kills people has a reason. Just like the previous handling of Ma Zhuang, not only did Chen give a chance, but even Lei himself planned not to shoot until the last step. But in this doomsday, the personalities of some people are really affected too deeply. People who rarely fought before, after being in the apocalypse for a few months, actually wanted to kill people at any time. In the eyes of such people, killing is enough. This is completely inconsistent with the philosophy of Lei, Qinyu and Fengyi. If they kill indiscriminately, they might stab their own people one day. So after listening to Lei's description in detail, Fengyi also agreed to his request and allowed Qinyu to carry a gun. In the apocalypse, relying solely on reason sometimes really doesn't work. A few minutes later, Qinyu came in with a red-hot knife. Lin Yi was putting the chicken on the paper shell, holding its wings with her left hand and stroking it gently with her right hand. Seeing this, Qinyu walked up and said with a smile, "Others are petting cats and dogs, but you have changed your target to chickens." Hearing his voice, Lin Yi raised her head and said with a smile, "You know what? This hen is really docile and has no temper at all." Although she said this now, Lin Yi would not think so in about a month. Qinyu squatted down and carefully cut the barrel with a knife. Since the knife was heated, it was easy to cut. He whispered, "Come to think of it, you said you were afraid of dogs half a year ago. Were you bitten?" "Hey, it was 7 months ago. You still remember it so clearly?" Lin Yi was a little surprised. Then she squatted down beside him and gently touched Qinyu's body with her shoulder. "Hey, you didn't like me since then? We only knew each other for a short time at that time. How could it be related to the word like? Besides, I just have a better memory." Qinyu coughed a few times and said seriously. Lin Yi curled her lips. "Okay, come to think of it, is the cut a little too small?" As soon as she finished speaking, she held the hen a little forward, compared it and said, "Look, cut a little more on top." Then Lin Yi whispered again, "It's not that I was bitten, but a very serious patient was sent to the emergency room before. At that time, the dog was already dead, but it was still biting the person's neck." Hearing this, Qinyu turned his head and asked, "What happened later? Was the man saved?" Lin Yi shook her head gently, with a sad look on her face. "At that time, I had just entered the hospital not long ago and was still following my teacher. The dog bit the man's neck to death, and it was difficult to remove it. When we took off the dog's body, we found that the man's neck had been bitten off long ago. As soon as the dog's teeth left, the head on the bed fell directly to my feet, staring at me with wide eyes. That tragic appearance had a great impact on me at the time." After hearing this, Qinyu put his hand on her knee and whispered, "Are you okay now?" Lin Yi continued, "I didn't go to the emergency room for a month, and it took me almost half a year to recover. During that half a year, I couldn't sleep when I heard the barking of dogs. It was hard to imagine that such an animal could bite people like that. Don't think about it. If a dog appears again in the future, I will be responsible for blocking you, even if it is a corpse dog." Qinyu didn't know what to say, so he just made a promise to her. "Don't lie to me." Lin Yi raised her head, and the sadness between her brows disappeared, replaced by a smiling look. "Why are you?" Qinyu was slightly startled. Lin Yi smiled gently and said, "You mean, why was I so sad just now, and the next second I was fine, right?" Qinyu nodded truthfully, and took the knife in his palm. Hearing this, Lin Yi lowered his head and said softly, "I'm used to seeing life and death. When I'm doing rounds, I also meet those children who are seriously ill and still greet me politely, but after just one night, some of them will never wake up again." Qinyu was silent for a while, then whispered, "I have been an orphan since I was a child. I was always worried when I wandered around. I was worried that if I closed my eyes and didn't open them the next day, my life would be over." Feeling that the atmosphere was a little wrong, Lin Yi held his hand and said seriously, "Days like the past will never happen again. You have me now." Before she finished speaking, she looked at Qinyu's eyes, her cheeks slightly red, and she pulled her hand back and said again, "You have me and Zhang Yin now. We meet again. There is also Dazhuang Yangzi and Alii Fingjia, as well as Li Yao and others. Let's work together to try to recreate our previous lives in this doomsday." Chapter 270. Hearing Lin Yi's serious and firm words, Qinyu suddenly felt a lump in his throat for some reason. Ordinary people may not understand anything, but for someone like him, who has lived a hard life since childhood, being adopted by an orphanage and later adopted is already a great fortune. Qinyu stayed in the orphanage for about a year, and once quietly returned to the familiar bridge hole. At that time, he was only less than 10 years old, but he saw with his own eyes that a group of people salvaged the bodies of 2 teenagers, who were 3 or 4 years older than him. Qinyu recognized them at a glance. They were also wandering in other places. According to the people around him, the 2 children were thirsty, and went to the river to scoop water to boil and drink, but it was winter, and there was thin ice everywhere. The one who went first missed the step and fell into the river. The other one tried to pull him out, but was pulled down and both drowned in the river. If Chinyu had not been lucky enough to be sent to an orphanage by a kind person, his future might have been the same as those two older children, wandering around all day and finally falling down somewhere unknown. After being adopted, he did not live a happy life for a few years. His adoptive parents died again, and Chinyu became an orphan again. He thought that he would just deliver takeouts, save some money to go out for a bike ride, see the world, and then his life would just pass by like this. He had no friends, no family, came to this world alone, and then left alone. But who would have thought that when the end of the world came, the appearance of zombies would change his fate by chance? Although life became harder and more tiring, many people appeared around him. For example, the girl squatting in front of him now, talking to him with a serious face. Cluck, cluck. His thoughts drifted far away. Chinyu was slightly distracted, and was stimulated by the rooster's cry. He turned his head and took the hen from Lin Yi's hand, then turned around and put it in the bucket, and said softly, "I will take on the heavy responsibility. As long as I am still alive, everyone will be fine. You have to take care of yourself, silly." Lin Yi said with a smile, clapped her hands, and walked forward to help him cover it. "Come on, let's go get some food for the hen, so that she can concentrate on hatching the chicks." Lin Yi put the pot on top to press it down, and then pushed Chinyu out. Hee hee. Chinyu smiled. "The brand is over there in the warehouse. I forgot to bring it over. If you go over, do you want to change your shoes?" "Oh yes." Lin Yi remembered that she had just changed into slippers, so she quickly changed them, and left with Chinyu. The community had enough supplies, and Feng Yi usually took good care of Lin Yi, and basically arranged everything she needed for clothing and daily necessities. In Feng Yi's words, Shaolin helped everyone see patients and treat wounds every day. When everyone went out to search for supplies, in addition to some medical books, other clothes and shoes should be brought back first, and not handed in first, and the doctor should be given priority to choose. Zhang Yin was really envious of this, but he would not be jealous, and would even help Lin Yi search for things more attentively. However, Lin Yi did not take too much. She also understood that it was not easy for everyone to survive in this environment, so she would only take it after it was worn out. The new pair of white sneakers on her feet were given to her by Feng Yi. Now it is not like before, you can go to the store to buy them at any time. Having such a pair of shoes in the doomsday is already very good. Soon the two of them came back with a half bag of bran. Along the way, other people in the community also greeted Chinyu and Lin Yi with a smile. They are not stupid. The status of the doctor is naturally needless to say. Even if Feng Yi doesn't care, this group of people have to please her. After all, who dares to guarantee that they will not get sick? There are zombies everywhere. Even diarrhea can kill people. If you can get along well with the doctor, at least you have a guarantee. As for the man next to her, he has been very close to Lei Feng Yi recently, and he is very ruthless, so those people dare not ignore him at all. Huh? I'm finally back. Lin Yi walked into the house, and continued to change into slippers, saying depressedly, "I've been smiling all the way, I'm really tired." Chinyu walked in with the brand and said with a smile, "Isn't this good? It means you are very popular, so no one will bully you. And you look pretty when you smile." "Aw?" Lin Yi was about to get some water when she heard that sentence. She continued to run over in her slippers. "What did you just say?" "I said you are very popular." Chinyu looked at the brand in the bag and felt a little confused. The old man seemed to have only said that this thing can be used to feed chickens, but he didn't say how to feed them. "No, no." Lin Yi waved her hand and continued, "Next sentence." Hearing this, Chinyu turned around and looked at her, chuckled, and said seriously, "I said, you look pretty when you smile." Hee hee. Lin Yi happily put her hands on her waist and continued to walk to the kitchen with satisfaction, preparing to get some water. Since Chinyu returned from his disappearance, her mood has really been getting better and better. Before he was not known, let alone joking, Lin Yi was too lazy to say a few words in the community every day. At that time, Lin Yi once thought that Chinyu was dead, and Dajwang might have had an accident. She said she would come back if she found him, but in the end, several months had passed in a flash. Usually, she only talked more when she was with Feng Yi in private. There was also an incident in the community at that time. A man who didn't have a partner was itching to have sex in the doomsday, and then he saw Lin Yi, a beautiful girl, walking around, so he hung around in front of her all day. He hoped to attract her attention, but since Lin Yi expressionlessly held a sharp scalpel and almost cut off 2 fingers of a man, and then sewed them up as if nothing had happened, no one dared to harass her anymore. Feng Yi also asked Lei at that time to keep an eye on it, and not let some people with bad intentions in the community provoke Lin Yi. After all, she had to be busy building a wall to prevent zombies from gathering around, and she had to go outside to command, so she couldn't always watch from inside. There were many people in the community at that time, and they were mixed. In the end times, if someone bullied Lin Yi by force, Feng Yi would not have the face to see Dazhuang Yangzi. After all, this doctor was brought back by their brother and sister. Later, it turned out that this girl was not a human being when she was ruthless, and I was worrying too much. As the wall was basically built, Feng Yi began to kick out those bad apples. With the terrifying thug Lei around, the group of people did not dare to act rashly. Qinyu squatted in front of the hen, put a bowl on a small stool, and sprinkled some bran in it, wondering, "Eat? Why don't you eat?" At this time, Feng Yi also came back. She stood by the door and looked around, then walked over and said with a smile, "How can it eat if you don't add water? If I feed you rice directly, will you eat it?" After that, she scooped some water in a small bowl and walked over. This was melted snow, usually put in the bathroom for use, enough for the chickens to drink. Chapter 271. Here you go. Feng Yi stood about 1 meter behind Qinyu and handed him the bowl. It doesn't attack people. Qinyu turned around, chuckled and took the bowl. Then he carefully poured a little into the small bowl in front of him, stirred it with his fingers, and pushed it back in front of the chicken. Sure enough, after being in a daze for a few seconds, it began to peck at the food. "It's done." Qinyu clapped his hands and stood up, then turned his head and asked, "How do you know that this needs to be mixed with water?" "I think the book only mentions different foods." Hearing this, Feng Yi stared at the chickens in the bucket and whispered, "It's not written in this book. I've seen it in other books. I used to have a super large study room at home, with a lot of them, but unfortunately I left in a hurry, and I didn't dare to go back and take them away, because that was the area with the most zombies." Qinyu said, "I have to ask you to keep an eye on them in the future. These chickens are very important. They represent the hope of survival. Can you do it?" Since the nest was built in the backyard, Feng Yi also understood that it was impossible to retreat blindly. She nodded. "If they are all well kept like this, I'm not afraid. Don't worry, I will help you get through this in the future." Before Qinyu could answer, Lin Yi came over again, put a hand on Feng Yi's shoulder, and said seriously, "Hee." Feng Yi was a little unconvinced, but still forced a smile. Qinyu grabbed Lin Yi's left hand, looked at his watch, and said, "It's almost time. Let's go and notify those people separately, and all gather in the yard over here for a short meeting." Lin Yi, whose wrist was grabbed by him, did not pull back, but asked curiously, "What's wrong? What happened?" Feng Yi whispered beside him, "It's not that bad. I guess he meant to prevent it from happening in the future." Qinyu nodded. "That's about it. As the saying goes, there is no order without rules, although it's not realistic to have some rules and regulations. But if there are no rules to restrain everyone, as the end of the world progresses, it is likely to cause some irreversible consequences." Then he turned to Lin Yi and said, "We will gather here later. You don't need to go out. Just wait here, Feng Yi, and I will go and notify them." Lin Yi agreed obediently. Then Qinyu left the room first. After he left, Feng Yi poked Lin Yi's waist with her elbow and whispered, "He grabbed your hand, and you acted as if nothing happened. A few months ago, a man touched your shoulder, and you almost cut off his hand. TSK, the difference is really big." Hearing this, Lin Yi blushed a little and said angrily, "Don't be so gossipy. Go and notify people to attend the meeting, otherwise I will take the chicken to our bedroom. It's so smelly, how dare you." Feng Yi looked at the footprints left by Qinyu on the floor, and her head was overwhelmed. She glared at Lin Yi and left. After looking at the ground, Lin Yi went to the trash can to pick up a piece of torn clothes, put it on the broom, and carefully cleaned up the dirt. After about 10 minutes, most of the people who were still in the community came to the front yard of Feng Yi's house. The space here is quite large, and there is more than enough space for everyone to stand here. Of course, it's because there are not many people now. After almost everyone arrived, Qinyu stood on the steps above the door and said, "Except for those standing guard at the door, and those who have injured their legs and cannot get out of bed, everyone else is here. Next, Feng Yi and I will announce a few things." After the voice fell, Feng Yi said softly, "I have discussed it with him. Just listen to his announcement." Hearing this, Qinyu nodded slightly at her, and then shouted loudly, "I don't care who you were before or what your identity was. As long as you are not a murderer and have not done anything that harms the world, now inside this wall, everyone is the same, and we are all survivors." Lei stood beside Qinyu and whispered, "Don't worry, we kicked people like this out before. Chinyu hummed and shouted again. There is a saying that one of the differences between us humans and animals is that we can restrain all our behaviors. In the past, we relied on laws, but now, order has disappeared, and many people do things without considering the consequences. So now I want to announce a few things. First of all, no one can use force if they disagree with each other. In other words, no matter how much you dislike him, you can't draw your knife and stab him. Otherwise, if things continue like this, when everyone clashes in the future, each of you will stab each other with a knife, and it depends on who falls first. But what if the other party rushes in with weapons to cause trouble? Just sit there and wait for death. A voice suddenly shouted from the crowd in the yard. Chinyu turned his head and saw who had spoken. He smiled slightly and replied, "The premise is that he must have weapons. From now on, except for those on guard, no one else is allowed to carry guns, crossbows, bows and arrows, etc. Either don't come in, or if you step through that door, you have to hand over all the weapons on your body, even daggers. You are new here too. Why should I listen to you?" Huang Lulin, who had clashed with Ma Zhuang and De Zhuang a few days ago, suddenly shouted in dissatisfaction. He saw Chinyu and Lei come back yesterday, but Ma Zhuang had not returned yet. He ran to ask Feng Yi, but the answer he got was 3 words of understatement. The person is dead. If it was private, he would not dare to challenge Chinyu. But now that everyone in the community is here, Huang Lulin took advantage of the crowd and became much bolder. Hearing this, Chinyu looked at him and frowned. "I remember you, the lackey who followed Ma Zhuang last time. Next, I have to say one more thing. We don't mind small groups in the community, but it's best not to delay the main business, otherwise, get out of here one by one. I know that some of you will feel that now that there are fewer people in the community, Feng Yi has to please you, so as not to make you unhappy. After all, some people are still useful. But now..." Chinyu glanced at the people present below and shouted in a deep voice, "If you want to survive, you have to work together. Everyone should not think about being lazy. If anyone thinks that he is unique and irreplaceable in this doomsday, and throws a tantrum, just try it." After the voice fell, he pointed to the house. "Even if it is a doctor who disobeys orders, and is unwilling to cooperate in this community, I am still confident that I can find the next one. As for those of you who are not as good as doctors, I advise you to stop being so bad. Either work hard or get out as soon as possible." Chapter 272. Lin Yi, who was lying by the window, was listening to Chinyu's speech seriously. She certainly would not get angry because she was pointed at. She even had some expectations. If there was really one more doctor, she would be able to relax a lot. Maybe she could spend more time with Chinyu in the future. This is the difference between the people around Chinyu and others. Lin Yi herself would not be a drag, and was even more sensible. If it were another doctor, he would be dissatisfied if Chinyu pointed at his nose and said something to him. "If I am not allowed here, I will find another place to stay. At worst, I can go to another survivor base." In the end times, doctors are popular everywhere. But Lin Yi would not do that. She had long been annoyed with some people. They were so exaggerated when dealing with wounds. They wanted her to be anesthetized for just a scratch. They liked to dawdle when changing medicines. They would never sit if they could lie down. If Lin Yi had not had a good personality, and did not care about these trivial matters, she would really not bother to care. Looking at the group of people below in silence, Chinyu turned his head to look at the window behind him and blinked at Lin Yi. He was worried that Lin Yi might misunderstand what she said just now, but the result was beyond Chinyu's expectation. Lin Yi, this girl, actually stuck out her tongue at him and laughed. The more they got along, the more Chinyu realized how good Lin Yi was. Feng Yi said that before this, she had always been hardworking and followed the arrangements, often staying in the infirmary alone until late at night. Feng Yi saw all this just to disinfect the supplies brought back by everyone, and then carefully sort them out, so she basically gave her the first priority, second only to finding food. So even though the world is ending, everything doctors can use in this community, such as stethoscopes, medical gloves, scalpels, etc., are all found before the end of the world. This is also thanks to Lei's great ability. He, Zhang-yin, Hongwu and Lao Cheng, for people, were able to escape from the hospital surrounded by zombies. If it weren't for the lack of electricity, Lei wanted to bring back some medical machines for her. But now Chinyu and his group brought back 2 diesel generators. If they can find a lot of wires and sockets in the future, maybe those machines can really be restarted. Chinyu was a little distracted for a moment, coughed slightly, and said again, "Huang Lulin, you think I am not qualified to speak, right? Well, I won't say more. Now, it's the end of the world anyway. Let's act like men, Whoever stands up listens to whoever is in charge. Wang Lulin stood in the first row of the crowd and shouted, "What if you get hurt? What if a Lei and a Zhuang make trouble for me?" Hearing this, they both shook their heads at the same time. "Don't worry, we won't." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Zi pulled his brother's clothes and whispered, "No, if Qinyu is really injured, you have to help him." Dazhuang lowered his head and whispered, "Don't worry, those few hits of his are not good enough, Xiaoyu will be fine." Seeing that the two had expressed their opinions, Wang Lulin had no choice but to go out with his head held high. "You decide how to do it." Qinyu pondered for a moment, turned around and walked into the yard, broke a smooth thin branch from the tree, and poked it on the ground a few times to get some dirt on it. Then he threw it in front of Wang Lulin, and he said lightly, "You use this branch, I'm empty-handed. If you hit me once, I will no longer care about anything in the community." Hearing this, Wang Lulin felt humiliated. He picked up the strip on the ground and shouted again in dissatisfaction, "You don't care about anything?" "Of course." Qinyu nodded lightly. Hearing this, Wang Lulin rolled his eyes, glanced at the doctor in the room, and plucked up the courage to speak. "Can I chase her?" After the voice fell, Qinyu's face sank. "Before you speak, you better think about it first. She is my friend, not the community." Then Lenny picked up the slippers from inside and threw them out, shouting angrily, "Chase, chase, chase your uncle. Is it true that without women, you men can't live? The lesson from last time wasn't enough, right? If you dare to bother me, I show you my special skill, 30 cuts, avoiding vital points." Hearing the doctor's tough words, everyone present broke out in cold sweats, and sighed that Wang Lulin was really bold and dared to say anything. Hearing this, Wang Lulin trembled, picked up the slippers on the ground, walked back humbly, and said with a red face, "Well, Dr. Lin, I just said it casually, mainly to stimulate him, you know. I never show up in front of you." "Don't be angry." Lin Yi snorted coldly. "I hate you men who look down on women when the world ends." "What's wrong? We are goods. You can just pick whatever you like, right?" "Well said." "That's right. We are living people, not animals. No one can pick them at will." Lin Yi's words stimulated the women present, and they all echoed him. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Feng Yi walked over, took the shoes, handed them to Lin Yi, and then turned around and said, "Don't worry, everyone. I said at the beginning of the community that love is based on the premise that two people admire each other. No one should try to occupy anyone here by force. I can't control outside the wall, but inside, anyone who dares to commit a crime will end up in a serious situation. I won't interfere with normal pursuits, but I hope you understand that if someone explicitly refuses, don't stick to it, otherwise the outcome will be bad for everyone." After saying that, she nodded at Qinyu. Qinyu immediately said, "Come on, let me see if your methods are as hard as your words." Everyone quickly dispersed after hearing this, leaving a space in the middle. Wang Lulin slowly stood over. At this time, he had already regretted it. It was just a matter of talking, but he offended several women. He didn't like doctors at all. He just wanted to make Qinyu angry and reveal his flaws. Who would have thought that he would end up making the doctor angry? As Qinyu stood 5 meters in front of him, Wang Lulin gritted his teeth, roared, and rushed forward. Then his body suddenly stopped, and he held the branch in his right hand and swung it horizontally across Qinyu's waist at a very tricky angle. Qinyu smiled slightly, exerted force with his legs quickly, and rushed out. When the branch was about to hit him, he grabbed Wang Lulin's wrist with his right hand, and then twisted it in another direction, causing the branch to fall directly to the ground. Then he thrust his shoulder forward and rammed the opponent's chest hard. After this, Wang Lulin felt as if he was hit by a bull, and could not help but retreat. A muffled groan sounded, and everyone present, except Lei and Li Yao from Dazhuang, stared with their eyes wide open. Even Lin Yi opened her mouth at this time, looking a little surprised. Speaking of which, this was the first time she saw Qinyu take action in front of her. When she subdued Wang Tianhai last time, she did not see the previous process clearly. In the past, Qinyu would not dare to act rashly when he met the injured enemy. But now, with just one encounter, he knocked the healthy Wang Lulin back again, and fell into the bushes behind. A few seconds later, Wang Lulin climbed up with a mouthful of mud. He spit out the mud and said with his hands, "Thank you for your mercy. I surrender. You can command me as you like in the future. By the way, I am not Ma Shuang's lackey. I just followed him out many times, and I am not used to being with others." Chapter 273. Yeah. Qinyu put his hands behind his back and nodded expressionlessly. Wang Lulin limped into the crowd, and after he stood up, Qinyu shouted again. "I don't like to use force to prove anything, But I want to tell you one thing, that is, except here, it is basically difficult for you to get a little respect for your personality. For example, Jinyu glanced over and saw the position of those old men and women. He said coldly, in this doomsday, you are the only ones who have half a foot in the coffin. Do you really think you are useful, huh? Children can at least grow up, but people like you, who are over 60 or even 70 years old, can't run as fast as zombies outside. If Feng hadn't taken you in, I guarantee that you wouldn't survive a week if you were tied together. With Jinyu's ruthless words, those who were pointed at by him had purple faces and lowered their heads in shame, not knowing what to say. After pondering for a while, Jinyu closed his eyes and said again, in the future, the community will no longer accept the elderly, women and children separately. To put it bluntly, people like you who come in are a burden. They only open their mouths to ask for food. If they go out to search for supplies, they may get lost. From now on, everyone must follow the training. I don't expect you to improve your physical fitness. After all, there's not enough food for everyone to exercise their physique, but at least you have to know how to use a knife and shoot an arrow. To put it bluntly, even if you pick up a stone from the ground, you have to hit the zombies on the head accurately. Jinyu looked at the group of people below and shouted several times. Most of them are older than Jinyu, but so what? In today's environment, relying on age is useless. If you want to survive, you have to rely on your fists, otherwise you'd better dig a hole and bury yourself. Are you all deaf? Jinyu roared in a low voice with a dark face. I know. The old men were the first to agree in a low voice. At this moment, they realized that they were able to live until now not because of how important they were. It was because Feng Yi was too kind and couldn't bear to drive them out. But now, Feng Yi stood there quietly, too lazy to intervene. These people also understood that the community would have a major change in the future. At least, the days of weeding and loosening the soil every day and waiting for food like before would never come again. I understand. Intermittently, some people agreed. Most of these people were wanderers, who had come here before, and were used to the protection of the wall. If they were really driven out, they would probably freeze to death tonight. Then Feng Yi took a step forward and said seriously, next, I will focus on building the community, strive to make the environment better, the wall safer, and the food more stable. We also need everyone's cooperation. I will arrange tasks for everyone later. Let's work together to fight against the end of the world. Then she added, in the future, everything about community planting, breeding, construction, etc. must be done according to my ideas. If anyone complains again, don't blame me for being ruthless. After that, Feng Yi turned around and nodded slightly to Jinyu, then walked into the house. Jinyu continued, I believe many people have discovered that there are a few more chickens in the community and rice in the warehouse, but these are the trump cards for survival in the future. I'm here to remind you, if anyone gets itchy and stretches his claws towards these things, I promise that he will be hard to die. But if everyone works together to raise the chickens well, and even grow rice, then I can guarantee again that everyone can eat eggs once every half a month or even a week. When they heard that there were eggs to eat, most of the people present showed fiery eyes, and some even felt hungry. Now it is different from the past. Many things cannot be eaten whenever you want. After that, Jinyu talked again for a few minutes and then dispersed. Then Feng Yi went to find a few healthy men and asked them to go to the place where Jinyu left the mark and dig a few pits. Huang Lulin was a lot more honest after being hit, and volunteered to lead the way. Jinyu turned and walked into the house. Lin Yi was squatting there looking at the old hen, looking eager and funny. Then he walked over and whispered, no matter how much you look at it, it will take more than 20 days for it to hatch. There are 2 hens in the chicken coop in the backyard. Let's build a nest, and let them lay eggs. Lin Yi nodded immediately, then raised her left hand and scratched her armpit, which was a little itchy. But Jinyu misunderstood, thinking that he wanted him to help her, and then grabbed Lin Yi's wrist and pulled her up. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, but did not explain. She stood up and walked to the door with a red face. Wait for me to change my shoes. There is too much mud in the backyard. After a while, the two of them just walked to the chicken shed at the back, and 2 old ladies came over with a bunch of hay. Seeing them appear, one of them said flatteringly, well, I saw that your chickens have no nest, so I wanted to help make one. Don't worry, these grasses are used for making fire, very clean. Hearing this, Jinyu said softly, thank you very much. We will have to work together in the future. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, it's not hard. The 2 old ladies waved their hands quickly, put down the hay and left. Seeing this, Lin Yi asked curiously, it seems that you really scared them. These two old ladies are usually the most talkative. They are still restless even when the world is coming to an end. I didn't expect that they would be afraid today. Hee hee. Chinyu walked up and picked up the hay, saying disapprovingly, "Some people will never get their attitude right until the last step." Linny nodded and went up to help. A few minutes later, the two looked at the nest in the corner and were very satisfied. Linny put his hands on his waist seriously. "You, and the chicken staring at you, work harder and lay more eggs. I will get you more food in the future." At this time, Fengyi came back again. She walked forward and looked at her for a few times, then scratched Lin Yi's waist and said with a smile, "It's so cold in winter, the temperature is low, and chickens generally don't lay eggs." "What?" Lin Yi turned his head and was slightly startled. Hearing this, Chinyu said in confusion, "No, I saw that old man picked up these 2 eggs a few days ago. The temperature should be the same." Fengyi touched his chin, thought carefully for a moment, and said again, "He should be keeping chickens in a well-sealed chicken shed, or even in a basement." Chapter 274. Chinyu nodded. Indeed, the temperature in the basement was much warmer than outside. "That's it, these nests are just right for the chickens to rest. They probably won't lay eggs until spring, so we have to feed them well now," Fengyi explained with a smile. "Some of the houses in the community have been contaminated by zombies, and it's not easy to clean them. Some windows have been smashed. It's not realistic to keep chickens indoors. The most important thing is that we don't have a basement here." At this point, Fengyi shrugged helplessly. "I don't think your 2 diesel generators will be usable in the short term. If the noise problem is not solved, once they are started, we will be surrounded by zombies in less than 3 days." Chinyu looked at the surrounding environment, kicked the ground with his feet, and then whispered, "You can arrange it. When spring comes, and the ground is not so hard, find a way to dig a big pit." Hee hee. Fengyi chuckled, and with one hand lifted the hair beside her ear, she replied, "You think too simply. Using manpower to dig an underground pit to accommodate 2 diesel generators, and the noise must be minimized. It is more difficult than building a house." Hearing this, Lin Yi stepped forward and took Fengyi's arm, saying, "Hey, Sister Feng, don't say bad things. I believe Chinyu. As long as he says it's possible, he can definitely do it. Let's work hard together." "You?" Fengyi turned her head and scratched her nose with her hand, and said softly, "It's not that I don't believe in Chinyu. Forget it, I do my best to help him." After saying that, Fengyi pinched Lin Yi's waist and ran into the house. Seeing the laughter of the 2 girls, Chinyu also felt a little relieved, shook his head slightly, and walked towards the door. He couldn't let his guard down, as the situation outside was still as dangerous as before. Walking to the gate, Chinyu looked up and shouted, "Brother, how is the situation?" The man above was a young man, about 21 years old, with his wrist hanging. When he heard someone shouting, he turned his head and replied, "It's okay, it's normal, not even a bird can be seen." Hearing this, Chinyu walked up the stairs from the small house next to him. There was only one house at the door, on the right side of the gate. To go up, you take the stairs, and to go down, you usually hold the railing and slide directly. This was proposed by REI. In case of being attacked, the guards can grab the tree trunk directly from above, and return to the ground very quickly. Chinyu walked to the 2nd floor, and said to the young man, "Your hand is still injured. Go back and rest early. I will be the next shift. Just hand it over to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu stretched out his hand to take the gun, but the other party moved away, and said seriously, "I'm fine. My hand was injured by glass fragments. The doctor treated it for me. My right hand is fine, and I can still shoot." Hearing this, Chinyu looked up at him. His face was still a little immature, but his skin was yellowish, his eyes were bright, and his right index finger was always on the trigger, looking back and forth at the surrounding environment. Seeing this, Chinyu stopped forcing him and stood beside him and asked softly, "What's your name?" "Ding Tao." "Have you ever been a soldier?" Chinyu asked again. "No, I wanted to be one, but I wasn't selected." When Ding Tao thought of this, he felt a little disappointed. Not joining the army was the thing he regretted the most. "Why? I don't think you are nearsighted." Chinyu turned his head to look at him curiously. Hearing this, Ding Tao put the gun on the ground, then bit the cuff of his right hand with his teeth, and pressed his right hand down, revealing a whole arm with many strange scars on it, and some black lines could be vaguely seen. Chinyu took a closer look. It looked a bit like a tattoo, but it seemed to be covered by something behind it, and it looked like a burn. "The tattoo on your arm is so obvious." "No wonder." Ding Tao continued to hold the rifle and whispered, "The tattoo was of my ex-girlfriend and my name, as well as her favorite pattern, but later she fell in love with another boy and chose to go to college in another city. I planned to join the army because of my poor grades, but I was not selected. Later, I covered the tattoo. Hearing this, Jinyu said casually, "Impulse is the devil." Ding Tao was silent and did not answer. After a few minutes of silence, Jinyu looked at the zombies more than 100 meters away and whispered, "Why do I rarely see you in the community?" Ding Tao pondered for a while and explained, "I think the community is unrealistic. Where is the safe place in this doomsday? It will fall sooner or later. I would rather stay outside more often. By the way, I heard that you just announced several rules. Can you tell me about them?" he asked again. Jinyu nodded slightly. "Okay." Then, he spoke slowly. After more than 10 minutes, Jinyu finished speaking and said, "That's about it." Ding Tao hummed, "Your method is very good, I have no objection. In fact, I have said before that Sister Feng is too kind. It's the end of the world. Some people are lazy and don't work. Just kill them with a knife." Hearing this, Jinyu frowned and said coldly, "Have you forgotten what I said just now?" Ding Tao turned his head and looked into his eyes, and said firmly, "I haven't forgotten, but those people are useless." "What's wrong with what I said? With a few fewer people, these people in the community will live a few more days." Jinyu said indifferently, "I will pretend that I didn't hear what you said today. In this doomsday world, not only materials are useful, but people are also materials. Everything depends on people. If you kill people at every turn, how can you rebuild civilization in the future? Why rebuild? Isn't it good for me to live a carefree life by myself?" Ding Tao said something that made people sweat. "In that case, why are you here? The world is so big, why can't it accommodate you?" Hearing this, Jinyu no longer had a good face, and said coldly. Ding Tao hesitated for a while, then whispered, "I can't find a gun, otherwise I wouldn't come here. It's just a place for a group of people waiting to die." After hearing these words, Jinyu felt that this person's ideas were a bit different. He wanted to join the army, but because of a lot of tattoos, he was rejected, and then he started to hurt himself, and then the zombies broke out, which probably further affected his mentality. The character of those who didn't become soldiers is indeed quite different from that of Xiaojiu, who actually came out of the army. Even if they were selected, they would probably be the kind of soldiers who were ruffians. Thinking of this, Jinyu said again, "If you think this place is not good, you can leave, but the guns were all found by Feng Yi. You think she is not good, but at least she has allowed most people to live longer. And what have you done? Are you complaining about the heavens and the earth?" Chapter 275. After saying this, Jinyu was too lazy to stay here and planned to come back when his time came. Holding the smooth tree trunk, Jinyu slid down directly, then turned and walked in. After walking a few steps, he happened to meet a Lei coming over, and he whispered, "Have you dealt with that person?" Hearing this, Jinyu curled his lips. He feels very strange. Then the two walked a few meters into the community, and then sat on a chair on the side of the road, and a Lei said again, "That guy asked for a gun from the second day he joined. Haha, how is that possible? He has been making trouble with Shui. Xiaoyi couldn't stand this guy either. She told him several times that only 3 people can carry a gun." Dajwan also made contributions, so the 2 brothers and sisters were considered a group. Hearing this, Jinyu nodded and said, "What happened later?" "I don't think Ding Tao is a good person." A Lei smiled and said, "I gave him a good beating later. After that, he gave in. But he still didn't want to be in the same team with others. The reason was that he felt that his teammates would only hold him back when surrounded by zombies." Shui was too lazy to say anything more. She got him a bow and sent him away. Although he was stubborn, he was good at searching for supplies. Ding Tao searched as much as 2 people did. He liked to stay outside often. In that case, would he hide something outside? For example, some food, weapons, etc. Jinyu thought of something and asked immediately. Alei pondered for a moment, then whispered, "It is normal to hide supplies. After all, people are selfish. Moreover, in this end times, Xiu used to take care of it, but later turned a blind eye. After all, it is impossible to really ask those people to exchange all the supplies they found." Chunyu nodded. "Yes, if you are pushed too hard, you will easily rebel. It's hard. This doomsday is just for survival." At this point, Alei turned his head and looked at him. "We, as a group of people, have to cooperate to survive. Come on, there is still a long way to go. This doomsday should not end." Jinyu hummed and nodded helplessly. Then he sat here thinking about things, and Alei went outside the wall to check the edge. After a while, it was getting dark, and Jinyu stood up and walked towards the door. Ding Tao handed him the gun expressionlessly, then turned and walked into the community. Qin Yu was too lazy to pay attention to him. People with different beliefs cannot work together, let alone in this doomsday world. Why waste his breath to persuade others? At present, Qin Yu's idea is how to hatch the chicks, then feed the chickens, and then continue to think of ways to grow white radishes, and go forward step by step. He will also do his best to protect the people around him. In order to make Qin Yu and his group of newcomers integrate faster, Lin Yi has also been working hard to improve his medical level. Everyone in the team is working hard, so he has to keep working hard too. Standing on the platform at the gate, Qin Yu walked back and forth, watching all the movements outside. Mainly to keep an eye on other villains. Zombies are generally not easy to come over, and many of the grass outside are slanted with wood, sharpened on top. The reason why the gate was attacked last time was that the guards were chatting secretly and sitting on chairs, and they couldn't see outside at all. Later, Feng Yi clearly told everyone that no matter how relaxed they were at ordinary times, when they were on guard, everyone had to expose their upper body. To put it simply, they had to keep an eye on the outside at all times. In order to make everyone less bored while standing guard, Feng Yi also had 2 pieces of wood placed on the other side of the gate. Then he used nails to make a few brackets diagonally, and nailed a bed board on each side, about a few meters away, so that people could walk back and forth. This way, they would not be unable to stand standing still. After all, 5 hours is still quite strenuous for ordinary people. More than 3 hours passed in a flash, and the sky was completely dark. It was pitch dark around, and there was no oil lamp lit in the door area. Even the area near the door of the community was not lit. Alay said that if the light was better, it would be easier to spot people in the dark. Others had no objection to this. After all, Alay was a killer, and some of his suggestions could save lives in many cases. Qin Yu was holding a rifle and scanning the forest outside. He blew on his palms from time to time and lifted his legs to make himself feel less cold. Suddenly, footsteps came from the right rear. Qin Yu estimated the time and said softly, "It's not time yet, there is about 1 hour left." "I know." Hearing this voice, Qin Yu smiled slightly. It turned out that Lin Yi came. Soon she came over and asked worriedly, "Can this board bear the 2 of us? Will it not fall down?" Qin Yu chuckled, "It's okay, it's quite solid." Hearing this, Lin Yi stood on it carefully, holding a piece of cloth in both hands and a can of fruit in her hands, which was still steaming. She smiled and said, "Well, people are made of iron and rice is made of steel. Even if it's the end of the world, you still have to eat." Qin Yu turned his head and took a look, then smiled and said, "Put it there first, and I eat it after I change shifts." Lin Yi shook her head and refused. "No. It would have frozen into ice cubes, and it can't be heated repeatedly, otherwise it won't taste good." Seeing that he still refused, Lin Yi quickly handed it over and said again, "You eat first, I help you watch it for a while." Just when he was about to say that it was okay to eat it cold, Qin Yu's stomach growled a few times, and Lin Yi immediately laughed and urged him a few more words. There was no other way. Qin Yu carefully took the can, and then walked to the stool next to him, and sat down. Wait, how can you eat without tools?" Lin Yi took out a spoon from her pocket, and handed it over, then picked up the gun, carefully held it in her arms, and stared outside seriously. She didn't know how to use this automatic rifle, but she still pointed the muzzle down, and stood guard attentively. After eating a few spoonfuls, Qin Yu looked at her and asked, "Yi, do you want to eat something?" Lin Yi whispered, "No, I've eaten before." Qin Yu hummed, and then asked, "It's so dark here, how did you get here? Aren't you afraid?" "What are you afraid of? Are you afraid of ghosts?" Lin Yi chuckled and turned her head to look at the darkness next to her. Although she couldn't see the person clearly, she knew that Qin Yu was there. Then Lin Yi smiled and said, "Although it's too dark and I can't see the road clearly, it doesn't affect me finding you." Chapter 276. Hee. Qin Yu smiled and continued to eat. After about half a minute, Lin Yi said in confusion, "Hey Qin Yu, come and see if there is anything moving over there." Hearing this, Qin Yu quickly finished the last few pieces of fruit pulp, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, walked forward quickly, looked carefully for a few seconds, and said, "Where is it? Why can't I see it?" Hearing this, Lin Yi became anxious, stood to the right, and then grabbed his right hand and pointed in a direction. "Right there, I saw the leaves move a little." Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, looked carefully for a while, and then said, "It should be a zombie that accidentally touched it." "It's nothing. You go back first. I stand guard here." After the voice fell, Lin Yi realized that she and Qin Yu were very close. She was still holding his right arm and putting it on her shoulder. She couldn't help but blush again. After quickly letting go, she handed the gun over. Be careful, fire a warning shot if there is any situation, don't be brave. Chinyu nodded, don't worry. Then Lenny took the empty can and went back. This thing can be used to make arrowheads for bows and arrows, which can be regarded as waste utilization. After Lenny left, Chinyu looked at the distance with a serious face. Under the moonlight, the vision was relatively better. It was not that he didn't see clearly just now, but he said it deliberately to avoid worrying Len Yi. What's wrong? Suddenly, a voice sounded, which scared Chinyu. He turned his head, and saw that it was Lei. Seeing this, Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you so elusive? It's almost midnight, and you don't rest yet? Lei said solemnly. I am on duty in the second half of the night. When I went out for patrol today, I found something wrong. Oh! Chinyu became interested and asked quickly, what's going on outside? Lei said softly. When the zombies came over before, the footprints were messy, with no regularity at all, and the characteristics were very obvious. But today I found that the footprints on the ground on the left side began to appear shallow and deep, right over there. After saying that, Lei pointed in a direction. Chinyu looked over there, and said seriously, that's right. I saw someone just now. He hid in the woods before I could see him clearly. Could it be a survivor passing by? You came here to take a look out of curiosity? Chinyu added. R thought for a moment, then shook his head. If it's an enemy, it would be bad if he goes back to inform the enemy. I've called Zhang Yin, and he will help me stand guard. I plan to chase him and see. Hearing this, Chinyu said, can you do it alone? It's late at night, and you can't see the road clearly. What if you're ambushed? If they are really enemies, once they are on their mind, the community may suffer heavy losses again. Those who survived last time may not survive this time. Lei said seriously, then turned around and prepared to leave. Chinyu grabbed him with his hand. Wait a minute. Then Chinyu thought about it and said, I will go with you. You have people in this community that you want to protect, and so do I. Just at this time, Zhang Yin came over holding a candle. Chinyu turned his head and said, Zhang Yin, please help us watch for a while. We will go out and take a look. Zhang Yin nodded. No problem. I heard from Lei that something might happen, so I offered to take his place. You guys be careful, and go early, and come back early. Don't worry, we know what's going on. Chinyu hummed and handed over the gun. Then the two left the gate area, but instead of leaving from this side, they followed Lei out through the secret passage. By the way, do you have a gun? Lei turned around and asked in a low voice when he was about to get out. I have one, what about you? After getting the answer, Lei knocked on the wooden board, then listened carefully to the movement outside, confirmed that there were no zombies, then crawled out, and then pulled Chinyu out. I brought two with me, so that I wouldn't be left behind if we got into a fight. Then the two of them started running wildly in the woods, and before the zombies around them could react, they were gone. Luckily, the light here was good enough, so as long as we didn't jump into the pit, we would be fine. A few minutes later, Lei raised his left hand and stood upright, and Chinyu stopped immediately after seeing it. This action seemed to mean stop, which he had seen on TV before, of course. He only knew this one command. What's wrong? Chinyu squatted and approached slowly, asking in a low voice. Lei pointed to the ground and whispered, there is an early warning device. Then he gently touched the line with his fingers, and then moved to the left, and soon came to the root of a tree. Lei then fumbled around with his hands, took down a few pieces of wood, hooked them together, and tied a thicker rope on them. Chinyu followed the rope and found a fist-sized stone hanging in the air, and underneath was an iron basin. After taking the stone off, Chinyu picked up the basin and looked at it. It was turned upside down on the ground, and there were many dents on the back, which seemed to have been used many times. Then he went back with the basin. Lei took it and looked at it, and said softly, it's a very common warning mechanism, but the technique is not very skilled. If it is correct, a thin rope should be tied to the side, so that we can trigger it directly just now. Let's go and meet this person. Lei threw the basin on the ground, took Chinyu around, and touched it again. More than a minute later, they climbed up a tree and stared at the area below quietly. There was a makeshift camp there, with 3 men and 1 woman, cooking something to eat. You are so brave. You are not afraid of zombies even when you make a fire, Chinyu said in a low voice. Lei replied in a low voice. Under normal circumstances, only fire will attract zombie dogs. Most of the people around here have gone far away, and zombies rarely notice it. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a snapping sound below, and it sounded like it came from inside the tent. Then, there was the sound of clothes being torn, And then, there was the sound of a woman crying again. It seems that they caught a survivor, Chinyu said in a low voice. Seeing this scene, he was also a little numb. In the end of the world, there are always such things. To be realistic, at least they can still survive. Some are so hungry that they eat people directly. As if they would be beaten if they cried loudly, the woman in the tent did not dare to cry loudly, sobbing intermittently. A few minutes later, the tent was opened, and a naked woman with disheveled hair was thrown out. The next second, there was movement again near a tree. Chinyu and Alei turned their heads and saw that there was actually a man tied there, but he was covered in blood. One of his eyeballs was dug out, and he was struggling desperately to get free. Seeing this scene, Chinyu really wanted Ding Tao to come and see. This is the end of having too few people. 2 people were caught when they met 4 people, not to mention the others. Suddenly he thought of something and whispered. The man's mouth was not blocked. Why didn't he shout loudly, attract the zombies, and die together? Hearing this, Alei shook his head and said, "It's not that easy. Look at what the woman by the fire is roasting, and the man was tied up and his mouth was sewn up." Hearing this, Chinyu squinted his eyes and took a closer look, and then felt a chill again. That fucking thing is a tongue? Chapter 277. Then Alei whispered again, "That man is dying." Sure enough, as he finished speaking, the man tied to the tree struggled a few times, and then he was motionless. Then a man with a pigtail walked out of the tent, holding up his pants as he walked. He looked at the tree in the distance, and then began to blame. "I say, third sister, why do you have to eat his tongue? You cut it, and didn't stop the bleeding properly. Now the man is dead, and the blood is still inside. The meat is not tasty." The woman sitting by the fire, the third sister he mentioned, looked up and said disapprovingly, "I heard that cow tongue can clear away heat and detoxify. I just happened to have a sore throat recently. Where can I find a cow? Why don't I try it?" After saying that, the third sister picked up the skewers and sniffed them, then kicked the woman on the ground. "Go, bring me the salt." The woman was kicked in the back, and almost fell into the fire. She supported herself on the ground, and turned her head to look at the people by the tree. Her eyes were numb. That's her husband. The couple hid in the mountains after the zombie outbreak, but the salt was gone. If they don't take in nutrients for a long time, they will become very weak. Then, let alone killing zombies, it will be difficult to move wood. She sneaked out with her husband 2 days ago, hoping to search in a house. As a result, she was lucky and found 3 bags of salt. But when she was about to leave, she was caught by these 4 people again. In the past 2 days, she suffered extremely cruel abuse, and her husband was not feeling well either. His legs were broken on the first day. Now, looking at her husband's eyes that were still open, she didn't want to live anymore. Dragging her swollen right foot, the woman slowly walked to the backpack next to her, holding 1 bag in her hand and stuffing the other 2 bags into her arms. When she walked in front of the third sister again, the woman made up her mind and threw all 3 bags of salt into the fire. Because a large amount of salt came into contact with the fire, it burned more fiercely in an instant. Then the woman grabbed the third sister's hair and dragged her into the fire. The screams were deafening. Chinyu felt very uncomfortable watching from the tree. This distance was not suitable for saving people. Once the gun was opened, a large number of zombies would come over at night. If they gathered near the community, it would be the end. Chinyu would not gamble with the safety of the community for these strangers. As the saying goes, in this doomsday, he can't save everyone. He could only prioritize the safety of himself and those around him. The other 3 men were frightened by the scene, and then the pigtail man was the first to react and shouted, "Help!" But the third sister was pressed very hard by the woman. Although she screamed in pain, she did not let go. The other 2 grabbed the third sister's legs and dragged her out. The charcoal was scattered everywhere. The pigtail man picked up a piece of wood to pick the woman's hand away, and then he was terrified. The woman's body was still burning. Although the fire on the third sister's body had been extinguished, her entire body was unrecognizable. Her hair was all burnt off, half of her face was burnt, and there were several pieces of burning charcoal stuck on her face. After more than 10 seconds, the woman next to her stopped struggling and was burned to death. Seeing this scene, Chinyu endured the discomfort and asked Alei, why did she burn longer even though she was not wearing any clothes? Hearing this, Alei was silent for a while and whispered, because there is oil on the human body. It's painful to die like this, but the one who survives will suffer even more. Alei said again. Sure enough, as the 3 men picked out the charcoal from her body, her screams were even more creepy than before. Third sister, are you okay? A man squatted beside her helplessly, wanting to hug her, but he couldn't find a place to start. Because at this moment, the woman in front of him had almost no intact skin on her body, and she was thrashing around like crazy. Another man heard the noise in the woods and turned back to shout, "Zombies are coming!" Hearing this, the pigtailed man rushed forward and covered the woman's mouth tightly to prevent her from making any sound. After about a minute, the woman finally trembled a little, and then she became completely quiet. You suffocated her to death," the man next to him said in horror, and then took several steps back. Hearing this, the pigtailed man rushed over and grabbed the man by the collar, saying viciously, "Open your dog eyes and look. How can you save the third sister when she is burned like this? There are no hospitals in this damn apocalypse, and keeping her alive will only make her die in agony. Do you think I really want to do this?" After yelling, the pigtailed man let him go, knelt on the ground, looked back at the corpse behind him, and began to feel a pain in his heart. The third sister is not just his sister. The four of them met while escaping, and then held a sworn brotherhood ceremony, and from then on, they teamed up to kill all kinds of lone survivors. They didn't dare to look for those with more than 2 people, and only targeted survivors like this, and they liked to look for those with 1 man and 1 woman. Every time, the man would be fixed to a tree, and then someone would open his eyes, and finally the braided man would humiliate his female teammates right in front of him. The bigger the reaction, the more rampant the braided man would laugh, but now, he began to kneel and cry. Because the third sister has another identity, that is, his wife. On weekdays, the two of them often went out to make love in private, and after a while, the braided man actually fell in love with her, not for anything else, because the third sister was pregnant 2 months ago. The pigtailed man roared to the sky, crawled to the corpse, took out a dagger and cut open the dead third sister's belly like crazy, and used both hands to dig hard inside, and finally grabbed a small lump of flesh and lifted it out. Chinyu frowned and asked in a low voice, "What is that? Why does it look as big as a bird that has just broken out of its shell?" Alay looked at it for a while, and shook his head. "I don't know it either. It's normal that the 2 people don't know each other. Even if Lin Yi is called, it is probably difficult to recognize it, because this is an embryo that has only been conceived for 2 months. Normally, a fetus can only be called a fetus after 3 months of pregnancy. Now this one is very small, not even half the size of a palm." The pigtail man carefully put the dead child with no human form into his pocket, then took a last look at the corpse on the ground, turned around to pack up and prepare to leave. The zombies were almost here. "Old 2, go pack up the tent. Old 4, go collect the signal basin. Let's leave quickly." The pigtail man ordered expressionlessly, and then quickly stamped out the fire. Chapter 278. Hearing this, the fourth brother trembled and said, "It's too dark around, and it feels like there are zombies in the dark. It's not good to go." The pigtailed man turned his head and growled, "A few zombies scared you so much, you come and help the second brother collect the bags. I go find them." Hearing that they were about to evacuate, Alay whispered, "Did you see who was near the community? Can you recognize him?" Chinyu thought for a moment and shook his head, not sure. "Kill him?" Alay asked again. Since the community has decided to let Chinyu participate in management, he would ask for more opinions. In the past, Alay would not care about such things. As long as it does not affect the safety of the community, he would not kill anyone, let alone rescue. There is no evidence that the people below are those footprints. It would be bad if they were killed by mistake. Although these people are also very bad and killed a man and a woman, Alay believes that since it is the end of the world, these things cannot be controlled. After all, many survivors now have no moral values. It is impossible for them to go up and avenge strangers when they see a group of people killing people, right? In that case, there would be nothing to do all day and night, and sooner or later, I would be exhausted. Chinyu pondered for a moment, and slowly said, "Don't expose yourself first. See if they are targeting our community. If they have evil intentions, then kill them in the cradle in time." "Yes." Alay nodded. Then the two continued to stay on the tree, and there was no need to worry about the early warning mechanism over there, because there were a lot of noises around. It should be that the zombies came over, and there was a high probability that they would destroy it. Sure enough, not long after, the braided man came back with a rope and an iron basin, and he didn't suspect anything. When he went there just now, he happened to see a zombie standing there, and he just thought that the stone hit the zombie. Half a minute later, the 3 men below packed up all the packages and left directly along a path. Chinyu followed Alay down from the tree, pulled out a dagger, and stabbed the foreheads of the 3 dead bodies to prevent more zombies, and then slowly followed. 10 minutes later, the 2 stopped again and hid behind a rock, holding 2 zombie legs in their hands, trying to cover up the smell. There was whispering again more than 10 meters ahead, and Chinyu looked up and saw that it was the fourth man who spoke. Brother, how can we stop hiding like this? I found a wall over there last night. I went over there to take a look more than an hour ago. It was dark inside, but there were no zombies. Hearing these words, the pigtailed man looked over coldly. What do you want to say? The fourth brother hesitated for a while and whispered, there is a wall over there. If we live in it, at least we will live more comfortably in the future. The pigtailed man directly reached out and grabbed the fourth brother's ear, growling, are your brain and butt in the wrong place? How much human flesh have we eaten? The stench on our bodies cannot be washed off, and those people will find it at a glance. Besides, since they have survived until now, they must have a lot of weapons. Just the four of us. Speaking of this, the pigtail man paused. Over the past few months, the four of them have long been accustomed to surviving together. He spoke a little faster and almost forgot that the third sister was dead. Letting go of the fourth brother, the pigtail man snorted coldly. Just the three of us can't beat that group of people. What if the people inside don't like us eating people, and killing the three of us is just a joke? We didn't harm them. Why are they killing us? The fourth brother muttered unconvinced. At this moment, another man spoke up, the second brother, and he said, I have a way. As soon as he finished speaking, the pigtailed man turned his head and looked over. The second brother walked to a zombie body on the ground, took out a knife, and cut it hard, holding a ball of juice in his hand, and said, why don't we apply this on our bodies? This way, the smell will be completely indistinguishable. The pigtailed man thought for a moment and asked again, will this method work? If we are discovered, we will definitely not be their opponents. I think we should split into 3 groups and go there as many as we can, working together from inside and outside, and looking for opportunities to slowly eat them away. The fourth brother rubbed his hands excitedly. There are many women in there. When I went there for the first time, it was not completely dark yet. I saw a man in a white coat walking in through the hole in the wall. He was not only handsome, but also had a good figure. Even if I couldn't play with him, it was still pleasing to the eyes every day. Women, this is all you think about in one day. The pigtailed man turned around and kicked him, saying angrily, if you hadn't insisted on arresting this couple, how could our third sister die? The fourth brother who was kicked rubbed his butt and said unconvincedly, brother, since you said that, I, as your younger brother, can't listen to it. It was me who proposed to arrest them, but later you played the most. I only did it once. Besides, the matter between you and the third sister, my second brother, and I already knew about it. The pigtail man's face darkened, and he was about to teach the fourth brother a lesson, but the second brother rushed up, stood between them and said, brother, this is not the time to talk about this. We should discuss it carefully, and try to find an opportunity to join that community. Don't delay the business. At this moment, a lukewarm voice appeared. You won't stand a chance. Who? The pigtail man was startled, pulled out his knife, and looked around vigilantly, while putting his left hand behind his back, pretending to have a gun. Don't pretend, you only have those cards, I have seen through them. After the voice fell, Chinyu and Alei walked out from the stone, looking at them expressionlessly. Seeing the 2 men appear, the pigtail man was a little scared for a moment, and whispered, we 3 brothers have never met you. Why do you say such things? Is there a chance? What does it have to do with you? Hearing this, Chinyu shook his head slightly, pulled out the dagger and took a closer look at the blade, and whispered, who said it has nothing to do with us? We are just people in that community. There are not many people, but we are very brave. You are still thinking of eating us slowly. Then Chinyu said again, besides, the girl in the white coat he mentioned is the one I want to protect well. You said these disgusting words in front of me, and we have a grudge against each other. Hearing this, the pigtailed man turned his head and glared at Lao Si, as if he was blaming him for being careless and saying whatever he wanted. Lao Si pretended not to see his eyes, and mustered up the courage to say, I didn't know you were there. If I knew, how could I say that? Hee hee. Chinyu sneered. So even if you don't say it, you still keep it in your heart, right? Stop talking nonsense. Just because you want to get on that wall, don't even think about leaving alive today. As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu and Alei surrounded him from both sides and rushed up quickly. Chapter 279. With a muffled groan, Alei grabbed the pigtail man's right hand first, grabbed his hair with the other hand, pressed it down suddenly, then raised his knee and pushed it upward, hitting his chin, causing him to fall to the ground on the spot. If he didn't make a move, it would be fine. Once he did, Alei would subdue his opponent at a very fast speed. Since these people have decided to target the community, they are also a hidden danger. Only by clearing them out can they live more safely. Alay is just a normal human being. He can't predict the future. In the doomsday, a little bit of evil thoughts may cause irreversible consequences. At this time, kindness often kills many people. The other two were also quickly defeated by Chinyu. Each of them was stabbed in the thigh and collapsed on the ground, staring at them angrily. Chinyu curled his lips, took the bag of the fourth brother, opened it, and took out a hand that looked like bacon, and said casually, "You feed on others, and the zombies treat you as food. This is the end, but I am curious. There are so many houses, you can always find food if you look patiently. Why do you have to target your own kind?" After the voice fell, Chinyu threw the half of the palm in front of the fourth brother, looking at him, and waiting for his answer. Hearing this, the fourth brother raised his head, and said gloomily, "People are easier to find than food. Besides, there are more than just a few of us to eat. In this disgusting doomsday, most of them eat people. Can you control it? Do you want to kill everyone you see?" Hearing this, Chinyu laughed. He squatted down and said coldly, "Do you think we can't stand you cannibalizing people? You are wrong. You shouldn't extend your claws to the community, of course. You haven't had time to do it yet." The second brother roared, "In that case, we haven't done this yet. Why are you attacking us here? At most it's just attempted murder." "Because you had an idea." Chinyu said lightly, "This is the end of the world. Can the old set be the same as now? Everyone lives one day at a time. Is it appropriate to use the old principles to talk about now? I still say the same thing. As long as you don't target that community, no matter what you do, it has nothing to do with us, but unfortunately, you finally exposed your intentions." At this point, Chinyu looked at Lao Si and said again, "I was planning to let you go, but who would have thought that you were the one who came to peek?" Without further ado, Chinyu nodded to Alay. After receiving the signal, Alay took out a dagger and quickly cut the throats of the three people, and then stabbed the knife into the temple to prevent the corpse from turning into a corpse. For Alay, these things are as simple as eating. Under normal circumstances, Chinyu doesn't want to kill anymore, but there is no way. In this environment, he can't relax. Either cut the grass and root it out, or regret it desperately when you die. Then the two searched the backpacks of these people. The tents were dirty and smelly, but they could be used to make torches. Chinyu looked up at the night sky. It was late at night, about 12 o'clock in the morning. They didn't have watches and couldn't judge the time accurately, but it didn't matter. After all, there was nothing urgent. Since the moonlight was bright, they didn't light a fire. The two carried a large pile of luggage and rushed to other places. There were corpses there, and the bloody smell was strong. Most of the zombies were attracted there, appearing from all directions, lying there eating fresh flesh and blood. A few minutes later, the two ran to a relatively open area, and the light was better. Chinyu had just put down his things when a rotten hand suddenly stretched out from the side, and the stench hit him. He held his breath, turned around and killed it with a knife, pushed the corpse to the ground with his feet, and then whispered, "See if there are any useful supplies. If not, just throw it away." Alay nodded. After a few dozen seconds, Chinyu frowned as he looked at the pile of debris in front of him and said, "There are only 2 lighters, and the 3 bags of salt are probably the most precious supplies for these people. It's a pity that they were all thrown into the fire and burned." As soon as he finished speaking, Alay picked up a small bag of things and shook it, and whispered, "This seems to be food." Then Chinyu cut off a few pieces of cloth with a knife, walked to the side and broke off a branch, then wrapped it up and lit it to make a small torch. The food must be checked carefully, otherwise if it is eaten by mistake, it will really be waiting for death. After looking at it for more than 10 seconds in the light of the fire, Chinyu asked, "Can you recognize it? It looks a bit like beef jerky to me." "TSK. Could it be human meat jerky?" Hearing this, Alay picked up a piece and put it to his nose to smell it. Seeing this scene, Chinyu felt nauseous and took a step back and muttered, "Be careful, don't let me be right." Alay ignored him, tore off a very small piece and tasted it, and said, "It's okay, it's rabbit meat." "Ah?" Chinyu was a little unconvinced and hesitated. "Is it true? Don't lie to me. Let's make it clear that even if we starve to death, we will never eat human flesh." Alay handed the meat over. "Try it yourself, it has a strong grass smell. This is what unprocessed rabbit meat tastes like." Then he said again, "This is the bag of dried human meat." After saying that, Alay threw out a bag with his right hand. Chinyu stuck the torch into the ground and took a small piece with his left hand. As soon as he got close, he smelled a special smell, which was very similar to bacon, but the piece he took was from the pile of human meat, a finger. Then Chinyu asked curiously, "Why is the meat on this person smoked and almost like bacon, but the rabbit meat smells like nothing? but tastes different. Alay patiently explained, I once received a special mission. In a minority village abroad, if the people there accidentally got into a car accident, they would saw off the injured hand or foot, and then preserve it in a special way, smoke it every day, make it into smoked meat, and eat it during festivals. Hearing this, Chinyu smacked his lips. What kind of ethnic group actually has such a custom? He felt uncomfortable all over when he heard it, and quickly threw away the piece of meat in his hand. Alay said softly, I don't remember. I found it a little hard to understand at the time, so I left as soon as possible. Okay. Chinyu didn't ask what mission they were carrying out. After all, he was a killer before, and he probably could only do that. Then he threw the pile of dried human meat into the forest. The two sat down and slowly ate the pile of dried rabbit meat. After all, they had to replenish their physical strength. Luckily, there were many trees around. Chinyu broke off a few thin branches and used them as chopsticks. They just picked up the meat and ate it. Some time ago, they had grabbed the legs of zombies with their hands. There was no water to wash them, so they were inevitably a little dirty. Although they didn't touch the blood of zombies, it would be bad if they got diarrhea if they touched the food. Chapter 280. It's really unpalatable. Chinyu frowned as he chewed. He recognized that it was rabbit meat. It was fishy and smelled fishy. He then said again, Why do you have to hurt people when you can kill animals? I still don't understand. Some people will rely on their numbers and persecute ordinary people as much as possible in this doomsday. Alay said calmly. Chinyu said helplessly, It seems that the zombie outbreak has not been a year yet. It will be really difficult in the future. Hearing this, Alay joked, With Shaolin accompanying you, do you still find it difficult? Go away. Chinyu shook his head. She and I are just good friends. We haven't reached that stage yet. There is still a long time. No one can say for sure. By the way, didn't you notice any difference in the canned food she brought you a few hours ago? Alay turned his head and asked. Chinyu looked around the forest and asked in confusion, Is it different? No, I just feel that the taste has changed. Hearing this, Alay chuckled and said, Because that was her own food. The supplies for each house in the community were distributed in advance. Shaolin heard that today was your first time to stand guard, and it was early in the night, so he heated up a can for you to take. I saw her take 2 spoons. Chinyu turned around and widened his eyes. Didn't she have dinner? I asked her at the time, and she said that I didn't care after she ate. Hee hee. Alay swallowed the last piece of rabbit meat, and said with a smile, Xiaoyi used to do this often, sharing her food with me at any time. Later, after searching for more supplies, these things gradually became less frequent. As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu quickly wrapped up the remaining dried rabbit meat and said, I won't eat it anymore. I saved some for soup. Suddenly thinking of something, Chinyu looked at Alay and asked, By the way, what is your relationship? You keep calling her Xiaoyi. You don't like her, do you? Alay shook his head. There's more than just love in this world. I treat her as a sister, and she treats me as a brother. It's enough for us to accompany each other in this doomsday. Whatever. Anyway, I think Feng Yi should be able to live well with you around. Chinyu stuffed the dried meat into his inner pocket and whispered. Alay smiled. I don't need to protect everyone, I only need to protect her. Then Alay patted Chinyu on the shoulder again. But now I think, with you, we may be able to help more people survive. Chinyu said firmly. With the Zhuangge, Zhang Yin, Hongwu and Lao Cheng, we men will be at the forefront. Even if it is the end of the world, there will always be a place for survival. Hearing this, Alay turned around and said, It's still early. Do you want to go with me to check around the community? Let's go. I have no objection. Then the two cut the tents on the ground and made them into long strips of cloth to make torches. There were also 2 very dirty cotton quilts. After taking a look at them, they were black and smelly. Chinyu suggested throwing them away. There was not much use in carrying them. Then they blew out the torches and continued to sneak in the woods by the moon, checking if there were other survivors nearby. If they were harmless and had not eaten people, they could be accepted back into the community. However, the 2 of them ran around and found no other traces, and then returned to the community through the secret passage. After entering, Alay whispered, Give me those strips of cloth, you go back and rest. I stand guard at the door for a while. Chinyu hummed, handed the things over, turned around and walked towards his house. Back in the world inside the wall, even the air seemed different. Chinyu walked slowly while looking at the stars in the sky. If his body was not still sweating, reminding him that everything just now was not an illusion, then at this moment, Chinyu really felt that the end of the world had not happened. At least the stars looked the same as before. A few minutes later, Chinyu pushed open the door and walked in. Everyone had already gone to bed, and the huge house was empty. He took out a lighter and prepared to light the candle, but found that only a small section was left. Chinyu shook his head slightly and said to himself, "It seems that this thing is still used up quickly. In this case, I have to find a way to get some electricity. The diesel generator cannot be used for the time being, but at least the solar panel should be fine." While thinking, Chinyu walked towards the kitchen and planned to pour some water to wash his hands. It was very dark around him, but he was used to it and could see more clearly. After a simple tidying up, Chinyu went to the second floor and prepared to rest. After sleeping for about 4 or 5 hours, it was dawn. Since he was busy at night, Chinyu got up a little late this morning. The old method was still a simple exercise. In addition to push-ups and plank support, which were a must every day, Chinyu also added crunches to try to get his body used to it. When he came downstairs, everyone was chattering and greeted Chinyu one by one. No one knew what he did last night. Chinyu walked over to Yang Zi, handed him a small bag of dried meat, and whispered, "Find some hot water to wash it, remove the fishy smell, and cook it for everyone." Yang Zi looked at the black meat and took it with doubt. "What is it? Is it charcoal?" Hearing this, Liao took it and looked at it, and said, "It looks like dried meat." Chinyu nodded, "It's rabbit meat. By the way, Liao, take some time to build those cement blocks today. You can write down and tell me which places have good lighting and are convenient for parking." Liao hummed, "Okay, I go and choose later." After saying that, Chinyu took 2 biscuits and left, intending to give Zhang Yinsong some. He had divided the dried meat into 3 portions. Although it was not much, it was meat after all. Nowadays, people basically don't eat barbecue. It's not cost-effective. If conditions permit, they use it to make soup and sprinkle salt on it, which can not only replenish salt but also allow more people to drink it. When they came to Feng Yi's house, they got up later and were busy making breakfast. Chinyu just walked over, washed the dried meat, and added it to the pot of soup. There were relatively more supplies here, and Feng Yi had a small bag of chicken essence that she had exchanged before, but she was reluctant to use it. After hearing Chinyu say that the meat was a bit fishy, she added some. After a while, Chinyu and the people living here sat at the dining table and ate breakfast together. While chewing the meat, Lin Yi asked curiously, "Where did you get the dried meat?" "TSK, although it's a bit dry, the taste is pretty average." Hearing her somewhat amusing words, Chinyu chuckled and said, "There aren't many seasonings, and it's already pretty good with a box of canned meat. Alay and I went out to catch this rabbit last night, and we were worried that the bloody smell would be too strong to attract zombies, so we smoked the meat before returning." Feng Yi, who was sitting on the other side, explained while eating jerky, "Meat itself is very unpalatable, but it tastes good only when it's added with seasonings. In this environment, it's good luck to find salt." Chapter 281. Although we have been eating meat recently, to be honest, this is not good. Lin Yi tore off a small piece of paper, wiped her mouth, and said seriously, "What's wrong? Is there any problem recently?" Chinyu was sitting on her left and turned his head to ask. Another woman who lived here was cleaning the table. After hearing this, she shook her head. "There is no big problem, but several people have anemia recently." Hearing this, Lin Yi added again, "To put it bluntly, it is because they have not eaten vegetables for a long time, which leads to a lack of vitamins. They all have dizziness, fatigue, diarrhea, vomiting, etc." Chinyu looked at the food in front of him and said earnestly, "It's not just them. Many people haven't eaten staple food properly. People like this who eat biscuits and canned food every day and have to do physical work will collapse sooner or later." Lin Yi supported her chin with one hand and stirred the bowl gently with a spoon in her right hand, whispering, "I was afraid you would be unhappy, so I didn't say this. It's a good opportunity to talk about it today. If you just want to live, you can eat anything, but if you want to live longer, you have to change the food as much as possible." "What?" Chinyu hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "How can I be unhappy? Just tell me what you have to say, don't hide it, like last night, when you were reluctant to eat and gave it to me. Don't do that again. We have known each other for so long, I will be angry if you continue to do that. No one is more important than your own health." Lin Yi turned her head slightly, looked at his serious look, and chuckled, "I know." At this time, it was drizzling outside the window, dripping. Feng Yi walked to the window and looked, then turned her head to the kitchen and asked, "By the way, the rainwater collection device should be intact, right?" A woman wearing an apron and washing dishes with hot water thought for a moment and replied, "It should be. Okay, right?" Hearing this, Feng Yi walked to the back door, took a very old umbrella from the cabinet, and prepared to leave. This matter cannot be sloppy. The water must be properly caught. Chinyu stood up. I go with you. Okay. Feng Yi nodded and handed him another umbrella. Most of them are old, and it's hard to find a new one now. Chinyu took a look and found 2 holes near the outer circle. Then the 2 of them walked in one direction, holding an umbrella. Chinyu asked in confusion, I thought it was next to the eaves. The rain made the ground in the backyard bumpy and slippery. Feng Yi walked very carefully. She replied seriously, It is not easy for us to clean these roofs. They are very dirty. The subsequent rain is not clean. In the long run, it is easy to cause the filtration system to collapse. A few minutes later, the rain was getting heavier. Chinyu looked around and looked at the wooden house in front of him. He was very surprised. 5 iron sheets as big as the door were nailed to the wooden frame and neatly tilted upward. Inside each iron sheet, 2 plastic plates were nailed diagonally, like a Y shape, with a slightly tilted angle inward. Rainwater fell straight down on it, and would first pass through a net opened by the stockings, which would simply filter out some more obvious garbage. Then the area under the iron sheet was covered by glass. Chinyu squinted his eyes and took a closer look. Starting from the stockings, the surrounding area was blocked by something, and the rain could only fall from there. Then it all falls into a sealed barrel. 5 pieces of iron sheets can hold 2.5 barrels. While he was still checking, Feng Yi next to him looked at the barrel on the right and shouted, You take this plastic bag to cover the opening first. I take a new barrel to replace it. The rainwater must be filled. Hearing this, Chinyu nodded. Holding an umbrella in one hand and holding the plastic in the other, he walked directly over there in the muddy water. Without Feng Yi's explanation, Chinyu understood that the water was for drinking and could not be sloppy. Soon, Lin Yi also ran over wearing a raincoat, but it didn't fit her well and was a little too big. When she was about to arrive, she didn't notice the slope under her feet, and she slipped and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Chinyu stuffed the plastic bag into his pocket, ran over quickly and helped her up. Are you okay? Lin Yi shook her head quickly, wiped the mud off her face with the back of her hand, and hurriedly shouted, Hurry, the water is about to overflow, we have to move it into the house. As soon as the words fell, a thunderclap suddenly struck in the sky, and the sound was unusually loud, which scared Lin Yi. She didn't care about getting wet, holding her raincoat in both hands, and followed Chinyu to collect rainwater. In today's environment, it is not easy to find water every time you go out. As for those drinks, many of them are expired, but without water, people can't survive. At first, someone in the community suggested using river water directly, filtering out those, and boiling it, which should be drinkable. But this method was immediately rejected by most people, because no one could tell whether there were zombie corpses upstream. If it was contaminated, even if it was boiled, it would probably not kill the virus. Drinking such water would be a huge hidden danger if something went wrong. As a result, everyone discussed and decided to find a way to collect rainwater first, and then find a way to dig a well to slowly solve the problem of drinking water. But there was no well-digging machine, and no one knew where to find water. In addition, it was very time-consuming to dig with manpower. After a long time, everyone got used to relying on rainwater to survive. That's why Lin Yi was so excited and didn't care about getting dirty. Chinyu put a plastic bag on the mouth of the bucket to prevent rainwater from falling directly into it, and then tried to hug it, but it didn't move at all. Use the edge and push it. Lin Yi patted him and shouted loudly. The rain was close to a rainstorm at this time, and he had to shout to speak. After being reminded, Chinyu pushed the bucket hard, making it stand up diagonally, and then pushed it towards the house. Lin Yi also helped to prevent it from falling over. As soon as the 2 of them left, Feng Yi walked over with another clean bucket, holding the pipe lowered from the roof in his right hand, quickly took off the lid of the bucket mouth, and then put the pipe in. Then she stuffed some clothes around it, and sealed it with a plastic bag. Finally, she was done. Then she ran back to the next room. The 3 of them hid under the eaves. Chinyu turned his head and asked, How many more devices like this are there? Feng Yi squeezed the water off her clothes and replied, There are 3 left, in other directions. As soon as Chinyu finished speaking, he was about to run to other places. Lin Yi quickly reached out and grabbed him. Other places are being looked after by others. We just need to pay attention to this side. Chapter 282. Is that so? Hearing this, Chinyu continued to stand back and then asked Feng Yi, But didn't the rain just start? How did the bucket fill up so quickly? Isn't the water inside the bucket the same as last time? Feng Yi nodded. It was from last time, but if we move it around, it will get dirty easily. Just leave it there and move it when it's full. After about a minute, Feng Yi asked again, "Have you rested well?" Chun Yu and Lin Yi nodded. Then the three of them moved the bucket of water to the inner room and stored it there. After entering, Chun Yu discovered that this house was different. The furniture was emptied, and a large stove was built in the room with a large iron pot on it. There was also a device similar to an assembly line next to it. Chun Yu walked over and looked at it, and asked curiously, "What is this?" From high to low, there are several levels, using a thicker pipe, cut in half and laid out. "This? Xiaolin, you introduce it to him. I go upstairs to see if there is a dry towel." Feng Yi waved her hand, and went to the second floor. Lin Yi walked to Chun Yu's side, pointed at the top and said, "This device that looks like a fish tank is a water reservoir. The rainwater collected is directly poured into it." Looking at the glass container in front of him placed on a height of 2 meters, Chun Yu whispered, "Why is it so high? It's not convenient to pour water, right? There is no other way. There are too many procedures required for filtration. In the end, it has to drip into the bucket. A certain height must be left. As for adding water, there is a stool anyway, so it doesn't matter." Lin Yi pointed to the corner and said softly. Then she went to the second checkpoint and introduced it carefully. "This is sealed, and the fine sand that has been sterilized at high temperature is poured into the bottle. The water above will enter from here, and then flow out from the bottle mouth." "Wait." Hearing this, Chun Yu walked forward and took a closer look, then turned back and said, "Isn't this sand from the river?" Lin Yi covered her mouth and smiled. "Of course not, these are all made by Sister Feng herself. She found some clean sand and stones, put them in a pot to heat them, and then poked some holes on a piece of iron sheet and poured the stones on it. Then pour cold water on it, the stone will crack, then break it into small pieces, and grind it carefully with an iron rod to get this fine sand." After Chun Yu understood, he nodded. "It's amazing, you can think of such a method." Hearing this, Lin Yi followed and said, "Sister Feng is really amazing. She used to run a big company, managing more than 1,000 people by herself. Her mind is really not ordinary." As soon as the voice fell, footsteps came from the stairs, and Feng Yi joked, "No matter how amazing you are, you can't compare to you now, my great doctor." Then she handed over 2 dry towels. "Wipe it off." As Xiaolin said, medicine is hard to find now, so don't catch a cold easily. Feng Yi then walked to the stove, lit the fire to raise the temperature in the house, and demonstrated to him how to use this device. Now there is no electricity and no machines, so we can only follow the old way, filter it clean, and then boil it before drinking. As she spoke, Feng Yi took a small bucket and walked to the rainwater that had just been moved in. Seeing this, Chun Yu walked over to help tilt it and poured some out. Then Feng Yi stepped on a stool, added water, and said, "Nowadays, there is a global power outage, and the number of cars has greatly decreased. Without these exhaust gases and smoke emitted by various factories, rainwater is much cleaner than before. But it is still not drinkable directly. Even now, after we filter it layer by layer and boil it, we still can't drink too much." Hearing this, Chun Yu walked forward and watched the water dripping slowly, and asked, "Then can we drink it like this?" "Of course," Lin Yi explained with a smile, "because we mix some pure water. Although it is difficult to search for supplies outside, we can always find some. Mix them together, and it's okay even if you drink them. In this way, we have solved the necessary conditions for survival." Chun Yu nodded and continued to look at the pile of filtration devices in front of him. After passing through the layer of fine sand, the water came to the last level, a large barrel of mineral water, which was cut in half. Inside was a pile of cotton and charcoal. The cotton was on top, and the charcoal was on the bottom. Chun Yu took a closer look. It was very thin, probably scraped off with a blade. 2 layers of stockings were tied at the exit to prevent the charcoal residue from falling into the water. After counting, about 1 drop of water fell every second. Although it was not much, it was fully automatic and filtered 24 hours a day. Feng Yi came over and explained, "Every 2 days, a special person will come to heat and disinfect, and collect it in the water room. When everyone needs water, they can just take a bucket and get it." Looking at the basin of very clean water in front of him, Chun Yu felt that it was no different from the mineral water in the past. At least it looked similar. "You can look at it, but you can't drink it." Lin Yi came over and squatted. "It's not boiled yet. Even if it looks clean, you can't drink it directly in the doomsday, otherwise it's very common to have diarrhea and lose half your life." "I know, I'd take a look." Chun Yu nodded and stood up. After staying for a while, the 3 of them checked that the water receiving device was intact and began to leave. Because he was focusing on the rain, Chun Yu discovered that most of the eaves had long pipes, about as thick as a thigh, cut in half, and neatly placed below. Collected the water. Feng Yi explained, these are usually used to water vegetables and flush toilets. Hearing this, Qin Yu also expressed his understanding. It is not easy to preserve water for a long time now. Even if you get too much drinking water, if you don't find a suitable water tank to store it, it will be affected over time. It is normal to use these dirtier ones for other purposes. After all, not everyone is used to using dry toilets. After living here for a few days, Qin Yu also found that most houses have bathrooms. Although there is no such pumping device, rainwater can be used for flushing. Suddenly thinking of something, Qin Yu said, where do all the toilets discharge the filth? They won't just find a river to dump it, right? Hearing this, Feng Yi stopped and turned around and said immediately, of course not. If things like those are discharged everywhere, they will pollute the environment sooner or later. If we do this, we will be shooting ourselves in the foot. Lin Yi on the side also said, some of the villa areas here have already built sewer pipes. We don't need to worry about these. It's just that the place where they are piled is in a pit, which was dug by everyone. Chapter 283. Okay, I got it. Let's go back and wait for the rain to stop. Qin Yu nodded, and the three of them continued to walk towards the house. Soon, when they reached the door, Qin Yu suddenly remembered something and said to them, you two go in first. I have something to do over there. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed to the door and walked away. The guard was replaced. Although it was a heavy rain, there was a board next to it to shelter from the rain, so the impact was not great. Qin Yu didn't know the person above, so he just nodded slightly as a greeting. Then he looked outside the wall with an umbrella, lowering his head in thought. After returning to the house, Qin Yu asked Li Yao for a pen and paper, and carefully drew something on the table. There was a fire in the middle of the living room, so the house was not very cold. Although the ceiling was blackened, it didn't matter in the current environment, as long as the house was not set on fire. The clothes were hung on the chair to dry. Qin Yu was wearing 2 t-shirts and looking at the pattern on the paper. He was going to get up and discuss with Feng Yi. Just at this time, De Zhuang came over, and he asked curiously, hey, what are you holding in your hand? Hearing this, Qin Yu turned around and said hello. Hi, Da Zhuang. I haven't seen you much recently. What are you busy with? Da Zhuang walked down to the living room, lowered his head to dry his hair, and his hands were still ruffling, and he replied softly, it's still Lao Cheng and Heng Wu's business. Hearing this, Qin Yu sat down again and asked hurriedly, what's wrong with him? Has the situation become serious? Not very serious. Da Zhuang shook his head. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone, and the two were shot again. Didn't they rebuild the wall a few days ago? They did a lot of physical work. Now they lie in bed every day to recuperate. I am responsible for taking care of them. Remember to tell us if anything happens. I ask Yi to help keep an eye on it. Qin Yu said seriously. Pushing his hair, De Zhuang smiled and said, Shaolin is very attentive. Don't worry about it. By the way, what are those strange things you drew on the paper? Oh, this is the location of our community. Qin Yu spread the paper on the table and said, I have observed it recently. In fact, there are still many hidden dangers just from the surrounding environment. De Zhuang became interested when he heard it. Tell me about it. Then Qin Yu paused and said, the community was previously selected by the developer. For those businessmen, it definitely has more advantages than disadvantages. The environment is good, there are many trees, and the roads are well built. But in the apocalypse, this kind of terrain is not so good. After he finished speaking, he pointed to a line and said, this is the wall. About 8 meters away is the tree. Logically speaking, there are many trees around, which can well hide the wall of our community. It is basically not easy for outsiders to see it. But at the same time, once someone hides there, it is difficult for us to find it at the first time. You mean, it's easy to be ambushed by the enemy? Da Zhuang was also very smart, and got the point right away. Qin Yu nodded. Yes, to be honest, Alei and I went out in the middle of the night last night, and found a few people who were discussing how to sneak into the community. At this point, Qin Yu frowned again and said, if Alei hadn't been careful and found the footprints by the wall in advance, even if I saw that figure in the middle of the night, I wouldn't dare to chase him alone. Fortunately, Alei was very cautious. With his help, it was not difficult for the two of us to escape unscathed. After chasing them, we found that those people were planning to join us in the form of lone survivors. At this time, Li Yao also came down from the 2nd floor, holding a bunch of sheets in her hands. She immediately said, haven't we just made a decision recently to temporarily stop accepting the elderly, women and children? Those people you mentioned, they are not just men, right? Qin Yu nodded seriously. This is what I am worried about. If Alay and I hadn't found these people, they would have pretended to be alone and wandered to our door one by one, and maybe we would have really accepted them in. What if they do something in there? Chinyu said earnestly. For example, if they had zombie blood to the water, we will be easily swallowed. What are we waiting for? While it's raining now, let's take our guns and go out to clean them all up. Li Yao threw the bed sheet into the basket and said immediately. Chinyu said softly, Don't worry, Alay and I have already dealt with them, but this is not the last time. In the Doomsday, a survivor base like the one we live in is no different from heaven for most people. The longer the night, the more trouble we have. We can't afford to make a mistake. If something unexpected happens, the consequences will be unbearable for us. Dazhuang pondered for a moment, then raised his head. Xiaoyu, you must have a solution, right? There is a solution, but it is difficult to implement. Chinyu pondered for a while, and said slowly. Just tell us, and we will work together. Li Yao came over and sat down. From the beginning to now, we have been able to live a stable life. To be honest, if I hadn't happened to follow you, I wouldn't even be able to leave that university. Hearing this, Chinyu laughed self-deprecatingly. Come to think of it, at that time I was planning to get rid of the zombies behind me before climbing over the wall. Fortunately, there were not many zombies inside, otherwise there was a high probability that we would die together without ever meeting each other. But it was also thanks to Brother Dazhuang's arrival. If he hadn't met Brother Zhao's group by chance, I wouldn't have been able to get out of that city. Dazhuang shook his head. There's nothing much to say. I won't give up until I find you. Let's talk about what we can do. Chinyu hummed and said carefully, Let's get back to the point. Doesn't the community need wood for the winter? Take advantage of these days to clear the trees around the wall. Ah? Dazhuang was a little confused. The area around the wall is very wide. It will take at least more than a month to cut down so many trees. What's more, what if they fall down and collapse our wall? After the voice fell, Chinyu whispered, If those trees are not removed for a day, our surroundings will always be unsafe. We don't need to cut them all down. We just need to push the trees out 5 or 6 meters. It's just right that we can make some land to plant those vegetables. To be honest, if we don't grow anything, we won't live long. We can't eat vegetables, and our bodies lack a lot of vitamins. In half a year at most, everyone will collapse. Although it won't kill us, in this doomsday world, if we have no strength, what's the difference between that and death? After adding another sentence, Chinyu looked at Dazhuang seriously, waiting for his answer. Chapter 284. Indeed, it's a rough and true statement. Sooner or later, we have to find a way to grow crops. Dazhuang looked down at the fire and nodded in reply. And we better find a way to get some fish. When the weather warms up, we can directly build a fish pond to raise fish. Chinyu put the paper in his pocket, leaned on the sofa, and said, The longer time passes, the more likely it is that dead fish will appear in those rivers. Although these things can only soak on the water after mutation, it is also very dangerous once they come ashore. In the next few minutes, Chinyu briefly explained his plan, and then left, intending to go to Feng Yi's place. After all, this is also a community built by others, and it is reasonable to discuss with them. After looking around but couldn't find her, I asked Xiao Ning, and found out that she seemed to have returned to the house she used to live in. Chinyu didn't see Lenny either. The rain was a little lighter at this time, and he guessed that she went to check the wounds of those patients. According to his memory, he returned to the villa where Feng Yi lived at the beginning. Chinyu stood outside and looked at her. Just looking at her appearance, he felt a little tragic. The glass was almost all smashed, the door was broken into pieces, and there was a lot of zombie blood on the outside wall. These were not easy to clean. As time went by, the blood basically turned black, and it looked very dirty from the outside. If Chinyu remembered correctly, when he first entered this community, the villas here were very luxurious and beautiful, and the courtyards were well maintained. But now, the lawns inside were all destroyed. The group of people who attacked the community last time were just like crazy people. Looking carefully at the intact ground under his feet, Chinyu carefully came to the door and walked in directly. The house was also in ruins. The sofa he sat on last time was also slashed with a knife. No wonder Feng Yi moved out. Living in such an environment would be unbearable. Hearing the noises coming from the second floor, Chinyu slowly walked up. It was still the same study room, but the scene inside was completely different this time. Feng Yi squatted on the ground, carefully checking the books that had not been contaminated, and carefully wiping the dirt on the cover with a cloth. While wiping, she said to herself, Why are those people so bad? These books have done nothing wrong, but they are smeared with zombie blood everywhere. Hearing this, Qingyu whispered. Some people have no bottom line when they are bad. A sudden voice rang out, frightening Feng Yi so much that the book in her hand fell to the ground. She turned around and saw that it was Qingyu. She breathed a sigh of relief and blamed him. You are a big man, but you are like a ghost, and you walk without any noise? Sorry, I am used to slowing down. Qingyu saw that he had scared her, and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Feng Yi stood up and waved her hand. There is a chance that scaring people to death, but your cautious habit cannot be said to be bad. On the contrary, I am too focused. By the way, what are you doing here? Looking for a book or someone? Let me make it clear first, Xiaolin is not here. Hearing this, Qingyu said helplessly, Why do you always think that I will look for her every day? Holding up 2 stools, Feng Yi sat down and curled her lips. Even a fool can see that you two have something going on, but I don't object and even strongly support it. In this way, Xiaolin will be safer in the future, and I don't have to worry all day long. Pretending not to hear, Qingyu walked over and handed over the paper, then slowly told his plan. A few minutes later, Feng Yi listened carefully to what he said, tapping her thighs with her fingers. Now the weather is much colder, and it is raining, so Feng Yi wears long pants outside. This way Qingyu doesn't have to worry about her exposing herself, and sits opposite calmly. Well, the idea is very good, and it is not difficult to implement. Feng Yi pondered for a moment, raised her head, and said seriously. Hearing this, Qingyu chuckled and said, As expected of Sister Feng, you think differently? We all think that those trees can be cut down, but it is not easy to put them down. After all, there is a wall on one side. Feng Yi rolled her eyes at him, and said casually, You should call me by my name. I don't want a brother like you who runs into other people's communities, and wants to draw his sword when he sees a stranger. Hearing this, Qingyu blushed. Hey, that was a long time ago, why are you still talking about it? What's wrong with talking about it? Feng Yi leaned forward slightly, and said dissatisfiedly, Lei went out to search for Wang Tianhai again early in the morning. I heard that you didn't come back until midnight last night. Although he is very powerful, he can't be used as a cow. After saying this, Feng Yi leaned back in her chair and said in a frustrated tone, I don't blame you, but Lei never had a good life since he was a child. I finally saved him, but he fell into some killer organization and was subjected to all kinds of inhuman training. After he finally got out alive and avenged his blood feud, the end of the world came again. Although I have no blood relationship with him, he has always obeyed my orders unconditionally and tried his best to protect me. To put it bluntly, if Lei hadn't been around, I, who am afraid of even chickens, would have died long ago. After hearing this, Qingyu said softly, In the future, I will work hard with him and try to share some things, including finding Wang Tianhai. Don't worry, it's best if he has no bad intentions. If he thinks of betraying us, I will definitely cut off the roots. Feng Yi rubbed his temples, smiled bitterly and said, I hope so. There have been too many things recently. I feel that my brain is not enough. If Wang Tianhai betrays, and brings people back to massacre the community again, I will really go crazy. Qingyu said firmly, Don't worry, this kind of thing will not happen again in the future. Well, the most urgent thing is to do what you said, and clear those trees first. Feng Yi looked at him and began to talk about the solution. Find some strong ropes, tie a stone on it, and then throw it to the top of the tree. Just get it stuck on the branches, then use a long bamboo pole to hang a hook, hook the stone around the tree trunk and grab it, then find 4 people to stand apart, cut it with a saw below, and finally tighten the ropes, and pull it outwards. In this way, the tree will not fall towards the wall. Feng Yi said softly. After she finished speaking, she added, Although there is a way, it requires too much physical strength. However, in order to eliminate those potential dangers, I have to do this. If I had known earlier, I would have chosen a place with open terrain and good vision. Hearing this, Qingyu smiled and said, Those places have long been occupied by other survivors, right? This place happens to be sparsely populated, and no one has discovered it because of the trees. This is also a big advantage. However, due to the change in the environment, we need to clear some of those trees. Chapter 285. Feng Yi sighed and said, It's getting more and more difficult now. Recently, the leaves of the vegetables in the greenhouse have turned yellow again. It's really hard to grow. The book says it's simple, but it's really not easy to implement. After she finished speaking, she stood up and continued to pick up the books on the ground. Qingyu glanced at the fallen cabinet next to him, walked over to help turn it over, and then turned back and said, What caused it? Do you know? Hearing this, Feng Yi shook her head helplessly. I'm not sure. It would be great if I could find someone who knows how to grow vegetables. In fact, a lot of the knowledge written in these books is not very detailed. As she spoke, she threw a few books on the table and said again, in some extremely bad situations, it is impossible to generalize. If I rely solely on my exploration, it is easy to waste seeds. Anyway, it has already come to this. Just do it boldly. Xinyu looked at her and said softly. Then the two of them cleaned the study together, collected some clean books, and prepared to find a place to burn the others. Suddenly, Xinyu saw a book with a radish on the cover, and then thought of something, turned his head and shouted to Feng Yi. Could it be malnutrition? Feng Yi was moving a chair, and when she heard this, she asked in confusion, What? I mean, is it possible that the vegetables did not get enough nutrition, which caused the leaves to turn yellow? Xinyu added again. After sitting down and thinking carefully, Feng Yi replied, Although the books I have read so far do not mention this reason, I seem to remember one thing. Tell me quickly. Xinyu urged. I don't know if you have noticed that before the end of the world, some people's hair turned yellow due to lack of nutrition, and even now there are many people who are like this. Feng Yi said seriously. Snap. Xinyu snapped his fingers. Yes, since people's hair will change color due to malnutrition, vegetable leaves should also be like this. By the way, what kind of fertilizer do you give them? Hearing this, Feng Yi frowned and shook his head, spreading his hands. Nowadays, people can't achieve balanced nutrition. Where can I find fertilizer? Strange, are there only a few tomatoes? Xinyu was stunned and said curiously. Yes, there are only a few, most people haven't tasted them. Hearing this, Xinyu rubbed his palms, walked back and forth in the room, and then said again, Don't we have half a bag of fertilizer? Feng Yi nodded. Yes, but no one knows what it is, and I dare not use it easily. Yes, even she who is more familiar with it can't recognize it, let alone Xinyu. At that time, the words on the bag were almost gone, and I just saw the word fertilizer, thinking that it would be useful, so I brought it back directly. Xinyu sat down again, and said a little irritably. Now the problems are in front of him one by one, and he must find a way to solve them in order, otherwise if something happens at the same time one day, it is likely to cause more serious consequences. Feng Yi also sat there quietly, waiting for Qinyu's next words. Although she likes to read books on this subject, it is two different things from actually doing it. More than a minute later, Xinyu patted his knees and asked hurriedly, What kinds of vegetables are there in the greenhouse? 2 kinds, the others are all dead, tomatoes and cabbage. After getting the answer, Xinyu began to expect that the answer would be the same as what he had imagined. Now he regretted not protecting the old man. Apart from anything else, the old man must know how to grow vegetables. If there is such a person in the end of the world, many things will be much easier. But unfortunately, things have already happened, and there is no point in regretting it. Now we have to do the current things well. Then Xinyu asked again, Do you know which 2 fertilizers these 2 vegetables need? After he finished speaking, he looked at the other side with expectation. What a coincidence, I just happened to know it. Feng Yi smiled bitterly and replied, Potassium fertilizer will do, but I have never seen it, and I can't recognize it. Potassium fertilizer, potassium fertilizer. Xinyu stood up, repeating these 2 words in his mouth. He turned his head and shouted, When will Lei come back? Probably in the evening. What's wrong? Feng Yi asked curiously. Xinyu waved his hand. Since he knows how to extract potassium nitrate, he must know that kind of fertilizer, but time is urgent now. No one can say whether more vegetables will die in a dozen hours. Potassium fertilizer, potassium nitrate. Xinyu touched his chin and thought seriously. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and said excitedly, It is very likely that the bag of fertilizer is exactly what we need. Huh? Feng Yi didn't quite understand. Xinyu snapped his fingers again. Last time, Lei told me that he knew how to extract potassium nitrate from that bag of fertilizer. In this case, is there a possibility that it is potassium fertilizer itself? Are you sure? Listening to these words, Feng Yi hesitated and said, That is the last batch of vegetables in the community. I'm not saying that if they are drowned, we will really be finished. The later it is, the harder it will be to find these seeds. After pondering for a while, Xinyu looked up and replied, I'm not sure, but there's nothing we can do about it. Today is different from the past. At that time, if you encountered something you didn't understand, you could just search online and solve it, or even ask an expert. But in the current environment, we are just like walking at night with the lights off. We have to be careful with every step. Try it, it may be right. If you don't do it, you will keep going in circles. At most, we can try it out. Xinyu clenched his right fist and waved it downwards. Feng Yi nodded. In that case, let's go. As soon as Chinyu was about to leave, he was stopped. Wait, help me move this box of books first. You have no sense. How can a girl move such a heavy box? Hearing this, Chinyu walked back, smiled, raised his hands and left. More than 10 minutes later, the two of them were standing outside the greenhouse with half a bag of fertilizer, discussing how to apply the fertilizer. By the way, do I need to add water to it? Chinyu asked curiously. Feng Yi shook her head. I don't know, I haven't tried it. The mouth of the bag was tied with a rope, and only the word fertilizer was left on the outside of the bag. Chinyu untied the rope, and then the two of them got close to smell it, and suddenly a pungent smell came, which was very unpleasant. This smell made Feng Yi cover her nose directly. I guess it would be better to add some water. First water each plant once, and then come back to see in 2 days. Chapter 286. I agree. Chinyu nodded, then took out a half-open mineral water bottle, put it into the bag and scooped a little bit, then added some water from the puddle on the ground and stirred it with a branch. He then took off the plastic film covering the outside of the greenhouse, lifted the door curtain and walked in. It was a very small piece of land, about the size of a toilet. Many of the cabbages planted near his half were wilted, and only 4 or 5 were left green. Then Feng Yi came in, stood beside her and whispered, "This is my best effort." Hearing this, Chinyu turned around and looked at her, comforting her. You went from a big boss to a vegetable girl in just a few months. It's not easy. At least you thought about growing vegetables, which is much better than most people who just eat and wait to die. There's no way. Those things will expire sooner or later, and it will become more and more difficult to find supplies. Feng Yi whispered, although it may not succeed, what if it does? You said so. Yeah. Chinyu nodded, took the half bottle of fertilizer, squatted down and sprinkled it on a plant with 3 yellow petals. After thinking about it, it would be better to sprinkle it on the soil. If it is not suitable, it is easy to dig out the soil and throw it away. After finishing all this, Chinyu got up and left. As for Feng Yi, she continued to stay here and take notes. She would write down procedures like this and make sure that every step was on paper, so that anyone could plant it according to it in the future. About half an hour later, Chinyu called a few people who were still healthy and prepared to try whether the tree cutting method could be used. The sky was completely clear at this time. It was almost noon, and the weather was pretty good. There were several people standing at the gate, including Huang Lulin, Ding Tao, and 2 other people he didn't know. But one of them was more familiar with Huang Lulin, and they were whispering to each other. Chinyu didn't care about these things. They were just gossip, and he didn't bother to care. To prevent accidents, Chinyu also called Li Yao and Yang Zi, and asked the 2 girls to patrol the zombies. In order to prevent these men from being touched by zombies while cutting trees, they would not know it. Do you know how to use a pistol? Chinyu held one and whispered to Yang Zi. Yeah. Yang Zi nodded quickly, her face very excited. She had touched guns many times recently. Although she hadn't fired a gun yet, she was looking forward to it. Looking at Yang Zi's expression, Chinyu recalled that De Zhuang was the only one firing on the construction site. Fearing accidents, he still gave a solemn warning. If there are zombies next to us, don't shoot at them. Just shoot directly at their heads. Ah? Hearing this, Yang Zi, who was holding a gun and looking carefully, hesitated and whispered, "Why is this? I am very accurate with a slingshot, and archery is no problem." Chinyu was about to explain, and Li Yao came over at this time. She was holding the sniper rifle in her hand, and said with a smile, "These are 2 different things. You have never used a gun to shoot a moving target. It would be bad if something unexpected happened. Let's take it step by step." Okay. Yang Zi nodded and carefully put the pistol on his waist without a holster. Just use a rope to make a buckle, and tie it around the waist. It's no problem to hang the pistol like this. Now it's the end of the world, and there are few people. There is no need to worry about the gun being taken away suddenly. Are you used to using this gun? Chinyu turned and looked at Li Yao and asked with a smile. Li Yao nodded, and gently stroked the barrel with his left hand. It's good, but the power is too great, and the gunshot is loud. Chinyu held a bundle of hemp rope in his hand, and said seriously, "The gun is for emergency situations. If there are fewer zombies, one person can go to deal with it. Be sure to keep an eye on other directions to prevent the zombies from coming over without us knowing." Li Yao and Yang Zi both responded, "Understood." Okay, let's go, let's try to cut down a few trees today. After saying that, Chinyu walked towards the gate. He briefly explained the steps to those people, and then everyone left. Li Yao led Yang Zi to the outside of the woods, and they were separated by more than 10 meters. 2 people, looking in 3 directions. The rope in Qinyu's hand was the longest bundle in the community, almost as thick as an index finger, and it looked quite strong. A fist-sized stone was tied in front of the rope, and then Qinyu pinched a part of it, waved it with his right hand, and then aimed at the top of the tree trunk and threw it out. With a snap, the stone fell directly to the ground. As expected, it was difficult to hit the target in one throw. Then he pulled the rope back and tried twice more, and finally succeeded in hanging it on the 3rd time. Then Huang Lulin, who was waiting nearby, took a bamboo stick and tied a hook to it and moved towards the stone. It was about 10 meters long, and it was difficult for him to control it alone. Seeing this, Qinyu whispered to the person next to him, "Go help him." After finishing all this, Qinyu told the 2 to stand on each side and hold the rope. There was no need to use too much force now. After all, the tree had not been cut yet. Then the remaining 3 people stepped forward and began to take turns sawing the tree, which was thicker than 3 telephone poles. A few minutes later, Qinyu wiped the sweat off his face and shouted to Huang Lulin, "You 2 go over and pull the rope, I finish here." Hearing this, Huang Lulin hesitated and said, "Can you do it alone? What if the tree falls on you?" Qinyu shook his head, "Don't worry, I stand on the side." After calling the other 2 away, Qinyu looked around and prepared to start. The saw body is about half a meter long, and it is the only one in the community. It is said that a man came with it and begged for it, so Fengyi accepted it. Unfortunately, the man had already died in the last attack. If there is someone who knows how to do it, at least it will be twice as effective with half the effort. Qinyu is just starting to learn how to saw trees, and it is a little tiring. They started by sawing the tree trunk facing the wall. Now that it is about to fall, they have to saw the side close to the forest. After pulling it hard for more than 10 times, Qinyu heard a slight click and turned his head and shouted quickly, "Tighten the rope." As soon as the words fell, the 4 people over there used all their strength to hold the rope in their hands tightly. Qinyu quickly ran to the side, only to see the tree shaking, and then slowly falling towards the woods outside. The branches touched other trees, making bursts of noise, and then fell to the ground with a bang. Seeing the scene, Qinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the plan was successfully implemented, but it requires too much physical strength and time. Counting the time for hanging the rope and sawing the tree, it took about 10 minutes. There were zombies everywhere outside, and the longer you stayed, the more dangerous it would be. It seems that I still have to work hard to find a chainsaw. Qinyu muttered to himself while walking towards the tree, and he and the others took an axe to pick the branches clean. These branches and leaves were dragged back to the community, and they could be used for burning after they were dried. Chapter 287. Several people quickly cleaned up the mess, stacked the branches together, and then one person dragged them back. At present, the priority is to clear the trees near the gate to facilitate future inspections. In the next hour, Qinyu led the 4 people to chop down 4 trees with difficulty, and then his physical strength was a bit exhausted. Damn! Why do I feel that my strength is getting weaker and weaker recently? The 5 people were sitting on the ground to rest, and suddenly someone spoke up. Qinyu turned his head and saw a man with a dark face, about 30 years old, and his name was unknown. Huang Lulin then echoed, "Binzi is right, I feel the same way recently. If it was half a year ago, let alone cutting down 4 trees, we wouldn't be tired even if we doubled the number. But now, we are out of breath all the time." Hearing this, Qinyu thought for a moment, then said softly, "Because of the lack of vitamins, the doctor also said that we have to eat vegetables as soon as possible. The current symptoms of everyone are anemia." Hearing this, another person spoke up. "There are many people in the community. Even if there are vegetables, will it be our turn to eat them?" After the words fell, the other 2 also started to grumble. On the contrary, Huang Lulin, who was not sure if he was convinced by Qinyu's beating, actually advised the others. "If you ask me, Boss Feng and Brother Qin know what's going on. They can't just watch us fall ill, right? Stop saying bad things. Working hard is the right thing to do." These words did not cause any reaction in Qinyu's ears. He just said expressionlessly, "As long as everyone contributes, I guarantee that everyone will get a share. Keep going, and things will get better." After getting a positive answer, those people stopped talking and stood up to continue cleaning the branches. Looking up at the sky, Qinyu said, "It's getting late. Winter nights will come faster. You hurry up and drag the leaves back. I go see how they are." Then Qinyu picked up an axe and walked towards the outskirts of the forest. He was a little confused. It stands to reason that several trees have fallen. It's impossible that there are no zombies coming over, right? The noises are not small, but the surroundings are a little too quiet. After walking for more than 2 minutes, Chinyu saw a figure walking back and forth, patrolling the woods outside. What's going on? There's not a single zombie? Chinyu approached and asked softly. Hearing this, Liao turned around and shook her head. I'm also confused. You guys are making a lot of noise over there, but there's no reaction here. I suspect all the zombies are dead. Hearing this, Chinyu thought for a moment, and then immediately said, We're done there. Take the gun back first, and then go with those people to drag the leaves. I go to the front to take a look. Liao nodded, hugged the sniper rifle and walked back. Chinyu picked up the axe and walked a distance to the left. After meeting Yangzi, the answers he got were basically the same. They all had never seen zombies. After sending her back, Chinyu began to walk further out of the woods. A few minutes later, looking at the scene in front of him, he finally figured out why. I saw that all the electric poles around had fallen down, but they were not completely collapsed. Although the power was out, the cables on them were still there, and this thing was still very strong. These electric poles were built on the roadside, probably because one of them was hit by a heavy rain and then fell down by a tree or something. Then, they fell down one by one, and the cables were stuck half a meter above the ground, perfectly blocking the zombies. There were nearly 100 of them, all gathered together, but because they were blocked, they couldn't get through it all. Then Chinyu continued to return to the forest and began to check along the road, and found that these wires were just an arc. Just like a semicircle, all the zombies were concentrated inside. No wonder they couldn't get to the community. In this way, they can cut trees more safely, but at the same time, the hidden dangers are also great. Listening to the roars of the zombies more than 10 meters away, Chinyu has no doubt that the number here will increase several times in just one day. If there are too many of them, although they can't break through the cables, they may push the poles. Once there is a gap, there will be a steady stream of zombies heading towards the community. It was winter again, there was a lot of snow on the ground, and it was hard to find dry firewood after the rain. He couldn't even make a fire to lure the zombies away. There was no other way, so Chinyu went back into the forest and moved to the back of the zombies. Chinyu tried to attract the zombies' attention by making noises from the axe hitting the dagger, but after all the trouble, only the ones behind him noticed him. If he was closer, the effect would be better by relying on the smell of living people on his body, but in that case, if he led too many away at the same time, he would be easily attacked from both sides. Chinyu had just finished chopping down those trees, and his physical strength had not recovered yet, so he could not take the risk of using this method. Looking around, Chinyu looked at a hillside behind him, where there happened to be a very large stone. It was about half the size of a small car, and was originally parked there safely, but due to the recent frequent rain, the surrounding soil under the stone also collapsed a little. Currently, Chinyu was standing at a bend in a road, and the huge stone was on the hillside behind him. If he could make good use of it, he could eliminate some zombies. This road did not lead to the community, mainly because the bridge behind it had collapsed a long time ago, so this was considered a waste road. Even if it was destroyed, it didn't matter. Chinyu was standing at a bend, and it was downhill. If he turned left, he would be where the zombies were passing by. They were slowly walking towards the zombies. There was a cliff in front of him on the right. Although it was not very steep, it could allow the stone to roll down from here. He did it right away. Chinyu checked the surroundings and confirmed that it was convenient to evacuate later, and then climbed up from the side of the hillside behind. He used an axe to chop off a tree trunk that was as thick as an arm and 2 meters long. Chinyu took it and came to the boulder. Worried that it would collapse if he stepped on it, he poked it with a stick and advanced to confirm that it was stable before moving closer. He stood about 1 meter away from the boulder, squatted carefully, and then placed a basketball-sized stone on it. As soon as he placed it, a zombie came over from the bend below. It only had one arm left, and its face was so corrupt that it was hard to tell its gender. It staggered towards the side. Seeing this, Chinyu directly took out his pistol, pulled the bolt, and pulled the trigger at the sky. Now there was no time to save bullets. If those zombies walked near the community, it would waste even more. After a few shots, Chinyu put the gun in his pocket, held the tree trunk and gently inserted it into the soil under the boulder, and then stuck the smaller stone. Chapter 288. The one-armed zombie came over, stood below with his teeth bared, and tried to climb up by grabbing the soil, but it was completely in vain. Chinyu left it there on purpose to attract other zombies. After about 10 seconds, there was a clear noise from the left front. Then Chinyu looked at the dozen zombies, and his face became slightly excited. But soon, his smile was gone, because the zombies were still moving towards this side. Fuck. Chinyu cursed inwardly. He fired too many times. which attracted more zombies than expected. The main reason was that these things would make noise when they gathered together, as if they had a serious illness, and they wanted other lone zombies to follow them. He took a quick look and saw that there were about 50 of them. Chinyu had only 6 bullets left, and his weapons were only an axe and a dagger. If he made a mistake, he would definitely die without a burial place with so many zombies targeting him. That was a community, and he couldn't take these back. It would be extremely difficult to kill his way out with an axe. Calculating the location where the stone fell, and the distance from the zombies, Chinyu clenched his hands and was ready. When the second zombie walked to the area under his feet, Chinyu seized the opportunity and pressed down hard, using the principle of leverage to directly pry the hundreds of kilograms of boulder. The soil fell down with a crackling sound, and the big stone hit the hard concrete road with a bang, and then ruthlessly crushed the dead bodies. In a distance of just over 10 meters, a large number of zombies were crushed, and a small number of them even had their heads crushed into a sticky state. Chinyu felt sick. No matter how many times he killed this thing, it was always the same. The boulder rolled quickly, crushing the zombies without any pressure, leaving a long mark on the downhill road, and then fell towards the cliff in the lower right corner. Many trees were directly broken, and there was another noise. In this way, the remaining zombies could also be attracted. There are so many trees. I can come and pick up a lot of dry firewood in a while. Seeing a large number of trees fall, Chinyu's mood suddenly improved a lot. Fortunately, the stone was quite round. If it was square, he really couldn't think of any good solution today. Seeing that the time was almost up, he planned to go back and check it carefully, and turned around to leave. The moment he moved his body, the hillside began to slide again. Damn, no way. Chinyu's face changed, and he threw away the tree trunk and grabbed the soil with both hands, but because of the rain and the snow, he couldn't hold it at all. In an emergency, Chinyu quickly pulled out the axe and dagger on his body, and threw them to the side to avoid accidentally hurting himself. The two weapons were just hanging on his body, without a sheath. If he was not careful, he would probably cut his skin. The moment the axe fell to the ground, Chinyu was buried alive by a large amount of mud. Fortunately, he was not buried deep, so he dug it out with his hands. However, he was covered in mud, like a living mudman. A fat earthworm crawled on his forehead, and tried to drill into his hair. Chinyu reached out and picked it up, saying viciously, "You dare to crawl on me, right? I must catch you and feed you to the chickens today." As soon as he finished speaking, he held the earthworm in one hand, and crawled out with the other hand grabbing the ground. Then he ran to the roadside, picked up a garbage bag, and threw the lively earthworm in his hand into it. Looking at the plastic garbage all over the ground, Chinyu sighed and said, "I don't know how many years it will take for these things to degrade. The environmental damage is simply too outrageous." That being said, in this doomsday world, he has no intention of picking up garbage. To put it bluntly, zombies can also pollute the environment now. Suddenly thinking of something, Chinyu touched his body with both hands and frowned. "Damn, where is my gun?" Then he looked at the pile of dirt in front of him, which was almost as tall as him. Grabbing a handful of hair in frustration, Chinyu took an axe and prepared to chop some branches to dig the dirt. If it was just a knife thrown in there, he would not want to waste energy looking for it. But the gun is different. This thing can save lives in the doomsday. More than 10 minutes later, Chinyu used branches to piece together, and dug the dirt all over, and finally found the familiar pistol. But the muzzle was already full of mud. I tried to pull the bolt, but there was no response. But it didn't matter. Fortunately, I learned how to disassemble a pistol from Xiaojio. I can just wash it when I go back. Looking at the remaining zombie heads on the road, Chinyu muttered, picked up the tree trunk, sharpened the front end with an axe, and then prepared to finish them off one by one. These things are a hidden danger after all. Although they can't be moved, it's annoying to see their mouths biting up and down. After finishing all this, Chinyu picked up his things and returned to the community. When he stood at the gate of the community, Dazhuang, who was on guard, rubbed his eyes hard to make sure he saw it correctly, and then opened the door. He was stunned and said, "Fuck Xiaoyu, are you doing mud SPA? And I just seemed to hear gunshots. Didn't you fire it too?" Chinyu handed him the axe, took off his shoes, and knocked them on the ground a few times to shake out the mud, and then whispered, "Alas, the child has lost his mother." Then he walked into the community with his shoes in his hands. Hearing this inexplicable remark, Dazhuang was stunned. What the hell, what does it have to do with children? Chinyu shrugged his shoulders, turned his back to him, and said, "It's a long story." Not wanting to be seen in such an awkward state, Chinyu walked along the wall from the backyards of the houses. When passing Feng Yi's house, He threw the big earthworm into the chicken coop. Finally, he successfully returned to the door of the house where he lived. When he came to the stove, Chinyu lifted the lid of the big pot, looked at the water inside, and his face was happy. Fortunately, the water boiled last time was not used up. At this time, Chinyu didn't care that the water was cold. He scooped some water with a ladle and washed his feet and hands. Then he took off his clothes and pants and ran upstairs in his shorts. Fortunately, it was afternoon, and everyone else should be busy with other things. There was no one in the room. After changing into clean clothes and putting on the last autumn coat he found, Chinyu prepared to wash the clothes he had changed. Fortunately, Chinyu kept 2 clothes for himself after the last search. Otherwise, with his tossing appearance, he would not have many clothes to wear. Too lazy to take a bucket, he threw the clothes directly into the stove, stirring them with a stick while the fire was burning. Fortunately, it was all some mud, not dirty, and it was easy to get it off. Chapter 289. After simply washing the mud and squeezing out the water, Chinyu looked around and found a longer stick to put on the firewood pile, stuck the other end in the gap of the wall, and then put the clothes on it. Because it rained for a long time in the morning, many snow blocks on the ground were almost melted, and the temperature began to become colder. Chinyu stuffed a few more pieces of wood into the stove, and planned to boil some hot water to wash his hair. Although he had almost cleaned up the mud, it was still a little uncomfortable after it dried and stuck together. Walking under the eaves, Chinyu hesitated for a moment when he saw the bucket of relatively clean rainwater. But he soon figured it out. He wasn't going to drink it anyway. After boiling it and waiting for the water to cool down, it shouldn't be a problem to wash his hair. After a busy period, Chinyu scooped up the boiled rainwater with a ladle. The temperature was acceptable. He lowered his head and poured it on his head. After getting it wet, he remembered that he didn't have shampoo. He thought about it and made do with it. He could save the amount for next time. In addition to some food and drinks, other supplies in the community were barely complete. However, all these need to be exchanged with material coins. Recently, due to this incident, there are fewer people. Feng Yi temporarily canceled the trade fair, but considering that Chinyu and his group needed it, she exchanged a bottle with her own coins and sent it over. Although she established the community, in order to develop stably, she basically abides by the regulations. After those coins are exchanged for materials, they will still be kept by her, but they will not be used privately. Wait until others find the materials, and then exchange them for the coins that have been put away. The materials will be put into the warehouse again, and when the trading day comes, they will be taken out for exchange, thus forming a cycle. The people were not dissatisfied with this. Anyway, the things they found every time they went out were basically different. Most of the houses within a radius of dozens of miles have been searched, and as time goes by, it will be more difficult to find useful things in the future. After all, many things are gone after they are used up, and they cannot be produced again. After Chinyu cleaned himself up, the sky gradually darkened. After thinking about it, he forgot to disassemble and clean the pistol. Finding a clean basin, Chinyu prepared to dismantle it into a pile of parts, but unfortunately the soil was almost dry and some parts were difficult to remove. He scooped some water and put the pistol in to soak for a while, which made it much more convenient. A few minutes later, Chinyu carefully wiped the pile of parts with a towel. Worried that he had not noticed some places, he even warmed them near the fire. If it was not done well, it would be no joke if the gun exploded when it was fired in the future. Then he went to the next house to chat with Zhang Yin for a while, and asked him how the Desert Eagle was doing. The answer he got was that he had no chance to use it. Seeing this, Chinyu just gave him some instructions, saying that he must not be rusty with his hands now, and then went back to sleep. There was nothing to do the next day, so Chinyu took people to move the pile of branches to a shed to prevent them from getting wet by rain or snowmelt. Then he looked around to prevent any gaps. The trees outside were not taken care of for the time being. Putting them in was just waiting for them to dry. It would be better to leave them there and drag them in after they were much drier. Early in the morning of the third day, Chinyu was still sleeping when the bedroom door was banged. "Who is it?" Chinyu sat up, squinted his eyes, and shouted lazily. "It's me." Feng Yi's voice came from outside the door. Hearing this, Chinyu turned his head and looked at the window. It seemed that the sky was just getting a little brighter, and the light was not very good. Seeing this, he wondered, "It's not even dawn yet. What are you doing here?" Although he said this, Chinyu still put on his coat, walked over and opened the door. Feng Yi was still ready to knock, but after the door was opened, her hand stayed in the air, and she said with a little excitement, "The dish is alive." Chinyu was still asleep, and was a little confused. "What? Who's alive?" Seeing him like this, Feng Yi pushed him. Hurry up and put on your clothes and shoes. We have to fertilize the remaining vegetables. Hearing the word fertilize, Qin reacted and picked up his pants to put them on. Fortunately, the light in the room was not good, and Feng Yi couldn't see clearly at all. Then the two of them walked over there in the night. Along the way, Qin asked curiously, "Are you awake so early? You still need to rest your body." Feng Yi walked beside him and shook her head. "I didn't sleep at all. I prepared the fertilizers in different quantities last night and waited for the results today." After she finished speaking, she urged again, "Hurry up, these vegetables are life-saving now. I also started to feel a little weak today. I guess there will be more and more people with anemia in the community." Qin Yu looked at Feng Yi's eyes staring at the road under his feet, and whispered, "You didn't sleep all night, probably because of staying up late." A few minutes later, when Qin Yu entered the greenhouse, he looked at the cabbage plant that had been fertilized 2 days ago. At this time, the yellow leaves were almost all gone, and his face was filled with joy. Then the two of them separated. Qin Yu focused on watering the soil, and Feng Yi carefully added water and stirred it. After a busy period, the sky had become much brighter. "Okay, wait 2 more days, and everyone should be able to eat." Qin Yu patted the mud on his hands, and said with satisfaction. Feng Yi looked at it, and whispered, 2 days may not be enough, I guess we have to wait." Thinking of this, she walked forward and selected a better cabbage, which was about half the normal size. She took it in her hand and turned back and said, "Since the basic problem has been solved, we can try to let everyone eat some vegetables first. You can take it to process. I want to go back to sleep. I can finally rest." Looking at the dark circles on Feng Yi's face, Qin Yu said seriously, "Don't worry, I will bring you one later." Everyone in the community heard that they could eat vegetables, and they all got up and rushed here, but when they saw only one cabbage, a small number of people looked disappointed. But he didn't say anything. In today's environment, it's not easy to have this one. The zombie outbreak has been going on for more than 8 months. Most people present have basically not eaten vegetables. They are really looking forward to it. At this time, Li Yao and Yang Zi are concentrating on making a fire, planning to boil water for soup. The water is purified water, very clean. Qin Yu and De Zhuang squatted on the ground and carefully picked the vegetables. They were reluctant to throw away the half-yellow and half-green leaves. They can still eat them after washing. Lin Yi was cutting vegetables on the chopping board with a clean knife. It was just a simple soup, but everyone came up to help. After all, this is equivalent to the first cabbage grown in the end of the world. Chapter 290. The cabbage was cut into shreds and then washed. Lin Yi took the chopping board and walked directly to the stove and gently poured them in. Then she covered the pot to prevent the ashes from the fire from falling in. Then she turned her head and asked Qin Yu, "Do you want to add some canned meat?" Hearing this, Qin Yu pondered for a while, then shook his head. "This will destroy the taste of the green vegetables. I believe that everyone here should be like me. Just want to taste the soup made from this cabbage alone, right?" Yes, he's right. We're tired of eating meat, so we just want to try some vegetables. No need to add meat. I vote for you too. We haven't eaten vegetables for so long. Let's just drink the soup. Several people stood by with bowls in hand and echoed. Lin Yi sat by the stove, looking at his watch every once in a while, fearing that he didn't get the timing right. There weren't many people in the community who could cook well, so Lin Yi didn't ask for other people's opinions, only Qin Yu. Before the end of the world, Qin Yu often cooked for himself, but he didn't cook soup very often. He just thought it should take about 10 minutes to cook. When the time was up, Lin Yi quickly stood up and lifted the lid of the pot. Suddenly, a unique aroma of green vegetables floated out, making everyone present swallow their saliva unconsciously. According to the doctor, most people in the community suffer from anemia due to lack of vitamins in their bodies. And this green vegetable can be rich in a lot of vitamins. To put it bluntly, this thing is now more precious than medicine. Lin Yi was holding a bag of salt in her hand, and was about to add it, when she suddenly thought of something, turned her head, and looked at Qin Yu, and asked nervously, "How much should I put in?" Hearing this, Qin Yu looked at the water in the pot, which was almost half full. The pot was not very big, it was specially used to heat food, and its diameter was about half a meter. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu looked up and said, "Add half a spoonful to try, if it's less, continue to add, if it's more add water." Lin Yi nodded, sprinkled the salt in, and then took out a small bag of granular things from his pocket, and smiled at Qin Yu. "Sister Feng gave it to me." After adding these 2 seasonings, Qin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted to the crowd, "Do you have any other seasonings? Bring some out." After he finished speaking, A middle-aged woman immediately replied, I still have some chili powder, or... Hearing this, the person next to her grabbed a handful. Why are you adding chili to the vegetable soup? Really? Then the person raised his hand. Do you still have half a bag of soy sauce? I spent a lot of material coins to buy it, but now everyone needs to drink this soup, so I reluctantly gave it up. Hearing this, Chinyu nodded. Bring it over and add some, it should taste better. More than a minute later, everyone gathered around the stove, looking at the pot of vegetable soup, and no one picked up the chopsticks first. After all, many people wanted to drink this vegetable soup first after waiting for 8 months. Suddenly someone in the crowd whispered, should we taste the saltiness first? Or I will. Before he finished speaking, he was pulled by someone. Why are you here? Xiao Feng hasn't come yet. She should come first if she wants to taste it. After all, it was grown by someone else. Hearing this, Chinyu chuckled and said, Feng Yi is asleep. She stayed up all night last night, and finally confirmed that the fertilizers can be useful for these vegetables, so she dug one for everyone to eat first. Wang Lulin's eyes turned, and he wanted to please Chinyu, so he said, if you ask me, most of the people present have been taken care of by doctors. Who doesn't get a little injured at ordinary times? Let Dr. Xiaolin try it first. After this was said, no one else objected, and they all agreed. Chinyu also smiled and said, I think it's okay, Ori, you can try it first. Smelling the unique flavor of this vegetable, Lin Yi was also a little moved. She is also a normal person. After staying in this doomsday for a long time, she will also crave the food of the past. Although she tasted a few slices of tomatoes a few days ago, they were eaten directly, which is completely different from the cooked ones now. But no matter how greedy she is, she still whispered, there should be no need to taste it, let's share it together. Seeing her like this, Chinyu went forward and took the spatula, scooped a small, half-spoonful, then held the bowl in Lin Yi's hand with one hand, and slowly poured it in. Drink it quickly, and tell us how salty it is. At this point, Lin Yi could only chuckle, then picked up the bowl and slowly moved it towards her mouth. When her taste buds touched the soup, her pupil shrank slightly, and then she drank it in big gulps. After a few seconds, Lin Yi pursed her lips and said with a smile, the taste is just right. Just right. As soon as she finished speaking, Chinyu shouted, line up, I scooped soup for everyone. More than a minute later, everyone present was holding a small bowl with freshly cooked vegetable soup in it. It looked cheap, but it was very precious to everyone. Being able to grow vegetables means that they can survive healthily even within this wall, which is equivalent to a qualitative improvement. There is still some left, you can have some more. Chinyu walked directly to Lin Yi with the pot and poured it in despite her objection. I just drank the second bowl, and if I have another bowl, will others say you are biased? Lin Yi did not dare to move, for fear of overturning the pot. She held the bowl carefully and asked softly. Chinyu put the pot away, he turned around and shrugged, you are so important, everyone will rely on you to survive in the future. No one will say it. Even if they say it, it doesn't matter, our face can stop bullets. After saying that, he stretched out his finger and poked his cheek, and laughed. Seeing him like this, Lin Yi remembered the last time she teased Chinyu, and her face turned red. She continued to drink the soup with her head down. Chinyu saw that everything was done here, so he walked to the stove, where there was a big plate with a portion of vegetable soup left in it, which was covered by a big bowl, so it was still hot at this time. This was left for Feng Yi. Chinyu finished his own portion just now, and even licked the bowl clean. It's really hard to survive in this doomsday. It takes so much effort to eat 1 or 2 pieces of vegetables. Carefully holding the bowl, he walked towards Feng Yi, fearing that he would spill some. A few minutes later, Chinyu knocked on her bedroom door and walked in. Feng Yi was lying on the bed, and woke up when she smelled the smell. She really wanted to grow vegetables, and was very sensitive to the smell. The next second, she sat up and looked at Chinyu with a smile. Chinyu carefully placed the bowl of soup on the bedside table, looked at her and said seriously, try it, the vegetables you grew by yourself in the doomsday. Chapter 291. Feng Yi leaned against the bed, holding the bowl and looking at it carefully, then took a sip. Seeing this, Chinyu did not wait for her to finish drinking, and turned around and left. Then he returned to the stove and picked up a bottle of mineral water filled with soup, which he poured into it after it cooled down, and brought it to Alei later. The others had already dispersed, and everyone's expressions were happy and harmonious. Chinyu looked at Wang Yu, who was cleaning with a broom, walked over and asked, how is it? Are you used to it recently? I heard that those children like you very much. Hearing the question, Wang Yu held the broom in front of him, held it with both hands, and smiled gratefully. Thanks to you for accepting me. I am also very happy to be able to help everyone. Chinyu nodded. Take your time. By the way, you will have to stand guard in a while. You don't need to fight the enemy. If someone attacks, you just aim at the open space and pull the trigger. We will support you. Okay, you can arrange these, and let someone inform me when the time comes. Wang Yu immediately agreed. Then Chinyu hummed and walked away with the bottle of soup. A few minutes later, Chinyu walked to a wall and said, "What are you looking at, Alay?" "Nothing." Alay shook his head, took the mineral water, opened it, and drank it directly. "It's okay to heat it up, don't worry." Chinyu glanced at him and said softly. Alay quickly finished the soup and ate a few shredded cabbages, then wiped his mouth. "I have been looking outside for a few days, and finally found footprints. It seems that Wang Tianhai got on a car and left." Hearing this, Chinyu thought for a moment and asked, "Could it be another survivor base?" "It's very likely. The wheel marks are going in the opposite direction of us." Chinyu also exchanged his canned food with Feng Yi for some supply coins, and then got a watch, and the time was correct. He looked at his wrist and frowned. Do you think he was captured while running for his life, or did he take the initiative to join another base? Alay turned around and looked at him seriously. "I don't know, but I found a piece of cloth nearby, probably accidentally scratched by a branch." It was almost 9 o'clock in the morning. Chinyu looked at the sun and said in a deep voice, "Is the new year coming soon?" Hearing this, Alay replied softly, "It should be soon." Shui has a calendar. When her phone still had power, she had calculated the date and marked it every day. She said that it is indeed coming soon. After the voice fell, Alay asked again, "What do you think?" "Me?" Chinyu was slightly startled, pointed his finger at his chest, and then smiled. "I want to have a good new year, and don't want to be disturbed by others." Alay raised his eyebrows, lifted his mask, and whispered, "You mean?" Chinyu stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. "A little spark can burn down a large grassland. Besides, I've been bored in the community recently, so I might as well find something to do." Alay nodded. "I've wanted to chase him a long time ago, but I'm worried that the journey will be too far. It will probably take a week to go back and forth." "Oh?" Chinyu asked curiously. "You haven't been there. How do you know it's far away?" "If we were close, our two groups would have already fought each other, and it wouldn't be so peaceful," Alay said lightly. "But..." He hesitated again. Chinyu curled his lips. "Just tell me if you have anything to say." Alay glanced at the direction of Feng Yi's house and said softly, "I don't think Xiao Yi would agree to let me leave for so long. This is a bit difficult to handle, and if I'm alone, I may not be able to handle it if there are a lot of people over there." "That's easy." Chinyu thought for a few seconds, then looked up and said, "I talked to Feng Yi, and by the way, let's call Zhang Yin. Dazhuang has to take care of Lao Cheng and the others, so we won't call him for the time being. 3 people should be enough." Alay thought about it and agreed. After the discussion, Chinyu turned around and left. There's nothing to do recently. The hens need more than 20 days to hatch eggs, and the radish seeds can't be planted. There's no chainsaw outside, so it's quite difficult to clean up the trees. It just so happened that Wang Tianhai had been missing for a long time, and Chinyu had been thinking about him. If it was just any random person in the community, Chinyu would never care whether he was dead or alive. But the key point is that Wang Tianhai suffered a great loss. His palm was broken by a gun in the end of the world. This breath is not so easy to swallow. What's more, Chinyu has always believed that in the current environment, the danger of zombies is generally greater in groups of zombies. In comparison, human hearts cannot stand the test. Leaving such a hidden danger outside is really a bit uneasy. In addition, Alay finally found traces recently. After thinking about it, he still plans to investigate it clearly. If the people in the base were good, Wang Tianhai would not want to come back here, so it would be the best of both worlds and good for both sides. If the evil intentions are not dead, then Chinyu must clean them up and never allow any hidden dangers to hide in the dark. While thinking and walking, Chinyu came to Feng Yi's house again, went to the second floor, and knocked on the door, and soon there was a dissatisfied voice from inside. "I just went to bed not long ago, why are you here again?" Chinyu laughed, opened the door and walked in. "Your ears are very sensitive. You know it's me even if you can't see." Hearing what he said, Feng Yi rubbed her hair, then continued to sit on the bedside table, grabbed the quilt with both hands, and pulled it up to cover her body, and said depressedly, "What are you doing?" Seeing this scene, Chinyu leaned against the door frame and curled his lips. "You were wearing clothes just now. What else is there to cover?" Hearing this, Feng Yi glared at him and said unhappily, "Just now, I knew you would bring soup, and I didn't take off my clothes." Now I was going to continue sleeping. Who knew you would come back again? Okay. Chinyu scratched his head and said softly, Alay, lend me a while. Why? What are you going to do? Fengyi glanced at him sideways. Chinyu shook his head and stepped forward. Aren't you also worried about Wang Tianhai? And Alay found the trail, so I thought about going to take a look. Then you go. If you don't have enough weapons, you can bring more. Fengyi blinked and said, the journey should be a bit far. I plan to take Zhang Yin with me. The three of us will go to check the situation and try to have a more stable new year. Hearing this, Fengyi lifted the hair beside her ears and said with a smile, it's the end of the world, and you are still thinking about the new year? Chapter 292. Chinyu chuckled, this is our traditional festival. Besides, don't you always remember the time? Hearing this, Fengyi grabbed the quilt with her right hand, stretched out her left hand to the side, opened the drawer of the bedside table, and took out a calendar. A pen was tied with a rope and clamped together with the calendar. She picked up the pen and drew a line, then nodded and said, there are still 12 days until the spring festival, but can you come back in time? Don't worry, I will crawl back even if I have to, but if we leave the community. Chinyu hesitated to speak. He wanted to say, nothing will happen at home, right? Fengyi thought for a moment and said, with Alay gone, the community is indeed missing a powerful person, but De Shuang is here, and your friend Li Yao seems to be pretty good, so there shouldn't be any problems. In order to reassure her, Chinyu said again, Li Yao's shooting skills are quite accurate, and she's also pretty good at fighting. With De Shuang and Lao Cheng Hongwu, as long as they keep their guards, it won't be that easy for them to sneak in. Okay, go ahead, I take good care of the family. Fengyi put the calendar away and looked at him seriously. Chinyu hummed and turned to leave. Suddenly Fengyi said again, I'd be out for several days this time. Go and say hello to Shaolin. Chinyu paused and said softly, I go. In the infirmary. Lin Yi sat at the table, supporting her chin with her left hand, and gently turning a pen with her right hand. There was no expression on her face. She whispered, do I have to go? At this time, Chinyu sat on a chair and said after thinking for a while, I can't imagine that if he comes back with the enemy one day and launches an attack on the community, if you die unfortunately, I will definitely regret it at that time. Why didn't I go out to look for you longer? The pen fell on the table. Lin Yi looked back at him. You must pay attention to safety. Chinyu said softly, don't worry, I'm not kidding when it comes to running away. Seeing this, Lin Yi knew it was not good to continue persuading, so she lowered her head and said, close your eyes. Ah? Chinyu was stunned, but looking at her appearance, he still did it. What, is there something wrong? Lin Yi did not answer him, but turned around and took out a package from the cabinet, walked to Chinyu, and gently placed it in his arms. Then Lin Yi said seriously, there are antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and a small bottle of iodine. The anesthetic is gone, otherwise I would have installed it for you. By the way, you must be careful when you go out. Listening to her instructions, Chinyu's heart moved slightly, opened his eyes, and stood up directly, holding her hand, and then hugged Lin Yi in his arms, murmuring, don't worry, I will remember it carefully. Lin Yi was suddenly hugged, and she was a little nervous. She was very tense. Smelling Chinyu's breath, she took a slight breath, then relaxed her body, and whispered, outside is not like inside, there are dangers everywhere, you must be careful, this first aid kit I pack for you, you must carry it with you. Chinyu nodded, I will tie it to my body. Hearing this, Lin Yi hummed, without answering, and the two stood there hugging each other. Perhaps because they were about to part for a short time, no one let go first. More than a minute later, Lin Yi blushed and whispered, you hugged too tight, it hurts me a little. After the voice fell, Chinyu quickly let go, blushing and took a step back. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? Lin Yi patted his chest, took a few breaths, and then said with a smile, I hugged you without your consent. Chinyu, who is usually carefree, was very uncomfortable at this moment, and his voice was quieter than a mosquito. Lin Yi was amused. She adjusted her clothes and asked curiously, isn't this your first time hugging a girl? Hearing this, Chinyu gritted his teeth and told the truth, yes. I didn't control the strength well. Hearing this, Lin Yi walked up to help him fix his collar and whispered, you must come back on the first day before New Year's Eve, otherwise I will go out to find you. If I die outside, I will make you feel guilty for the rest of your life, Hearing this, Chinyu got anxious and grabbed her hand and said quickly, we can't do this. What if the road collapses after a heavy rain? What if we take the wrong road? If you act impulsively, won't we be separated from each other forever? Absolutely not. If you want to do this, then I won't go. I'm not afraid of Wang Tianhai. If I can subdue him once, I can subdue him a second time. Lin Yi poked his forehead and whispered, I don't think that man is a good person. If we lead him outside the community, he will retaliate against us sooner or later. Don't worry, I'm joking with you, but I really hope you can come back to celebrate the new year together. Although it is the end of the world, the meaning of the Spring Festival is very different for everyone who is still alive today. Qin Yu said seriously, I swear, I will come back, otherwise I will. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yi raised her hand, bent her little finger and ring finger, pressed her thumb on them, and then stretched out 2 fingers to his lips, frowned and said, Don't swear. Then Lin Yi returned to the cabinet where medicine was stored, took out a scalpel, then carefully clamped it with tweezers, pushed it in one direction, and immediately the blade was taken out by her. Then he wrapped it with a small piece of gauze, took out a band-aid from his pocket, tore it open and pressed it on the blade, and walked to Qin Yu with it. The scalpel is very sharp. You carry it with you. It may save your life at a critical moment. Don't worry, I will disinfect it with boiling water every time after use. You can use it directly. Lin Yi put the blade in her hand and looked at him seriously. Seeing her like this, Qin Yu shook his head. There is only this one clean scalpel in the community. If you give it to me, what should I do if others get hurt in the future? Hearing this, Lin Yi's face froze and she curled her lips. I'm a doctor. If I say I can save him, then I can save him. Who dares to question me? Besides, who in the community has such an injury now, and doesn't need a scalpel? The two of them argued slightly, and Qin Yu couldn't argue with her, so he had to carefully take the blade and put it in his pocket. Fortunately, Lin Yi wrapped it very carefully, so he didn't have to worry about accidentally hurting himself. Then Lin Yi looked at the watch on her hand and said to him, You should go over quickly. Lei and Zhang Yin may be waiting anxiously. You should leave early and come back early. If it weren't for the fact that they both have a good relationship with us, otherwise, I really want to tell you that at the critical moment, just save yourself. Chapter 293. Listening to her instructions, Qin Yu smiled and said softly, Zhang Yin has also served in the army, not to mention Lei. As for myself, you should have noticed that I am a little different now than before. You should have a good rest every day. I will leave the house to you. After the voice fell, Qin Yu took a pistol from his waist and handed it to Lin Yi. Although Feng Yi said that people are not allowed to carry guns in the community, I still have some selfish thoughts, and did not tell her about this. You keep the gun. Looking at the black object in his hand, Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, stretched out her hand and picked it up, wondering, even if you give it to me, I won't use it. And it would be bad if I accidentally hurt someone. Hearing this, Qin Yu shook his head and said patiently, You don't need to hit anyone, as long as you are in this community. If there is any accident, just pull the trigger directly, the gunshot will quickly let others know. I would rather Feng Yi chase me and scold me than want you to have an accident. Lin Yi felt the heavy object in his hand, stared at his serious face, smiled bitterly, and nodded, Okay, I will carry it with me. Well, I left 2 bullets here and turned off the safety to prevent you from accidentally touching them. Next, I will show you how to open and pull the bolt. Qin Yu picked up the Glock pistol and demonstrated it carefully. After confirming that Lin Yi was careful, he turned around and left. At the gate, Zhang Yin squatted on the ground, carefully saying some parting words to his daughter, then stood up and said to the woman next to him with a smile, I leave it to you for the next few days, Teacher Wang. Wang Yu held Xiaoxi's hand and replied with a smile, It's just a small favor, no need to say so much. After he finished speaking, Qin Yu came over, and the 3 of them greeted him one by one. After a few simple greetings, Qin Yu said softly, While it's sunny and the weather is good, we will set off first, and we talk slowly when we get back. Then Zhang Yin squatted down. Xiaoxi came forward and kissed his father on the cheek, and left with Wang Yu. Have you bought everything? Qin Yu turned around and looked at Zhang Yin, asking. Zhang Yin looked at his daughter's back with some reluctance, and when he heard the question, he stood up and nodded. Well, it's done. Like you said, the gasoline rope and 2 zombie skins are also in the trunk. After that, Zhang Yin walked towards a black SUV parked at the door. It was old in appearance, but at least it could be driven. As the trunk opened, Qin Yu stood by and looked at it, and whispered, Okay, take these with you in case of emergency. As he spoke, he mentioned the 2 zombie skins, which were recently peeled off by someone in the community. The upper body of the zombie was peeled off directly, and even a part of the skin was cut off from the arm, and the inside was sewed with clean cloth, which looked similar to the coat. I have to say that Dr. Kobayashi's method is really powerful. Look at this skin peeling, it looks like a limited edition zombie coat. Zhang stood beside the car and praised with a smile. Hee hee. Qin put the skin away, turned around and looked at him and chuckled. The three of us have known each other for a long time, and we are so familiar with each other. You don't have to call me that. Just call me you like me. Hearing this, Zhang laughed and patted Chen on the shoulder. I won't. Shaolin said that she will only agree if you call her like this. As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to move a few boxes piled next to him, some of which contained food and the like. Alei came over with a large oil drum, holding a funnel and a hose in his hand, intending to refuel the car. Qin watched him put the tube into the tank port, suddenly thought of something, and then stepped forward. Wait a minute. Alei was a little confused, but he still stopped. What's wrong? Qin tapped the car body with his fingers and said, off-road vehicles are a bit too fuel-intensive. We have to use it sparingly in this apocalypse. But that road is difficult to drive on, and a car can't drive on it. Alei put down the bucket and said seriously. Alei's words were actually very euphemistic. That road was not only difficult to drive on, but it had never been repaired. In addition, zombies would sometimes walk around, and the road was full of potholes. It has rained recently. Except for off-road vehicles, other cars will definitely scratch the chassis. Anyway, we don't need to drive too fast. Just change to a small displacement SUV and drive it sparingly. Qin shook his head and expressed his thoughts. Hearing this, R thought about it and felt that it was feasible, so he pulled out the hose. Okay, then I drive another one over. Qin waved his hand. You two take the things off this car first, I drive it. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the place where the car was parked. A few minutes later, Qin appeared again in a black compact SUV, then he got out of the car and said with a smile, I've seen this car on TV before, 1.6T, 7 liters per 100 kilometers, the leader among domestic cars. The quality is beyond doubt. There is only this one in the whole community, but it's a pity that the trunk glass is broken. Then he walked to the rear of the car, touched it and continued. I asked Li Yao to find a hard plastic plate to stick on it. It can barely block the wind. It's a pity, after the end of the world, many cars were smashed, but this one was taken out by Yang Zi and me from a family's yard, and a hole was blown in the wall at that time. Zhang put a box of food in the back seat, walked over and said with a smile. Hurry up and move it, we should leave. Qin snapped his fingers, turned around and moved things with Zhang. As for Alei, he concentrated on refueling the car with a hose. There were not many good cars in the community, so the main thing was to try to drain the oil from the cars outside. Bringing too many cars back would waste space. A few minutes later, the three were ready, and then waved to the guards, and Qin drove the car out. Alei was sitting in the passenger seat, directing the way, while Zhang was carefully wiping everyone's daggers in the back seat. After driving for about a few minutes, Qin glanced at the rearview mirror and whispered, By the way, Zhang, did you bring your pistol with you? Hearing this, Zhang took it out from the bag beside him, shook it a few times, and said with a smile, You must bring it with you. This thing is very powerful. One bullet can probably turn a zombie's head into bloody slag. Hee hee. Qin held the steering wheel with one hand, put his left hand on the car window, and smiled. Don't put it in the bag, just carry it with you, so as not to have time to take out the gun in case of an accident. Zhang nodded. Okay, I listen to you. Just drive straight along this road. Alei said lightly. Chapter 294. Okay. Qin nodded, and then he whispered, You two take a break, I will stop at the fork in the road. After driving for about an hour, Qin slowly stepped on the brake. As soon as the car stopped, Alei opened his eyes and said, Turn left, and then you will see a small branch on the side of the road. That is the mark I left. Then drive to the muddy road. Qin hummed and turned the steering wheel. Then he suddenly had a different idea in his mind. That is, it is really fun to drive in this place with few people. If there were no disgusting zombies, it would be even more fun. The rest of the journey basically entered a dirt road, and the whole car body was shaking constantly, but fortunately, no one present was carsick. Zhang sat in the back seat and suddenly asked, By the way, Alei, we have driven so far, how did you tell which car that group of people went? Hearing this, Qin also said, Yes, you can't chase them all the way to their base camp, right? Hearing this, Alei shook his head, Of course not. It rained a few days ago, have you forgotten? There are few people alive now, and once the wheels are covered with mud, they will leave it on the cement road, and it will be more obvious on a muddy road like this. Drive along that side, you will always find people. After hearing Alei's words, Qin and Zhang had black lines on their heads, but they didn't say much. At least they found the whereabouts, so they will take it one step at a time. After Chinyu drove for 6 hours, Zhang took over the driving. They had to avoid hitting zombies along the way, and they needed to concentrate highly. They would easily get tired after driving for a long time. Whether in the past or now, fatigue driving is absolutely not allowed. If something happens and the car is damaged, Chinyu has no confidence to find another one. Hongwu said before that the anti-theft of cars nowadays is very good. It is basically impossible to start the car by drilling into the center console and rubbing a few wires back and forth like in TV and movies. First of all, I can only look for those very old cars, and I don't know how many times they have been used. They will break down after driving for a short time. By the afternoon, the three had driven a long way, with hundreds of zombies following behind the car. But every hour or so, the large group behind would be left behind, and other zombies would be let out. Chinyu sat in the passenger seat, glanced at the rearview mirror, and said with a smile, "During our trip, many of these disgusting zombies behind us were led away, which can be regarded as a useful thing." At this time, Alay was driving. He estimated and said, "It's getting dark, we have to find a place to spend the night." Hearing this, Chinyu thought for a moment. There were no houses in the wilderness nearby. Then he raised his chin and said, "Drive faster, get rid of the zombies behind us, and find a place to live where we can make a fire." Alay hummed, then stepped on the accelerator, and the car suddenly roared. The speed increased a lot, and the dirty water on the road was splashed everywhere. About 40 minutes later, Alay drove the car to an abandoned gas station. There were not many zombies, only about 20. For ordinary people, this number would be enough to scare them into running away. But the three people in the car all had a certain level of strength, so at least these few zombies were not a big deal. They left the car with their weapons, and went their separate ways, clearing out all the zombies in 2 minutes. Then Alay drove the car to the back of the gas station, and hid the car behind it. It was not dark yet, and they could barely see clearly. Chinyu nodded slightly, and then Zhang began to knock on the window iron frame, making noise. Soon there was a noise inside, and a zombie wearing a gas station uniform came out, with half of his shoulder exposed, staggering towards Chinyu. With a snap, Chinyu pierced the zombie's head cleanly. Then he turned around and said, "It's a bit of a waste of time to clean up like this. I have a way. Alay, you drive the car and honk the horn to lure them all out. Zhang and I will kill them." After a few minutes, the abandoned gas station was already full of zombie corpses. There was no choice. This was the last place where the three could spend the night. It's winter now, so we have to light a fire at night. There are more zombies in the 2 areas ahead, so it's very difficult to clean them up. The gas station is still acceptable, with only about 50 zombies. Simply drag some of the corpses away from the ground, and let Alay drive the car back to the back to hide, so as not to be discovered by others at night, and cause some unnecessary conflicts. Then the three of them entered the house, and found a place with a good environment to prepare to light a fire. The windows at the back were all open so that the smoke could go out, and the front was also blocked with zombie clothes. When it was dark, Chinyu started to light the fire after making sure that he could not see anything. The smoke alone did not affect him. After eating something simple, Zhang and Alay began to sleep against the wall. When resting in the wild, they still followed the old method. Each person took turns to stand guard, one for 3 hours. Nothing happened in the first 3 hours. Chinyu sat by the fire and listened carefully to the movements outside. Occasionally, a zombie would fall, but it would not come in. This was because there were too many corpses nearby, and the zombies could not smell the smell. Then it was Zhang Yin's turn to guard, and Chinyu began to rest. Not long after he fell asleep, he was suddenly woken up. Chinyu looked at his watch, and it was only 2 o'clock in the morning, so he whispered, "What's wrong?" After Zhang Yin woke him up, he turned around and quickly put out the fire, and hissed, "It seems that someone is talking outside." After saying that, he took the weapon and climbed out of the back window. Seeing this scene, Chinyu smiled and said to Alay, "Do you know why I called him? After all, he was a soldier, and he was really flawless when doing things." The fire was put out in a blink of an eye. Then the two of them also flipped out, stepped on the car body, and then climbed onto the roof of the house. After more than half a minute, there was indeed a voice. "I seem to smell the smell of smoke. Did someone start a fire?" A woman asked softly. Then a man replied, "I don't know, maybe it's just a forest fire. We have been walking for so long, let's rest here, and the ground is full of corpses." Just these 2 sentences, and then it was quiet again. The 3 of them lay on the roof like this, motionless. The two men set up a simple tent with cloth at the place where they refueled below, and then went into rest. A few minutes later, a group of people suddenly appeared again. They quickly appeared with torches, whistling, and surrounded the man and woman. Chapter 295. When those footsteps appeared, the men and women resting in the tent had already run out, trying to escape from here. Unfortunately, the difference in numbers was too great, and the two were caught after running a few steps. These people held torches, so the surrounding light was not bad. Chinyu and the other two hid on the roof and just looked out to see the situation below. The man was kneeling on the ground with blood on his forehead. The woman next to him didn't know who he was, but just wiped the blood for him with a distressed look on her face. Not sure if he hurt the wound, the man roughly pushed the woman next to him and yelled, "Don't rub it anymore. Can this wound be healed by rubbing it?" The woman was shocked. He was very gentle before. Why is his temper getting worse and worse now? Hee, look at you, why are you taking your anger out on your sister-in-law? Suddenly, a gap opened in the crowd, and a man with a scar on his forehead walked in, with a very deep voice. Seeing this man, Chinyu and Zhang Yin subconsciously looked at each other, both showing solemn expressions. A lay between the two of them and whispered, "What? Do you two know each other?" Hearing this, Chinyu put one hand to his mouth and replied in a low voice, "It feels a bit familiar." Zhang Yin shook his head and added softly, "It was him. I saw it clearly from the window at that time. This man and his men drove away one of our cars. It was about a few months ago. There was still a lot of gasoline in it at that time." Suddenly, a man below looked up at the roof. Fortunately, due to the terrain, he did not see it at first. Chinyu and the other two quickly laid down and even shrank back. "What's going on?" the man's companion asked. "I seem to hear someone talking, but I'm not sure," the man explained in a low voice. His companion poked the man with his elbow and pointed his mouth forward. "Isn't the boss interrogating those two people? I guess he heard it wrong." "It should be." Listening to the laughter of the people in front of her, the woman on the ground was very nervous and grabbed her clothes tightly with both hands. "Don't be afraid, sister-in-law, it will be over soon." The scarred man walked forward and squatted, trying to reach out and touch her cheek, but his hand was twisted away as soon as he touched it. Then the woman stared at him with anger on her face. Seeing this, the scarred man was not annoyed, but put the hand that touched the woman close to his nose and sniffed it with a satisfied expression. "I have to say, sister-in-law looks pretty good. Although her face is a little dirty, her figure is well maintained." Then he put on a self-proclaimed friendly expression and said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Han Shirshan, and people in the underworld call me Han Yi. If you don't like this title, you can just call me boss." After he finished speaking, Han Yi stood up and stretched out his hand to the woman on the ground. But in the woman's opinion, the scar on Han Yi's face was so big that no matter what expression he made, it was quite creepy. She sat there motionless, her coat had turned black, but she still held the clothes with both hands, because the zipper had been broken, and she was only wearing a piece of underwear inside. A few days ago, it was torn to pieces by the man in front of her. Fortunately, it was raining heavily at that time, and the camp was hit by a tree. Han Yi hurriedly led people to rescue. Then she took the opportunity to escape with her boyfriend. But she never expected that while she was running for her life, her man stole a pistol and 3 wild boar steaks from Han Yi. As expected, after Han Yi realized what was happening, he became furious and brought all his men to chase after them. The two of them hid from place to place, but they couldn't get rid of him, and they were still on the road even when it was dark. Finally, they were too tired to walk, and they were caught just a few minutes after they stopped. She could already imagine what kind of fate would greet her later, and she couldn't help but turn her head to look at her boyfriend, but he was looking down at the ground, with no reaction at all. 10 seconds passed, and the place was still silent. Hee. "Sister-in-law, you don't give me face, right?" Han Yi continued to bend over, his face gradually turned cold. Hearing this, the man suddenly crawled a few steps to the side, grabbed his girlfriend's hand, and handed it to Han Yi. Then he said timidly, "Yes. I'm sorry, Han Yi. I shouldn't have stolen your pistol, don't worry. We can't use any bullets, they are all in the bag. My girlfriend's hand is injured, can you?" Han Yi pulled the woman into his arms, then put his arm around her shoulders, turned his head, and looked at the man on the ground, wondering, "Oh, what do you want to say? Can you? Make it quick, don't let her suffer you for too long. Try to play faster, and then let us go." After saying this, the man kowtowed directly, his head pressed to the ground, motionless. When the woman heard this, her body trembled violently, and tears burst out of her eyes. She looked at the ground and asked in disbelief, "Brother Chin, what did you say? I'm your fiancé, how can you say such a thing?" Then she broke free, rushed forward, knelt on the ground, grabbed her boyfriend's shoulders and shook him, and asked loudly, "What do you think of me? A prostitute, just for people to play with, huh?" The woman was very emotional. She really didn't expect to hear these words from her beloved boyfriend. The two had been in love for 6 years before the end of the world. They had already confirmed their engagement, but the zombies broke out, and their parents died tragically on the way to escape. The two depended on each other, and survived until now. But as she stayed in the apocalypse longer and longer, she began to not understand her boyfriend. In the past, Brother Chin was gentle and polite, had a good temper, was emotionally stable, had a high degree of education, and liked small animals. It was because of this that she had a crush on Brother Chin since high school, and they were admitted to the same university, and finally got together in their sophomore year. After graduating successfully, they went to a big city together to work hard, saved money for the down payment, and hadn't moved into the new house yet, when the apocalypse came. Everything in the past turned into bubbles. In order to survive, the two of them basically ate everything, including tree roots and bark. If they had the courage to search for supplies, and were not afraid of zombies, they would not have to work so hard. But Brother Chin always said that it would be difficult to get out of the city, and they could survive by eating wild vegetables, so there was no need to look for canned food and biscuits. In almost 8 months, the two of them were in the wild for 7 months, never staying in one place for a long time, and changing locations at most every 7 days. A few days ago, Brother Chin went out to catch fish, and she hid in a cave to sleep alone. Chapter 296. When she woke up, she found many strangers around her. Brother Chin was also tied up, and forced to kneel on the ground. Then the two were kidnapped and taken away to the deep mountains. She finally escaped, but her boyfriend couldn't control himself and stole the things of those people. Now I hear him say those words in person, which is really the last straw that broke the camel's back. The man was a little annoyed by being shaken. He just threw his hands to both sides, frowned and said, "It's just a one-time fuck. What's the big deal? Can't you just treat it as a dog bite?" As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate kicked the man from behind. "What are you talking about? What does our boss have to do with dogs?" The man fell to the ground, grabbed his girlfriend's hand, and begged, "Xiao Rui, please count it as I beg you. If you don't agree to him, we will both die." At this moment, Xiao Rui finally realized that the fiancé she once knew had changed. Then she laughed at herself again. In this doomsday world, how many people have changed? Listening to the banging of the people next to her, Xiao Rui felt that she had seen the wrong person and followed the wrong person. She closed her eyes, tears in the corners of her eyes, and took off her coat with both hands, revealing her pretty good figure. As her body was exposed to the air, Xiao Rui clearly heard the people around her swallowing their saliva. She said in a trembling voice, "This is the last intersection between us. After tonight, we will never see each other again until we die." After the voice fell, Xiao Rui closed her eyes and lay on the ground. The men around them, with bright eyes, quickly swarmed over. Just when they were about to pounce, Han Yi shouted, "Stop it!" A man who was about to touch Xiao Rui's chest with both hands stopped on the spot when he heard the voice behind him. His face almost turned red, but he didn't dare to disobey Han Ye's order. He was not the only one like this, and the others didn't dare to move a step. The men who surrounded her took a last look at the delicate body of the woman on the ground, swallowed their saliva, and then slowly dispersed. Hearing this, Xiao Rui wiped her tears and opened her eyes, but found that the results around her were very different from what she thought. Han Yi frowned, took a blanket from his subordinate, walked up and threw it on Xiao Rui, and said coldly, "I was quite interested in you, but seeing your man's cowardly look, I feel bored again. Why don't you open your eyes? What's the point of following such a beast? When in danger, he can even push his wife out to block the knife." After saying that, Han Yi turned around and kicked her boyfriend on the head, spitting a mouthful of thick phlegm on him. "Hack you, he is a man after all, he has been with you for so long, and you turned around and sold him out. Are you a man? I'm asking you, what's your name?" Han Yi kicked him several more times. "Chin. Chin." The man was in pain from the kick and couldn't catch his breath. Seeing this, Han Yi was so angry that he wanted to kick him again. After hearing this, Xiao Rui hesitated for a while, but still helped him out. "His name is Chin Ho. A beast, right? Although I have been doing all kinds of evil since the outbreak of this apocalypse, and I have done a lot of things to bully men and women, but I am used to doing bad things, and today I also want to do good things." Han Yi squatted in front of Chin Ho and whispered, Chin Ho was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Hearing his words, he quickly got up, knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Thank you, Han Yi, for not killing me. Don't worry, all the things are in the tent. Just ask someone to get them. I don't want them anymore. After saying that, Chin Ho was afraid that Han Yi would regret it, so he quickly got up and walked towards his girlfriend. Let's go, Xiao Rui, let's leave quickly. He pulled the girl's arm on the ground, but she didn't move at all. Chin Ho was anxious, squatted down and whispered, What are you doing? What are you waiting for if you don't leave now? Hurry up. Then he looked at his girlfriend, naked, wearing only underwear, and suddenly realized, oh, no clothes, right. Wait, I get it for you. Putting the black coat on Xiao Rui, Chin Ho continued to reach out to pull, but still did not move. At this point, Xiao Rui turned her head to look at him and asked in a trembling voice, Why do you think I will still go with you? Huh? Chin Ho was slightly startled and stood there. Xiao Rui suddenly shook off his hand, feeling very disgusted. She shouted angrily, What did you say just now? You forgot it. Hearing this, Chin Ho turned his head and looked at the people around him. They all looked at him with scorn. He suppressed his anger and whispered, Just now, it was all to save your life. Besides, you were not bullied. Why are you still saying this now? After that, he took a step forward and wanted to hug his girlfriend. But Xiao Rui immediately pushed him away, slapped him, and cried, I just think you are disgusting now. Get out and don't touch me. Chin Ho was slapped, and he was furious. He raised his foot and wanted to kick Xiao Rui, but Han Yi stood aside and made him stop his foot in midair. Xiao Rui sobbed for a while, then whispered, Go away, don't look for me again in this life. I want to follow Master Han in the future. Chin Ho didn't hear clearly, he widened his eyes. What did you say? What are you going to do? Take a deep breath. Xiao Rui raised her head, looked into his eyes, and said word by word, I said, I want to follow him. After the voice fell, Xiao Rui took a step to the side, took Master Han's wrist, lowered her head, and continued to cry. Chin Ho's face turned blue and purple, pointed at Xiao Rui, and said with a dark face, Okay, you are fucking me like this, right? I have always thought you were a bitch. I really wasted my money and spent it on a dog. Give it back to you. Xiao Rui pulled out the ring on her right hand and threw it on the ground. Chin Ho kicked it away and shouted, It's the end of the world, what's the use of this diamond? Then he turned around and wanted to leave, but Han Yi spoke again. Xiao Rui is my woman now, you scold her. What's the difference between scolding me? Hearing this, Chin Ho shuddered all over, turned around and said flatteringly, No. No, Han Yi, I don't mean that. I don't care what you mean. Han Yi waved his right hand, turned around and ordered, Don't you guys like to play together? Here, this man is a reward for you, serve him well. Chin Ho watched the men approach, retreated in fear, and shouted, What are you doing? Stop it. Ah! In the next scene, the three people on the roof were too embarrassed to watch it anymore. They had already huddled back, listening to the screams below. Chin Yu said in a low voice with disgust, This is too disgusting, zombies are everywhere. It's the end of the world, aren't these people afraid of getting sick? Chapter 297. After about 10 minutes, it was finally quiet. Chin Ho had been beaten black and blue, lying on the ground like a dead pig. Han Yi couldn't stand it anymore, he clapped his hands. Let's go, it's so disgusting, I have to go back and wash my eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the other men came forward to pick up the supplies. One of the men turned around and shouted, Han Yi, there are only 2 steaks left. Hearing this, Han Yi raised his eyebrows, picked up a stone from the ground, and smashed it hard on Chin Ho's ankle, cursing, Just take a small piece, you stole my 3 biggest pieces of meat, you are really not afraid of death. Then he stood up, kicked again, and turned around to leave. Xiao Rui continued to hold the black clothes and blanket, hesitated for a long time, and then slowly followed. After a few steps, Han Yi stood there, with his back to her, and said in a deep voice, Girl, I watched a good show today, and I'm in a good mood. I plan to let you go. Get out as soon as possible, and don't let me see you in the future. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Rui stood there. She just said those words in a moment of impulse to anger Chin Ho, and now she regrets it all the time. Hearing Han Yi's threat again, she immediately took a few steps back. Han Yi turned his head and glanced behind him, then laughed a few times, put his hands behind his head, whistled and slowly left. On the roof of the gas station, Zhang Ying poked the person next to him with his elbow. Xiao Yu, what do you think? Chin Yu turned his head, a little confused. What are you looking at? Alei said lightly. He means, should we chase them, and see what these people are doing. Zhang Yin also nodded. Well, I think these people seem to have principles, and they let it go when they said they would. Hearing this, Qin Yu thought for a moment and shook his head gently. A bad guy has done dozens of bad things, and suddenly does a good thing, but he is still very bad. Why can these evil people become Buddhas by putting down their butcher knives, while good people need to go through so many difficulties? I don't agree with this view. Evil people are evil. It's okay if they don't provoke us, otherwise they will just settle the matter of stealing our car. A lay, who was lying next to him, also hummed, my meaning is similar to yours. Although they let the man and woman below go, they must have killed many people. If I meet them next time, I will still kill them. Okay, I got it. Zhang Yin nodded. Then he stretched his head and looked down, whispering. The man moved again. Should we help the girl? Qin Yu shook his head. We came out for a mission. It's better to have less trouble than more for these strangers. When they leave, we will withdraw. Xiao Rui watched Qin Ho struggle to get up, and made up her mind to ignore him. She continued to put on the blanket, picked up the rags that the group of people disliked, and planned to leave directly. But Qin Ho's eyes were red, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. Like a beast, he put on his pants and rushed directly toward Xiao Rui. The movement was too big, and he accidentally pulled it. He immediately covered his butt with both hands and said fiercely, Fuck, you stinky bitch, I fucking kill you. After saying that, he rushed up directly, rode on his girlfriend and punched and kicked her. The two of them started fighting. But Qin Ho was very weak now, with wounds all over his body. He was no match for Xiao Rui, and gradually lost the upper hand. Xiao Rui seized the opportunity, and bit Qin Ho's palm fiercely. The other party felt pain, and subconsciously shook her off. Then Xiao Rui picked up the blanket and ran away, but her hair was caught and then pulled back. Give it to me, give me the blanket. Qin Ho was completely crazy, and held the blanket in his girlfriend's hand tightly, and refused to let go. I spent so much money on you before, what's wrong with you giving this to me? Ah? Xiao Rui looked at his human-like face, and his clothes that had been torn into shreds. She softened inexplicably, and let go of his hand. Then Qin Ho quickly put the blanket on himself. Suddenly, he kicked a stone, and picked it up in his hand. He threatened again. Didn't you say that we would never meet again? Then the clothes on your body were also picked up by me. Take them off quickly, otherwise I will really kill you. At this moment, he had completely changed. He no longer thought about his former fiancée, but only thought about how he could survive this winter. Xiao Rui knew that even if Qin Ho was injured, she would not be his opponent if the fight continued. Perhaps because she was too disappointed, she took off her coat and threw it over. Qin Ho picked it up and quickly put it on. He looked at Xiao Rui with resentment for the last time and limped to other places. On the roof, Zhang Yin couldn't bear it and said, she will freeze to death with so little on. Qin Yu frowned and looked at the girl on the ground, who was squatting on the ground with her head buried in her knees and sobbing. He thought for a while, and shook his head again. We still have to hurry. The safety of the community is the most important. With such a stranger, who knows if she is good or bad? It would be bad if something happened on the way and delayed the time. As I said, complete the task first, and then consider other things. After hearing the answer, although Zhang Yin wanted to go down to help her get the blanket back, he also understood that what Qin Yu said was right. The three of them all had a mission. Perhaps to prevent Zhang Yin from being dissatisfied, Alei also explained. We didn't bring thick clothes when we came out, and we didn't have extra clothes to give her. Zhang Yin sighed and nodded. I know, don't worry, I won't act on my own. Looking at the thin body of the girl below, Qin Yu said softly, if she can hold on until we return, then take her back to the community. If she can live a few more days in the wild, at least it means that she is not bad, and she won't be a drag if we take her back. After the words fell, the girl on the ground seemed to have cried enough. She picked up the rags, tied them together, crossed her hands and held the clothes tightly, and then prepared to leave. The abandoned gas station was located at a fork in the road. To the left was the direction that Han Shirshan and his group went. As for Qin Ho, he chose the fork on the right side of the gas station, and then went left again, because the terrain there was lower, and it would be relatively warmer. Xiao Rui had completely broken up with Qin Ho. She looked at the road and turned to the right. Seeing this, Zhang Yin smiled and said, it seems that she is destined to be with us. She is heading to the community. I hope she can survive these few days. Qin Yu hummed and waited for a few minutes. Then the three of them returned to the gas station and continued to light the fire. There are many corpses nearby. Those people just now would never have thought that in this situation, there are actually several people hiding inside. Chapter 298. In the small room, the three of them were roasting a fire. Zhang threw a piece of wood in and whispered, "The direction we are going next is the same as Han Shershan's. What if we meet on the road?" Hearing this, Jinyu looked at him and slowly said, "As long as they don't provoke us, no matter what they do, it's still early before dawn. I sleep for a while. We have to hurry on our way." After that, Jinyu and Alei leaned against a corner of the wall and began to sleep and rest. Since they were delayed for a while in the middle of the night, they were ready to leave around 7 in the morning. After driving for another morning, Zhang looked at the scene outside the car window and said in amazement, "Is there a big fire here? More than half of the mountain has been burned." Jinyu held the steering wheel with both hands, turned his head and took a look, then whispered, "No wonder the two people didn't suspect anything when they smelled the smoke last night. It turns out that there was a big fire here." At noon, the three of them came to a big river and stopped the car. They planned to get some water to wash the car body, mainly because there was a lot of mud on the car windows, and it was inconvenient to look at the rearview mirror. There were still those dead fish around the river, floating densely on the water, which was very disgusting. Zhang cut down a small tree, squatted by the river with it, put the tree close to the river surface, and then gently swung it to the side to move the dead fish to another place. "Be careful, don't fall in. This thing looks like a dead thing, but it actually bites people." Jinyu came over and warned. Zhang nodded, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Looking at these dead fish with only skeletons left, Jinyu suddenly thought of something, turned his head and asked Alei, "Last time at the river you said you saw dead worms. I'm a little curious. What are they? Are they still the same as before?" Alei took the water from Zhang and walked towards the car. He said seriously, "It's the same, but it's not the same. After many animals are infected with zombies, their previous habits have changed a little." "Oh!" Jinyu picked up a dirty towel and wiped the car while curiously asking, "What's the difference? Can butterflies bite people after being infected with the virus?" "They can't bite people, but they can carry a lot of zombie viruses. And like the ones that could fly before, they can only walk on land after being infected." As soon as he finished speaking, Alei picked up a fist-sized stone and threw it at the back of Jinyu, and then said, "Look, there's a corpse worm behind you." Jinyu was startled and thought that Alei was going to hit him. After hearing it clearly, he turned around and walked over to see that the stone just pressed down a palm-sized centipede, which was pitch black and still alive and kicking. "Stay away, this thing is poisonous, and after becoming an animal zombie, it becomes more violent." Alei grabbed Jinyu and handed him a wooden stick. Pressing down the zombie centipede with a stick, Jinyu felt his scalp tingling. Originally, centipedes have many tentacles, which would make ordinary people feel uncomfortable, but after it was infected with the virus, its body structure changed. I saw that the black centipede had many dense white spots on its body, as if it was painted on, which was extremely creepy. "Don't look at it. It will be disgusting if you look at it for a long time." Alei continued to pick up a stone and smashed it to death. Jinyu resisted the discomfort and kicked some soil to cover it. He turned his head and asked, "No, if these insects can be infected, how can we prevent them? Insecticide should be useless against zombie insects, right?" "Of course it's useless. These are no longer animals." Alei nodded. Zhang had almost finished wiping. He came over and listened to these words. He was very confused and asked, "That's not right. If there are zombies here, why haven't we ever had any in our community? Who told you there are none?" Alei was a little helpless and explained, "Because she asked us to bury a circle of zombie corpses outside the wall, mash them into meat paste, and then dig a small pit about 5 meters outside the wall." "Can zombie meat dispel corpse worms?" Jinyu was startled and looked at him and asked. "It can't be dispelled." Alei shook his head and said again, "We put on zombie skins and blend into the zombie group. Guess why they don't attack us? Because our smell is covered up." Zhang Qian answered first. "Yes, the zombie meat can emit a lot of stench. We are buried in the soil, and people can't smell it even if they stand on it, but the corpse worms are different. They walk on the ground. When they smell these odors, they will mistakenly think that there are other zombies inside, and then avoid the vicinity." "Is that so?" After Jinyu understood, he admired. "Fengyi is quite amazing. No wonder her community can survive so long in the apocalypse. If she is a little more ruthless, it will be more perfect." Hee. Alei smiled, turned around and walked towards the car, sat in the driver's seat, and looked back. "No one is perfect. She is already very good. Okay, let's go." Several people packed up their tools, started the car and continued to drive down. Any other survivor bases were not seen along the way, mainly because in the current apocalypse, few people would be neighbors. Because it is too easy to have conflicts, it is okay if you don't know. Once you find someone alive nearby, you will want to go and take a look. What if other bases have a lot of supplies? What if they have some tools that are just needed here? It is precisely because of this idea that fights often break out between different survivor bases. Either you die or I die. Anyway, it is rare for two communities to exist at the same time. The last time Thingy community was attacked was for this reason. Although it suffered heavy damage, it later eliminated the cannibal group living in the cave. At this time, Alay was driving. Chinyu was sitting in the passenger seat, looking down and thinking about something. What are you thinking about? Alay slowed down the car, picked up the dagger with his left hand, stretched it out of the car window, killed the zombies that had been standing on the roadside, and then turned his head to smell. Chinyu looked up and looked forward. I think again, burying zombie meat is only a temporary solution. Think about it, after a long time, the smell will disappear, and we have to dig it up and bury it again. In this way, the nearby soil will be completely destroyed, and it will be uninhabitable after a long time. Hearing this, Alay also frowned. You can think of this, at least it means that we are right to follow your command and think carefully enough. Chinyu said speechlessly, Don't flatter me now, I am mainly thinking about growing vegetables outside in the future. How can I grow zombie meat buried underground? Hearing his words, Alay smiled rarely. Don't worry, Shioi has thought about it. With the erosion speed of zombie blood, it is not a problem for us to live peacefully for 2 years. Chapter 299. Well, 2 years, not long, not short either. Chinyu looked out the window and said calmly, I hope we all still be alive by then. After saying this, the other two stopped talking. All they could hear was the sound of the car engine and the zombies that were occasionally knocked off the roadside. After driving for a few hours along the car tracks on the road, the three finally found their destination, but it was still far away. Chinyu got out of the car and looked at the large wall below, feeling a little weird. There were many zombies wandering around the walls, but strangely, most of them seemed to be marching back and forth. Bang! Zhang Yin closed the car door and stood next to Chinyu. He squinted and looked at it and said, This looks like a prison. Hearing this, Chinyu shook his head and pointed in a direction. It's not a prison, it's a driving school test site, built a little remote. After the voice fell, Zhang Yin turned his head and looked over, and found the doorplate standing by the wall, some of which were no longer clear. But the words examination room could still be vaguely seen, and there were 2 abandoned training vehicles parked at the entrance. By the way, Zhang Yin, did you bring your sniper rifle? Chinyu turned around and asked. Yes, but you are going to snipe Wang Tianhai from such a distance? You haven't even seen him yet? Chinyu explained. I seem to see a person tied up inside, but it's too far to see his face clearly, so I used the sniper scope to take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Alay came over with a sniper rifle. He took a look and frowned and said, I don't know him, I haven't seen him before. Chinyu took the gun, leaned forward to look at it carefully for a few seconds, then handed it to Zhang Yin and said in a deep voice, Could it be that we are following the wrong path and the wrong camp? The man tied to the tree below was indeed a strange man, whose face was completely unfamiliar, and most importantly, his right hand was intact. Alay had also seen with his own eyes that the part above Wang Tianhai's right wrist was shot into a bloody mist by the sniper rifle they were holding. He was about to answer, but Zhang Yin next to him suddenly waved his hand excitedly, turned his head and said quickly, No, I saw Wang Tianhai in person. After the words fell, Chinyu took the gun and looked over again. He saw 3 men appearing in the picture. The 2 men behind him were holding machetes, and the one in front was pushing a supermarket cart. In the cart was Wang Tianhai, whose life or death was unknown. It was just that he hadn't seen him for a long time. He was completely unrecognizable. His hair was shaved, and 2 fingers on his left hand were chopped off. He was lying unconscious inside. The 3 men pushed the cart to a corner of the wall surrounded by wire, then lifted Wang Tianhai and threw him in, leaving without looking back. Chinyu put down his gun and said solemnly, It seems that things are not as we imagined. The other 2 looked at him for a few seconds, and then Zhang Yin was stunned and said, He was arrested and tortured, right? Didn't he give up our community? Alay didn't understand it either, and said softly, I'm not very familiar with this person. He likes to act cool in the community, and makes dirty jokes to other women at any time, but he hasn't done anything out of line, except that he wanted to shoot Dajwan last time. What should we do next? Zhang Yin looked at him several times, holding the sniper rifle, and asked, I think he is in such a half-dead state that he will die without us having to take action. Chinyu waved his hand, and the three of them squatted together. He whispered, "What do you two think?" "You speak first." John Ian looked at Alay. Alay turned his head and looked at the camp below, and said frankly, "To be honest, I chased him here with the intention of killing him. After all, it's okay if he doesn't tell us the address. Once it is exposed, we will definitely have more enemies. But now it seems that Wang Tianhai would rather be abused like this, and didn't say a word." Hearing this, Qin Yu frowned and said nothing. For the first time, his handsome face showed a more solemn expression than before. This time, he was really unsure. He couldn't figure out what Wang Tianhai was doing. Zhang Yin saw that Qin Yu didn't respond, so he also spoke up. Could it be that he forgot the address of the community? For example, if he was in a coma when he was captured, he couldn't tell which roads he had taken, and he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to. Hearing this, Qin Yu shook his head, took out a dagger, and began to draw on the dirt ground, then said seriously, "Assuming this is the location where Wang Tianhai fainted, if you keep walking in the southwest direction, you can see the wall of our community. Am I right, Alay?" "Yes, the general direction is correct. As long as you walk along that direction, you will definitely see the community." Alay nodded. Then Qin Yu said again, "From the location where he fainted to the community, the road in the middle is not difficult to walk, and there is even a highway. Even if he was captured in a fainted state, after waking up, he can say that there is a survivor camp near the location where he was captured. Looking at the injuries on his body, the people who arrested him are definitely not good people. If he just betrays our community, at least he won't have to suffer these physical pains." After the voice fell, the three of them were silent. It was not in line with their concept to sneak in and assassinate Wang Tianhai without knowing the reason. The premise of cutting the grass and eradicating the roots is that Wang Tianhai has indeed betrayed the community. But according to this situation, he is willing to die rather than betray. But if that's the case, why did he run away from the community in the chaos? The three of them didn't quite understand. In the abandoned examination room at the foot of the mountain, after being unconscious for several hours, Wang Tianhai finally woke up slowly when it was almost dark. The wound on his right wrist had healed. Although he had lost his hand, it was still no problem for him to sit up by supporting himself on the ground. He looked around and found himself back in the cage. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, then turned his head and spit out a mouthful of blood on the ground next to him. Then he supported himself on the ground with his right hand, stepped back with difficulty, and then leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. "Are you okay?" Suddenly, a little boy crawled over from the corner and asked fearfully. Wang Tianhai didn't bother to pay attention to him and continued to cough blood. "Drink some water, you will die if you cough like this." The little boy was anxious and took out an ice cream bag from his arms, which contained some fresh water, and handed it over. "This is the rainwater I found a way to collect. Although it is not boiled, it can at least quench your thirst." After the voice fell, Wang Tianhai tried to raise his left hand, but because 2 fingers had just been cut off, although the wound was bandaged, he still couldn't raise his hand. He tried several times but failed. Chapter 300. Seeing this, Wang Tianhai shook his head and said palely, "Take care of yourself, I won't live long." Looking at the dry and flaky lips of the man in front of him, the little boy mustered up his courage, continued to move over, knelt in front of him, and then approached him with water. As the little boy raised his palm, Wang Tianhai looked at his left hand with a missing little finger, his eyes darkened. "It seems that I still can't help you block this knife." Hearing this, the little boy stopped his hands and said a sincere word. "I can survive, thanks to your help, uncle." Wang Tianhai looked at him, suddenly smiled, then approached the ice cream bag and slowly drank the rainwater. The story started a few days ago, when the community was attacked. At that time, although Wang Tianhai hated Chen Yu and Li Yao, when others attacked the community, he rushed up with a kitchen knife without hesitation. After attacking one person from behind, he planned to go to Li Yao and take advantage of the chaos to avenge his broken hand. But when he saw those evil people holding axes and chopping a man in the community into pieces alive, Wang Tianhai suddenly came to his senses and prepared to sneak up behind those people and continue to attack. On the road, he met another wretched man who was eyeing a little girl. He gritted his teeth, cut his arm with a clean knife, and then smeared it on a wooden stick to lead 2 zombies over. While the man was dealing with the zombies, Wang Tianhai rescued the little girl and stuffed her under a car. Then he ran to the gap in the wall and tried to lead some people away. But there were too many people chasing him. He ran for a whole hour, vomited 3 times, and finally got rid of the people behind him. Just as he was about to go back in a circle, Wang Tianhai thought that there were so many fewer men defending the community, and with just a few women, they would probably be wiped out. so he hid outside and planned to go back and take a look when it was safe. But he completely underestimated the fighting power of Lei, a former professional killer. The latter killed more than a dozen people by himself and even chased them to kill them. In addition, the weapons depot was not lost. Li Yao and Feng Yi later got guns. With hot weapons, the group of people did not dare to continue to charge. They tied up some survivors and corpses and quickly evacuated. Wang Tianhai rested in the wild for more than an hour. Just when he was about to leave, he found that the group of corpses was attracted by the gunshots. He had no choice but to move back. After walking for an unknown amount of time, he saw a puddle. He didn't care about the dirtiness and lay on the ground to drink water. He was knocked unconscious. When he woke up, he was already in the car, but his mouth was blocked and he couldn't say anything. Then he got off the car and entered the abandoned examination room. He was not the only one who was captured. There was also a man and a woman, plus a little boy, who he didn't know at all. He should be a survivor who was alone somewhere else. The woman was stripped naked and dragged into the next room on the spot. Wang Tianhai could guess what would happen. He tried his best to beg the people who captured him, saying that he was just a useless person who couldn't work and it was a waste of food to keep him. These words had no effect, but instead caused a beating. Then he heard a small leader asking the man where their base was and how many people there were. The man was terrified by the screams of his companions and told him everything in a flash, even carefully drawing a map for them. Then a dozen people armed with hunting rifles, axes, bows and arrows forced the man to set off early in the morning. The group returned 2 days later, with a few people missing. But the pickup trucks and the trucks were all filled with supplies, and even the axe and the knife were covered in blood. Wang Tianhai couldn't imagine how many people he had to kill to dye the blade red and dry the blood on it. Although he thought he was not a good person and wanted Li Yao to die quickly, he thought that there were still many children in the community, and it had only been a short time since the attack, and it was estimated that not many people would survive. If he attracted another group of enemies, the children would basically all die, so Wang Tianhai decided on the spot that he would not tell the address of the community even if he died. Later, the leader asked the boy if he had any teammates, and if so, he would take him there. But the boy was very smart, and kept saying that he was alone, and that it was convenient to hide, so he survived until now. But the little leader didn't believe it, and grabbed the boy's left hand, intending to chop off his entire hand. Wang Tianhai rushed over directly when he saw this. A big man knelt down on the spot, saying that he was in the same group with the boy, and knew that there was a survivor base, so could he not embarrass the child. Seeing this, the little leader grabbed Wang Tianhai's hair, put a knife to his scalp, and said with a dark face, "If you dare to lie, you will be skinned alive." Wang Tianhai was quick-witted, and told the temporary camp where he and some people had lived outside. There was some water and food there. Seeing this, the leader was about to take him there, but because the cars that could be driven were full of the supplies that had just been looted and were being unloaded, and it was getting dark, he asked Wang Tianhai to draw a map. But Wang Tianhai didn't know where the group of people were, so he could only guess by chance. He drew a general direction and marked a large billboard. A few hours later, 2 motorcycles came back. Seeing them carrying a small bag of things, Wang Tianhai finally breathed a sigh of relief. The little leader jumped off the car, holding a bottle of wine in his hand and pouring it into his mouth while saying, "I was going to kill you, but I found 2 bottles of wine in the place you said, not bad. Hand over a bottle, I can taste it myself. Considering that this wine tastes good, I will spare your lives. Just cut off a few fingers, come on, drag them to the slaughter area." In this way, Wang Tianhai's left little finger and ring finger were chopped off at the joints, his hair was shaved clean, and he was put into a bag and hung up, like a human sandbag. He had to be beaten for half an hour every day before being released, and this lasted for several days. Today was the last day. Due to frequent beatings, the wound on his left hand healed and healed, and it had cracked several times. The little boy's left hand had healed, just as the little leader said, "You lost your hand, but others lost their lives, and you are still not satisfied?" At this time, Wang Tianhai was leaning against the wall in a daze, thinking about what happened in the past few days, and began to regret that he had been so impulsive. If he hadn't drawn his gun, he wouldn't have been thrown to the ground by the young man. If he hadn't been subdued, he wouldn't have drawn his knife and tried to attack for the sake of so-called face. If he hadn't used the knife, his right hand might still be alive. If his right hand hadn't been injured, Wang Tianhai would have been confident that even if he was attacked last time, he wouldn't have been chased around. If he hadn't run so far away from the community, he wouldn't have been caught.